In this video, we shall discuss overview of Python. What are the different features of Python is having? We know that Python is a high-level language and object-oriented language. It is very much expressible and it is having a very easy syntax to write the code. So let us go for a detailed discussion on this overview of Python as it is coming next. Python coding can be done in three different ways. First one is the immediate mode, next one is the script mode, and the last one using some integrated development environment, that is IDE. So at first we are going to discuss how we can do the coding in Python in immediate mode. So here we are opening our command prompt and we are going to the respective folder, that is our C:, users, this is the username, and Anaconda 3. How to install this Anaconda, we have discussed that one in our other video, that what are the steps we require to install this Anaconda. So for this one we will be requiring this python.exe. So this python.exe, if you click, then this command prompt will open with this respective prompt, that is the triple greater than symbol. So here you can write the code in the immediate mode to run our scripts. You can find this one. So we are writing this one, print hello world. So in this way we can go for this. So a is equal to 100, b is equal to 200, c is equal to a plus b, and then we can go for print c. So it is getting printed as 300. So this is the mode which is known as the immediate mode. That means we can also do the same using our command prompt here. So here we are having our command prompt. So I'm going for this users and this then I'll be going for this Anaconda 3. We can go for this Anaconda 3. Here we are having our Python, so we can go for this. So this is a python.exe is there. We can run it and we are going to get the same screen whatever we had. So this is known as the immediate mode. So typing Python in the command line will invoke the interpreter in the immediate mode, and you can directly type in Python expressions and press enter to get the required output. And if the Python prompt, it will tell us that interpreter is ready for our input. So let me type some code here. So I'm going for this print, say 100 plus 200. You can easily find it is calculating and giving me the outcome. So this is our immediate mode. Now let me tell you that how to do the coding using the script mode. So for that purpose we are just opening a notepad for the typing. So here I'm writing the code. There is a print. So we have typed this code here and we are saving this one. In the respective folder there is Anaconda 3 and giving the name as say prog1.py. Giving the name as prog1.py. So we are saving this one. So prog1.py is the file name. Now we are coming back to I'm getting back my prompt here. So let me check whether the file has got saved here or not. Yes, the file has got saved with the 41 bytes here. So now we can execute this code using Python. So Python will interpret this this program. So we're going for this Python prog1.py. You can see that the program is executing. So this is the mode known as the script mode, where we can type our code, and this mode will be used to execute the Python program written in a file, and then we are executing it using Python and the file name. You can get the output here. So this is the program we wrote. Okay, and there is a respective output we are getting. There is another way to type the code, and that is our integrated development environment. So for that purpose we are just invoking this Anaconda. So Anaconda navigator. This is Anaconda navigator. Now here we are going for this Jupyter Lab. It will open it in a browser. So here we are having, so I shall go for this plus. So going for this Python 3. So you can find that this is our untitled.ipynb. So that is the extension. Here you can write the code. So print, you can execute it. Welcome to the world of programming. In this way you can go on execution. So you see it has opened into our Chrome browser. So on the default browser, this notepad will get opened. There is a Jupyter lab. So now we are going for this Jupyter notebook. We tested with the Jupyter lab. Now we are going for this Jupyter notebook. So this is the respective folder structure it is telling. Now we are going for a new Python 3. So here also you can type. You can go for the execution. In this way, also using this Jupyter, we can also go for this typing. So we have tested with the Jupyter lab and Jupyter notebook. So two ways we have done. Now let me go for the spider. So I'm using this part. So here you can see that the sessions are coming. So this is a way in which we are typing, and we can go for the execution. You can find that hello world and welcome is getting executed. So there is another way to execute the same. And now you can find that we can go for the run cell. So only this particular line I'm just going for this, and then I'm going for the run cell. You see only the hello world has got executed. So only this welcome has got executed. In this way also you can go for partial execution. Let us suppose we are having variables, say a is equal to 100 and say b is equal to 200. Now we are going for say c is equal to a plus b, and then we are going for this value of c is going to get printed. So the sum of and is. So that is another way to type format. We shall be discussing all these things into details. If you go on executing, we can find that so the sum of 100 and 200 is 300. We're having the variable explorer here. You can see the value of a and b and c will be displayed. You can find that the value of a and b and c are getting displayed. So I'm just making this one as 600, making this one as 500. So now if I go on executing, you can find that the values have got updated. So this is another advantage of this. This is a spider. Also here also you can have the line by line execution. As I told you that if I mark this and if you go for run cell, you are getting only these two lines are getting executed. So that is another fantastic way to execute this Python program. So as we discussed that Python is nothing but one cross-platform programming language, and it executes in Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Unix, and also it can be executed ported to the Java and .NET virtual machines. And nowadays Python is available in some Unix and in Mac pre-installed, but in that case obviously the versions might be the older one, so it is our better choice to install it, the latest version, and explore it according to our requirement. We can explore that one. And now let me discuss some of the different features of this Python. Python is an object-oriented language, which means that it can model real-world objects, and it is also dynamically typed because it carries out type checking at the runtime. So dynamically typing means during the runtime the variable's data type will be decided here. The name Python came by Guido van Rossum, and it came after the committee group, that is the Monty Python, and from there this name Python came here. If you consider C Python, then in case of C Python architecture, we are having parser, which uses the source code to generate an abstract syntax tree. We are having compiler, which turns the abstract syntax tree into Python bytecode. We are having interpreter, which will be executing the code line by line, and we are also having the respective three components. So that is our parser, compiler and interpreter. So parser will convert the source code to the, as I told you, that is the abstract syntax tree. Compiler will convert this abstract syntax tree into the bytecode format, and then the interpreter will come, which will execute this code line by line. Python is having multiple different components. There is the functions, classes, modules, packages and so on. We know that functions is nothing but a collection of statements named into one. Classes are nothing but, in case of object oriented programming, so it supports the classes and the objects. A Python module is a collection of related classes and the functions. We're having the packages, so package is a collection of related modules, and we'll be using multiple different packages in our current tutorial on Python here. If you consider the features of Python, the Python is very easy. That means very easy to learn and understand. It is interpreted, so it is interpreted, executed line by line. So this makes it easy to test and debug. If you consider the respective object oriented, it supports the classes and objects. It is free and open source, so that is another advantage for making the Python so popular. So that is the language and its source code are available to the public for free. No need to buy a costly license. It is portable, that means we can run Python on Windows, Mac, Linux and other platform as I discussed. Python supports the GUI programming, that means we can develop a GUI interface for our users, and it is having a large library. That is one of the very important feature of Python, that is the Python provides us with a large standard library and you can use them to implement a variety of functions. And multiple different frameworks are available in Python. We are having, they say, Web2Py, we are having NumPy, we are having Pyramid, we are having SciPy, we are having Django. So many different frameworks are available, and these frameworks are required to develop our softwares in multiple different applications for multiple different case studies. So that's why Python is so useful. And the common extension for Python file will be .py. So there is a common extension which we had in our notepad. We know that in our notepad we had that extension, that is a prog1.py. so it is a normal extension for a Python source file. We're having other extensions, that is pyc, that is the compiled bytecode. We're having pyd, that is a Windows DLL file. We're having pyo, that is a file created with optimizations. Pyw, there is a Python script for Windows. Pyz, there is a Python script archive. So now the last question I want to discuss, that why should we learn Python? Because using Python we can go for developing a website, develop a game, perform computer vision, do the machine learning, because in our machine learning we're having this Python and the R programming languages, and Python is one of the most popular language in our machine learning and artificial intelligence domain. Enable robotics, perform web scraping, we're having perform data analysis, automate a web browser, performing scripting, perform scientific computations, build the artificial intelligence oriented applications and so on. So that's why Python is becoming so useful, and we are having multiple different constructs in Python, like our list, we are having tuples, we are having dictionaries, we are having comments and document string, and we are having series, we are having the sets, we are having sequences and so on. So many things, and we will be covering all these different aspects of Python in our tutorial. So please go through all the videos in the sequence in which they are appearing in the tutorial, and this is our overview on Python. Thanks for watching this video. Python variables and constants. We shall start with our discussion with Python variables. We know that in any programming language we define some variables. So variables are nothing but some named memory locations. So how many memory locations will be defined under one variable? That will be decided by its data type, that is the size of the data type. So here we are having the Python variables. So in Python variable is a named location used to store data in the memory. Each variable must have a unique name called identifier. So depending upon the data type of the variable, the number of bytes going to be occupied, that will be decided, and the memory address of that memory block will be having a name which is accessible from the programming code. So that will make the programmers, it will make the programmers easier to write their codes. In Python, variables do not need declaration to reserve memory space. The variable declaration or the variable initialization happens automatically when we assign a value to a variable. So there is no need to define all the variables at the beginning of the code. Like in our C, C++, we always write all the variables and the respective data types at the beginning of our code, and then only we can use them in the respective successive codes. But that constraint is not there in Python. The variable declaration and the variable initialization can be done in the same statement. So here you see there is a count is equal to 100, say emp underscore name is equal to Robin, and say age1, age2, age3 is equal to 44, 37, 22. So in this way you see at this particular line the variable age1, age2, age3 they have got defined, the respective variables have got initialized, and here you see here we put the integer value, so the variable will have the respective data type integer in that case. So in this way we can have multiple variables can be initialized, can be declared in the same statement, and there is a syntax in which we are writing. So there is no need to put the semicolon at the end of the Python statement. So that's why no semicolon is there. So that's why there is a way to define and also to initialize variables. A constant is a type of variable whose value cannot be changed, and it is helpful to think of constants as containers that hold information which cannot be changed later on. So that's why the constant is nothing but a variable which will be holding a value, but the value cannot be changed later on. So naming conventions for variables and constants in Python, so that is the nomenclature should be purposeful. We all know that it is a good programmer's practice. The best practices of the developers and programmers is that the variable name, the function name, the class name should be purposeful. From the very variable name, I should get the idea what is the purpose of the variable and what kind of value it is supposed to hold. The use name, there is a camel case notation. What is the meaning of this camel case? Camel case means the first letter will be in the lowercase, but the next words, if there are multiple words in the variable name, they will be starting with the capital letters and the rest of the letters will be in the lowercase. So use capital letters to represent a constant. Symbols like your @ hash, exclamation, dollar, percentage, etc. should not be used. Don't start with the digit, that is very common. In the previous video also we have shown you that one variable is not a valid variable name, but variable 1 is a valid variable name. So constants are put into function modules and meant not to be changed here. As I discussed earlier, the constants cannot be changed later on. So constant and variable names should have the combination of letters in lowercase, that is small a to small z, or uppercase letters, that is the capital A to capital Z, or digits, that is 0 to 9, or an underscore. These are the valid characters in naming. So let us go for a further discussion with some demonstration for easier understanding. In this session, we are discussing and demonstrating how to define constants and variables. So constants in Python can be defined. It is our common practice to write all the constant name all in the capital letters. So pi is equal to 3.14, gravity is equal to 9.8. In this way, the constants can be defined in our Python. And now we are going to define that how the variables can be defined and how to declare variable, how to assign values on them. So a is equal to apple. So now a is a variable, as the apple is of the type text or string. So a will be of the type string here. So print a, so a will get printed. So now let me go for the execution. This line has got no print, so that's why the no outcome is there. So let me go for the print. If you go for this print pi, we are getting this one as 3.14. Now for this part, if I go for the execution, it will come like this. So a is equal to apple, so print a, so it is printing apple here. Changing the value of a variable, so that can be done using reassignment. So a is equal to aeroplane. So now if you type this one and then print a, it is printing the respective string. So next time I'm printing, I'm just assigning 100 to a. So now if we print a, then it is getting the value 100. So you can find that the same variable sometimes may be initialized with the string, sometimes with the integer, and that is allowed in Python because in case of Python is a dynamic type language. That means the variable's data type will be decided during the runtime. So during the runtime,
whatever the value the variable is containing, that will decide the data type of the variable. And in case of Python, there is no need to declare the variable separately at the beginning of the code. We can define variable as when we require to use them. And he can find that here this A is equal to aeroplane, so that means the A has got the data type string, and the next part of the code, the A will be treated as a string until and unless it is getting initialized with some other data type value. So here we have written A is equal to 100. So in the next part of the code, A will be treated as of the type integer until and unless A is getting initialized with some other type of values. Assigning multiple values to a variable. So B, C, D, all these three variables are getting assigned with this 1, 2.5 and hello respectively in a same single line. So this 1 will be assigned to B, 2.5 will be assigned to C, and hello will be assigned to D. So when you are printing B, C and D, we are getting the outcome as 1, 2.5 and hello. Next one is that assigning the same value to multiple variables using a same statement in the same line, So B is equal to C is equal to D is equal to 5. That means the 5 is getting assigned to B, C and D both at the same time in a single statement, single assignment statement. So 555 is going to get printed here. So in this example and demonstration, we have discussed that how to define constants and how to define variables and how to assign values on them. Thanks for watching this video.
Python class and objects. So Python is a object-oriented programming. So Python is an object-oriented programming. Object is simply a collection of data. There is a variables and the methods, there is a functions, and that act on those data. And class is nothing but a blueprint of alike objects. So an object is also called an instance of a class, and the process of creating this object is called the instantiation. Whenever one object will be defined, some memory spaces will be occupied to hold the object's attribute values and to hold the method codes. So that's why whenever instantiation is going to take place, some memory space will get allocated against the object. So let us go for one practical demonstration to show you that how this class and object concepts can be used in our Python coding.
In this example of class and objects, we are defining one class. The name of the class is myComplexNumber. And here we are defining one constructor. We know that constructor method will have the name as underscore underscore init underscore underscore in case of Python, irrespective of the name of the class. So it is having two input parameters. One is the real, another one is the image. And apart from this self is actually denoting the reference of the object. Also it is known as the these reference. So here we are defining, here we are initializing two instance variable. One is the real part, another one is the image part with this real and image here. And display complex will print the value of real part and image part accordingly. So this is our myComplexNumber. I'm executing this one. So my class has got defined. Now we are defining one object against the class myComplexNumber. So the name of the object is complex1. So is equal to myComplexNumber 40 and 50. So this 40 will be the real part and this 50 will be assigned to the image part here. So this particular class myComplexNumber is having two instance variable, that is a real part and image part. So now let us go for the printing. So complex1 dot display complex, so it will print the respective 40 and 50 as the image part, real part and image part respectively. So here is the outcome. So myComplexNumber constructor executing. So this particular statement, this particular string has got printed from this print function, and then we are having this initialization, and then we are having this display complex. So this particular line has got printed. We are defining another object under the class myComplexNumber, and here we are passing this 60 and 40 for real part and image part here. So we are also defining a new attribute, that is the name of the attribute is new attribute. So another instance variable we are going to define here, and also initializing with the value 80. So this new attribute will be defined and will be related only with this complex2 object. And then we are printing this complex2 real part, complex2 image part, and complex2 new attribute. So here is the outcome, here is the output we are obtaining. So myComplexNumber constructor executing when you are defining this new object, that is our complex2. And now we are going for this printing. There is a real part, image part, and new attribute. We can also call this method that is a complex to display complex. So now you can find that it is printing 60 plus 70j, and here we are printing all the three instance variables, that is the real part, image part, and new attribute. This complex one object which we defined earlier does not have this attribute new attribute, and so if I want to print this one as complex one dot new attribute, then obviously it will show one error message, that is my complex number object has no attribute new attribute. So that's why it is printing that one, because this new attribute we defined only with this complex 2 object. Now how to delete? So now you see, just we are printing this complex one again. So it is printing that this is a respective complex one. When you are printing this object, this outcome is coming. But when we were defined that real part, this real part, that instance variable, we can individually delete that one. So deleting object attributes. So that's why in that case I shall have to write del complex one, there is a object name dot real part. And if I want to delete the whole object, then also we can use this del and complex one. So now as it has got deleted, the real part has got deleted, the complex one object itself has got deleted. So if I want to print this complex one now, then it will tell me that name error is there and name complex one is not defined. So in this example, we have given you the idea that how to define one class, how to define its instance variable and the methods, and how to define the objects under that class and many other features. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing Python arrays implementation. Arrays are fundamental part of most programming languages, and it is the collection of elements of the same data type. As example, you can go for array of int, array of strings, and so on. So here we are having the methods which will be operated on these arrays, and here we are having the respective functions and descriptions. So append, to add element to the end of the list. Extend, to extend all elements of a list to another list. We are having this insert, to insert an element at the another index given. So remove, to remove an element from the list. So pop, to remove elements, return element at the given index. So that means in case of pop, to remove elements and return that element which has been removed from the given index. We are having clear, to remove all elements from the list. So the list will become empty, the array will become empty. Next one is the index, to return the index of the first matched element. So that is useful for the searching. We are having this count, to count the number of elements passed to an argument. So next one is our sort, to sort the elements in the ascending order by default. Next one is the reverse, to reverse order elements in a list. So the order of elements, whatever will be there initially, that will be reversed in after application of this reverse method. Next one is the copy, to return a copy of the elements in a list. So these are the different methods and the respective functions we have discussed. So I think it would be better if you go for a demonstration. There will be executing our Python codes to show you that how this array can be used in our Python programming. Arrays are fundamental part of most programming languages, and it is the collection of elements of a single data type. And as example, we can consider array of elements like string, array of integers, array of float, and so on. However, in Python there is no native array data structure, so you use Python list instead of an array. But if I want to create a real arrays in our Python, we need to use the NumPy's array. That is the data structure we are having in our NumPy module. So for mathematical problems, NumPy array will be more efficient. So unlike arrays, a single list can store elements of any data types and does everything an array does. So we can store an integer, a float, and a string instead of inside the same list. So it is more flexible to work with. So let us go for the descriptions and the detailing about this array handling. And at first we are going to discuss how to create one array in our Python. So here we have defined one array. So definition and declaring an array.
So these are the set of elements it is having, and print ARR. So it will produce the output like this one. So now if I want to access our array elements, we can use the index. The first element will have the index 0. So ARR 0 will print 10, ARR 1 will print 20 here. So ARR 2 will print 30 here. And here we are having this ARR minus 1. That means the last element will be printed. That is our 50. We are having this ARR minus 2. So that is minus 1. This is my minus 2. So 40 will get printed. So here we are using negative indexing. So now let us go for another array here. So here all these members, all these array elements are of the type string. So if we print these brands, we are getting the output like this one. So finding the length of the array, we are having the method that is the inbuilt method, that is our len here. So len brands. So it will print, it will return 5 here because we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So if you print a number of brands, we are getting here 5 as output. We can also add some element using the method append. So brands.append intel. So if you go on printing brands, I'm getting this intel as the last element which has got appended to the existing array, that is our brands. So now how to remove elements from an array. So to remove elements, we are having the method like remove, we are having the method like pop. So here we can find that we are having this colors, it is defined there. So let me print the colors here. So going for print colors. Okay. So now if I print these colors, this particular array, we are getting the outcome like this one. So that is the colors I have printed. So now if you go for this del color 4, if you go for this del color 4, then after removing this del color 4, if I print, then the outcome will be this one. So that is the color 4 means we are having this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So ELO will get deleted because here we have mentioned the index as 4. So now we are having this colors.remove blue. So here I'm just mentioning directly the respective data items. So here we are mentioning directly the data items. So that is our blue. So blue is the member of this particular array. So blue is going to get deleted. So you can find that the blue has got deleted here. So now we are having this colors pop 3. So now here we are mentioning the radically the index we are mentioning. So you can find here that is 0, 1, 2, 3. So orange will get deleted, and in this way I'm getting the reduced number of elements of this array getting printed using print colors. So in this way we can remove items from an array. So now we are going for this modifying elements of an array using indexing. So fruits, apple, banana, mango, grapes and orange, we are having this one. So fruits 1, so I'm just assigning pineapple to that. Now what is the outcome? So let me go for the print. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that at first this particular array has got printed. Now fruits 1 means 0, 1. So banana will be replaced by pineapple. So really it has got replaced. Now fruits -1 means the orange, the last one, will get replaced by this guava. So we are getting the updated content of this array fruits. So now we are going for the concatenation of two arrays using the plus operator. So concat is equal to 1, 2, 3 and then concat plus 4, 5, 6. So now we are going to print concat. So now let me go for the printing here also. So if I go on executing, we can find that at first we are having this 1, 2, 3 and then after concatenation I'm getting this 1, 2, 3. Why? Because I didn't assign this concat. I didn't assign this concatenated items into the array variable. So now let us write this one. So let me do some changes here. So now if I execute, I can find that. So now this concat has got updated by concat plus 4, 5, 6. So this plus is actually denoting the operator to do the concatenation between two arrays. So now when you are printing this concatenated array, we are getting this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So now we are going for the repeating elements in an array. So let us go for this repeat A and then repeat is equal to repeat star 5 and then print repeat. So now what is the outcome? We can go for this print. So just executing the same. So at first A is there and next time repeat is equal to repeat star 5. So this A has got repeated for 5 times. Okay. So now we are having this fruits. So we are having the set of elements are there. So if I go on executing this, so at first we are getting this fruits, this particular array has got printed. Now print fruits 1:4. Always remember the starting index will be inclusive and the ending index will be always exclusive. So that is the index number 0, index number 1 is this one. So 1, 2, 3. So I'm expecting banana, mango and grapes should get printed. Yes, they have got printed accordingly. Here the starting index is missing, so it will be considered as 0. So from apple, so 3 means it will proceed up to the index number 2 because 3 will be exclusive. So 0, 1, 2. So apple, banana and mango should get extracted and should get printed. Apple, banana, mango have got printed. So now it will start from this -4. It will start from this -4. So -1, -2, -3, and here we are having this -4, and the ending index has not been mentioned, so it will go printing up to the last element. So banana, mango, grapes and orange, they have got printed. So here we are having this -3 to -1. So -1, -2, -3. I'm getting here mango, and -1 will be always exclusive because it is the stop index. So that's why it will print up to -2. That is our grapes. So in this way we can have the slicing of an array. Okay, so now we are going for the next one. So here we are going to have our multi-dimensional array. So in case of multi-dimensional array, you can find that we are defining one array. So here the first element is another array that is consisting of 1 and 2. The second element is also another array consisting of 3 and 4 and so on. So if you go and print this multi-dimensional array, you are getting the outcome like this. But if you print this multi-dimensional 0, that means this 1, 2, this array will get printed accordingly. 3 means 0, 1, 2, 3. So the 7 and 8 will get printed. So multi-dimensional array 2, 1. So 2 and 1, they are enclosed within the square brackets individually. So 2 means 0, 1, 2. So 2 means this one, and 1 means 0, 1. So 6 will get printed. Similarly for 3, 0. So in case of 3 and 0, they are individually enclosed within the square brackets. So 0, 1, 2, 3, that means this particular element and its 0th one. So 7 will get printed here. So in this way, we have shown you that how to handle arrays in our Python programming with demonstration and example. Thanks for watching this video.
File methods in Python. So there are so many different methods are there, and depending upon the input argument variation, different methods or the same methods may have different implications. So here in this video, we shall be discussing different file methods in Python. So here we are having some list of methods. So let me discuss some of them at least. So this is the method name and there is the description. So close and open file, and it has no effect if the file is already closed. Detach, separate the underlying binary buffer from the text IO base and return it. Next one is a file no, return an integer number. There is a file descriptor of the file. So each and every file, when it will get opened, then it will be attached with some file descriptor number. So that number will be returned. So using this method file no, there is a file number. We are having this flush the write buffer of the file stream. So whatever characters are there in the buffer, write buffer, so they will be cleared. And next one is the is a tty. So it returns true if the file stream is interactive. So read at most n characters from the file, read till end of the file if it is a negative or none. We are having this readable, so returns true if the file stream can be read from. So that is a readable will be returning boolean. So either it will return true or false. So read line n is equal to -1. So read and return one line from the file and reads in at most n bytes if specified. So that is the n bytes are there and this -1 is there. So read and return one line from the file and read in at most n bytes, and if the n is specified in the parameter. We are having these read lines where n is equal to -1. So read and return a list of lines from the file and read in at most n bytes or characters if specified. Then we are having this seek offset from is equal to seek underscore set. So change the file position to offset bytes in reference to from, there is a start, current and end. So that is a file pointer will have some movement, will have some progress depending upon the parameters whatever we have passed. Next one is a seekable, returns true if the file stream supports random access. So if you can go for the random accessing of the file content, then it will return the output true. So it returns boolean. So next one is a tell, returns the current file location. So where is the respective file pointer location, to which location it is pointing to, the current location will be returned here. Truncate, size is equal to n1. So resize the file stream to size bytes, and if the size is not specified, resize to current location. We are having this writable, returns true if the file stream can be written to. So in this way you are having different functions are there, methods are there. You can easily pause the video and go through them, and obviously we shall write some codes on them. So here you see, in previously we had read lines. So here in that case we had n is equal to -1, but here you see n is equal to 0.1. So what are the respective changes? We are having almost the same methods, the same method lists are there, but the input parameters are getting differed. So what is the changes respectively that has been depicted in this method and the description column? Tell returns the current file location. So it is same because we are not passing any parameter to that. Truncate, size is equal to n1. So resize the file stream to size bytes. If the size is not specified, resize to the current location. So in this way, in this video, we have discussed different file methods available in Python. Thanks for watching this video. Here in this video, we are going to discuss Python keywords and identifiers. So at first we are starting with the Python keywords. So keywords are the reserved words in Python. Like any other programming languages, Python has got multiple different keywords. So during coding, keywords can't be used as the variable name and function name or any other identifier. That means keywords are reserved for the keyword purpose only. They cannot be used as a variable name or say identifier or say function name, module name and so on. So that's why these keywords are reserved for them. So they are used to define the syntax and the structure of the Python language. So in our Python tutorial, we will be using almost all keywords in different sections as when required. So keywords are the case sensitive in Python. So this is the list of different keywords available, and you can find that here we are having 33 keywords. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 columns are there, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows are there. So here we are having 33 keywords, and all these keywords will be discussed in the next videos as when required, because without them we cannot write our code. Let us discuss Python identifiers. So Python identifiers is nothing but the names given to the entities like your class, functions, variables, etc. So that's why they will be known as the identifiers, and they will be used to name a class, to name a variable, to name a function. In Python, it helps us in differentiating one entity from another entity. So that's why all the function names should be distinct, all the variable names should be distinct. So rules for writing identifiers. So identifiers can be a combination of letters in the lowercase or in the uppercase letters, that is capital A to capital Z, and digits ranging from 0 to 9, or an underscore like this one. So these are the valid characters in our identifiers. Names like the myClass1, var underscore 2 and display underscore 2 underscore screen. So these are all the valid examples of these identifiers. So an identifier cannot start with a digit. So one variable is not valid, it is invalid, but variable 1 can be treated as a valid identifier. Keywords cannot be used as identifiers. We cannot use special symbols like your exclamation, @ hash, dollar, percentage symbols, etc. in our identifier name. So these rules are mostly common in almost all programming languages, but in Python, these are the rules to be followed while defining identifiers. So let us go for some demonstration for the better understanding.
Python is having multiple different keywords. Here in this demonstration, we shall discuss some of them. The first keyword we are going to discuss, that is true and false. Remember, true is starting with the capital letter T, and rest of the letters will be in the lowercase, and in case of false also, the same uppercase and lowercase syntax will be maintained. So here we are having a 5 equal to 5 and 5 greater than 5. You can find that we're getting the outcome as true and false. So here the true and false are nothing but the keywords in Python. We're going to have the next one, that is our none. So none is equal to 0. Now let me go for the outcome. So it is producing the output is true, that is none is not 0, none is not equal to false, none is not like an empty list, and none is equal to none. It is returning me the true. Now what is the use of none actually? So let me go for this. Here we have defined one function. The name of the function is a void function. Because it is void, why? Because it does not return any value. So now if we the return, if we assign to x and if we then print x, then obviously we shall get the none as the outcome. You can find that we are getting none. But here if the function returns, then you can find that it is returning the value c. Value of c is equal to 3 here, and 3 is getting printed. But if we just make this line omitted, if we just omit this line, you are getting the outcome as none, because the function returns none. Next one is the and, or, and not. So true and true, true and true, outcome will be true and true, outcome will be true and false rather, outcome will be false. True or false, the outcome will be true, and not a false, the outcome will be true here. So in this way you can go for other combinations. So let me write some other combinations here. So let us suppose I'm going for true and true. I'm going for true false. So here we're having this true or true, and if you go for the true here, so now let me check what is the outcome we are going to get. So true and true is true, true or true is true, and not of true is false here. So that is another way to get the outcome, and here we discuss that is the and, or, and not keywords. Now we are going to have this as. So import math as my math. So here we are having this alias of this module math. So here the keyword as has been used, and in the rest of the code we'll be using my math, not the math here, because the math has got, this module has got renamed to my math in this application. So mymath.cos, mymath.py. In this way you can go for the output. Next one is the assert. After assert you usually write one boolean statement. So 5 greater than 5, it is producing assertion error. So that's why it is some assert error is taking place. But if I write 5 greater than 4, so after assert always we should write some expression which will return some boolean output, that is a true and false. So some condition has to be written after this assert, after assert. So now here you can find that no outcome is obtained because both the conditions are true here. Next we are going for the break. Next keyword is break. So in this break what is happening, you can find that for I in range 1, 11. So that means I will have the value ranging from 1 to 10, because this one, that is the lower limit, will be inclusive and the upper limit will be always exclusive. So that's why we are having this I which will be ranging from 1 to 10 actually if you use range 1, 11. So if I is equal to 5, then break, that means it will come out from the loop. That means it will terminate the loop and it will come out from the loop. So what will happen? So the outcome is print I. So I will be printed for 1, 2, 3 and 4. But here when the I is equal to 5, then break statement will be executed. So print I will remain unreachable, will remain unreached and unexecuted. So as a result of that, up to 1, 2, 3, 4 will get printed. So break will actually terminate the loop and it will come out from the loop here. Next we are going for the continue. In case of continue, you can find that for I in range 1, 8, that means I will be ranging from 1 to 7. So if I is equal to 5, so when the value of I will be 5, then continue, that means the next part will remain unexecuted, unreachable, and continue means it will continue with the loop with the next value of I. So what will happen? 1, 2, 3, 4 will get printed. For 5, the continue will take place, so the Control will be going back to the for statement again. So next time 6 and 7 will get printed, so 5 will be missing in the output. Next we are going for the class. So let us suppose here we are having one class, that is the example class. A class will be containing multiple variables and multiple member variables and member functions, also known as messages and methods respectively. Here we have defined two methods. There is a def function 1 parameters, we shall be passing parameters, and then print function 1, that is executing. Def function 2 parameters, so print function 2 is executing. So now we are creating one object under this class, that is an example. So here class is the keyword to define a class, and here the object has been defined under the class example class here. So ob1.function1 and ob2.function2 will be called here. So now if I go for the execution, I can find that function 1 executing, function 2 executing, they are getting printed. So in this way the class can be defined using the keyword class. In this way the class declaration will take place. Next one, you are having this def. So def will be used, def stands for define. So def will be used whenever we are going to define one user defined function. So def, then function name will be coming, then parameters, and then let us suppose we are having this pass. Pass is nothing but one placeholder. So if we execute pass, then actually no outcome will be obtained, no output will be obtained. Pass is actually required in those cases where we are supposed to enter or include some more codes to add some more functionality to the application. So that is the use of the pass actually. So def is a keyword with the help of which we are defining one function, and then you can call the function as well. So now you can see this particular function we are calling. So there is one argument it is requiring, there is a parameter. So now let me go for the parameters here. So I'm passing say 10 here. So there will be no error, but obviously there will be no outcome because pass does not produce any output here. Next we are going for the del. So this particular del, you see a is equal to 10, print a. So the value of a has got printed as 10. Del a, that means this a, this variable will get deleted from the computer's memory. So next time if I go for printing this a, then one error will be raised, and that error is known as name error, because the variable does not exist and is written as the message that name a is not defined here, because after deleting the variable a will be deallocated from the memory. So next time if you go for print a, it will tell you, it will raise the name error here. We're having this if, elif and else. Num is equal to 2. If num is equal to 1, then print 1. Elif, elif means actually else if, but here in case of Python we'll be writing it as elif, E-L-I-F. Always remember, after if and after elif we'll be writing one condition. This is the condition we are writing. After the condition there will be one colon. This colon will indicate that we are starting with a block under this true part of this if statement. So under this true part we have kept only one statement, that is a print 1. So it is having one indentation. Indentation means 4 blank spaces. You can find that we are having 4 blank spaces here. So that will indicate that this line is having the first statement with the indentation, and then we'll be writing this elif with the outer dent. With the outdent, you can find that the same indentation will be maintained for if and elif. They'll be starting from the same column, and num is equal to 2. It will check whether the value of num is equal to 2 or not. Then one colon. So whenever you give colon and press enter, automatically the cursor will be blinking with the new indent. So that is a print 2, and else we are having something else. So there is a if, elif and else block. Elif and else, they are optional. If is mandatory if we write any conditional block. So elif can occur for multiple number of times also. We can have multiple elif. So let me go for the execution. You can find that it is printing 2. If I make it 1, it is printing 1. If I make it 3, it is printing something else, because the num is equal to 1 is not getting true. Num is equal to 2 is not getting true. So it is coming to the else part. Now let us suppose I'm putting another check, that means another elif. So now in this way what will happen, it is printing 3, but if I make this one 4, then it will be going for the else part. So I think now you are getting this idea what is if, elif and else block. Next we are going for this try, raise, catch and finally. So these are the very important keywords. So under the try, we'll be writing so many statements. We can write a block where we are expecting some errors may be raised. So errors may be raised during the calculations or computations. Otherwise, we can also raise our error if I require to do so. Here one error we have raised, that is a zero division error. So after this, except this zero division error has been mentioned, so we are going to handle the erroneous condition here. So then there's a respective remedial body, and then finally is that very portion, that is a block under the finally will be executed even if the any error is occurring, or if there is no error, then also the finally block will get executed. So let me go for the execution. So division cannot be performed because here the raise zero division error has been raised here. So but you see the finally block is getting executed, execution successfully. So now if we make this one under comment, then we can find that the execution successfully, this particular statement is getting executed. That means the finally block will get the control always, irrespective of the fact whether any error has been raised or not. We'll be discussing all these aspects in our respective chapters for more detailing. Let us go for the for. So this for is a keyword. So for I in range 1, 10. So here this value of I will be ranging from 1 to 9. As I told you that the ending limits, the stop value will be exclusive. So here the value of I will be ranging from 1 to 9. As we didn't mention any step value, so by default the step value will be 1. So that's why this value of I will be increased by 1 by 1. So 1, 10, that means 1, 2, 3 up to the value of I will be ranging up to 9. So let me go for the print. You can find that in this way the for is getting executed. Using this for, we can go for the iterations and looping. Next we are going for this from and import, another two very important pair of keywords. So import math, that means we are importing one module. The name of the module is math, and from math we are importing this cause. So later we can use this cause as when required, but there in that case we need not to apply. So I'm just writing this one. Go for this print, go for cause, say I'm going for say 10 here. So if you go on printing, you can find that it is printing a value. So here I need not to write math.cause. I need not to write because we have written from math import cause here. So I can use this cause method according to the syntax as I have shown. Next we are having the next keyword, that is a global. So here we have defined one variable, that is a global var. There is a read one which will print the value of this global var. There is a write one. Here we are mentioning the global var as a variable with the keyword global. So now this global var is getting updated. Now using the write to, we can also changing this global var with 15. But here you can find that this global var, this particular statement is missing. So this now what will going to happen? So let me go for the execution. See, at first we have called this read1 function. So read1 will print the global var value, and that is 10. So 10 has got printed. Now it has called the write1 function. So write1 function will define this global var as a variable here within this write, and this global keyword is actually indicating that this global var is not a new variable, but the same variable which is there as a global variable. So we are doing the update onto that. So next one is the read1 function is getting executed. So when you are printing this global var, we are not getting this 10, but we are getting this updated value, that is 5 here. In case of now, we are calling this write to. In case of write to, you see the global var, that statement is missing. We are writing this global var 15. So what is happening? This global var might be having the same name as that of the global variable, but as we didn't write global var here, so that's why this global var is working as a local variable within the write to method. So now whatever the updates we are doing, that scope is confined within this write to method. So this global var, when it will get printed, I'm going to print the 5 again, not 15 here, because we are going for the read one at the last. So in this way you can see that in this code how the global keyword has been used. We're having this in. So in actually used for the membership. So here we have defined one list. The list will be enclosed within the square brackets in our Python. So 4 in A. So now it is checking whether 4 is a member of this list or not. So it is producing the output true. But if you write the same, say print, say 44 in A, then obviously it will produce outcome as false here. So that is our in, and also we can go for the not in. You can also go for the not in, you can find that. So 4 not in A is false and 44 not in A is true. Next one, you are going for this is. So print true is true. So is a keyword, so its outcome is true here. To define anonymous functions, that is user defined functions but no name, without any name, we're using the keyword lambda. Whenever we define user defined function with a name, we are using the keyword def. Def stands for define. But in case of anonymous function, anonymous method, the keyword will be lambda. So here you see lambda, so the function has got no name. It will take this x as input argument and it returns it to, it does the calculation, that is x star 2. So that is 2 times it will multiply this value of x, and that will be assigned to a. So for I in range 1, 6, so that means I will be ranging from 1 to 5, and it is printing I, AI, that means this I will be passed. That means at first the value of I will be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. And this I will be passed to this method, and it is returning the 2 into x. So 2 into I will be returned. So I'm going to get, instead of 1, I shall be getting 2. When the value of I will be 2, I shall be getting 4. When the value of I will be 5, I shall be getting 10 here. So I can also print the value of I for the better understanding. Next, we are going for the non-local. So this is the outer function. We are having this variable a is equal to 5. This is the inner function. Here we have defined this one as non-local a, and now we are just updating the value of a, and from the inner function we are printing the value of a. From the outer function, inner function has been defined, so now we can call the inner function, and then from the outer function scope we are printing the outer function a. So now we are calling this outer function using this statement. So we can find that inner function has got assigned 10 to a because a is non-local a. That means this a is non-local. That means the a is not local within this inner function. That means we are using this a, and whenever we are doing some update and whenever we are printing this one, I'm getting here 10, and from the outer function also, if you print this a, I shall be getting 10 back here. So here we are discussing the keyword that is a non-local. We're having the keyword that is a pass, which I've discussed already. So pass will have no outcome. You can see that I run that code, but no outcome has been obtained because pass is actually working as a placeholder. So in future, under this function, if I want to add more functionalities, if I want to add more codes and statements, in that case I can replace pass, because pass is nothing but one placeholder. Later for new code insertion, I can replace pass with the new set of codes. So that's why you see it is producing no outcome. So let me call the function also. So I'm passing this 10. You see it is producing no outcome here. Next, we're having this return. Return is another very important keyword. So a is equal to 10 within this function. The body is a is equal to 10 and return a. So now whenever we are calling this function, the function will return the value of a, that is 10, and we are printing that value here. So now let me go for the execution. I'm getting 10 here. So now we are having this while. So in the case of while, I is equal to 5, I greater than 0, print I, and I is equal to I minus 1. So I have written this one as I minus equal to 1. So value of I will go on printing, and this process will be continued when the value of I will be greater than 0. So if I execute my code, I'll be getting the output for I is equal to 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, the next keyword is with. So with open example.txt w as my file. So now what will happen? This example.txt will be opened in the write mode, and here we are using the keyword with, and to that particular file pointer, to this particular file reference, we are calling this write method, and this particular string will get printed onto the example.txt. So now if I go for execution, you can find that the example.txt. So let me go for the checking. Example.txt has been created, just a second's echo, and you can find that its body is having only one string, that is the hello world, which we printed here. So in this way, using this with keyword, we can open a file either in the read mode or in the write mode or in the append mode, and we are having a separate section where you have discussed that what are the different modes are possible and operations are possible on our data files. So this is the use of the with keyword. We're having the yield. That is another very important keyword in our generator. So def generator, we have defined one method. The name of the method is generator, and for I in range 6, that means here this value of I will be ranging from 0 to 5. 6 means the value will be ranging from 0 to 5, and here we are not returning anything. You see, in case of generator function, we don't have the return statement. We usually have the yield statement. Yield will go on accumulating all the calculated values. So what is the value here? I star I. I will be ranging from 0 to 5. So I'm going for the square of that I. So it will be having the value 0, 1, 4, 9, 16 and 5 squared, that is 25. So now yield will return one iterator. So now generator, the outcome will be obtained in G, and then for I in G, I shall go on printing the value of I, and the respective outcome will be obtained here. So instead of having the return, in case of generator functions, we'll be having the keyword yield, which will go on accumulating all the calculated values, and later from this iterator we can, using the for loop, we can pick up each and every element at a time in one loop, in one iteration, and go on doing the computations. But here we have just printed the value of I here. So in this particular example, we have discussed multiple different keywords. You can see there are so many different keywords we have defined. Other than these, other keywords are also available, but these are the most usable and frequently used keywords in our Python code, and on them we have written small example codes, and we have explained that one with the required outputs. Thanks for watching this video.
Python tuples. So under the chapter Python data types, we are going to define another new data type that is known as the Python tuples. So what is the Python tuples? In case of Python tuples, we are going to define one tuple where the tuple elements will be enclosed within first brackets, and tuple elements can be having the heterogeneous data types. So you might be asking me, what is the difference between tuple and a list? The list is mutable, but tuple elements are immutable. That means they cannot be updated. So there is a basic difference between a tuple and a list. The list will be enclosed within third brackets, that is the square brackets, and tuples will be enclosed within our first brackets. So let us go for what are the different differences and features of tuples we are going to discuss here. So in many aspects, a tuple is similar to a list, but the basic difference between the two is that we cannot change the elements of a tuple. That is, a tuple is immutable once it is assigned, whereas in a list the elements can be changed. That means list is mutable. Advantages of tuple over list. So following are the certain advantages of implementing a tuple over a list, and below list are the sum of the main advantages. So what are the advantages? Why should I learn tuple here? So we generally use tuple for heterogeneous different data types, and for list it is generally for the list will hold the homogeneous data. But obviously list can also hold the heterogeneous data type elements, but actually in general we use list to hold homogeneous data type data. So since tuples are immutable and iterating through a tuple is faster than with the list, so there is a slight performance boost. So as this tuple is immutable, so iterating through the tuple members will be little bit faster. So we are getting some boosting of the performances. So tuples that contain immutable elements can be used as a key for a dictionary. With list it is not possible, because we know that in case of dictionary the key values will be always unique in nature. So that's why, as in case of tuple, as it is immutable, as the data items cannot be changed, the members of the tuples cannot be changed, so that's why cannot be updated. So tuples that contain immutable elements can be used as a key for one dictionary. If you have data that does not change, implementing it as tuple will guarantee that it will remain as in the read-only mode. So there are different built-in functions with the help of which we can do some processing of the members of the tuples. So first one is the all, return true if all elements of the tuple are true. Any, return true if any one of the elements of the tuple is true. Enumerate, Return an enumerate object. It contains the index and the value of all the items of the tuple as pairs. Next one is the len. Return the length, that is the number of items in the tuple. Next one is the max. Return the largest item in the tuple. Next one is the min. From the function itself, we are getting the purpose. What is the purpose of that function? So return the smallest item in the tuple. Next one is the sorted. Takes elements in the tuple and returns a new sorted list. And next one is sum. Return the sum of all elements in the tuple. Next one is the tuple converts an iterable list. It might be the string, might be the set, might be the dictionary into a tuple. So here we are having the type conversions. So now let us go for one demonstration for the better understanding how we can use and define and operate with our tuple objects.
In Python programming, a tuple is very much similar to a list. The difference between the two is that we cannot change the elements of a tuple once it is assigned, whereas in a list the elements can be changed. That means list is mutable and tuple is immutable. And another difference here is that in case of list we shall enclose our elements using third brackets opening and closing, but in case of tuple we'll be enclosing them using the first bracket opening and the first bracket closing. So that is another difference we are observing here. So now let us discuss what are the advantages of tuple over list. Since tuples are quite similar to list, so both of them can be used in similar situations as well. And however, there are certain advantages of implementing a tuple over a list. So we can consider the first advantage as that we can generally use tuple for heterogeneous different data types and list for homogeneous, that is of the similar data types. But in the previous video also we have shown you that list can take multiple different data type data, but it is of a common practice that wherever we'll be using variables of the different data types to be put in one structure, then in that case we will be using the tuple, but in case of list we'll be going for the homogeneous data types. Since tuples are immutable, so iterating through the tuple will be faster to some extent compared to that of the list. So here we are getting some slight performance boosting. So tuples can contain immutable items, elements, and can be used as a key for a dictionary. So as the tuple elements are immutable, so it can contain the dictionary keys, and which is not possible in case of list as it is mutable. And if we have our data which we do not want to change anymore, so we should implement it using tuple, because in the tuple we'll be keeping our data in a write protected format. So here we are having one tuple we have created, and that is the empty tuple. So tuple 1, so it is empty tuple. If we print, we are getting the output like this. So now we are having this tuple we got initialized with this tuple 2 with some integer data will be there, elements will be there in the tuple, so it has got printed like this. Here we are having the heterogeneous one, that is that it may be the employee ID, it may be the respective employee name, this is the employee's salary, and the department in which he or she is working. So that is the department is there. So in this case, if we print the tuple 3, we are getting the outcome like this. Now creation of nested tuples. Now we'll be going for the creation of nested tuples. So you can find that this is a string, but this is a list, and this is another tuple here. So one list has become the element of the tuple, and another tuple may be the element of another tuple. So print tuple 4, if you go on printing, we're getting the output like this. So we know that lists will be enclosed within square brackets and tuples will be enclosed within first brackets. So that's why it is a tuple and it is a list. So tuple can be created without any parenthesis. So now you can write this one, you can find that the tuples we are going to create here, we haven't enclosed them within the first brackets, but the tuple has got created and it has got printed. Tuple unpacking is also possible. You know that in case of tuple 5 we are having 1, 2, 3, 4 such data items. So now we are going to assign them to employee ID, employee name, employee salary, and employee department. So we can go on printing them. I'm getting this employee ID, employee name, employee salary, and also the employee department. So the type of this tuple 5 will be the class tuple. So in this way we can have our list or a tuple as the members of another tuple. Now we are going to access our tuple elements. So how to do that one? You see here we are defining one tuple with this welcome characters, and then print tuple 1, we're getting this outcome like this. So now tuple 1 so this is my index value. So you know that index will be starting from 0. So index 1 is this one, so it is having the value e. So if I print that one, I'm getting e here. Similarly for here for tuple 1 3, so 0 1 2 3, so c will get printed, and here we are printing this 5, so 0 1 2 3 4 5, so m has got printed here. So now in the next case we are having this nest tuple 2, we're having this point, and there is one list and another tuple is there. So if you go on printing this nest tuple 2, we're getting it printed. Now from the 0th element you are picking up the third character. So from the 0th element means the 0th index means this one, and from the third character means we're having this one p at 0th place. So this index is 1, this index is 2, this index is 3, so n will be printed, and n has got printed accordingly. And for the next tuple 2 1 2, so that means we are considering this item number 1, index number 1 is there, and then 2 means this particular one is at index 0, this 2 3 is at index 1, and 4 is at index 2 here. So that's why 4 has got printed here. So 4 has got printed. Next one is our tuple 2 2 2. So that means we are considering the second element and the second data. So what is the value here? So value is 9 here. So here the value is 9. So I'm getting here 9. So in this way you can access elements from a tuple here. So let us go for the next example. Now slicing tuple contents. So at first we have defined one tuple which is containing all the characters of the string welcome. So here we are going for the slicing. So index number 1 2 3. So 1 colon 3 means 1 2 3, but 3 will be always exclusive. The terminating index, that is up to which the index we are mentioning, that is a stopping index, will be always exclusive. So here you can pick up the characters from the index 1 and 2. So index 1 is e and index 2 is l. So accordingly the values will be picked up. So here you see we haven't mentioned the starting index, but the ending index will be -3. So this is my -1, -2, -3. So this is my -3. So what will happen? So always remember the ending index, terminating index is always exclusive. So it will print all the members from index number 0 to up to c here. So that's why we are having this one as WELC. So they have got printed. Now from starting from the index number 3, I haven't mentioned any terminating index here. So index number 3 means 0 1 2 3. So from here it will print up to the last element. So that's why the outcome has come like this. Here you see where we haven't mentioned any kind of starting and stopping index values. So that's why the full tuple will get printed here. So that is our tuple 1. So print tuple 1 1 colon 3 will produce the output like this. Then colon -3 will produce output this one, because we are not mentioning the starting index. So it will start from the very start, and then it will proceed up to -4. So this is my -1, -2, -3, and up to -4. This WELC will get printed, and it has got printed. Similarly, I have explained the other cases. Now we are going for this tuple elements which are immutable. So as a result of that, after creating this particular tuple, so if you print the tuple, it will produce output like this. But if you go on updating its content, so it will produce a one error message. You can find that there is a type error. So tuple object does not support item assignment. So that's why it is producing one error, and the name of the error is type error here. Okay. So now tuple can be reassigned, but you can assign a new tuple to this same tuple 1 variable. So you are having this print tuple 1. So this tuple 1 object has got initialized with the new tuple. So that is not causing any problem, but item update is not there, is not allowed, because it is our immutable. So that's why if you go on printing now, you see the new tuple has got assigned to the tuple 1 object. Next one is the concatenation of the tuples. So here you see we are printing this tuple 2 and tuple 3. So now we are going for this concatenation using plus. So you see tuple 1 content and then tuple 2 content, they have got concatenated in the same tuple. So now here you see we are having this particular tuple, and this tuple will I'm just multiplying it by 4. That means 4 times this again will be there, this particular string again will be there, and that will produce one tuple. So there is a syntax of writing. Deletion operation on a tuple. So here we are having one tuple here. So if you go for delete tuple 2, then obviously it will produce some error operation. Why? Because you know that the tuple is immutable. So now what will happen if I uncheck this one, if I go on uncheck, so the error will be obtained is type error, and that is tuple object does not support item deletion. So that is the message is getting printed. So that's why I'm putting this one under comment here. So but we can delete the entire tuple. So del tuple 4, so that full or whole tuple 4 will get eliminated, will get deleted. So in that case, if you print this tuple 4, it will print the name error, and name tuple 4 is not defined is the message. So now we are having some tuple methods. We are having some tuple methods. So tuple 5, we are having this respective all the characters of welcome, and tuple 5.count e. So it will count that how many times this e is occurring here. So I'm getting this one as 2 because e has occurred 2 times in this tuple. So in the tuple members. So now it is going for the index C. So it will find out the occurrence, the index of the C character. So this particular C string rather. So that's why we are getting this 3 here, because it is index 0, index 1, index 2 and index 3. So now let me check if I have this C for another place. If you have this C for another place, then what will happen? If I go on executing, I'm getting 3 back again, because it will just check the first occurrence of this string C in this particular tuple here. So tuple operations. So here we are having this tuple 6. You can find it. So tuple 6 is there. So now we can go for the print once. So this is the tuple 6. C in tuple 6. C is there. So that's why it is giving me the outcome true. C not in tuple 6, outcome will be false. A in tuple 6, there is no A is here, so it will return false. A not in tuple 6, it will return true here. So it is checking the set membership. Next one is the iteration through tuple elements. So here we have defined one tuple, here we have defined one tuple, and if you go on using this for loop, that is for letters in tuple 6, we are printing these letters. We are getting that for each and every iteration, we are just picking up one element from this tuple members, and it has got assigned to this letters, and letters is getting printed. So now built-in functions with the tuples. So we have defined one tuple, the tuple has got printed, max of the tuple 7, so maximum element from this tuple, so 77 has got printed, minimum of tuple 7. So here we will be having the value 11, then shorted tuple 7, so they will be remaining in the shorted form. The return one is in the term of list. You can find that they are enclosed within square brackets, and len of tuple 7 will give me the count of the elements in the tuple variable. So in this way we have discussed that what are the different operations, what are the different functions are there, inbuilt functions are there, with the help of which we can operate on a tuple, and also the difference between the list and the tuple we have discussed in this session. Thanks for watching this video.
Python sets. So that is another data type available in Python. In Python, a set is an unordered collection of unique items. No duplicate elements are allowed in set and must be immutable. That means which cannot be changed. So however, the set itself is mutable. We can add or remove items from it. So now we have defined what is a set, and in Python we usually enclose a set within curly braces, and set members must be unordered, and there will be each and every data item will be unique in values. So sets can be used to perform the mathematical set operations like your union, intersection, symmetric difference, and so on. So here we are discussing what is the set union. So let us suppose A is a set, B is a set, and if you do the set union, that is A union B, so these are the elements we are selecting. That means we are selecting all the elements either belonging to A or B or both. We are going for the set intersection. So if you take the intersection between the set A and B, then all those elements will be belonging which are common between A and B sets. Here U is actually standing for the universal set. Next one is the set operations continued, that is the set difference. If you do A minus B, then you are remaining with those elements which will be in A, not in B. But if you do the set symmetric difference, in that case, if you go for A set symmetric difference B, then those elements will be selected which will be either in A or in B, not in common. So here we are having the Python set methods. So which will add an element to a set. Clear, remove all elements from a set. Copy, returns a shallow copy of a set. Next one is the difference, return the difference of two or more sets as a new set. We are going for the difference update, discard, remove an element from the set if it is a member. Do nothing if the element is not belonging to the set, not the member of the set. Intersection update is disjoint, return true if two sets have a null intersection. Is subset, return true if another set contains this particular set. We are having this is superset, we are having this pop, that is the pop method, that is the remove and return an arbitrary set element, raise key error if the set is empty. So in this way you see all the methods we have discussed with the respective short discussions. Okay, next one is the all, return true if all elements of the set are true. So these are the list of methods which are Python built-in functions which are applicable with set also. So any, return true if any element of the set is true. Enumerate, return an enumerate object, it contains the index and the value of all the items of the set as a pair. So index, that is a position number, and the value, so that will form a pair and that will be printed, that will be the output here. So now we are going for this len, that is a return the length, that is the number of elements in the set. So these are the other methods are there. These are the Python built-in functions which can be applied on the set data type. So I think for the better clarity, let us go for one practical demonstration to show you that how these methods can be applied on a set. And before that, obviously we should show you that what is the set, how to define it, and what are the different basic operations which you can carry out on a set. So here is the demonstration for you.
A set is an unordered collection of items. That means within the items, within the members of the set, there is no ordering. The elements, the items can be in any order. And every element must be unique. No duplicate elements will be allowed in a set, and must be immutable. That means those elements cannot be updated, cannot be changed. However, the set itself is mutable. That means we can add or remove items from a set. Sets can be used to perform the mathematical set operations like our union, intersection, symmetric difference, etc. So let us discuss how to create one set. Here we have defined one set of integers. In case of set, the elements will be separated by commas and the whole set will be enclosed within curly braces. So if I print it, you can find that the set has been formed. A set may have different type of data. That means elements will be from mixed data types. So here we are having this 101 of the type of integer, Ognivo is of the type of string, and here we are having one tuple. The tuple can be also a set element. So you can find that the respective my set2 has got printed. If we, while defining one set, if I put some duplicate values, then those duplicate values will be eliminated. Only the unique values will be there in the set ultimately. Now in this case, a set cannot have mutable items. Here you can find that we are defining one set where list is as one of the elements, but list is containing mutable items, so this particular set cannot be formed. So if I go on printing, if we try to define one set here, then type error is coming and unhashable type list is the respective error message. So you can find that creation of a set from the list as one of the elements is not possible. So we can make a set but we can make a set from a list using the method set. So here we are having one list, we are doing one method set here, and then we are going to get one set accordingly. And now if I want to make one list from a set, so set will be enclosed within the curly braces, and here we are using the method list, and then we can get a list from this set here. So you can find that we have got one list here, and here you can find the type of the my list one. So here the class type is list here. Next, we're going for operations on a set. So on a set we can perform multiple different operations. So let me go one by one. So at first we are defining this particular set here, having the value 11, 33, 44, 66 and 55. You can see this set of values are there, might be in the different order. So now the set members cannot be accessed using index. So 0 is the index. So if I want to access the my set 1 0, if I want to access this one, error will be coming, and the type of the name of the error is type error, and set object does not support indexing is the error message. So that means I cannot do this one. That means indexing is not allowed, not getting supported on a set. Okay, now next one is that, so if we go for adding one single item, so we can use the method add. So in that case 77 will be added as one of the elements. But if I want to add multiple items, then you can go for the method update, and here the multiple items are to be enclosed within square brackets. That means it is a list. So list of items can be passed as input argument to the method, that is our update. In that case you can find that 88, 99 and 22, these three values have got added to the set. Now you see we can go for the update. In that case of update, we can add a list, we can add a set. So here you see 103, 104, 105, they are nothing but a set, and 100 and 102, they are nothing but a list. So looking at the brackets enclosed, we can easily find, and then you can find that this particular my set 1 is having those values included and added. Now we are going for the remove and discard. So you can find that in case of remove and discard, so initialize my set. So at first my set 1 has got this set of values, and we have printed that one. Now we are going for the discard 4. That means discard an element which is not present, but you can find that no error is coming, no error message is coming, because the discard will handle that error near situation. So my set 1, if I go for my set 1 printing, then I'm getting the same set of items. But if you use the, instead of using the method discard, if you use the method remove, and if you pass an element which is not there in the set, you will be getting one error. So I'm just going to show you that one. So this error is known as the name error. So that is the name my set is not defined here. So let me go for this my set 1, I think. Okay, so now if I go for this, I can find this one, that is a key error. So that means 6 is not present in the respective set, because you can find that 6 is not all present there, but 66 is present. So 66 can be deleted, can be removed. So in case of so one very big difference between this discard and this remove is that in case of discard, if the element whatever we are passing as input argument is not present, it is not producing any error. But in case of remove, it is producing an error, and the name of the error is key error. Now if you go for the discard 44, if I want to print this my set 1, in that case I can find that this 44 has been deleted. If you go for this remove 55, and 55 is existing, the respective 55 will get deleted from the set. So now here we are going for the method, that is the pop, and here we are having one set defined, and now we are going for this my set 1.pop method, and then you can find that 33 has been popped out, has been deleted. If you go for another time pop method, the 66 has been deleted. Here these particular values can be selected randomly. So clear my set, in that case the set will be existing, my set 1 will be existing, but all its elements will get cleared. So whenever I'm going to print my set 1 after issuing this clear method, we can find that the set is existing but no elements are there. Let us go for different set operations. So at first we are going for this union. So we are having my set 1, we are having my set 2, we have printed those two sets. Now this union can be done using either using the operator filter or using this method dot union. So my set 1 dot union my set 2. So I have shown that in whatever the way in which we are doing the union, ultimately we are landing to the same result. That means union is taking place. In case of union, the duplicate values will be occurring once. So 4 and 5, they are the duplicate values between these two sets, my set 1 and my set 2. But they will be occurring once because set will always a collection of unordered distinct elements. So they will be occurring once ultimately in the union after union. We're having this intersection. Next one is about intersection. You can find that my set 1 and my set 2, we are having the set of values there. And if you go for the intersection, then we are landing with this 4 and 5 only. Intersection can be done using the operator ampersand or using my set 1 dot intersection my set 2. Next one, we are going for the set difference. So in case of set difference, you can use the operator that is a minus, or you can use the method that is intersection. So you can see that only the common elements will be coming out from the intersection. So this is another very important operations on set. So we are finding that 4 and 5 are the common elements in between the set my set 1 and my set 2. So they are coming out. We are going for the set difference. So here we are having this this my set 1 and my set 2. So the respective values are there. So now when we are going for this set difference, then my set 1 minus my set 2, you will be landing with this 1 0 1 2 3 4 and 5 will be discarded because 4 and 5 they are the common in my set 1 and my set 2. But if you go for my set 2 minus my set 1, you'll be getting this one, that is the 8 9 6 7, and 4 and 5 will not be there. And next we can do the same either using operator minus or using the method difference. So you'll be getting the results accordingly. Now we are going for the symmetric difference. In case of symmetric difference, the common element, in case of symmetric difference, the common elements will not be coming. So now we can, for the symmetric difference, we will be going for this upper caret. So this is the symbol upper caret. So also known as hat. So either you can go for this operator upper caret or symmetric underscore difference. So that is another method name. So here you can see that all the elements are there, but only the common elements which are common, that is the 4 and 5 between my set 1 and my set 2, they are not coming after doing the symmetric difference between my set 1 and my set 2. Now we are going for this membership check. So now here we are having one set is defined, that is the my set 1. 2 in my set 1, that is quite obvious, true, because 2 is one of the elements, one of the members of this my set 1. So outcome is true here. So 6 in my set 1, 6 is not there, outcome is false. 2 not in my set 1, so that is producing the outcome false because 2 is there. And 6 not in my set 1, its outcome is true here. Now we are going for this iterating through a set. So for letter in set welcome, print letter. So in this way you can find that for each and every iteration we are picking up one of the characters from the string welcome, and that is getting printed. Now we are having some inbuilt functions with the set. So they are nothing but len, max, min, shorted. So length will denote the number of elements. We can have 6 elements in my set 1. So length is printing, len is printing 6 here. Max is printing the maximum element. Here it is 5. Min is printing the minimum element of the set members. It is printing 0. And the shorted my set 1 will print the set in the shorted form. And outcome is of the type of list. We're having this frozen set. So Python frozen set. Frozen set is a new class that has the characteristic of a set, but its elements cannot be changed once assigned. So while tuples are immutable lists and frozen sets are immutable sets here. So we cannot do any kind of update and change on this frozen set. So we know that tuples are the immutable lists and frozen sets are immutable sets here. So here we have defined two frozen sets, that is a my set 1 and my set 2. We have defined them, and then we are going to print them. So the values have got printed. You can find that when I'm printing this my set 1, it is getting printed as frozen set. And here we are having the first brackets, then within that we are having this curly braces, that is a set is there. And then we're going for this difference. So dot difference, my set 1 dot difference my set 2. We can get this 1 and 2 because 1 and 2 will be the elements which will be which will be there as the outcome. 3 and 4 will be deleted because 3 and 4 are the common elements between this my set 1 and my set 2. We can go for the union. We're getting this outcome like this. We're going for the intersection. Only the common elements are coming out, so 3 and 4. We can go for the symmetric difference. Only 3 and 4 will get discarded and rest elements will be there in the frozen set. But if I want to do some addition, if I do addition of a new element, so in that case, in case of frozen set, it will produce error, and this error is known as the attribute error. Frozen set object has no attribute add. So that's why this is the respective error we are facing, because a frozen set is nothing but a mutable version of a set here. So in this our discussion, we have gone through different operations on sets. We have shown what are the different inbuilt functions, how to define a set, what can be done, what cannot be done, and we have discussed everything with some examples here. Thanks for watching this video.
Python different modules. So let us discuss on it. A Python module is simply a Python source file which can expose classes, functions, and global variables. And when imported from another Python source file, the file name is treated as a namespace. So a Python package is simply a directory of Python modules. So many modules are defined, so many libraries are defined in Python. So that's why this Python is so powerful. That means they are nothing but, these modules are nothing but pre-written Python source codes. We can import them in our current module as when required to use those functions, classes as when required, so that we need not to rewrite the code once again. So this module importing is actually enhancing the property known as reusability of the programming code. As example, we can go for say import numpy. Also we can use some alias, that is import numpy as np. So next time whenever we are supposed to access any component from this numpy, so you can go for this numpy dot, or you can go for this np dot. In this way we can also access it. So let us go for one practical demonstration for the easier understanding of this, what is that, how to import the different modules in our Python coding.
We can import our module according to our requirement, and also at the same time we can rename it. That means we can create the alias of the imported module. So here import math module as m. So next time if I want to use this math name as a module name, here instead of that we'll be using m dot. So print the value of pi is m dot pi. Because we have done the renaming of it, we have done the alias of this math as m. So m dot pi will print the respective pi value. Now use of from math import pi. So that is another way to import this pi here. So from math import pi. So in this case there is no need to write math.py. Here you can use directly this pi here in our respective print statement. So if I execute the code, we are getting the output like this one. Next one is import all names from the standard module math. In that case we can go for from math import star. So all the names from the standard module math will get imported, and later you can use this pi for the printing, that is the value of pi is pi here. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have shown you that how to import modules and how to use from and how to use this renaming operation while importing our modules. Thanks for watching this video.
Python directory and file management. Is there a large number of files to handle in your Python program? We can arrange our code within different directories to make things more manageable and reachable. A directory or folder is a collection of or set of files and subdirectories. So we know that whenever we are having multiple files to handle in some Python applications, we can divide those files into multiple directories according to the file size or the purpose of the file. And we know that a directory is nothing but one file system which can hold other files or subdirectories. Python has the OS module which provides us with many useful methods to work with the directories. and the files as well. So there is one module called OS. So we are supposed to write here import OS at the beginning of the code, and then we can go for OS dot different methods defined in the respective module. So directory management in Python means creating a directory, renaming it, listing all the directories and working with them. So creating a directory, listing a directory, maybe reviewing a directory, renaming a directory can be done using this directory management library functions. So let us go for one demonstration for the easy understanding to show you that how this file and directory management can be done in our Python applications.
To do some operations on the file and directories, we're importing the module that is OS. So we have written import OS. At first, the method we are going to execute is get cwd. That is a current working directory. So it returns the present working directory in which we are now existing. And then we print OS get current working directory in the byte. That means returns the present working directory as a byte object. So let us go for the execution. You can see that. So at first it is telling that we are existing in this particular current directory. So we are in this particular current directory, that is c:users or nub. And now if I want to execute this method, that is a get cwdb, then it is showing me that it is the current working directory, and it will be returned as a byte object. So now let us go for one change directory here. So here you see we are actually in this particular current directory, that is user or nub. Now from this we are trying to go to the directory that is a file test. So our path will be something like this. So now let us go for the execution here. So c:users or nub file test. So that is our change directory. The method is chdir, which will be used to change the current directory, and we are going to go into this file test folder. So now if I go for this, and then we are going for this list directory, that means all files and subdirectories inside a directory can be known using the list.dir method. So we are executing this. So you see we are getting this list of files. So 3 files on pandas and 1 test.txt. So let us check. Yes, we are having 3 files on pandas and then 1 test.txt. So to get this list, we are using this method, that is the list.dir. Okay, so we have gone for this particular folder. We are now in this particular folder. So now if I print this one, it will print that in which folder we are actually belonging at this moment. So if I execute, we can find that we are in this particular folder right at this moment. Okay, now we shall make a new directory, that is a test. So the method is mkdir, that is make directory, used to make a new directory under the present directory. So the test will be created. So you see there is no existence of any test folder here. So let us go for execution of the same. So we are supposed to get one test folder, and the folder is empty, but the folder has got created. Next we are going for use to rename a directory. So now we are going to use the method, that is a rename, which will rename this test folder to this new one. There is another folder name we are going to give. So now let us go for the execution, and you can find that the test folder has got renamed to the new one here, and the folder is empty. Okay, now removing a file and a directory. So how to remove a file and how to remove one directory. So here we are removing test.txt and new one folder. So the respective methods are remove. Remove will be used to remove one file, and rmdir method will be used to remove our directory here. So let us go for the execution of the same. So we have executed this one. So test.txt and new one, you can find that they are not existing at this moment because we have executed these 2 codes. So now again we are going to change to our directory. There is a parent one. We went to under this particular file test. Now when you are coming out, so again we are using the method, that is a chdir. So again we shall come back to my c:users or no folder. So in this particular demonstration we have shown you that how to operate with the file, how to delete it, and how to rename one folder, how to create one folder, and so on, and how to see that in which current working directory you are belonging, and other different issues in the proper demonstration. And you see right at this moment we're not having any folder here, not the test.txt, so they have got removed and they have got deleted. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python dictionary. So what is a Python dictionary and how to define that one? What are the different methods we can apply on this Python dictionary? We'll be discussing that one into details. In Python, dictionary is an unordered collection of items, while other compound data types have only value as an element. A dictionary has a key value pair. So that is a very important one. So we had a discussion on list, we had a discussion on tuple, we had a discussion on set. There you saw that we are having multiple different elements are there. They may be or may not be of the same or different data types. But here we are finding this dictionary is quite different from those data types, because here in case of dictionary we are having the key value pair. Dictionaries are optimized to retrieve values when the key is known. So if you know the key, if we pass the key as argument, we can retrieve the respective value against the key which has been stored, pre-stored onto the dictionary object. So here we have considered one, there is a myDict1. So there is a variable which is containing 1:read. So what is 1? That is a key. What is a value? That is a read. Is read is a string? Yes. So it should be enclosed within single quotes. And here this key value pair must be separated by this colon. Then comma. So we are having the second member, we are having the third member, and so on. And each and every member is nothing but key value pair. So we are having this myDict2. So here we are having this name, Tridip. So there is a one member here. So comma age colon 35, address colon Kolkata. In this way the things have got represented. So here we are having the different methods which you can carry out on a dictionary. So the first one is a clear. Remove all items from the dictionary. Copy, return a shallow copy of the dictionary. Then form keys. So sequence, within third bracket we are putting this comma v. So return a new dictionary with keys from the sequence and the value equal to v, default to none here. So in this way you are also having the get key. Within the third bracket we are having d here. So return the value of key. If the key does not exist, exit, then return d, and defaults is to none. So in this way we are getting this one. So just consider this one as exist. So now this is my items. So return a new view of the dictionary's items, that is the key and value. So these are the different methods are there, and the respective descriptions we have given. You can go through them, because actually we are having a plan to show you all these methods which are very much useful in our Python programming in a live demonstration there. So let us go for the demonstration for the better understanding that how these methods can be used on our dictionary objects and what are the results we are getting. So here is the demonstration for you.
Python dictionary is an unordered collection of items, and while other compound data types have only the value as an element, but in case of dictionary we'll be having our key value pair. And dictionaries are optimized to retrieve values when the key is known to us. So let us go for one creation of a dictionary here. So new dict is equal to 1:hello. So here 1 is the key and hello is the value, and you see colon is the respective separator between the key and value. So this key and value pairs will be separated by this comma, and the whole thing must be enclosed within curly braces as if it is a set. In case of set also we had all the set elements are to be enclosed within curly braces, but here in case of set we only have the elements there, members there, but here in the case of dictionary we'll be having our key value pair. So print new dict. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that we're just printing this particular dictionary, and then print new dict. So this outcome has come. Print new dict 1. So we are given 1 means the key value. So here we are having this key. So the respective value will be hello. So hello has got printed. If you go for this get, and if you give 2, then 2 is the key here, and the value will be high. So high has got printed. So now you might be asking me, what is the difference between this new dict 1 and new dict get 2? Here the difference is that if you give some illegal or say non-existent key here. So 10 is not there present. So if I go on execution, then I can find that key error is coming. So here, if the key, the value, whatever we are giving here, the respective key is not existent here, we are getting one error, that is a key error. So key error 10. So that is the issue. But in this case, if I put one invalid key here, so here you can find that it is returning none. It is returning none. So that is the basic difference between these two respective statements. That is print newDict1 and print newDict.get. So if we give both the cases the valid key, in that case I'm getting this hello and hi as I explained. Updating value. So for the newDict1, I'm putting hey here. So now you see, for this one, for this against this key, the value has got updated from hello to hey. So now we are having this adding values. So that is a newDict4 is equal to namaste. Now here you can find that here this 4 is not existing here. So a new respective key value pair will be inserted in this dictionary. Now creating a new dictionary. So let me go for the execution. So print squares, the respective values are getting printed. So now remove a particular item. So we are going for squares.pop4. So as the key is given directly 4, so that means 4:16, this particular this key value pair will be deleted, and that's why it is returning the value at first, so 16, and you can find that 4:16, that key value pair is missing now. Remove an arbitrary item, you can go for this pop item. So in this case of pop item, one arbitrary item will be deleted. So here you can find that 5,25, it has got deleted, so the respective key value pair is now not existing. Delete a particular item, you can go for this del and then squares 1. So this particular key value pair will be deleted. So we are remaining with this 2:4 and 3:9 here. Here we have defined one new dictionary. There is a squares, so squares have got printed. Now we are going for this squares.clear. So it removes all the key value pairs. So remove all the items, and now if we print the square, it is printing the empty dictionary. So delete the dictionary itself. In that case, we will be going for del squares. But after that, if I want to print squares, as the squares have got deleted, so it will produce one error, that is the name error. So there is a name error. So name squares is not defined because we have used this del here. So the full declaration of the dictionary itself will get deleted. Next one, creating a new dictionary using comprehension. So we can find that x in range 6, that means x will be ranging from 0 to 5 because 6 will be exclusive. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 6 values for x. So we are creating a dictionary that is x colon, x will be the key and the value will be x star x. So now in this case, if I print the squares, I'm getting this 0, 0 square, and then 1, 1 square, and then 2 is the key and the value will be 2 square, 3 is the key, the value will be 3 square, in this way up to 5:25. So we are getting this. So dictionary membership test. So how to do the membership test here? So here in this case, we discuss only the dictionary using comprehension. Now it is here we'll be going for the testing of the membership. So one dictionary has got defined. So name of the dictionary is squares. So now 1 in squares. So 1, this key is present. So 1 in squares will be giving us true because we are testing the membership of this one as a key in this dictionary. 2 not in square. You see the 2 is not there. So 2 not in square will produce the outcome true here. But print 49 in square. So 49 as a key is not present here. So that's why it is returning the value. It is returning the Boolean value, that is a false. So here whatever we are passing, whatever we are mentioning value here, they are the key. They are the key. We are not considering this 49 which is present as a value. As a key, 49 is absent. So print 49 in squares, it is returning the value false. Now we are going for this iterating through a dictionary. So squares 1:1, 3:9, 5:25, we have defined this one. So for I in squares, so print squares I. So you can go for the execution, you can find that we are printing this 1, 9, 25, 49. So they are all the values. So here this I has been treated as a key. So respective value has been popped out, and that has been retrieved and they have got printed in this iteration. So we are defining another, there is a square is one dictionary here. We're going for the len. So these are the inbuilt functions in a dictionary. So len will print the length of the dictionary, that means the number of key value pairs. So here we are printing this one as 5 because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 key value pairs are there. Print shorted squares. So you can find that the respective key values, they have become shorted. They have become shorted here. So in this way, we are having some inbuilt methods are there, inbuilt functions are there, or built-in functions are there in our dictionary that can be applied on the dictionary objects. So in this discussion, we have a detailed discussion that how to create a dictionary and what are the different permitted and not permitted operations that we can carry out on a dictionary. I think now the conception is getting clear to you. Thanks for watching this video.
We are going to discuss Python strings. So string is nothing but sequence of characters, and these characters can be of lowercase alphabets, uppercase alphabets, digits, and some special characters. A string is a sequence of characters, and string can contain alphabets, digits, and special characters. Computers do not deal with the characters. Computer convert them into numbers, that is a binary number system. That means each and every character will be represented in the form of zeros and ones. Even though we may see characters on our screen, internally it is being stored and manipulated as combination of zeros and ones in the binary representation. This conversion of character to a number is called encoding, and the reverse process is known as decoding. So encoding means from character to the binary representation, and decoding means from the binary representation to the character generation. So ASCII and Unicode are some of the very popular encoding techniques which you use. So for this better idea on the Python strings, so let us go for practical demonstration right now.
In Python, string means sequence of characters. So let us define that what are the different ways to define a string in Python. So this is way number one, that means here this welcome has been enclosed within single quotes. So if we go on printing this my str1, I'm getting this welcome here. Here welcome is enclosed within double quotes, here welcome is enclosed within triple single quotes. So in this way we are getting this welcome got printed. Now here we're having this triple double quote rather. Also you can use as triple single quote, so that is not an issue. So print my str3, it will go on printing, that is welcome to the world of Python programming. So triple quotes string can extend multiple lines. So in place of this single double quote, if we can put a single triple quote here, then what will be the outcome? Are you going to get any change in the outcome in that case? So let me go for execution. I'm finding that I'm getting the same output as I got earlier. So accessing characters in a string. So here my str is equal to language, and then I printed this my str here. So language has got printed, and then I'm retrieving the character at the 0th index. So I shall retrieve this L. So L has got printed. Now -1, that means from the last, from the back where this particular E is having the index -1, and from the front this E will have the index that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if we print here 7, if we just I'm just printing here once again. So you can find that. So in the both cases I shall be getting this E has got printed as 7 or -1. So -1 means there is a starting character index from the back, from the tail of the string. So next one is 1 to 5. That means index number 1, 2, 3 and 4, because 5 will be always exclusive. The stopping index number will be always exclusive. So 1 to 5 means 1, 2, 3, 4. So here we are mentioning this 1 and 5, they have got separated by this colon. So that is my 0. So 0 I'm not going to take. So there is a character at the position index 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So I've taken this ANGU, and you see we're getting this output like this. So now here we're having this 4 colon minus 2. Sorry, 5 colon minus 2. So there is a 5 here. So I'm going to take this one as 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means we're having this one as 5 here. So now we're having this one as -2. So that is -1, -2. You know that we'll be taking this stopping index as exclusive. so I'll be remaining with this A only. So A has got printed. So that means 5:-2 means from the 5th character and to the -3 character. So -3 means this is my -1, this is the -2, and this is the -3. So that's why A has got printed. So but if I make this one as 4, then obviously we're getting the output like this. So that is UA in that case. Now here you see this 10, the index 10 is not present here because this language is having we are having say 8 characters, so index will be ranging from 0 to 7, so 10 index is not a valid one. So if I want to access the 10th character, so character at the 10th index, so we are getting this index error, so string index out of range. So that is the error message we are getting here. Okay, now we're going for this. So here we have defined this language. So strings are immutable, that means they cannot be changed, but the different strings can be assigned to the string object. So if we print this mystr, I'm getting this language. But if you want to update, if you want to put another new string to this mystr in the same variable, that is allowed. But if you want to update the 3rd character of the string, that is not allowed as it is immutable. So there is a type error, and str object does not support item assignment. So that is there is the error message we are getting, and there is the error name is type error. Next one, we are going for the concatenation of the string, and that can be done using plus. So mystr1 and mystr2 containing welcome and one blank space and then to all. So now when they are going for the concatenation, I'm getting the outcome this one. So welcome to all. This blank space is essential because otherwise this welcome and to will not have any separation. So they will get concatenated side by side. So now here we are having this, that is my mystr start 3. So what will happen? The mystr start 3. So what will happen? This particular mystr will be occurring for mystr1 will be occurring for 3 times. So welcome, welcome, welcome. So in this way we are going to get the required formed string. So we can do the string concatenation either using star or using the plus operators. Now we're going to discuss, so plus and star both I have discussed. Now iterating through a string here. So letter count is equal to 0. So for letters in hello world, if the letter is equal to L, so now letter count is plus equal to 1. So what will happen? So I shall go on counting the number of occurrences of L, this very character. So that's why each and every time the for loop will pick up one character at a time, and that will be put in the letters. So if letters is equal to L, then letter count will be increased by 1, and after exiting from the indentation you are getting this idea that this print is outside of the for loop. So letter count will be printed accordingly. So if you go on executing, I'm getting that 3 times L letter has been found here. Now we are going for the string membership. So L in hello, so L in hello will return true, L not in hello will return false, B in hello will return false, B not in hello will return true here. Built-in functions. So we are having this university, and then we shall go for the enumerate. So list enumerate mystr. So what will happen? It will go on forming this enumeration. So at first it will put the respective index, and then we are having the respective character here. So in this way we are having this index 0 u, index 1 n. In this way we are having this index 9 y, because university is having 10 characters, so index will be ranging from 0 to 9, and in this way you are getting it. So here you see we are forming a list. We are forming a list because we are just converting it to a list, and then the members are nothing but the tuples. The members are nothing but the tuples because they have got separated by commas and they have got enclosed within first brackets. So they are the simple tuples, and list of tuples we are getting here, and length of mystr will be 10 accordingly. And here we have used the method that is the enumerate. Now we shall deal with this single quote and double quote. So what we shall do, that let us suppose I am going to print this one. So when I'm going to print this one, it is producing one error. Why error? Because there is a double quote, there is one double quote, so it will take this double quote at the terminating as a terminating double quote. So that's why it is causing error here. And also this what you see, it is telling that invalid syntax because the quotes are not matching. So quotes are not balanced. So to write the statement here, to write this string getting printed on the output, we can go for this. So what we are doing, we are enclosing it within triple single quotes, and this particular string is still within double quotes. So now you see we're getting the outcome like this. Otherwise, we can enclose the main string within single quotes and putting this one as the double quotes, and here this particular single quote is there, and we are going for the escape character. So that is a slash single quote, and which will be known as the escape quotes, the escape single quotes. So whenever we are going to print, it will print the respective only this single quote here. So now we are having this escaping single quotes. So now we are enclosing, we're doing the reverse actually. Here we have put this single quote as the outer one and double quotes as the inner one. But if you go for the double quotes as the outer one and single quotes as the inner one, then obviously this single quotes will get printed here. Otherwise, we can go for this. That means we can escaping double quotes. That means we are going for this slash double quotes. So here this double quote will be treated as a character, not the beginning of the ending of a string. So that's why we are going for the escaping double quotes. So when the string will get printed, so slash double quote will be printed as only a double quote, and slash double quote will be printed as only a single double quote. And here we are having this single quote is there, so that will not cause any problem. So in this way, the string can be printed in varieties of ways. So either using triple quotes or using escaping the single quotes, escaping the single quotes once again, and then escaping the double quotes once again. Next we are going for this. So here you see there is a print I want to make it printed. So whenever we are having double slash, it will print as single slash here. You can find we are printing this one as a single slash, but actually in the string we are having the double slash. So print this is having a new line, that is a slash n. So what will happen, it will go to the next line. We're having this slash t, that is a tab, so that is a separated is there for 8 characters. And then we can also write in this way, that is slash x41. So f41 will be treated as in hexadecimal. So what is the decimal value against this 41? So 4 into 16 to the power of 1, that is 64, plus 1 into 16 to the power of 0, that is 1. So 64 plus 1, that is 65. Which character is having this ASCII code 65? That is our capital A. So it is similarly we are having this capital B. Similarly we are having this capital C. So this ABC will be there. So in this way we can also print the respective string. We are having this format. So default order is equal to, so now here you see these are the different placeholders we are having. Dot format. So today will be coming to this, is will be coming to this, and Sunday will be coming to this placeholder. So here we are having this default order. If you go on printing, I'm getting the output like this one. So today is and Sunday. So we are getting this today is and Sunday. So today is coming to this, is coming to this. So they are maintaining the order. That is the default implicit order. And here we are using this format method. So order using positional argument. So here this is my argument number 0, argument number 1, argument number 2. So the positional arguments, the numbering will be something like this. So here mentioning the argument positional number here. So that is the, so 1 means today will be coming down. So 0 means is will be coming down here, and Sunday will be coming down to this particular placeholder during the output. So you can find that today is and Sunday. So ordered using keyword argument. So here you can mention this one, I as is equal to is, T as is equal to today, and S is equal to Sunday. So here you are mentioning the respective keyword arguments there. So that is TIS, and we are getting the output like this one. So that is another way to print our string. Formatting numbers. So here you see we are having this format 20. So 20 is only one argument is there. So it is the argument position number is 0. So we are printing here 0, and here we are printing 0 but in the binary format. So what will be the outcome in that case? So 20 will be printed along with this 20 in the binary form. That is 16 plus 4, and that is our 20. So now we are having this formatting floats. We can go for this formatting. So now we are having this 0. That means this particular number is going to get printed, and that will be printed in this exponentiation format. And now we are having this 1 by 3, and we are going to print this one. There is a positional argument number 0, and then colon, there is a decimal point 3f. So after the decimal point, we'll be going to have our 3 decimal digits. We're having this particular strings, and we're having the string methods. There is a lower, upper, find, and we're having replace. So in case of lower, all the string characters will be converted to the lowercase. In case of upper, all the string characters will be converted to the uppercase, irrespective of the initial case here. So find 2. So this 2 will be found at the 13th index. So let me go on counting here. So that is our 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And from the 13 index, this 2 is beginning. So that's why I'm getting here 13. But if you go on searching this 2, all this T and O in the lowercase, you may not get a match because it is a case sensitive find. So as a result of that, it will give me the outcome as -1, means unsuccessful searching. So replace all by everybody and replace all by everybody. Now here you see if you consider the case sensitivities, you are getting a match. So all will be replaced by everybody. But here this all is written all in lowercase. So ALL. So everybody cannot replace it. So because there is no match has been observed using this replace method. So in this way, we have discussed that how to operate with the string and what are the different string methods and operations can be carried out in this session. Thanks for watching this video.
Python data type conventions and typecasting. So in this discussion, here is the respective 2 different ways to do the type conversions. So the process of converting the value of one data type, let it be integer, string, float, etc., to another data type is called the type conversion. Python has 2 types of type conversion techniques. One is the implicit type conversion and another one is the explicit type conversion. So 2 types of conversions are possible in Python. There is the implicit type and the one is the explicit type conversion. I think to have a better idea, let us go for one demonstration where we'll be discussing all this concept writing the code in Python. So here is the demonstration for you.
We are going for implicit and explicit type conversion. So we have defined num int is equal to 123 and num float, that is a flow, is equal to 1.23. So here we are doing this addition in between the integer and the float variable. So what will be the data type of this num new? I'm printing the num int type, num float type, and then the num new we are going to print and its respective type here. So here is the outcome. So num int is of type integer, num flow will of the type of float, and here we are having this num new, the respective value, that is 124.23, and the data type of num new will be float here. That means automatically this num int has been converted to the float by the implicit type conversion in Python. So let us go for the next one. So here we are having this integer and next one is a string. So their respective types are getting printed. So respective types are getting printed. So now if I make the respective addition, there is a num int plus num str. If I do this addition, then obviously the implicit type conversion will not take place. That means if I go for execution, that means adding one integer with a string, then it will produce one error, and the error is known as the type error. It has been raised, and unsupported operand types for plus, that is int and str. There is a int and str. So this is the unsupported types we have provided with the plus operator. So that is the source of the error. So this line should not get executed. So I'm putting this one under comment. But if I want to do, so here is, you can find that integer and the string variables are defined, their respective types are got printed, and now I'm converting this num str to integer and assigning to the num str back again. So now we can also change the variable name here, no issues, but here just updating this num str with the integer converted value from the string to the integer, and that will be assigned to num str. And the type of the num str has got printed. So here we are expecting it will print of the type of string, here it will print of the type of integer. So now num sum is equal to num int plus num str. Now the num str is of the type of integer, so the addition can take place. So num sum will print the summation, and type of num sum will be also of the type of integer. You can find this one. So data type of num int is of the type of class int, and num str before the typecasting is class str. So num str after the typecasting class int. After doing the typecasting, if you go on printing the type of num str, it is printing that one as respective integer, and then after doing the addition between these two, the respective sum will be obtained, and that will be of the type of integer, because when you are printing the type of num sum, we are getting this one as class int. So in this way you have discussed how to do the explicit type conversion and what is implicit type conversion in this particular example. Thanks for watching this video.
Python numbers. We are having different type of numbers we can represent in Python. We shall be discussing on that. Number data types. So Python supports 3 number data types. The first one is the integer. There is the integer numbers like your 100, 2030, something like this as an example. Floating point numbers, these are the examples are given, and complex numbers are to be written in this particular format. So like your 3 plus 4j, 5 plus 10j in this way. We can use a type function to know which class a variable or a value belongs to, an instance function to check if it is belong to a certain particular class or not. So we are having 2 functions. One is the type, which will tell the type of the function, and another one is the instance, which will tell whether this particular variable is of that type or not. While integers can be of any length, a floating point number is accurate only up to 15 decimal places. That is, the 16 decimal place will be incorrect in that case. So that is the precision we are having for the floating point number. But in case of integers, while integers, it can be of any length. Numbers we deal with every day are decimal, that is a base 10 number system. Python can also express binary, octal and hexadecimal numbers also. As computer programmers, generally embedded programmers, need to work with the binary. The binary number system is having the base 2, or the hexadecimal, that is a base 16, and octal, that is a base 8 number systems. In Python, we can represent these numbers by appropriately placing a prefix before that number. Now, what are the prefix? So here you see, we can write here as 0 small b or 0 capital B as a binary number prefix. We are having this 0 small o or 0 capital O as octal number prefix. We are having 0 small x or 0 capital X as hexadecimal number prefix. So these are the prefix we are having to represent the respective number. Number type conversion. From one type to another type, we can do the conversions accordingly. We can also use the built-in functions like your int, which will convert to the respective integer, float and the complex functions. To convert between types explicitly, these functions can even convert from strings. So it can take a string as input and convert it to integer, in this case convert to float in this case, and convert to complex number using this particular complex function. So I think let us go for one demonstration where we will be discussing how these numbers can be operated, can be handled, can be doing the typecasting in our Python coding.
Numbers in Python can have mainly 3 different data types. First one is the integer. So here you see the value 1 is equal to 100. So this 100 is of type integer. And then we are having the next one as float. In case of float, value 2 is equal to 100.24. So it is of the type float class. And this particular float will always have some decimal point here and fractional part will be there. And then we are having the another type that is known as a complex, and this complex type numbers will be expressed in the form of the 15 plus 6j. So it is one of the examples we have given. So we are having 3 different types are there. One is the int, next one is the float, and the last one is the complex class in our Python. And integer and floating point numbers are separated by the presence of or absence of the decimal point. So in case of 5, if you write only 5, it is an integer, but if you write the 5.0, it will be of the type float. Okay, so now here you see we are having this value 1 initialized with the value 100, and then we are going for the print type of value 1. And also we are checking is instance value1 int, value1 float and value1 complex. If I execute this particular part, we are getting this type as class type of int, and this is instance will always return a boolean. It will check whether this value1 is of the type int or not, and that is true here, but in case of float and complex it is returning false. Similarly, we are doing the same type of testing here in case of value2. If I go on executing, we are getting the required output. So value2 comma int, if we pass these two parameters to is instance, I'm getting the output false. But here in this case, as this value2 is of type float, so is instance value2 comma float will return true, and value2 comma complex will return false here. So now let us go for this complex. So here we are having value3 is equal to 50 plus 6j. So if we go on executing, we are getting the output like this. So in case of int, in case of float, with the is instance method, we are getting this false, but with the complex is instance value3 comma complex, it is returning true here. So in this way, we have tested that how the number instance can be tested, or the number type can be tested using the method is instance. This Python, in case of Python, also we can have other different corresponding representations of data. There is a binary which will have the base 2, hexadecimal which will be having the base 16, and octal which will be having the base 8 here. So numbers we deal with our everyday are having the base 10, that is our decimal numbers. But other than this decimal, you can work with the base 2, that is the binary number system. We are having this hexadecimal with the base 16 and octal with the base 8 here. So to represent one binary number, we can easily write 0b as a prefix to this number. You can write this b in the capital letter also. So if you go on printing this 0b 1101, that means this 1101 is not in decimal but in binary. 0x will stand for the hexadecimal and 0o will be standing for this octal here. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that if I execute this part, I'm getting 13 because 8 plus 4, that is 12 plus 1, that is 13 here. Because this particular place is having the place value to the power of 0, that is 1. This particular place is having the place value to the power of 1, that is 2. To the power of 2, that is 4, and to the power of 3, that is 8. So 8 plus 4 plus 1, 13 we are getting here. So in case of this 0xab, so a is having the value in hexadecimal as 10. So 16 to the power of 1 into 10, we are getting here 160, and b is having the value 11. So 11 into 16 to the power of 0, so you are landing with 11 only. So 160 plus 11, we are getting the value 171. In the last case, you can find that it is 2 into 8 to the power of 1, because it is represented in the terms of octal. So 2 into 8 to the power of 1 plus 3 into 8 to the power of 0. So we are getting this value 16 plus 3, and that is 19 here. So in place of writing this small b, you can also go for the capital B. This is, I'm replacing this one as capital X and replacing this one as capital O. Then also we are going to get the same output here. Now here you see, here we are having this particular value 10 in terms of integer, and 13.4 is nothing but a float data. So what will happen if you go on printing this one? So you see the result is being converted to the respective float here. So operations like addition, subtraction, which is dealing with this integer and the float, and then automatically it will be converted to the float implicitly. So here you see we are having this integer operand, here we are having this float operand. If any one of the operand is float, then the result will be implicitly converted to the float type. So now we are going to have this type conversion. So 10.5 is of the type float, and if we want to convert it to integer, we can get the output like this. So 10 is getting output, is producing the output. So now here we are having this minus 20.99, so it is a float type. So if we do the type casting to integer, we are getting this one as minus 20. So you can find this one that when we are doing the conversion to integer, it is not changing the sign of the number. So here we are having this float 10. So this 10 is of the type integer because there is no fractional part, there is no decimal point. But as I did the type conversion here, so the output has become 10.0. Now consider this example. data1 is equal to 0.1 plus 0.2, and we are just printing the value of data1. So if I execute this code, we are finding that we were expecting the value should be printed as 0.3 because 0.1 plus 0.2 should be 0.3, but we are finding that we're having so many different zeros after that, and then 1 4 is coming. So this is an error is getting caused due to the hardware of our system, not due to the Python. So if we want to check whether 0 plus 1 plus 0 plus 0.1 plus 0.2 is 0.3 or not, then in that case we'll be finding that the condition is giving the output as false. To overcome this issue, we can use the decimal module that comes with Python. And while floating point numbers have the precision up to 15 decimal places, and the decimal module has user settable precision accordingly. So here you see we are having this data1 is equal to 0.1 plus 0.2 print data1. So we are getting this output as 0.3 and multiple number of zeros and 4. And then here also we are just doing one calculation, that is 1.20 into 2.50, and we are printing the value of data1. We are getting this 3.0 as well. So now from decimal, import decimal as a D. So if you now do the calculation in this way, you can see we have written this particular code and we are going to print the respective result. We are getting the value as 0.3, which was expected, and for this outcome we are getting this output as 3.00. So in this way, the problem which we are facing in case of Python can be overcome using the from decimal import decimal. Here this decimal D will be in the uppercase. So here we have used one alias, that is as D here. Now we shall discuss fractions. Python provides operations involving fractional numbers through its fractions module, and this fraction module will help us to convert one floating point number to a numerator denominator form, where both the numerator and the denominator will be of the type integer. Actually, fraction has a numerator and a denominator, and both of which are integers, and this module has support for rational number arithmetic. So let us go for this example here. So you see that from fractions, import fraction as f, and this is a respective module we are executing here. So you can find that 1.5 can be expressed in terms of 3 by 2, and this 3 is nothing but one integer numerator, and 2 is nothing but another integer which has been placed as the denominator. So print f5, which will give you the 5, and print f1 comma 5 will give you the value that is 1 by 5. So while creating fraction from float, we might get some unusual results, and this is due to the imperfect binary floating point number representation. And fortunately, fraction allows us to instantiate with a string as well, and this is preferred option when using the decimal numbers. Now we shall discuss the math module. Python offers module like math and the random to carry out different mathematics like your trigonometry, logarithms, probability, statistics, and etc. So just consider this set of code. So Python math module. So we have imported the math, and then we used multiple different functions available in the math here. So pi, cos, log, log of 10, exp, factorial, and signage. So here is the respective outputs we are getting here. So if we want to print the absolute of say minus 12.34, if we want to print this one, then in that case we need not to use the math module here. So we can use directly as abs minus 12.34. You can find that we have considered only the magnitude part and the sign part has been ignored. Now let us come to this, that is the random here. So here you see we are going for the rand range, that is 5,15. So the initial value is the start value, which is optional. If you don't provide any initial value, the value will become considered as 0. And the last one, the next one value, that is the second argument we are passing, is mandatory, that is the terminating value or the stop value, and that is exclusive. That means here the random numbers will be generated inclusive 5 to 15 exclusive. So in this way you can go on printing and we can generate multiple random numbers are there. So the first value is optional, that is there is a start value. The second value is mandatory, that is a stop value. Then you can also put another argument, comma, after putting comma there, there is a step value. So here we have printed rand range in between 5 to 15 4 times. So now we are having this 11, 8, 14 and 13. If I execute the code once again, we are getting the different set of values. If we execute the code once again, we are getting different set of values. So now we are having one list here, then random.choice day. So day is nothing but the list. Here you see it has picked up the random choice is 2. If you go for execution once again, we're getting this value as 2 here once again. So if you go for again, you can find that we're getting here mon here. So now this is a print day. Now we are going for random.shuffle day, and then if we print day, we can find that this is the respective different arrangement of this list elements, and list elements have got shuffled. And then we are having this print random element. So if you want to print the random element, then the method is random, so we can print the respective random element here. So in this way, in this particular program, we have discussed multiple different aspects of number type in our Python. So let us go for a quick revision. So type is actually returning the type of the variable. Each instance is actually checking whether this particular variable is having this type or not. So that's why this is instance is actually returning true or false. So we have tested that one on integer, we have tested that one on float, we have tested that one on complex numbers. So here we are expressing numbers in terms of binary. So the prefix will be 0b, b can be small letter or capital letter. For the hexadecimal, the prefix should be 0x, x can be lowercase or in the uppercase. And for the octal, we are having this value which will be having the prefix 0, o can be in the lowercase or uppercase. So here you can find that whenever we are doing some calculations involving integers and float, the result will get implicitly converted to the float. We're having to for this type conversion from this float to the integer, from this float to the integer, from this integer to the float, respective outputs are there. We have discussed this decimal here, how we can deal with we can have the control over the precisions. And then we are having this Python fractions. You can see that how the fractions are working, and then the math module and also the random module here. I think now you are getting this idea that how these numbers are getting handled in our Python programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python namespace and scope. Namespace in Python. In Python, namespace is a collection of names which holds as a mapping of every name which we have defined to corresponding objects. So objects will have different names, and these names will be defined in some namespace. So different namespaces can coexist at a given time, but they are completely isolated. A namespace containing all the built-in names, it is created when you start the Python interpreter and exists as long as we don't exit from the environment. So namespace in Python can be explained using this respective diagram. So modules can have various functions and classes. A local namespace is created when a function is called which has all the names defined in it. Similarly is the case with the class also. So just see here, we are having one namespace. There is a function local namespace where all the variables, all the objects, whatever we have defined in this particular function, so they will be mapped here. And then we are having this module global namespace, and this particular function local namespace will be the part of this, and then we are having the built-in namespace for the respective application in execution. So I think for the better understanding, let us go for a practical demonstration where we will be showing you that how this namespace can be used in Python. So here is the demonstration.
Identifier is nothing but one name which is simply a name given to Python objects, and you can get the address in RAM of some object through the built-in function, that is our ID. So using this ID function, we can easily get the ID of the respective identifier. So now you can get the different values of ID in our execution, whatever the ID we have written here under the comment. So A is equal to 2. So I want to print the ID of 2. I want to print the ID of A also. So see what we're doing. So here is the outcome. So the ID of 2 and ID of A both are same. You can easily find that both are same. Again, we are assigning A is equal to 2 and we are trying to print the ID of A. We are finding that this ID is also the same as we had before. Next one is that we have made A is equal to A plus 1. So A is now holding the value 3 here. So if we print the ID of A, we are finding that the ID of A has got different, and there is the ID which is different from the ID of A, whatever we got the outcome earlier. Next, ID of 3. If I print this ID of 3, I'm getting this one as 1764516064. So that means it is the same as the ID of A, because A is now holding the value 3 here. If I assign B is equal to 2 and if I want to print the ID of 2, I'm getting the same ID which we had in case of A or in case of 2 when A was having the value 2 here. So if I print the respective one, if I go on printing, say print. So if I print, I can find that the ID of 2 and ID of B both are same because B is equal to 2 has been assigned. So in this way we have discussed that what is a identifier and what is an ID. ID is nothing but one built-in function available in Python to print the respective memory address in the RAM. The address is whatever we have printed. If we execute the same code, we might be getting some different address, so that will be decided by that during the execution of my code which memory block is free, and depending upon that the memory allocation against the variables will be done by the system. Next one is the scope. So we are having this outer function, we are having this inner function, so it is also known as nested function. So global A, that means I'm defining one variable within outer function, but the scope will be global. So that's why we have used the keyword global here. This value of A has been initialized with 20. Now there is my inner function. There is a nested function which is existing inside the outer one. You can look at the indentation and you can get the idea that this particular inner function is within the outer function. Here we are defining this A, but it is not a new A, but it is a global A which we referred earlier. That A has got updated with the value of 30 and the value of A has got printed. From the outer function, this inner function, whatever we have defined just now, it has got executed, it has been called. So during execution, it will have its execution, and we are printing this value of A after exiting from the inner function within outer function. So I've written this A is equal to 10 at first. So that is the A is there. I'm printing the value of A. So it is printing 10. Now we are calling this outer function. So when the control will be going to the outer function, this A is actually the global A. That means the A which is right now holding the value 10. So that 10 has got updated with the 20, but we didn't print anything. Then the inner function will be called. So inner function is also referring the same global variable A. So this A is available in the global scope, and that A will be used in the inner function. Now A is equal to 30. Now this 30 is updating the global A scope, the A which is defined in the global scope. Now we are printing this value of A, so it is printing 30 here. After calling this inner function, again we are printing this value of A from the outer function, then it is printing 30. And after calling this outer function, if you print the value of A here, I'm getting 30 back again. So it is giving me the idea, it is giving us the idea what is the scope here, and whenever one variable is in one scope, then how to access that variable from some inner scope using the global keyword as we did in our coding. In this demonstration, we have discussed that how to define what is happening whenever we are defining one identifier in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python global, local and non-local variables. So that means the variable, depending upon the scope, we shall call it as a global variable, local variable and non-local variable. So let us discuss them one by one. So at first we are going for the global variables. A variable which is declared outside of the function or in global scope is known as the global variable. This means that the global variable can be accessed inside or outside of the function. So that very variable can be accessed within the function or from outside of the function because it is under the global scope. Local variables, a variable which is defined or declared inside the function's body. That means within the function body we have defined one variable, or in the local scope is called the local variable. That means within the function body the variable has got defined, or in the local scope, then the variable will be known as the local variable. So in case of global variable, the variable will be defined or will be declared outside of the function in the global scope. In case of local variables, the variable will be defined or will be declared within the function or in the local scope. What about in that case non-local variables? Non-local variables are used in nested function whose local scope is not defined. So that means within the nested functions we are defining or we are using one variable which is not locally defined within the function itself. This means that the variable can be neither in the local nor in the global scope. So those variables will be known as non-local variables. I think the conception is not getting clear to us. So let us go for one practical demonstration for the better understanding.
In this example, we have defined one x which has been defined outside of the function1. So it is a global variable x and which is containing the string global here. So here within the function1 we have defined this global x. That means we are referring to the same x variable here. Y is having the scope local and it has got initialized with the local string. X is equal to x star 2. So x is having the string global. Star 2 means this global will be repeated twice. The string will become global and that will be assigned to the x back again. We are going to print the value of x and y respectively. So now we are calling this function 1, but before calling this function 1 and after calling this function 1, we are also printing the value of x here. So here is the outcome. You can easily find that initially that means before calling this function 1, the global x is having the value global. Within the function, when it is printing x, it is printing global. When it is printing y, it is printing local. And whenever you are printing this global x back again after execution of this function 1, we are getting this one as global. Because this particular variable x is having it has been defined with the global keyword. That means it is referring to the same x, that is a global variable defined outside of the function1. So let us go for another example, that is the global and local variable with the same name. Here you can find that a is equal to 5 is a global variable defined before the function2, and here we are defining another variable a with the same name, but here it is having a local scope. So local variables are accessed from the block where it is defined only. So here we have written this a is equal to 10. So print local a. If I print this value of a, I shall be getting 10 here. So before calling this function 2, I'm just printing the value of a, that is a global a. I'm expecting here the value of a will get printed as 5, and after this function 2 calling, if I print the value of a, that is a global a, I'm supposed to get the value 5 here back again. But within this particular function 2, when I shall print this local a, I'm supposed to get the value as 10. So according to our expectation, you are getting the outcome as well. Let us go for another one where we will be creating and using non-local variables. So here we have defined one function. Within the function, one variable is defined. This variable is local within the function itself. That means this variable is having the scope within the function itself. So now here we are having a nested function. So within the nested function, the name of the function is inner. We are supposed to define non-local variables. So here you can find that we have defined non-local x. That means we are referring the same x which is defined here because it is non-local here. So x has got updated, and from the inner method we are printing the value of x. So we are expecting that x will get printed as non-local. We are executing this inner method, so this code will get executed. X will get updated with the new string, that is the non-local. So after executing this inner method, if I print this x, so you are expecting that we are supposed to get non-local here, and here we are executing the outer method after completion of the definition of the outer function here. So inner non-local, so from here when we are printing the value of x, so x has got just initialized with the string non-local. So inner colon non-local is coming, but as x is a non-local variable, so as a result of that, this x will also get updated with the string non-local. So as a result of that, this outer colon x will also print non-local here. But in that same code, if I make this line, only if I make this one line under comment, then we are having this one as x is equal to non-local. So as this particular variable has got defined not without the non-local keyword, so as a result of that, its scope will be local within the inner method only. So that's why it will not update this global x, it will just update the local x only within this inner method. So what will happen? Inner will print non-local from the inner, but when you will be printing this outer colon x, it will print the string local back again. You can find that it is printing non-local and local. So in this video we have discussed what is non-local variable, what is global variable, how to define non-local variable, how to define global variable into details and with demonstration. Thanks for watching this video.
Python global keyword. So we know that we are having multiple keywords are available in Python, but in this video we are concentrating only on the global keyword. A Python program's global keyword allows us to modify the variable outside of the current scope. So we can change the variable value outside of the current scope, and it is used to create a global variable and make changes to the variable in the local context also. So how to use the global keyword? When we create a variable inside a function, its local is by default. The scope is local by default. When we define a variable outside of the function, it's global by default. You don't have to use the global keyword in that case. So we use the global keyword to read and write a global variable inside a function. Use of global keyword outside of the function has got no effect. So whenever we are defining one variable outside of the function, by default it is having the global scope. Whenever we are defining one variable within the function, it is having the local scope. But whenever this is the third point is very interesting, we use the global keyword to read and write a global variable inside or from the function itself. So I think for the better idea, let us go for one practical demonstration to show you that how this global keyword can be playing a magic in our scope definition of a variable.
In this demonstration, we have defined one function, that is a function 1, where one variable has got defined and initialized with the value 20. Within this function, this variable x is having the value 20 here. We are having one nested function. Within function 1, the nested function is having the name function 2. Here we have defined one variable x and with the keyword global. So global x. Actually the global keyword will be used to modify a global variable. Here the x value has got updated with the value 25 here. So this x is a global one. So here we have defined one variable which is of the scope global. So now before calling this function 2, we are printing the value of x. Are calling the function 2 now, and we have called the function 2, and then after calling function 2, the value of x is getting printed. So now let us see what is the outcome we are going to have. So here you see here this x is having the value 20, calling function 2 now, after calling function 2 the value of x has still with the value 20. Because the changes we are not going to get here, we are expecting that the value might be changing, but no change is there. Always the x has got printed with the value 20 before and after calling the function 2, because this particular x is having the global scope. So if we want to print this particular x, then after calling this function 1, we can directly print this x, because this particular x is having the global scope. That means not within this function 2 or function 1, it is outside of that. So whenever you are trying to print the value of x from the outside of this function 1, then we are getting this value as 25. I think you are getting this idea. This particular global x is actually, we are defining one variable x which is having the global scope. That means we are going to define a global variable, and that global variable is getting updated or getting initialized with the value 25 here. So this x and this x, they are actually corresponding to this x. So this x is still with the value 20. So that's why we have got the output as 20, and in the global x, the value of x has become 25 here. I think you have got the idea what is the purpose of this global keyword usage in this line, to define one global variable and to modify with the help of the global keyword. Thanks for watching this video.
We are going to discuss Python iterators. So iterators are present in Python and they are mostly implemented within for loops, comprehensions, generators, etc., but hidden in the plain sight. So iterator in Python is simply an object that can iterate upon an object which will return data or one element at a time. So this iterator will be operating on a sequence of elements, and each and every iteration it will pick up one element at a time. So iterator in Python is simply an object that can be iterated upon, an object which will return data one element at a time. Technically speaking, Python iterator object must implement two special methods. So what are the two special methods? That is underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method and underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So iter method and the next method collectively called the iterator protocol. So iter method, that is, it will retrieve the respective value, and the next it will check whether the next element is there in the sequence or not. So an object is called iterable if we can get an iterator from it, and most of the built-in containers in Python like the list, tuple, strings, etc. are iterable because we can get iterator from it. The iter function, which in turn calls the iter, that is the underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, returns an iterator from them. The next, that is the underscore underscore next underscore underscore method, must return the next item in the sequence. On the reaching at the end and in the subsequent calls, it must raise stop iteration. So whenever we are having no item in the iterator remaining, but if we are calling this underscore underscore next underscore underscore method, then one exception will be raised, and that is a stop iteration. So let us go for one practical demonstration to show you that how this Python iterators can easily be implemented in Python coding. So here is the demonstration for you.
Iterators are very common in our Python programming language, and they are elegantly implemented within our for loops, generators, comprehensions, etc., but hidden in our plain sight. An iterator in Python is nothing but an object, and this object will return data one at a time during our iteration. Obviously, if some data is available, then only it will return the data, otherwise it will throw some exception. So technically speaking, Python iterator object must implement two special methods. One is the next method, so can also be called as underscore underscore next underscore underscore method, and another one is the iter method, that is actually underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, and collectively they will be known as the iterator protocol. An object is called iterable if we can get an iterator from it. Most of the built-in container in our Python, like our string, like our tuple, list, they are nothing but iterables. The iter method or the iter function, which in turn call the iter underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, returns an iterator from them. So let us go through this example and to discuss the property of this iterator. So here you see, here we have defined one list here, and this iter method, from using this iter method from this list, we are getting one iterator. And to access the data from this iterator, we are using the method next here. So either you can use this next our iter. So this is the syntax to retrieve elements from this iterator, that is the our iter. Otherwise we can write our iter dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So anyone we can use that one. So here you see the list is containing data, that is 44, 77, 11 and 33. So for the first next I'm retrieving 44, next I'm retrieving here is 77, next element which will be retrieved here is 11, next element which will be retrieved here is 33. So now we have got all the four elements. Now if we go for next our iter, it will raise one exception. So let us go for the execution of this block. So here we are having 44, 77, 11 and 33. Because the elements were 44, 77, 11 and 33, So when we executed print next our iter, then 44 was retrieved, and next print next our iter, when you execute this method, then 77 has been retrieved from this iterator, that is our iter. Next time 11, next time 33. Now if I execute this one, I should not put this one in comment. If I execute this one, then one exception will be there, and that is a stop iteration, and this will raise error no items left, as we mentioned in the comment. And so next our iter will produce this error, that is a stop iteration. So let us go for another one. So create a custom iterator. So here we are defining one class, that is the power of 2, and here we are having this documentation string. In short, we can call it as doc string. So it should be enclosed either within a triple single quotes or triple double quotes. So it is also known as a block comment, and it should be the first intended statement in our class. So next we are having this constructor, that is our underscore underscore init underscore underscore. So here we are defining this max, and this is equal to 0 is the default argument. So whatever the value will be passing, that will be assigned to this max instance variable. So here we are just defining this underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method, and similarly this underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So these two methods we are defining here. So self.n is equal to 0. So n is another instance variable, is getting initialized with the value 0. And then we're having this next. So if self.n is less than equal to self.max, then result is equal to 2 star star, that is 2 to the power of self.n. So 2 to the power of n will be assigned to the result, and self.n will be increased by 1, and the result will be returned. Otherwise, in the else part, we are going for stop iteration. We are erasing this error, there is a stop iteration. So now here at first we are going to print this doc string, that is a documentation string enclosed within triple single quotes, can also be enclosed within triple double quotes. So whenever we are printing this this one, there is a power of 2, that is a class name dot underscore underscore doc underscore underscore. You can see that it is printing. Let us go for this. It is printing this respective string, that is a class to implement an iterator of powers of 2. So the string whatever is discussed or defined here, so it has got printed. So now we are going for this a is equal to power of 2 4. So now this 4 will be assigned to max, this 4 will be assigned to max. So max has got the value 4 here. So now we are going for this I is equal to iter a. So we are going for this next I, next I, next I. It is going on printing, that is 2 to the power of 0, because n is having the initial value 0 here. So 2 to the power of 0, the result will become 1, and return result, so that result will be printed as 1. So next time this n has got increased by 1, so 2 to the power of 1, the result will have the value 2, and return result, that means it will return the value 2 here. So 2 is getting printed because we have called this next I from this print method. So now next time the value of n will become 2. So 2 to the power of 2 will become 4. So result will have the value 4, and the result will be returned, and that will get printed. So in this way, I'm getting this one as 1, 2, 4 as output. So I think you are getting this idea how this method, which is having this init, that is a constructor, this iter method, the next method, and the respective object we have defined under the class, that is our a. So this max has got initialized with the value 4, which has been passed as the parameter to this constructor. Then out of this a, we are creating one iter. So there is the iterator is this one I, and from iterator we can pick up the next values. So there is a next of I. So this method is getting called. So we can also call it as I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So let me print it here. So I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So in this way also we can print it. So now let me go for the execution of the same. So I'm just erasing this part, it is not required. Okay, so now if we execute the same, I'm getting the same output, because next I is actually executing I dot underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. So next one we are going for creating a infinite custom iterator. So in this case, this is our doc string. The name of the class is infinite iter, and this here we are having this method iter we have defined, the next we have defined. So this is the infinite iter object. The class object is I. From this I, we are creating one iterator using the method iter, and then we are going for this next a. So here you see the num has got the value 1. So num is equal to self.num. So num has got the value 1 here. Self.num is plus equal to 2. So in this way it will go on creating, because there is no logic is there to stop this one. It will go on creating, just incrementing this value of num by 2 each and every time, and then returning the num, that is the previous value of num will be returned. So now we are having this next day, the next day, next day. In this way, if you go on calling the next method, so at first the num was having the value 1. So this 1 will be assigned to num, which will be returned. So that is getting printed. So 1 will get printed, then 3, then 5, then 7. In this way, the values will go on printing. So it has got no terminating logic. So that's why it is infinite iter. The name of the class has been given accordingly. So from this demonstration, you are getting this idea that how this iterator can play its role in our Python programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python iterations using for. So the for loop syntax in Python. The for loop in Python is used to iterate over a sequence. A sequence may be a list, maybe a tuple, maybe a string, or any other iterable objects. So iterating over a sequence is also known as a traversal. That means for each and every looping, it will pick up one element from the iterator, and that element can be processed. So here is the respective syntax for for. So for val in sequence, don't forget to give this colon here, and if you give this colon, then automatically the next line will have some indent here. So body of for. You can have the multiple statements you can write, but with the same indentation in that case. So here is the flowchart. So for each item in sequence, last item reached. If it is no, then body of for will get executed on that item which has been picked up. If the last item has been reached, then it will exit loop. So in this way, the respective flowchart will be working on this for loop syntax in Python. We can also do this one using the range function. So we can generate a sequence of numbers using range function. So for loop can be operating on a certain, say, sequence. There is the iterable objects, and also using this range function. So range 10 will generate numbers from 0 to 9. So that is the 10 numbers we are having here. So always remember here this 10 will not be inclusive. So 0 to 9, that is the 10 numbers we are having. So we can also define the start, stop, and step size as range. There is a start comma, stop comma, step size. So step size defaults is 1 if it is not provided. Let us suppose if we write this one as range 1 comma 10 comma 1, that means it will have the values ranging from 1 to 9 and with the increment of 1 in that case. For loop with the else section. So for loop can also have an optional else block. The else part is executed when the items in the sequence used in for loop exhausts. So when the sequence will get exhausted, then the else part will get over the control. So break statement can be used to stop a for loop. In such case, the else part will be ignored on the other hand. So hence a for loop's else part runs if no break occurs. So if there is a break, then the else part will not be executed. Otherwise, the else part will be executed. When the else part will be executed? When the sequence will get exhausted. So let us go for some practical demonstration to show you that how this for can be used in our Python code.
Let us find that how for loop can work in Python. So here we have defined one list. We know that list elements are to be separated by commas and they are to be enclosed within these third brackets. So this is a list here. So printing all elements present in a set, and here this particular set is nothing but a list. So for I in A, print I. That means in each and every iteration, in each and every loop, in this particular for, using this for, we are picking up one element from the list at a time, and the respective element is going to get printed. So here is the outcome for this code. So in the first iteration, it is picking up 1, then 2, then 3, and then at last it is picking up 5. So that means all these list members are to be picked up, are to be read from the list in the order in which they are appearing in the list. So that is our for loop. So for I in, so this is a syntax. Syntax means the grammar to write this for. So for I in A, then colon. So colon will indicate that next statements will be under this body. So you can find that if I write here print, say hello, then that is also coming within this for. So you can find that it is printing like this. So I want to print this 1 and hello side by side. So we can go for this int is equal to null. You can write this one and then you can print this hello. So what will happen, this 1 and hello will get printed in the same line. So you can, in this way you can write so many different statements with this indentation to indicate that all the statements are within the for block. Let us go for the next one. Here we will be using for but using this range. We know that here we are given the range, that is 6, 11. That means the value of I will be ranging from 6 to 10. So let me go for the execution. You see the I is being initialized with 6 to 10 for each and every time iteration. After that you can put some step value. So here the step value is 2. That means the increment value is 2 here. So now it will go on picking up 6, 8 and 10 because 11 is not inclusive, and that's why it will print the values from 6 to 10 and with this increment factor of 2. In this way you can write this for and using this range function in our for loop. So let us go for another way. So how to write this one? You can find that using for loop for printing the values present in the tuple and using the else command in the for loop. So how to do that one? You can print, see. So this is the outcome we are having. So b is equal to 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15. So they are coming here and this is nothing but a tuple. For I in b, so it will be picking up the values from this tuple, one value at a time in each and every iteration, and when this particular tuple will get exhausted, then else block will get the control, and then printing completed, that message is going to get printed. So that is another way to write the for loop in our Python coding. So in this demonstration we have shown you that how to write for in our Python code to have some block to get executed repeatedly for multiple number of times. Thanks for watching this video.
Python is one object-oriented programming language, so it supports inheritance. So this video will be discussing what is Python inheritance. So it refers to defining a new class with little or no modification to an existing class. So a new class will get created from the existing class with some changes, or may not be having any change at all. The new class is called the derived class, also known as the child class, and the class from which, one of the classes from which it inherits, will be known as the base class or the parent class. So just consider this one. We are having multiple different types of inheritances. How many types of inheritance are there? So 5 types of. What is the first one? There is a single inheritance. Means what? Means one base class and one derived class. So that is known as a single inheritance. So here we are having the multiple inheritance. What does it mean? We will be having multiple base classes, not only 2. We can have more than 2 also. We will be having multiple base classes but one derived class. So this particular derived class will inherit the properties from all the base classes. This is our hierarchical inheritance, only one base class and multiple derived classes. Here I have shown 3 derived classes. It may be 2 also, it may be 5 also, it may be 7 also. Here we are having the multi-level inheritance. What is the meaning of this multi-level inheritance? So this is the base class, this is the derived class, and for this C, B is the base class and C is the derived class here. We are having this hybrid inheritance. What does it mean? What is the meaning of this hybrid inheritance? So here you see there is a one base class, these are the derived classes, and now for this D, this B and C are the base classes and D is the derived class. So that is known as hybrid inheritance. So it is actually nothing but it is hierarchical multiple inheritance. It is hierarchical multiple inheritance. In this way also you can have another combination that is of a multiple and hierarchical inheritance. So from multiple base classes one derived class, and from one base class to the multiple derived classes. So that can also happen. That is known as multiple hierarchical inheritance. So here you have discussed what are the different types of inheritances are there. So let us go for one practical demonstration for the better understanding.
In this session, we shall discuss inheritance and polymorphism, which will be observed in Python in object-oriented programming. Here we define one class. So here we have defined one class. The name of the class is mybird. This is the constructor. This is a what type, that is one method, and can swim is another method. The method bodies are very simple. We have just put one print statement there. And here we are having another class that is known as mypenguin, which is inheriting mybird. See, mybird we have defined here. So let me execute the code. So here the class has been defined, and mypenguin is inheriting mybird. So like our Java, here we need not to write extends or any other keywords. Just within this bracket we are mentioning the respective class name. The class name which will be mentioned within this bracket will be known as the base class, also known as the superclass, and this is our derived class or subclass here. So in case of Python, the class inheritance will be written using this particular syntax. So this mypenguin is having the respective constructor, and here we are calling the base class constructor. So base class will be called by the super method, and its constructor is always underscore underscore init underscore underscore method. So that is the base class constructor we are calling, and then one statement to get printed. And who is this and can run? So these are the other two methods in this mypenguin class. So just remember, in mybird, along with the constructor we are having what type and can swim, and in case of mypenguin we are having this constructor, and along with we are having who is this and can run. So these two other methods are there. We're defining one penguin class object. So it has been defined in a very simple way. So that means we're having this mypenguin, and then we're having the pg1 is the object name. So pg1 dot what type, this particular what type was defined in the class that is a mybird. As mybird has got inherited into mypenguin, so mybird methods can be accessed from this mypenguin object. So that's why pg1 dot what type can be executed. We're having pg1 dot who is this. So it is defined in case of mypenguin. You can easily find in mypenguin who is this is defined. We're having this pg1 dot can swim. We're having pg1 dot can run. pg1 dot can swim was defined in mybird class, and pg1 dot can run, this can run was defined in mypenguin. That means what type and can swim we are inheriting, we're getting this one from the base class, that is mybird, because there they were defined. So now let me go for the execution. Mybird class constructor is executing, mypenguin class constructor is executing. You can easily find that here you have called the base class constructor, so that's why the control has gone to this. So mybird class constructor is executing, has got printed at first, then mypenguin class constructor is executing, so that string has got printed. So now we called what type. So what type is having the string that is I am a bird, so that has to be printed, that has got printed. I am penguin, so now next method we called is who is this. So I am penguin, so that string has got printed. Next we went for this can swim. So can swim is having this string to be printed, that is I can swim. So I can swim has got printed. Now we are having this can run, and I can run faster. So in this way this particular string has got printed. So using this example we have shown you that how inheritance can be implemented in Python. So let us go for another example here. We are having one class, the name of the class is myparrot, and here we are having can fly and can swim. So obviously parrot can fly, so parrot can fly, but parrot cannot swim, so parrot can't swim. I'm having another class that is mypenguin, which is having two methods, the same prototype. You can easily find that def can fly self and def can swim self. So you see we're having the same prototype defined here also. Okay, now see, so def can fly self, so penguin cannot fly, and def can swim self, we're having penguin can swim. So now we are having one common interface, that is flying bird test. Okay, so I'm going for this bird dot can fly and also bird dot can swim. So here in this particular method we're just passing this bird as input parameter, and we're calling this bird dot can fly and bird dot can swim. So here we have defined one parrot class object, myparrot class object, and one mypenguin class object. So we're calling this flying bird test, we're calling this flying bird test with this bird parrot, that is which is a parrot class object, and bird penguin, which is a penguin class object. So what will happen when we are passing this bird parrot, so that is the parrot class object. So that parrot class object dot can fly and parrot class object dot can swim will get executed. So as a result of that, this can fly and this can swim, the respective body will get executed and respective strings are going to get printed. But when you are passing this bird penguin, which is the my penguin class object as input parameter to this flying bird test, so in that case this bird can fly and bird can swim will be operated on this my penguin class objects. So in that case what will happen, we'll be getting this penguin cannot fly and penguin can swim in case of flying bird test bird penguin, but in case of flying bird test bird parrot, we're having parrot can fly and parrot cannot swim. So you can find that how these classes are having their respective objects and the objects are being passed to this flying bird test, and respectively the respective can fly and can swim method will get executed. So in this particular session we have discussed what is the how to implement the inheritance, how to do the polymorphism in our Python in our object oriented programming. Thanks for watching this video.
Python multiple inheritance. So now what is the multiple inheritance? We've discussed that one in the previous example in the previous video. So now we are going to discuss that how this multiple inheritance can be implemented in our Python coding. So like C++, a class can be derived from for more than one base classes in Python, and this is called the multiple inheritance. And in multiple inheritance, the features of all the base classes are inherited into the derived class, and the syntax for multiple inheritance is similar to as we are use that one in the single inheritance. So let us suppose this is our base class number 1 having got feature 1 and feature 2. This is our base class number 2 having got feature 3 and feature 4. After getting inherited, we are having feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, feature 4 are available in the derived class. Let us suppose another extra feature we have added to the derived class, that is our feature 5, and in this way the multiple inheritance can be implemented in our Python coding. So let us go for one practical demonstration to show you that how this multiple inheritance can be coded. So here is the demonstration for you.
In case of multiple inheritance, we'll be having multiple base classes and one derived class, and the derived class will be deriving properties, that is the methods, variables from the base classes. And here we are having one example. Class base 1 having one statement pass, class base 2 having one statement pass here, and class multi derived which will take this base 1 and base 2 as the base classes or the super classes, and we'll have only one statement pass here. So if I can execute this one, you see there is no error has occurred. So Python supports multiple inheritance. So let us go for another example here. So here we are having class base 1 which is having only one method, that is a function base 1. These are the required print statement to be executed. And here we are having class base 2, only one function, that is a function base 2, and here this thing will get executed. And base 3 we are having only one function inside it, there is a function base 3, and respective the print statement is there mentioned. Now here we are having there is a multi derived base 1 comma base 2 comma base 3. So here we are having multiple base classes and only one derived class. The name of the derived class is multi derived, and we are having three base classes, base 1, base 2 and base 3. So here we are having only one function, there is a function multi derived, and where this function multi derived is executing, this string will get printed by the print method. So now let us go for our object declaration under this multi derived. So MD1 is the object name. So multi derived object under the class multi derived. So we have called this multi derived constructor, and this object has got defined and instantiated. Now MD1 dot function base 1. So that means this particular function is getting called, and then function base 2, this function is being called, function base 3, this function has been called. As they are the base classes to this derived class, so their respective functions, that is the member functions, will get inherited into this multi derived. As a result of that, this multi derived class object, from this multi derived class object, if I want to access those functions, I shall be allowed to access that one, and also I can access that very function which is defined itself within this multi-derived class. So now let us go for the execution. You can find that function base 1 is executing, so this function has got its successful execution. Function base 2 is executing, function base 3 is executing, and function multi-derived is executing. That means the respective all the 4 functions they have executed, and respective print statements are printing their respective strings to be printed. So in this way, in this example, we have demonstrated how to define one class where we will be having multiple base classes, and how to implement multiple inheritance in Python. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are going to discuss Python function arguments. We know that passing arguments to a function is optional. We may not pass any argument. We may pass one or more than one arguments. So argument passing to a function is optional. A function may or may not have arguments passed. A function can have fixed or variable number of arguments. As we discussed that that is the variations while passing variable number of arguments to a function. So how to pass variable number of arguments to a function? So that can be categorized in 3 different heads. So there is a Python default arguments, Python keyword arguments, then Python arbitrary arguments. So to discuss more on them, I think the theoretical concept will not be sufficient enough. Let us go for one practical demonstration. We'll be showing that how these Python default arguments, Python keyword arguments, and Python arbitrary arguments can get implemented using Python coding. So here is the demonstration.
A function may or may not have its input arguments. Also, a function may or may not return anything. So here we are defining one function. The name of the function is findMax. It is having a and b as input arguments. So here if a is greater than b, they return a. That means which is the maximum one will be returned, and that's why the name of the function is findMax here. So if a is greater than b, return a, else it will return b here. So this function is having input parameters a and b. So while calling this findMax, we are passing parameter 10, which will be assigned to the variable a, and also passing 20, which will be assigned to the variable b here. So if 10 is greater than 20, the condition is false, so it will return the value b. That means 20 will be returned, and that we can print here. So let us go for the execution. So max number between 10 and 20 is 20. So if I make this one as 100, if I make this one 100, then obviously the output will be accordingly changed. So max number between 100 and 20 is 100 here. So in this way, I have shown you that how a function can take input arguments and how it can return a value. Next one, we're going for this hello. Here we are having 2 parameters. One is the name, another one is the message. The message is having one default argument. So it will print hello and then name and the message. So here you see we have passed the first argument as Ognivo, so that will be assigned to the name, and the second argument we have passed as have a nice day, and that will be assigned to the message. So in the second time when I'm calling this hello function, we are passing only Ognivo, not the second argument we are passing. In that case, as the second parameter is missing, it will take the default value of the second parameter. So let us go for the execution. You can find that hello is coming from this particular string. So hello Ognivo comma have a nice day. I passed this have a nice day, so that's why it has got printed accordingly. Next one is hello Ognivo, how are you? Because I didn't pass the second argument, second parameter is not being passed. As a result of that, the default argument is actually is getting assigned onto this message variable. Okay, now let us go for the another one. So here you see we are having one function. The name of the function is sumall, which will take the function with the arbitrary arguments. So sum is equal to 0. For I in arguments, sum is equal to sum plus I and return sum. So here this star args will indicate that here you can pass multiple number of arguments as required. There is no upper limit. We can pass multiple number of arguments as required. So in that case, for I in args, so it will retrieve one of the arguments at a time, and that argument will get added with the sum. Before going for this addition, we have made this sum initialized with the value 0, and then we are having this return sum. So let us go for the execution. So with this particular function sumall, we have passed 5 parameters. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. If we just go on adding, you are going to get here 15. So that's why sum of all the integers between 1 to 5 is 15 here. So sum of all integers. So this particular line has got printed. So in this way you can have a function with the variable number of arguments in our Python. Now let us go for this particular method. So here the method name is default argument. It is having 3 input parameters A, B and C, and their values will get printed. So default argument has been called with these values 10, 20 and 30. Okay, now let me go for the execution of the same. I'm finding this one, A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20 and C is equal to 30 here. So now I'm just doing some changes in my code. Here I'm not passing the third parameter. I'm passing only 10 and 20. Then what is the outcome? We are finding one error. There is a type error. It is showing one error. There is a type error and it is telling that default argument function missing one required positional argument, that is C. Because I didn't pass the third argument, so C has got not initialized. So what we are doing, I'm just here putting here 300. If I execute the code, you can find that as I didn't pass the value for C, so the default argument is getting assigned on this C variable. Okay, now next one. I'm doing some changes here. Here I'm not passing the value for B. If I go on execution, you can find that I'm finding one error and it is telling that default argument function missing one required positional argument B. So the value for B is missing here. So that is the problem. So we are doing this one in this way. We're retrieving this problem in this way. We're resolving this problem in this way. Now you can find that we're having this 200. The default argument is being assigned and this default argument is being assigned, and 10 as I passed, that will be assigned to A here. Okay, next one. I'm not passing anything. I'm just making only this one. So if I go for execution, you can find that default argument function missing one required positional argument, that is A. So in that case, what will happen? In that case, I should make some default argument to be mentioned. You see, so all the default values have got assigned here. So in this way, I've shown you that how the default arguments are playing their roles. Now next time I'm going for the another one. I'm just mentioning that B is equal to 222, C is equal to 333, and here we are having this A is equal to 111. We're having this one. So now if I go on executing, you can find that we're having this 111, 222, 333. You can also see that I have mentioned them in different order, not in the order in which we have actually defined them in the function input parameters. So here we can mention explicitly that this 222 will be assigned to B, 333 will be assigned to C, and 111 will be assigned to A, and accordingly the values have got mapped. So I'm just making a copy of it and just withdrawing this assignment. So in that case, as the value of C is missing, so the default value 300 will be assigned to C. So default value 300 will be assigned to C. So in this way, I've shown you that how these arguments can be of different types, how the what is the your default arguments, how to write one function which will take multiple number of arguments as required. So we have given you the demonstration with some examples to make your conception clear on Python functions. Thanks for watching this video.
We are starting with a very important concept, that is the Python functions. How to write functions in our Python programming. Whenever we write a huge long code, then always we try to divide that code, segregate that code into multiple different modules and functions. And whenever functions are there, then it will make us easier to understand that program, and obviously the reusability of the code can be enhanced by writing one related one function containing related statements which are executed as a whole whenever certain operation will be asked for. So let us go for the further discussion on this function in Python. So function is a group of related statements that perform a specific task in our program. Function implementation breaks our program into smaller and modular chunks, and function helps us to make our program more modular, organized, easy to debug, reusability will be enhanced, and so on. Reusability features helps us to avoid repetition of our programming code. Syntax of a function, how to write one function in our Python. So def will be written, that is a defined function. So defined function, also you can call it as a define. So def will be there. So this is the function name. These are the list of parameters you may or may not pass, obviously. So list of parameters are there. Don't forget to give this colon, because if you give this colon, that means you are starting with the function body, and the function body will have the indent in that case. And there is a doc string which has been enclosed within thrice quotes. The double quotes are there. So there is a doc string. Doc string, if you want to insert the doc string, that is a documentation string, that should be the first statement within the function body. And then we can write one or more than one statements, and then return value, return, and then return value will be there, and that is optional. A function may or may not return a value. So that is the way to write the function in our Python. Types of functions. Basically, functions can be divided into the following two types. The first one is the built-in functions, the functions that are built into the Python, as an example ABS, which will give you the absolute value of the input parameter, and then character, we are having the CHR rather. So there is a float, there is a conversion to the float, there is a print, we will be using this print, we are using this print multiple times in our Python code to print some string on the screen on the console. So these are the inbuilt functions, there is a built-in functions. We need not to write the respective code for all these functions, they are pre-written. I can readily use them in our code as when required. So next one is our user-defined functions, and these functions were responsible to write the body and the function defined by the users themselves and to do certain specific tasks. Always remember, the function name should be very much important, because in case of user-defined function, from the function name we should get the purpose of the function. If you give the function name like function 1, function 2, function 3, they don't carry any sense in future. So next time if I ask you what is the purpose of function 1, you are supposed to look at the code. But the function name should be very much logical, very much meaningful, so that from the function name even you can get the purpose of the function. And let us go for one practical demonstration to show you how to write these functions in our Python programming with some sample coding. So here is the demonstration.
In this session, we are going to discuss functions. And in case of Python functions, the function name should be defined. And here we will be using the keyword, there is a define, that is a def, and the function name. Within the opening first bracket and closing first bracket, we can write the respective parameters if I want to pass some input parameters there. This is known as user-defined function because we are writing the respective function body. Always the function should have this opening first bracket and the closing first bracket, that will indicate that it is a function here. As here we are writing the function body, so it will be known as the user-defined function. But if you don't write the function body, that means in case of print, you can easily find that this print is a function because it is having this opening first bracket and the closing first bracket, and it is taking a string as input parameter, but we are not writing the body of this print, so that's why it is called library function or inbuilt function. After writing this def and then function name, then opening bracket, closing bracket, then we shall put one colon here. Then rest part of the function body will have the indentation, which is the 4 blank spaces are there. So all the statements which will be maintaining these 4 blank spaces beforehand will be treated as a part of the function body. Okay, so in this way there is no begin end, there is no curly brace open, curly brace close, there is no block begin and block end marker. Only this indentation will indicate that these statements are within these function bodies. So this hello one is a function which is having no return statement. You can find that there is no return statement we have written. But in case of hello 2, we are having one return statement, and it is having this string to be returned. Return command returns back the control to the caller and mainly used to return a value to the caller of the function. So whenever we are calling this hello one, then this print statement will get executed because this is the only one statement within this hello one function body. But in case of hello2, when you'll be calling this hello2, it will return one string. So the control will come back to the caller when this return statement will be executed, and then print will print this particular print function or print method will print the string which will be returned here. So let us go for the execution. You can find this is the outcome of hello1 function calling, and this is the outcome of this print hello2 function. So a function can have the first statement which will be in the indentation will be known as the document string or doc string if it is enclosed within triple single quotes or triple double quotes. So I can write this one as this one. So this is a multi-line text. So you see I have written this one within triple single quotes. Now this is known as the doc string, and this doc string is the first statement in this function body which is having the indentation. Okay, so how to access this one? So we can do this one in this way. So in this way I can access this respective doc string or document string. You can easily find this is a multi-line text. Instead of enclosing it within triple single quotes, also you can use them as triple double quotes. Then also it will have the same output as I have shown you. Okay, next we are going for the other program part. Here one thing has to be remembered. Here this hello1 is a user defined function because we are writing the function body. This hello2 is a user defined function because we are writing this function body. But this print is a inbuilt function or the library function because we are not writing the function body of print, but we are using it, we are calling it according to our purpose. So that's why this print is known as the library function here. Here we have defined multiple functions. So first function is myAddition, which takes x and y as input argument. So here the keyword def, that is a defined function name, and then input arguments enclosed within opening first bracket and closing first bracket, colon must be there, and there is the body of the function which is printing this statement, that is performing the addition operation and return x plus y. Similarly, we have written the function body for subtraction, performing the subtraction operation, return x minus y. My multiplication, which is taking x and y as input parameters, performing the multiplication operation, return x star y. My division, it is taking this x and y as input arguments, so print performing the division operation, return x by y. So in this way we have defined my addition, my subtraction, my multiplication, my division methods. Now we are going to define another method that is known as the my menu. All these methods are user defined functions. So under this my menu we are having this main menu will be printed, then 4 options are going to get printed, then it will ask for the option number, Here input is a function, library function, which returns a string. So before assigning it to the variable ch, I'm doing the typecasting using another inbuilt function, library function, that is int. So now it will return the value of ch. So my menu returns the value of ch. Let us go for the final function, that is our def calculation. So at first it is calling my menu. So my menu will print this my menu and the 4 options, and it will ask for the choice, and then the value will be returned. The value which will be returned will be assigned to this ch. It does not mean that here the variable is ch. So here also we are supposed to have the variable ch only. You can also make it as choice. So that is not an issue because this choice is local within this my menu, and this ch is local within this calculation. So they may be having the same name, maybe having the different name, but in both cases they will have their separate memory space allocation during execution of our code. So here we have read 2 numbers, num1 and num2, using the same way. Please enter the first number, please enter the second number. Input function returns string, so it has been converted to integer using int here. So if ch, the value which will be returned by this my menu, if ch is equal to 1, then result is equal to, you see I'm calling this my addition function, and num1 and num2 I'm passing two parameters. These num1 and num2 will get assigned onto x and y, you can find it, and then it will return the sum of it after printing this line. So that result will be assigned to this variable result. So that sum will be assigned to this result. For choice 2, it will return the respective difference that will be assigned to result. In case of choice 3, the respective product will be returned and that will be assigned to the variable result. In case of choice 4, the respective quotient will be returned and that will be assigned to the variable result here. So print so result is equal to result, so I'm going to print that one. So if I call this respective function, that is calculation, you can go for the calculation, you can find that it is at first it is calling this my menu. My menu is displaying the options and it is asking for the option number. If I give the option number 1, then it is asking for the first number, let it be 100, and the second number, let it be 200. So as a result of that, as I selected option number 1, so addition will be done between 100 and 200. So as a result, we are going to get 300 here. If I execute the code once again, so here I'm going for the option number 2. I'm going for the multiplication between 10 and 20. You can easily find. So I'm getting the subtraction. Oh, I've selected option number 2. It is for the subtraction. So I'm getting here minus 10 as the outcome. So let me show it once again. So here I'm going for the option number 2, that is the subtraction. So I'm just giving the value 100 and giving the value 40. You can find that performing the subtraction operation. So because this particular line has got printed, because we wrote that one in our my subtraction method, and then it is returning x minus y, and that will be assigned to the result, and later so result is equal to the result variable's value will get printed. So result is equal to 60 is getting printed because we have given inputs 100 and 40, so the difference value will be 60 here. So let us go for the third option. So option number 3. So now it is multiplication. So if I give the value say 100 and say 20, so the result is coming as 2000, performing the multiplication operation. So result is equal to 2000 here. So let us go for the last one. So if I give the option number 4, so I'm supposed to perform the division operation, so the quotient will be returned. I'm giving this 125. You can find that it is giving me the result as 4.0. So in this way, you can easily find that we have written some code here for the better explanation and for your better understanding. So a function can return a value, may not return a value. A function should be starting with this def keyword, which is defined, then the function name, then opening bracket, closing bracket will enclose the input parameters, then colon is must, and all the statements which will be written with indent. So they will be treated as within the function body. You can find that how we are writing this code and how the function is getting called here. So I think now the conception is getting clear to you that how this function can work. So I'm giving you one assignment. We know that division by 0 is illegal. So that's why whenever you are performing this division operation, before performing the division, obviously I should check the value of y. If the value of y is equal to 0, then obviously I should handle the situation carefully. So please modify this code, and so that you can also check whether division by 0 is illegal, is happening or not, and accordingly modify this code and write the program yourself. Thanks for watching this video.
Python break statement. So in this video, we are going to discuss the use of break statement, what is the required syntax to write the break statement, and when should we use the break statement in our Python coding. So in Python, break and continue statements can alter the flow of a normal loop. In this video, we will be considering the break statement. In the next video, we will be discussing the continue. But this break and continue, these two statements can alter the normal flow of a loop. The loops iterate over a block of code until test expression is false. So until the test expression is false, the loop will go on executing. But sometimes we wish to terminate the current iteration or even the whole loop without checking the test expression. So if I want to alter the sequence, if I come out from the loop construct, even if the test expression is true, I can go for this break statement. So the break and the continue statements are used in these cases whenever you are trying to alter the flow of control in a loop body. Break statement syntax in Python. The break statement terminates the loop containing it. Control of the program flows to the statement immediately after the body of the loop. So let us suppose that is the loop. The loop having multiple statements are written. So there is one break is there. When the break will get executed, then the next statement after the loop will get the control. So that immediate statement after this loop body will get the control, because the control will coming out from this loop and it will come to the line which is just after this loop construct. If the break statement is inside a nested loop, that is a loop inside another loop, then break will terminate the innermost loop and control will come to the outer loop in that case. How to write the break statement? All letters must be in lowercase. So B-R-E-A-K. So all letters must be in the lowercase to write the break statement. Flowchart of break. So here the control will come entering into the loop. So that now the test expression of the loop, if the condition is false, then obviously there is no need to execute the loop. So exit loop. Otherwise, if it is when it is true, then it will be checked whether break statement is there or not. If the break statement is there, then it will exit the loop. Otherwise, when the break statement is not there, then remaining body of the loop will get executed and this process will be repeated until this test expression is producing false, or if there is some break statement, it will come out from this loop, that is the exit loop here. So for the better understanding, let us go for one practical demonstration. They will be showing using some coding that how this break statement can be used in our Python.
In this demonstration, we are discussing the use of break statement in our Python coding. So import random as R. R is the alias. We are importing the random module, and random is equal to r.randRange 1,20. This randRange method will generate a random number in between 1 to 19, because 20 will be the exclusive limit and 1 will be the inclusive lower limit. So the number to be guessed, so whatever the value is getting generated in between 1 to 19, which will be assigned to random, and that random is getting printed here. So I is equal to 1 while true. That means we are falling in an infinite loop. So we will be executing an infinite loop while true. So print number guessed I. So the value of I will get printed. So at first it will print 1 here. So if I is equal to random number. So now whenever this random is equal to I, in that case we are printing this statement and we are break. Break means the break statement is getting executed, and this break statement actually stops the loop and exits from the loop as well. And otherwise the value of I will get increased by 1 and it will get prepared itself for the next iteration. So let us go for the execution. So here you can find that the number which has been guessed in between 1 to 19 is 4. So this I is equal to 1, the loop has got executed. For I is equal to 2, the loop has got executed. For 3 also, for 4 also, the loop has got executed. But when the 4 is equal to random, random is also containing 4. So 4 is equal to 4 when the condition is true. We are just coming out from this while construct. After printing this line, random number has been guessed successfully, and then we are exiting from this while. So now if you write any statement after this, if we write this statement after this, you can find that the respective statement will get printed. So now here the random number has guessed number 12. So loop has got executed for I is equal to 1 to 12. Random number has been guessed successfully, and then end of the program is getting executed. So in this way we have discussed that what is the purpose of break. Break statement is actually stops the looping and then it will exit from the loop construct. And using this Python code, we have demonstrated the use of break in our respective example. Thanks for watching this video.
Python continue statement. Continue statement syntax in Python. The continue statement is used to skip the rest of the code inside a loop for the current iteration only. That means that suppose we are having say 10 statements are there in the loop. On the 5th statement, we have written continue, and whenever we are executing this continue, then the rest 5 statements, that is the statement number 6 to statement number 10, will remain unexecuted, and again the test condition will get the control. Again the condition will be checked, and if the condition is true, the looping will be done again, otherwise it will come out from the loop. So the continue statement is used to skip the rest of the code inside a loop for the current iteration only. Loop does not terminate, but the continues on with the next iteration. So this is the syntax of writing this continue. All the letters must be written in lowercase. C is not capital. All the letters are in the lowercase. So because the Python is a case sensitive language. So flowchart of the continue. So here the control will be coming. So test expression of the loop will be tested. If the condition is false, so then exit loop will take place. Then if the condition is true, then it will check whether continue is there or not. If the continue is there, then if it is yes, then again the test expression of the loop will get executed. This remaining part of body of the loop will remain unexecuted for that iteration only. But if there is no continue, then the remaining body of the loop will get executed, and there is a flowchart of continue statement to give you the idea how the control is flowing in the looping in the loop construct. So let us go for one practical demonstration for the easy understanding of this continue statement usage in our Python coding.
In this coding, we are going to explain the use of continue statement in our Python. So for I in range 1, 20, that means the I value will be ranging from 1 to 19 because the upper limit 20 is exclusive and the lower limit 1 is inclusive here. So value of I will be ranging from 1 to 19. So if I %2 is not equal to 0, that means if the number is not a even number, then we are going for the continue. That means when the number is not an even number, that means when the number is odd, then continue. Continue means the next statement will become unreachable, unexecuted, and control will come to the for statement back again. So that is the purpose of the continue. So current iteration gets continued. That means the current iteration will get continued, and the rest part of the code which will be coming after this continue statement will become unreachable, and for that iteration it will remain unexecuted. So let us go for the execution here. You can easily find the execution is producing the outcome like this. So if you make this one as 10, say, so now I will be ranging from 1 to 9. So only the even numbers are going to get printed, because in case of odd number, when the I %2, there is a remainder of the division by 2 is not equal to 0. That means when it is other than any value 0, then it is continuing, so it is going back. So for the only for the even numbers, I %2 will become 0. So that's why this condition will be false. So print I, this statement is getting control. As the condition is false, the continue is not getting executed. In this way, in this particular example, we have demonstrated that how to use the continue statement in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python errors and exceptions. When writing a program and executing it, we often encounter errors. An error caused by not following the proper structure or the syntax of the language is called the syntax error or the parsing error. So whenever we are writing one code and if the code is not properly written in the respective syntax as provided by Python, then obviously we are getting some syntax error. What is the meaning of the term syntax? Syntax means grammar. So the grammar which you are supposed to follow to write the statements in our Python programming, if you don't follow that one, then syntax error may take place. So sometimes during runtime, some other errors may take place, and they can be also called as a semantic errors. So syntax errors, semantic errors are there. So while writing our programs in any programming languages, these sort of errors may come into the play. So example, if we miss this colon in the if statement, then the if imports are not proper, etc. So example, if we miss colon in the if statement, then such error may take place, or if the imports are not proper, then the errors may take place. Now these are the errors. Now what are the exceptions? So exceptions are being raised whenever you are having erroneous conditions. So now let us discuss our Python exceptions. Here we are having some Python built-in exceptions. So just consider this exception and cause of error. So one is the assertion error raised when assert statement fails. So we are having a separate video to discuss on this assertion. Please watch that one, and if the assertion is causing failure, then this assertion error will be raised. Next one is the attribute error raised when the attribute assignment or the reference fails. Now next one is the EOF error, that is the end of file error raised when the input function hits the end of the file and it is trying to read some content from the file. So in that case, obviously the file has got exhausted and so the error will be raised, the exception will be raised, and that is known as EOF error. Next one is the floating point error, raised when a floating point operation fails. Generator exit, so raised when a generator's closed method is called. So that is the generator exit. Next one is import error, raised when the imported module is not found. Let us suppose we are trying to import NumPy module, but the NumPy module is not present, then obviously the import error will come into the play. So next one is the index error, raised when the index of a sequence is out of the range. Let us suppose we are having only 5 elements in the sequence, but you want to extract, or you want to pick up the 10th element from the sequence. So obviously it will produce some index error. So let us go for a practical demonstration for the better understanding of this file, of this Python errors and exceptions.
In this session, we are discussing Python errors and exceptions. Under the try block, we have written a is equal to one string here, and we are trying to convert this string to the integer, and the assigned value will be assigned onto the variable b. But here you see one exception will be raising, because we cannot convert high to an integer. So let us execute this code and let us see that what will happen. Here you see this particular try block has got followed by the except block. So this except block will be initiated whenever we are having some error, within the try block. So what has happened, you see, whenever you are trying to convert this a to the integer, it has produced one error, and that's why the control has come directly to this exception block. So here this exception block will be denoted by except, and colon will be there. If I write here one statement, you can find that this statement is not getting executed. That means from this particular line where that exception has been, the error has been raised, automatically the control has come to the except block and leaving the rest part of the try block unexecuted and unreachable. But if I convert this one as 100, if I write this one as 100, you can find that I am here is getting printed. That means the full try block has got executed, but exception block, the except block has got not executed here, because there is no exception to convert 100, which is in the form of string, to integer and assign it to b. So also we can print the value of b here. You can find that the b is equal to 100 is getting printed. So in this way, we have shown you that how this try and except blocks are working here. If I convert it to high once again, you can find that except block is getting control. So next one is this one. So catching specific exception. So here a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 0, and we are trying to do a by b. So as b is equal to 0 here, so a by b will produce one exception. Here this particular error we have given the name, that is the 0 division error. So division by 0 is not possible, that is the message to be printed here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that division by 0 is not possible. So if I want to print the value of c, you can find that this particular line has become unreachable. But if I make this one say 500 and if I make this one say 10, in that case obviously the except 0 division error, that block will not get the control and it will print the required value for C as 50 here. So that is our catching specific exception. So again you are making this one as 0. You can find that it is printing that division by 0 is not possible, and that means the except block is getting the control whenever we are trying to divide a by 0 here, b is equal to 0 here. So now let us go for the another one. So exception can be raised also. In our code we can raise some exceptions. So let us suppose within the try block we have raised one exception, one error, that is a type error, and except block is handling that type error, and this particular message is going to get printed. So that means we can also raise our error within the try block, and except block should have that particular error code, and that's why the respective body will be executed. So here you see we are having this type error. Instead of this type error, if we keep only this except, then also the code will produce this one. Otherwise you can mention the You can mention except type error, then also the control will be coming to this block and type error exception caught, that message will get printed. So now let us go for try and finally. So within the try block we have written print in try block, and here you see there is no exception has been raised. So what will happen after execution of the try block, then the finally block will be executed. Except block will not be executed because no error has been raised here. So what will happen, the try block will get executed and the finally block will get executed. So let us go for the execution. So in try block, in the finally block, you can find this. But if you raise one error, if you raise one error using this code, that is raise type error, then what will happen, the try block will be executed. That means this particular code will be printed, this particular statement or string will get printed, and then this raise type error, so control will come to this except and see what happens. You can find that in try block, in except block, in the finally block. That means finally block will be executed in spite of the fact whether any error has occurred within the try block or not. So that means finally block is that very block which is supposed to get executed always, irrespective of the fact whether any error has occurred within the try block or not. Let us suppose within the try block we are opening one data file. How to open one data file, how to perform the read and write operations, we have discussed that one in the previous videos. So let us suppose we are opening one data file. The data file will be open within the try block and we are trying to read or write from the data file. Let us suppose there is some error has occurred while reading the data file. Some portion of the data file has fallen on the bad sector of the hard disk. In that case what will happen, some IO error will take place. So in that case what will happen, the exception will be raised and control will come to the except block. But in the finally block we will be keeping always the F close. That means the closing of the file, that very method will be called within the from the finally block. So what will happen, whenever some error has occurred within the try block, then except block will get the control and ultimately the file will be closed. But while performing the reading or writing operation from the data file, which is there, the code has been written within the try block, if there is no error has occurred, then only also the finally block will get the control and the file will be closed accordingly. So that means those particular codes or statements which are supposed to get executed irrespective of the fact whether errors are occurring or not, they must be written under the finally block. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, we have given you the idea what is the purpose of try block, except block and the finally block. Thanks for watching this video.
Python exception handling, try, except and finally. Python has many built-in exceptions which enables our program to output an error message when something is going wrong. So there are different mechanisms with the help of which such error messages can be generated whenever there is some error in the system. So when these exceptions occur, it causes the current process to stop and passes it to the calling process and until it is handled. So if not handled, our program will crash. So for the better understanding on this concept, let us go for one practical example and to show you that how this try, except and finally are working.
Now in this demonstration we shall discuss more on these exceptions and errors in Python. So here you see, here we are having one try block, a is equal to 100, b is equal to 20, c is equal to a by b. So here we are having one except block, that is the zero division error. So except on this zero division error, and division by 0 is not possible. But here you see the b is having the value which is non-zero. So we are expecting that this particular division, zero division error will not be raised. So let us go for the execution. You can find that this particular code has got not printed. So let us print it. So now if I go on executing, we can find that this 100 by 20 is equal to 5.0. So it is giving the output because there is no error has occurred. But if I make this one, as 0, then obviously the division by 0 is not possible. That means the control is coming directly from this particular line to this except block, and this particular statement is getting printed which is written under the except zero division error block. So now you can find that whenever one exception is occurring, then from that line the control is coming directly to the respective except block and the rest part of the code in the try block will remain unreachable and unexecuted. So let us suppose I'm just writing this one in this way. Okay, now if I go for the execution, I'm writing this one as 100, writing this one as 20. I'm getting the required output as well. So now if I go for the execution, you can find that I'm giving the value ABC and giving the value. You see, whenever I'm writing this value ABC, I'm giving the value ABC. It cannot be converted to the integer using the type conversion method, that is int. So what is the error here? Error is the value error. So that's why I can also go for the value error here. So now I can raise here. So I'm writing one except. The data types are not proper. So I've given this value error here. So now if I execute my code and if I get 100 and then ABC, you can see I'm getting the this particular statement got printed, that is the data types are not proper. So if I execute and if I put ABC at the first, then also it is this particular value error will be caught here. So you see, whenever you are performing this conversion to integer, and whenever I'm giving the input string as ABC, ABC cannot be converted to integer. So that's why the data types are not proper. This particular statement is getting printed because the control is coming directly to this except value error. So it is not going for this zero division error because that exception, that error is not happening. So let us go for say another one. Say I'm going for say I want to have one restriction on this A. So I'm just writing this one. If A is below this 0, that means if A is negative, then I shall have one raise, say I'm going for say a name error, say type error. Okay, so I'm just writing this one, raise type error. So here okay, so now what will happen? See, I'm putting the value 100, I'm putting the value 20, it is giving me the outcome. I'm giving the value minus 90 and giving the value say 16, I'm getting the output that the data is not in range. So in this way also you can raise your type error here. So now I'm doing another check. I'm just going for x by y. You see, x and y, they are not defined here. Then what will happen? If I go on executing, it is asking for the value. So let me give the values. And now it is raising one error, that is the name error. It is raising one error, that is the x is not defined. So that means I should go for another one, that is the name error. So data items are not defined. So that is my respective block I have written, print data items are not defined. So now if I go on executing, so these values I'm providing, no issues, but it is producing the control is coming to this except name error, and this particular statement is getting printed that the data items are not defined. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, you can find that one try block can be followed by multiple except blocks, and depending upon the error type which will be raised within the try block, accordingly the respective except block will be executed and rest part of the try block will remain unreachable and unexecuted. Thanks for watching this video.
In this video, we are discussing user-defined exceptions with one demonstration. So here is the demonstration for you.
So in this session, we are discussing user-defined exceptions. We define one class. The name of the class is voters eligibility, which is inheriting the class exception. And this voters eligibility class is having one method, that is a constructor we have defined, and from the constructor we have called the base class constructor, that is using the method super. Here the base class is our exception. So voters eligibility is one user defined class which is inheriting the base class, that is our exception, and this voters eligibility is having one constructor. From the constructor we have called the super method to call the base class constructor. So now let us come to the other part of the program code. Within the try block, age has been initialized with 12, and if age is less than 18, then raise voters eligibility. So here we are using the user defined exception. So that's why we're manually raising the exception, that is the voters eligibility. To handle the situation, we are having the except block, that is the except voters eligibility, which is printing the age is less than 18 here. And when this particular exception will not be raised, then the control will come back to the else block, and here age is greater than or equal to 18. This particular code will get executed. So now let us go for the execution for the better understanding. You see the age is less than 18 is getting printed. So that means here age is 12, so 12 is less than 18, the condition is true. So this voters eligibility will be raised, and then the control will come back to this voters eligibility. So age is less than 18 is getting printed. So now let us go for inclusion of the finally here. So let us go for the finally. So we written this one end of the program. You can find that the finally block is getting executed. So which blocks are getting executed? At first try, as the age is below 18, so the except block, else block is not getting its control for execution, and then the final block is getting executed here. So now let us go for some modifications here. At first I'm making this one set 21. So let us see what will happen. So here we are having this 21. So except, so the raise voters eligibility will not be executed, the exception will not be raised. So control will come to the else block. So age is greater than or equal to 18. That message has got printed, that string has got printed, and final block is getting printed irrespective of the fact whether any exception has occurred or not. So here we are printing the age. Here we are printing this age. You can find that the age is 21. Age is greater than or equal to 18, else block has got its control for execution. End of the program, the finally block has got its control. If I make this one 12, then age is 12, so this particular try block has got the control. From here, this condition is true, so the voters eligibility will be raised. Control will come to the except block, so age is less than 18 has got printed. The else block will be skipped. Final block will get the control, end of the program is getting executed. So now let us suppose I'm just putting this 12 within double quotes. So it has become a string. So here you see one error has occurred, there is a type error. So I should have the respective block for the type error. So age is not numeric, so there is a type error. You can find that age is 12, so the try block has got its control and got the execution. Now you see here we are performing this check, that means age is less than 18, so age is a string, so this comparison cannot be done. So age is not numeric, so the respective type error will be raised automatically. We're not raising, when this comparison will be done, then the system will be raising this type error. So control will come to this except type error, and age is not numeric, that particular string is getting printed, and then the final block is getting printed, is getting executed, and the statement is getting printed. So you are getting this idea how these user defined exceptions can be written in our Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python OOP approach, that is object oriented programming approach. Python is a multi-paradigm programming language as it supports different programming approach. And one of the popular approaches to solve a programming problem is by creating objects. And this is known as object-oriented programming, that is OOP. So objects will be doing everything. So that's why we will be defining objects, and using objects we will be writing our code. And that's why this Python is known as object-oriented programming language. An object has two characteristics. The first one is the attributes or messages. That means what are the different values these attributes can hold, and behaviors or methods which will define that what are the different permitted operations that we can carry out on these attributes and messages. So let's take one example. So dog is an object, and it has the name, age, height, weight, color are the attributes, and barking, wagging, and this running are the respective behaviors. So the concept of object-oriented programming in Python focuses on creating reusable codes. That means once the code will be defined, will be written, we can reuse that code as when required. So reusability will be enhanced if you go for the object-oriented programming, because whatever the methods we are going to write, that can be used for any number of times. So this concept is also known as dry, that is, don't repeat yourself. In Python, the concept of object-oriented programming follows some basic principles. So what are the principles? We basically have three principles. So that is the inheritance. Next one is the encapsulation. Next one is the polymorphism. So a process of using details from a new class without modifying the existing class. So a process of using details from a new class without modifying the existing class is known as the inheritance, where the reusability code is getting implemented. That means here we will be having one class. From the class we will be taking the respective methods and attributes, the respective messages and methods into another class, and we can go on adding some other methods and messages as applicable. Next one is the encapsulation, that is the hiding the private details of a class from other objects. So class is nothing but a common blueprint for all the alike objects. So that is known as a class. And in case of encapsulation, it will hide those private detailing of a class. And next one is the polymorphism, that is a concept of using common operation in different ways for different data input. So this is known as polymorphism. Whenever multiple things or the same thing will have the different name, rather I should say, when the same thing has got different name, then we can call it as a polymorphic. So that's why a concept of using the common operation in different ways, passing different data input, is known as a polymorphism. So these are the main three pillars of object-oriented programming. So let us go for one demonstration where we will be showing you that how this Python has become object-oriented.
In object-oriented programming in Python, we define class and objects. We know that instance of a class is known as an object. An object consists of multiple different messages which will be holding different values, and methods which will decide or which will determine the permitted operations that we can carry out on those messages. Here we are defining one class. The name of the class is mybird, and this class is having three different methods. The first method is very special, is underscore underscore init underscore underscore. This method is known as a constructor. A constructor name will be always underscore underscore init underscore underscore irrespective of the class name, and it will have the prototype which will be having one self as input argument. So this self is actually denoting the object reference, that means object which will be created under this class, and this is also known as this reference. So this particular init, this constructor is having only one statement to get printed. Also we are having other methods, that is the what type, and we are having the method that is scan swim. What type method is having this string to get printed, and this scan swim is also having this string to get printed here. So in this way we have declared the class body mybird. So now we are going for this myparrot, and here we are having one instance variable species which is having this string, that is a bird here, and this is our constructor which will print this respective message. And here we are defining two instance variables separately extra. One is name and age, which will get initialized with these input parameters. We are having another method, that is a can sing, and this from this method we are returning one string, and this is the string which will go on returning. And you see here we are passing this self.name as a first placeholder content, and this song as a second placeholder content. So in this way we have defined this myparrot class here. So now we are having the next class, that is a mypenguin. This mypenguin is inheriting the class mybird. You can easily recall that this mybird was a class, and if you go on executing, you can find that it is having no method has been called from this mybird class. So that's why it is producing no output, only the mere declaration we are having. And now we are having this myparrot, and this myparrot I have executed. So no error has been observed. Now this is mypenguin. This is one class which is inheriting properties from mybird. So mybird properties means these properties will get inherited. We should know that whenever we are having one method or one message preceded by the underscore means it is a private, under the private, and double underscore means it is strictly private. Private members cannot be accessed from outside of the class. So this is mypenguin which is inheriting mybird class, and it is having the respective constructor here, and which is calling the base class constructor. The base class means the mybird. Mybird constructor can only be called using super dot underscore underscore init underscore underscore method. That means we are calling the base class constructor. This super method is actually denoting the base class name. And what about the name of the base class? It can be referred using this super method, and it is calling the base class constructor. In the local function body, we are writing this, the penguin is ready. Next one, we are having this, who is this? This is a respective string to get printed. Can run, this is another method, the respective string will get printed here. So in this way, we have defined my penguin. We have defined the my penguin, which is inheriting my bird class here. Okay, so I'm writing this one as my penguin, that will be better. So my penguin class inheriting the attributes from the my bird class here. So now let us go for the instantiation. That means we shall declare some instance of the class. Instance of the class means we are defining the object of the class. Here the class name is my parrot. So we are calling the constructor. So mp1, that is the my parrot 1, is equal to my parrot. My parrot 1 will be the name, and 10 will be given as the value for this age here. So you can find that age is will be passed and the name will be passed here. So that's why we are having this my parrot 1 is the name and age is 10. My parrot 2 is the name, 15 is the age here. So in this way you have defined two objects, one is mp1 and the one is mp2. It is actually denoting my parrot 1 and my parrot 2. So now to access the class attributes, we can write in this way, mp1 is a, so we can go for format, and now mp1.class.species. So you can have this one. So species is nothing but one message, I think, one member variable we defined, there is a species, and it is not under private because we haven't given any kind of underscore, single or double before this species. So it is under the public scope, can be accessed from the outside. So that's why we're having this mp1.class.species, and now here we are having this mp2 is also the placeholder is there, and format mp2.class.species. So now we are going for this, that is the instance attribute. So now we are going for this mp1.name and mp1.age are going to get printed using this particular placeholders and dot format method. So mp1.canString, that means here we are having one method, that is a canString. This canSing, you can find that this canSing we defined here. So this our method is canSing. This particular method requires one string as input argument, the respective the song name. So here we are passing this chirp. So that is the canSing is taking this particular string as input argument, and now we're having this. So now let me go for the execution for the better clarity. You can find that. So my parrot class constructor is executing. So whenever we're calling this particular constructor to instantiate instance variables of this my parrot, then my parrot class constructor is executing two times because we have defined two objects here. So just going to this my parrot, you can easily find that here we have written this my parrot class constructor is executing. So this line is producing the required string as output, and here the name and age are getting initialized with this input parameters name and age here. So you can get it. Okay, next we're going for this, that is the mp1 is a. You see mp1 is a bird and mp2 is also a bird, because here this species we initialize this species with the string bird here. Okay, now we are printing this mp1.name and mp1.age, and it is giving the value as the my parrot 1 is 10 years of age, and my parrot 2 is 15 years of age. So here mp1.name is getting my parrot 1, we give that name, and age we have passed as 10, so they are getting printed. And in this case mp2.name is getting instantiated with this my parrot 2, and mp2.age is getting instantiated with this 15. So accordingly we are getting the required outcome. So now we are having this canSing. So this particular method is producing this output here. So here you can find that here we are going to have our output, that is my parrot 1 can sing chirp. And here you see we have passed this particular string chirp, that is a chirp here. So this particular string is getting printed here, because if you go to this canSing method, you can easily find that here we wrote this one, that is the respective name can sing this song. Here this song has got initialized with the string chirp here. Okay, now we are going for the another one. So we are going to define one object under the class myPenguin. So now this is our class myPenguin. It has got the method, that is a who is this and can run. These are respective strings are going to get printed using the print function. So pg1.who is this, pg1.can swim, and pg1.can run here. So you can find that this particular class myPenguin is having the instance functions, that is our who is this and can run. This mybird were already defined here. It is having the method what type and can swim. So as a result of that, this myPenguin is inheriting my part. So as a result of that, my birds defined the methods, the defined methods has got inherited into myPenguin, so they can be accessed. So here we have used this pg1.can swim and pg1.can run here. You can easily find that in bird we are having this can swim, and in penguin we are having this can run, but from the myPenguin object I can access both can run and can swim exactly. So now you can find this one. So if I execute, then penguin is ready. This particular message is getting printed from the constructor. So here we are having the constructor. Here we have written this penguin is ready, and now we are having this I can swim, I can run faster. This I can swim, I can run faster, I can run faster has come from this can run, which is defined within this myPenguin class. But as it is inheriting mybird class, so from the mybird I can swim, that is I can swim, this particular message is getting printed as we call this can swim method. So I think from this particular example you are getting this idea how to define one class, how to define one object, what is inheritance, and when the inheritance is taking place, then how to access the base class members from the derived class objects. So I think you are getting this idea. This is the required output we are going to get printed. So now let us go for another part. So here we are defining one class, that is a personal computer, to show you that what is data encapsulation. In case of data encapsulation, the member variables and the member functions will get encapsulated within the class. So init, as I discussed earlier, that init is nothing but one constructor. Here this max computer price is nothing but one instance variable which has got initialized with the value 20,000. We are having another method, that is the myCell. We are having the method set max computer price. So you can find that these are respective bodies are there, and set max computer price is taking this price as input parameter, and that price is instantiating or initializing max computer price, that is the instance variable. And against this personal computer class we have defined one object. The name of the object is pc.myCell. So this method is going to get executed. pc.max computer price, we have just updated that one using 30,000 here. So pc.myCell, you see the respective method will get printed, and set max computer price, again we're calling this set max computer price method, passing this price as input argument, input parameter, which will initialize this max computer price instance variable. So again if you go on printing myCell, then obviously I shall be getting this updated price here. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that selling price is 20,000. Initially the selling price will be 20,000 because max price within the constructor got initialized with 20,000. So whenever we call this pc.myCell, so max price has got printed as 20,000. After that we did some update directly using the instance variable. Then we did some update using this set max computer price method, and here the price has become 30,000. So myCell has printed the selling price as 30,000. After doing the update with the 40,000, pc.myCell, this method is printing the selling price as 40,000. So you are getting this idea how these classes are having the respective messages and the methods encapsulated within the class. So I think now you are getting the idea in case of Python how we can implement object oriented language features. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python nested dictionary implementation. So how the dictionary can get nested. So see here. So in Python, a nested dictionary is a dictionary inside another dictionary. So it is a collection of dictionaries into one single dictionary. So just consider this one. We're having this people. So this people is having, this is my key and this is the respective value. And this value is another dictionary. This is another key, colon is the separator between key and value, and this is one value, and the value is itself is another dictionary. And you see we are putting comma here. And then 3, this is the respective value, 4, there is the key and this is the respective value. And just consider the inner dictionaries here. So name Agnivo and then H21 sex M, and here we are having name Titli, H14 sex F. We are having this name Dia, age 16, sex F, married no. We are having this name Disha, age 32, sex F, and married yes. So now you see this is a dictionary and this is the outer dictionary we are having. So that's why it is called nested dictionary. So let us implement this one using Python coding so that you can feel that how the outputs are coming and how to write the code appropriately.
Now here we'll be declaring and defining a nested dictionary. So people is equal to 1 colon. So 1 is the key here, and here we are having the value, and the value is also having the key value pair. So again we are having this, there is a key is 2 and this is my value, and value is another dictionary which is having the key value pairs. So that's why it is called nested dictionary. So if we print people, we'll be getting the outcome like this one. So now we are trying to access elements of the dictionary. So print people 1. So 1 means the key will be 1 here. So now we are trying to retrieve from the value, we are trying to retrieve the value against the key name. So accordingly we are getting this John here. For the age we are getting this 27, and for the sex we are getting here male. So in this way we can access elements of this nested dictionary. So next one we are going to define another people 3, that is the key will be 3 and it is a empty dictionary here. So now adding elements to the dictionary. So people 3 name is Luna, people 3 age 24, people 3 sex female, and people 3 married no. So now if you go on printing, we are already having this the respective key with the values, that is key value is 1, here the key is 2, here the key is 3, and the respective nested dictionary we are observing here. Adding a dictionary to a nested dictionary. So there is another way to add another dictionary, another entry in the nested dictionary. So people 4, so here 4 is the key and the respective value will be the another dictionary here. So if you go for this print people 4, we are getting this outcome like this one. So there is a people, there is a people 4 is this one, but if I print the people, then we are having the respective entry against the key 1, against the key 2, against the key 3, and against the key 4 here. So in this way the nested dictionary is getting printed. Now deleting elements from a nested dictionary. So if we go for this print people 3, print people 4, so that means key is given as 3, key is given as 4 here. So now what will happen, I'll be getting the respective entry, respective value against the key 3 and against the key 4 here. So now we are deleting people 3 married. So that means this married colon yes, this married colon no, and this married colon yes, they will get deleted if we execute these two set of statements. So now if we print this people 3 and people 4, we're getting them, and this particular key value pair will be omitted because they have got deleted already. So that is a way to handle this our nested dictionary for the deletion of elements. Now just consider this one. We're having another nested dictionary here. So in this particular nested dictionary, I'm just printing this people. So you can find that this with the against the key 1, the values are there, against the key 2, against the key 3, against the key 4, we're having the respective values there. So now we are going for this del, that is a deleting dictionary from the nested dictionary. So we are deleting this dictionary. There's the people 3 and people 4. In that case, if you go for the printing, the print of this people, we are getting this the dictionary entries against the key value 1 and against the key 2 here. So against the key 3 and 4, the respective dictionary will be deleted. So now let us go for this. So at first I'm just printing here people dot items. So you see in the dictionary in the dict items we are getting this one as 1 this to this is another dictionary we're remaining with. So now we are using a for loop. We're just writing this one, that is for PID comma pinfo in people.items. So PID will be initialized in the first iteration, will be initialized by 1, and pinfo will be initialized with this respective dictionary. And in the second iteration, PID will be initialized with 2 and pinfo will be initialized with this nested inner dictionary here. So now we are printing this person ID PID. So we are getting this one, person ID is getting printed as 1, person ID is getting printed as 2 in the next iteration. So now to retrieve the respective values against the key in this inner nested dictionary, we are again using another for loop. So for key in pinfo, we are printing this key, then concatenating with a colon, and then we are printing this pinfo key here. So we are getting this person ID colon 1, so that is getting printed from here, and within this loop, within this for loop, we are printing name colon John, name age colon 27, and sex colon male here. So in this way the things are getting printed. So we are having this name, we are having this age, we are having this sex. So the three values have got picked up against the respective 3 keys from the inner nested dictionary, and in the next iteration we are retrieving the values, key value pairs accordingly in this nested for loop. So in this way, in this particular discussion, we have discussed that how to handle with the nested dictionaries and how to tackle with the key and the value pairs according to our requirement. Thanks for watching this video.
Python operator overloading. So what is operator overloading? Let us discuss that one at first. So Python operators work for built-in classes, but some operators behave differently with different types. For example, the plus operator will perform the arithmetic addition when 2 numbers will be given. The same plus operator will merge 2 lists and concatenate 2 strings. So depending upon the input argument type, the operator will have the different purposes, different operations are getting carried out, and that is known as operator overloading. So this feature in Python that allows the same operator to have different meaning according to the context is called the operator overloading. So here we are having a list. Just see here. Addition, we are doing P1 plus P2, say. So actually internally the function which is getting called is P1 dot underscore underscore add underscore underscore, and then within bracket, that is input argument is P2. So here we are having this subtraction. So that is P1 minus P2. We are having this one as P1 dot underscore underscore sub underscore underscore as input argument P2. So here we are having the list. You can easily check them that we have given the operators, then the expression, and internally which method, which operator overloaded method is getting called. So that has been listed in this table in the 3rd column. So here we are having this less than. So here we are having this comparison operator overloading in Python. So previously we are having this operator overloading special functions in Python. So now if you consider the comparison operators, so that is our less than, equal to, double equal to, there is a not equal to, here we are having this greater than equal to, we are having, so less than, that is a greater than or equal to, and so on. So these are the operators, these are the expressions, and internally which function is getting called, we have listed that one in the 3rd column. So let us go for one practical demonstration on this concept, that is operator overloading, for your better understanding. So here is the demonstration for you.
In this session, we are going to demonstrate and illustrate operator overloading which has to be done in our Python programming. We have defined one class, that is the name of the class is myPoint. We know that here we will be considering a 2-dimensional point which will have 2 coordinates x and y. So this is our constructor, and instance variables self.x and self.y will get initialized with the input parameters x and y. These input parameters x and y will have its default arguments, that is 0 and 0. We are also overwriting one method, that is underscore underscore str underscore underscore. This very method will be executed whenever we are going to print object under the class myPoint, and it will return one string which will have x comma y only. You see, we have just generated one string here, and that will be returned. We are also overwriting one method. This is known as the overloading, that is plus operator. So this plus operator, here you see we have defined one method, that is underscore underscore add underscore underscore. So this method will take one object, that is the other, as input, and it will do the addition in this way. Self.x, that is the instance variable x, and other.x will be added. Self.y and other.y will be added. They will be assigned to x and y, and then the object will be returned with this particular, which will be defined with this particular constructor my point, keeping this x and y as input argument. So actually we are calling the constructor of the class my point with x and y as input arguments here. Next we are going for the overloading of this less than operator. So here in case of overloading, we are just defining one method, that is underscore underscore lt underscore underscore. It will be having the self and the other, that is another my point class object as input argument. So how we are calculating whether it is less than or greater than. So it will be calculated in this way. You see self.x square plus self.y squared will be calculated, and that will be assigned to self underscore magnitude, and then other.x squared and other.y squared will be calculated, and then the sum will be kept in other underscore magnitude. So now we shall return self underscore magnitude less than other underscore magnitude. That means it returns a boolean if self underscore magnitude is lesser than other underscore magnitude. In that case it will return true, otherwise it will return false. So this underscore underscore lt underscore underscore method will return one boolean. So here we are overloading this plus operator, here we are overloading the minus operator, minus less than operator. Okay, so now we have defined two objects, that is p1 and p2 under the class myPoint, and here you see this p1 and p2 under the point myPoint. Here we have passed this x and y values as 1 and 2. So in case of p1, the respective instance variable x and y will get updated with 1 and 2 respectively, and in case of p2, the x and y will get updated with the values 4 and 5 respectively, because we have passed these parameters to this parameterized constructor myPoint. So at first we are going to print this p1 and p2. When we are going to print this myPoint class objects, then underscore underscore str underscore underscore method will get executed, and it will print in this way. So let us go for the execution. You can find that it has printed 1 comma 2 within enclosed within first brackets, and then for this against this line it is printing 4 comma 5 enclosed within first brackets there, and print will leave one blank line here. Next, p1 less than p2. So p1 less than p2, it will be calculated, and it is returning true. Why? Because here we are having 1 square plus 2 square. What is the value? That means 1 plus 4, that is 5. And here we are having 16, that is the 4 square plus 25 square. So that is quite larger compared to this 1 square plus 2 square. So that's why it is returning true here. Now this particular operation can also be done using this underscore underscore lt underscore underscore method directly. So p1 dot underscore underscore lt underscore underscore p2, this p2 is getting assigned onto this other. This p2 is getting assigned onto this other in case of this add and this lt methods. So you see we are doing the same. Actually this line is very much similar with this line, so that's why this calling of this overloading function is same as this one, and also this line is also doing the same as this line is doing. So that's why we are getting the same output here, and in this way we have explained that how the operator overloading can be done in our Python and how to write the respective code. Thanks for watching this video.
Python statements and comments. So at first we are discussing Python statement. Instructions that a Python interpreter can execute will be known as a statement. For example, say count is equal to 10 is an assignment statement, if statement, for statement, while statement, etc. So these are the examples of statement. You can also issue multi-line statements. So that means in Python, end of a statement is marked by a new line character, but we can make a statement ended over multiple lines with the line continuation marker, that is our backslash here. So for example, you can consider this. Let us suppose I want to write welcome to the world of programming, but due to some reason I do not want to write this statement in one line. I want to break it up into multiple lines. In that case, we are supposed to put one continuation marker at the end of the statement, that is our backslash. So in this way, if you go on writing, the interpreter will consider this particular line, that is a multi-line statement, is nothing but a single line statement, and it will get executed accordingly. Next, we are going for Python indentation. So that is very interesting. This Python indentation is very interesting. So like other programming languages, as example C or C++ or Java, we use curly braces to denote a block, to define a block of code, but Python uses indentation. So as this particular example, you just see that this for is starting with this particular indentation. There is an inner for, there is a nested for, we can say. So that's why it is having a different indentation here. This print I comma j is within this nested for, that means within this within the body of the inner for. So that's why it is having another indentation. So what is happening, we are not supposed to put any begin or end, any curly braces to denote the block begin and block end markers. That scope is not there in Python. The indentation will make us feel that this particular statement or these are the set of statements are under one block, so they will have a separate indentation. So indent and outdent will be very much interesting in our Python coding. Next one, we are having the Python comments. So in Python, you use the symbol hash. So this hash symbol to start writing a line comment. So whenever you are supposed to write a comment line, so comment line is very important. So it will depict the purpose of the program. It will depict the purpose of a block of code. So comment, insertion of comment in our programming is a good programmer's practice. So that's why how to write this single line comment. So in that case, the comment line must be preceded by the hash symbol in case of Python. Different languages are having different syntaxes to write the respective single line comment. But in Python, it is starting with this, preceded by this hash symbol. Whenever you are supposed to write multi-line comments, that means multiple lines are there in the comment block. So if we have comments that extend multiple lines, one way of doing it to use hash symbol at the beginning of each and every line, consider this one. So here we are having multi-line comment. So in this program, we have used functions and iterations. So it can be enclosed, it can be done in this way that for each and every line at the beginning, we are putting the hash symbol. Another way of doing this is to use the triple quotes, either using the single triple quote or double quotes 3 times. So these triple quotes are generally used to multi-line strings, but they can be used as multi-line comment as well, unless they are not doc string. What is a doc string will be coming in the next slide. And they do not generate any extra code as example. So now here you see there is a multi-line comment. I can have multiple number of lines are there, but the first line will be preceded by this thrice single quote, and the last line will be having the thrice single quote at the end. We can also use double quote in place of single quote, but in both the cases we'll be using them for 3 times. So that is the way to write the multi-line comment. So now let me discuss what is a doc string. So doc string is a short form of documentation string. So it is a string that occurs at the first statement in a module, a function, a class or method definition. So that should be the first statement. And we must write what a function class does in the doc string. So in the doc string, we shall mention the purpose of the respective function or the module or the class. I think for the better understanding, let us go for some practical demonstration, and here is the demonstration.
For a single line comment, we can use hash prior this comment line, and that will make the line under comment. So hash is the respective marker which will indicate that this line is a comment line. So during execution, these lines are not going to get executed. In case of multi-line comment, we can go for triple double quote, or you can go for triple single quote for enclosing the block of the text. So if we execute this this part, we can find that these multi-line comments can also be written like this. So this particular statement will be printed like this one, but it will not be interpreted. It is just a printing, some mere printing this line. So this line is not getting executed here. So instead of having this triple double quote, so you can also go for triple single quote here. You can easily find that I'm just putting triple single quote. So there also I'm going to get the same outcome. For the assignment statement, we'll be writing variable is equal to expression. So expression will always return a value. So we are having this one, that is a variable is equal to expression in case of Python assignment statement. So if I go on executing, that one will be assigned to A. In case of multi-line statement, so explicit line continuation can be used this slash here. So this slash is our backslash. So you can find that B is equal to 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus. So this is a continuation marker, 4 plus 5 plus 6. So what will happen? It will be considered internally that 4, 5 and 6 are getting added with this 1 plus 2 plus 3. So I can write in this way, just making a separate new line for 4 plus 5 plus 6 and putting one continuation marker here. Otherwise this 4 plus 5 plus 6 can be written adjacently in the previous row. So now if we print the value of B, I'm getting the value as this. So there is a 21, I'm getting the value of B, because this is my 6, and if you go on adding, this is also another 15. So that is 6 plus 15, we're going to get here 21. So implicit line continuation is always there if you put brackets. So that is no need to put any kind of slash here. So it will be treated as implicit line continuation. So if you go on printing, it is printing 21. So here if I put this slash, then what will happen? It will produce the same output. But this slash giving is optional. This backslash giving is optional because it is enclosed within brackets. So implicit line continuation will be there. We're having this one, there is a multi-line statement in one line. So whenever you are trying to write multiple statements in one line, we can separate them by the semicolon here. So here you see the if we print the value of D, E and F, you can find that the respective values are getting printed, that is 1, 3 and 0. So multi-line statements can be written in a same line, but here the statements must be separated by the semicolon, and in the last statement does not require any semicolon here. So now next one, so that is a code block, that is a body of a function, loop, etc. starts with the indentation and ends with the first unindented line. So you can find that. So this is our for statement we have written. So there is the indented line here, and this is another block we are starting. So this line has got indented in that case, and this is the first unindented statement. So that means this line is outside of this respective for block. So in this way we are getting this output. You can see this line end of the program, this print end of the program is outside of the for block. So that's why it has got printed once only. So that indicate that which line is under which block or which line is outside of which block. So that will be decided only by the indentation. There is no curly braces, there is no begin end to denote the block begin and block end markers. Thanks for watching this video.
Python pass statement. So in this video we are going to discuss how to use pass statement in our Python coding. In Python programming, pass is a null statement. That means it has got no effect in execution. The difference between the comment and the pass statement in Python is that while the interpreter ignores the comment entirely, but the pass is not getting ignored. So as the pass is having no effect in the execution output, so we might be having one question is rising in our mind, then what is the difference between the comment and the pass statement? In case of comment, the compiler or the interpreter rather, here it will just ignore that block. In case of compiler also, in case of interpreter also, the comment block will be ignored. In Python also, the comment block will be ignored. But in case of pass, the control will come to the pass and the pass statement will be executed. But it is a null statement having got no effect in the output. However, nothing happens when the pass statement is executed. It results into no operation, that is NOP, that is a no operation. So here you see how to write the pass statement. The pass statement should be written all PASS in the lowercase letters. So nothing is in capital letters. So we generally use it as a placeholder. So in our NOP, it is just like your NOP, that is a no operation type of instructions there. So to have the better understanding, let us go for one practical demonstration. We shall be showing you that in the Python code how this pass statement can be used. So here is the demonstration for you.
Pass is actually a statement which is being used in our code for placeholder. That means in future, if I want to add some more functionality at that very region, at that very section, there you can use this pass statement. So sequence, we are having one sequence here. So here we are having P, A, S and S. So there is a pass, and for val in the sequence, where just in this particular for construct we are having only one statement, that is a pass, and pass is not having any, will not produce any required output on the screen. So as a result of that, if I go on executing this code, only this end of the program, this statement is getting printed after completion of this for construct. So here you can find that pass has got no any effect, will not produce any effect in the outcome. So this statement is only to be used as a placeholder, so that in future if I want to add some more functionality in this for construct, I can replace pass, I can put those required statements there. So that is the use of pass in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python generators. So iterators in Python incur lots of overheads implementing a class with underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method and the underscore underscore next underscore underscore method, and then keeping track of internal states, raise stop iteration when there was no values to be returned, etc. So it's too much overhead in case of iterator. So that things will be minimized, that overhead will get minimized in our generators. So this is both lengthy and counterintuitive. So generator comes with more simplicities. So what are the simplicities we are going to enjoy in our generators? So Python generators are a simple way of creating iterators, and all the overhead we mentioned above are automatically handled by the generators in our Python coding. So simply speaking, a generator is a function that returns an object, that is the iterator object, which we can iterate over one value at a time. So this is the simplest way to handle the respective iterator object. Difference between the generator function and a normal function. What is the basic difference between a normal function and a generator function? A generator function contains one or more yield statement. When called, it returns an object, that is the iterator, but does not start execution immediately. Methods like your underscore underscore iter underscore underscore method and underscore underscore next underscore underscore method are implemented automatically in our generators. So we can iterate through the items using next. So not that very one, there is a underscore underscore next underscore underscore method. We can directly use this next method. Once the function yields, the function is paused and the control is transferred to the caller. And local variables and their states are remembered between successive calls. And finally, when the function terminates, stop iteration is raised automatically on the further calling. So here you see, in case of iterator, we are having one very special statement that is known as the yield statement, which will accumulate all these respective values which will be obtained from these iterations. So I think for the better idea, let us go for one sample coding, and during the explanation and during the writing of the coding, we will be going for further explanation for your better understanding. So just watch the demonstration now.
In the previous video where we have discussed this iterator, there is the iterator feature in our Python programming, we have seen that we are supposed to deal with huge overhead. We are supposed to define the iter method, we are supposed to define the next method, we are supposed to keep the track of the internal states, the raise the stop iteration when there are no values to be returned, and so many different issues. And this will make our code more lengthy and counterintuitive. And generator comes into rescue in those situations. Python generators are a simple way of creating iterators, and all the overhead we mentioned here in our discussion will be automatically handled by the generators in Python. And simply speaking, a generator is a function that returns an object, that is the iterator object, which we can iterate over. That means we can return value one at a time. So it is fairly simple to create a generator in Python, and it is as easy as defining a normal function with the yield statement instead of having the return statement. The difference is that while a return statement terminates, a function entirely terminates at that very statement. But in case of yield statement, the yield statement pauses the function, saving all its states, and later continues from there on successive calls. And that is the basic difference between the return and the yield statement. So let us go for this practical example for the better understanding. Here we have defined one method, that is a my generator. N is equal to 1. This is printed first. Yield n. So this particular state is getting saved here. So n plus equal to 1, print. This is printed second. Yield n. And then we are having this n plus equal to 1. So n is getting increased. Now it has got the value 3 here, because initially it was having the value 1, and next time it has got increased by 1. So yield n. So now the n has got the value 2. So n is equal to n plus 1. The value of n has become 3. This is printed at last, and yield n is there. So here you see, instead of using the return statement, we have used the yield statement. Now what is the purpose of this? So now using this particular method, the returned we are assigning to this a. So a is nothing but one iterator object. So to access the elements from this a, we are using two ways. One using one for loop, and another one using the next method. So next of a, so let me execute the code so you can get the output. So next of a is printing, this is the printed first. Next a, it is printing that this is the printed second. Next a, it is printing that this is printed at the last. Now we are going for this using for loop. So this particular message has got printed here. So now iterating using the for loop here. So for item in, I'm just calling this method. There is a my underscore generator method we are calling, and it is returning the respective iterator. So print item. So I'm going for this printing this item. Here we are having this for each loop. So each and every time it will retrieve the next element from this iterator, which is being returned by this my generator method. So it is printing in this way. This is printed first 1, this is printed second 2, and this is printed at last, that is our 3. So in this way you can find that in this generator method, I didn't define any iter method or next method. The iterator is getting handled automatically by this generator. So let us go for another example for the more clarity. So generator with a loop. So here we have defined one method, that is a reverse string, which will take this my string as input parameter. So length of the my string will be kept in length. We have used the method len here. So for I in range, so length minus 1. Let us suppose I have given this particular string, that is a world. So how many letters are there in this world? We are having this 5 letters. So the length will be 5 here. So now length minus 1 means what? So that is our 4. Minus 1, we know that whenever we are having this range, so it will reach up to 0. So 4 to 0 with the step minus 1. So this is our step minus 1. So 4 to 0 it will range, and because that's why I've given here the next parameter as our minus 1 to this range method. So now here this length is having the value 5. So 5 minus 1 is 4. 4 to 0 with the step minus 1. And then the respective character will be retrieved from this my string, and that is we are returning it using this yield. So now we are just accumulating the return states of this particular method, that is the reverse string. So now if we go for card in reverse string world, and if we go for this print card, you see the reverse string is actually returning one iterator, and this iterator, from this iterator we are retrieving character by character using this for each loop, using this for loop, and we are printing this DLROW. That is the reverse of the that is the characters, reverse order of the characters existing in the world text. So in this way I've shown you that there is no need to handle or raise any stop iteration. There is no need to handle this next method or override this or define this iter method. Everything will be handled by this generator, and there is a nice way to handle our iterator in our Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python decorators. So let us define what is Python decorators. Python has an additional and interesting feature called decorators to add functionality to one existing code. We are having one existing code, but we can add some additional functionality with the existing one. This is also called meta programming, as a part of the program tries to modify another part of the program at the compile time. So let us go for one practical demonstration to implement and to see what is decorators in Python.
Python is having a very interesting feature which is known as the decorators, and which will add functionality to an existing code. And this is also known as metaprogramming, as a part of the program tries to modify another part of the program at the compile time. To discuss more about these decorators, let us consider this example. Here we are having one simple function. The simple function name is also simple function. So print I am a simple function. Okay. So now if I execute this code, obviously this line will get printed. But here we are defining one decorator. So that is a function is that the name of the function is make decorated, which will take a function as input. And this is our inner function here. So def inner function. So print I got decorated, and this function which will be passed as input argument, that function will get printed, and this inner function will be returned here. So now you see I'm calling this function, that is a make decorated. So make decorated and passing this simple function as the input parameter. So this simple function will be assigned to this function. This line will get printed, and this particular function will execute its body. So I am a simple function will get executed, and then the inner function, the reference will be returned, and that has been assigned to this decor. So now when from this decor we are calling this function, we are getting the output like this one. So I got decorated. So this particular line has got printed. Then the function which has been passed as input argument, that is a simple function, the body will get printed. So I am a simple function. So I am a simple function is getting executing. So this particular thing can also be done in this way. I'm just showing you. So here you see we are defining with the symbol at the rate of, we are defining this decorator function name. So we are writing this one, a very simple one. So at the rate of make decorated. So whenever this simple function will be called, then make decorated will be called by default automatically. So I can show you. So I'm going for this simple function. So now you see I'm just erasing the output. So I'm going for this execution. I'm finding that I got decorated. I am a simple function is having the respective output string got printed. So here whenever this simple function will be called, it will be called the make decorated function will be called, and this make decorated will automatically take this simple function as input parameter, and the respective code will get executed as I explained. So writing these two lines and without writing this one will have the same effect. If you write this particular line, that is the decorator function name preceded by this at the rate of symbol, and don't write this one, just calling this function directly, it will produce the same output as I have demonstrated. So let us go for another example for the easy understanding. So another example is with us. So let us go for that. So here we are having this my smart division. So there is one function I have defined which will take this function as input argument. So I think this is the decorator function we are having. The main function is our go divide, which will just perform a by b and the value will be returned. But here you see the decorator function name has been written after this at the rate of symbol as I did before. So this is our inner function x and y. This x and y value will be this particular parameter will get the value this a and b, and I am dividing x and y. If y is equal to 0, oops, division by 0 is illegal. This message will get printed and returned. Otherwise this return function x comma y. So this particular function value will be returned here, and then we are having this function inner function here. So now here you see we have passed this parameter, that is a 20 and 2. So 20 and 2 will be assigned to this a and b. So that is a 22, and that very decorator function will be called. This go divide will be the input argument to this decorator function. So func this 20 and this 2 will be assigned to this x and y, and the respective outputs will be obtained. I'm just going to show you. I'm dividing 20 and 2. This message is coming from this line. Here you see the 2 is not equal to 0. So this particular line, this particular block is not getting executed. So return function xy. So xy, the division will take place and the value will be returned, and the value will be 10.0. And but in this case when I'm passing this b as 0 here, so oops, division by 0 is illegal, and this message is getting printed and it returns nothing. So that's why it returns nothing. That's why the none is getting printed. So generally we decorate a function and assign it as go divide is equal to my smart div go divide. So actually when I'm just mentioning this decorator function here, after this @ symbol, and whenever this decorator function is, whenever the function is getting defined, actually we're actually writing this one as go divide is equal to my smart div go divide. So in this way, in this particular demonstration, I have shown you that how to use these decorator functions and decorators in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python while loop. So the while loop syntax in Python. The while loop in Python is used to iterate over a block of code as long as the test expression, that is the condition, is true. When the condition is false, then the control will come out from the while block. So we generally use the loop when we don't know the beforehand and the number of times to iterate. So whenever we know that how many times we are going to iterate, we are having the for. But if you don't know that how many times we are going to iterate, then you shall go for this while looping. Because when the condition is true, the loop will get executed. When the condition is false, then it will come out from the loop construct. So here is the respective body. There is a while test expression. Don't forget to get this colon there, and then body of while. So there is one indentation is there that will indicate that these are the statements which will be under this while. So enter while loop, the control will come. Test expression, if the expression is true, then the body of while will get executed. Again the test expression will be tested, and if the expression is false, then it will exit from the loop. So in this way the respective Python while loop will get executed. While loop with else syntax in Python. So same as that for the for, we can have an optional else block with the while loop as well. The else part is executed if the condition in the while loop evaluates to false. When the condition will become false, then the else part will get executed. When the condition is true, then the while body will go on keeping their execution. So the while loop can be terminated with the break statement. In such case, the else part is ignored. If there is some break statement, then the else part will get ignored. Hence, a while loop's else part runs if no break occurs and the condition is false. So whenever there is no break statement, whenever the condition is false, then only the else part will get its control to execute its respective code written under the else block. So let us go for one practical demonstration for the easy understanding of this while loop in Python coding.
In this demonstration, we are discussing the use of while loop in our Python coding. So here we have made I is equal to 3, I has been initialized with 3, while I is greater than 0 colon. So whenever we are giving colon, then the next line will be coming with the indentation. That means this line is within the while block. We are printing the value of I and also decreasing the value of I by 1 here. So let us go for the execution. You can find that 3, 2, 1 they are getting printed, because when the value of I will become 1, so 1 is greater than 0 condition is true, so print I, 1 is getting printed. Now 1 is getting decreased by 1, so it will become 0, so I will have the value 0. So 0 greater than 0, the condition is false, so that's why it is coming out from the while loop. So let us go for while else structure. So while I less than 10, print I and then I plus equal to 1. That means when the value of I is not equal to 10, below 10, that means when the I is less than 10, then the I will get printed, and each and every time the I will be increased by 1 here. And when this loop will get terminated, then we are going to print that displayed successfully. So let us go for the execution. Say at first I'm just initializing this I with the value say 5 here. So now see the 5 is getting printed. So 5 has got increased to 6, 6 is less than 10. So 6 has got printed. Similarly 7, 8 and 9 has got printed. 9 has been increased by 1, so it has become 10. So 10 less than 10, the condition is false. So control will be coming to the else part and displayed successfully, the message is getting printed here. So in this way you can find that how this respective while with else structure is there. The blocks are getting printed accordingly, are getting executed accordingly. Let us go for this pattern printing. These are the very common problems in our exams. So n will be taken from the keyboard as input, that is the number of layers. If the number of layer is equal to 6, that means here we'll be having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 number of layers. Also you can consider 6 is the number of heights here. So to print this particular pattern, here we'll be having some blank characters and then some asterisk symbols will get printed. But if I write only the blank characters, it will be not easy for us to count that how many blank characters are there. So in place of blank, we have written here dot. So in the coding also, you can replace this dot by blank if I want to get the final pattern here. So here we have made one tracing table. This is known as tracing table, where we are trying to trace the logic of our code. So for n is equal to 6, this is the respective pattern to be printed. So I is the layer number or the height number. It is ranging from 1 to 6. And here we are counting for each and every layer. We are counting the number of blanks and the number of stars in this particular tracing table. So here we are having 5 blank spaces and then 1 star. So we have written 5 and 1. Here we are getting 4 blank spaces and then 3 stars. So we have written this 4 and 3. Here we are getting no blank spaces, but here we are having 11 stars. So 0 number of blank spaces and 11 number of stars or asterisk symbols are going to get printed. So from here we are supposed to get the logic for blank and logic for the asterisk symbol. So what will be the logic for blank here? You can find that I is increasing and the blank is decreasing. So if you subtract this I from some fixed quantity, let it be n is equal to 6. So if you subtract this I from this 6, then obviously when the I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. So whenever you are finding some logic that is something is increasing and another one is decreasing, then obviously the value, the variable which is increasing should be subtracted from some fixed quantity, so that when the variable will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. So that's why 6 minus 1 is 5, 6 minus 2 is 4, 6 minus 3 is 3, and 6 minus 6 is 0. So here the respective logic for the blank will be n minus I. Next one, I is increasing by 1, star is also increasing but by 2. So what we shall do, if I is 1, star is equal to 1, I is 2, number of star will be 3, I is equal to 5, number of star is equal to 9. So we think that here the logic will be 2 star I minus 1, because 2 into 1 2, minus 1 is 1, 2 into 3 is 6, minus 1 is 5, 2 into 6 is 12, minus 1 is 11 here. So here the respective logic will be 2 star I minus 1. So we have got the logic. Now we are going to implement it here. So n is equal to int input, please enter the number of layers, and then I is equal to 1 we have put, and when this value of I is less than equal to n, that means I will be ranging from 1 to 6 if the value of n is equal to 6 given. So here we have put that one everything in the while loop construct. So j is equal to 1, j we are considering another loop control variable. So j will be equal to 1, and while j is less than, so now what will happen, for each and every layer we will be printing a certain number of blank characters and then certain number of asterisk symbols, then we shall go for the continuity break. So that will be the skeleton of our program. So at first we are going to print some blank characters and then we are going to print some asterisk symbols. So how many blank characters we are having? We are having n minus I number of blank characters. So here we are putting this one as n minus 1, n minus I. So j is equal to 1, j less than equal to n minus I, print. Here we are printing this dot, and int is equal to double quote means here we are just omitting the trailing new line character. So all these dots will get printed in the same line. So now again we are making this j is equal to 1 and j is less than equal to, so here we are putting this star logic, that is a 2 star I minus 1. So we are putting this logic here, and then print star, and continuity will be there, all the stars will get printed in the same row. So that's why end is equal to double quote. So this is a print which will break the continuity. So we'll be printing certain number of dots, certain number of stars. So the next dot will be coming from the next line. So that's why to break the continuity, here we are putting another print statement. So print function has been called here. So now let me go for the execution. We can find that if we give the value as 6, I'm getting this pattern here. So I think, so I should make this one 2 star I minus 1. I should go for I increase. So that statement is missing. So let us go for this I increase. So I is equal to I plus 1. So here this I has to be increased by 1, and also let us put the same in our while. So what we shall do is that, so j is equal to j plus 1. So that statement is required, otherwise my program will fall in an infinite loop. J is equal to j plus 1 here. So let us go for the execution. So here we are putting the value of n is equal to 6. So we are getting this pattern. We're getting this pattern. So now if you put a different value for n here, if I put the value of n is equal to 11, we're getting the pattern like this. You can easily fill that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes. So here we're getting this 11 number of layers, and the pattern is getting printed accordingly. So after writing any code, you should test your code with the multiple different values for inputs. So let me check again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, we are having the 9 layers. So each and every layer will be having this preceding dots and then start. So now in place of dot, if you put a blank character, then the pattern will be looking like this. And the pattern will be looking like this in this way. Okay, now let us go for the another example. So I want to print this pattern like this. So n is equal to 11, always the value of n should be odd here. So m is the middle point, I might be requiring it. So let us at first go for the pattern. So this is the pattern we are going to print. So in the tracing table we have written I is ranging from 1 to 11 because 11 has been given, and 11 must be odd, otherwise this pattern will not have the symmetry if we have the n is equal to even number. So pattern will not be having the symmetry. So now we are counting the number of dots and the starts, So similarly whatever we did earlier, so just consider this row arbitrarily. So we are having 4 dots and 3 starts. So we have written that one as 4 dots and 3 starts. In this way we have filled up this dot column and the start column. So now let us go for the logic derivation. You know that I is increasing throughout. It is ranging from 1 to 11. But here this dot is at first increasing, then it is decreasing. So I cannot expect that same formula will work for the both hubs. So that's why we are going for a separate formula for this respective logic for this dot printing in the first hub and in the lower hub separately. So how to do that one? Let us go for the calculations here. So if it is 1, then it is 0. If it is 2, then it is 1. If it is 6, then it is 5. So it should be I minus 1. Okay, now come to this point. If it is 7, it is 4. If it is 8, it is 3. If it is 9, it is 2. So that means I should subtract this I from some fixed quantity, so that when the value of I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing here. So here we are having this I n is equal to 11. So 11 minus 7, 4, 11 minus 8, 3, 11 minus 10, 1, 11 minus 11 is 0 here. So here the logic will be n minus I. Next one is that for this particular n is equal to 11, my middle point is the middle layer is the 6th layer. So how to get 6 here? So that is very simple. 11 plus 1, 12 by 2 is equal to 6. So that's why we are calculating another variable. So the variable is getting initialized with 6 when the value of n is equal to 11. M stands for the middlemost layer. So now let us go for the calculation, the logic derivation for this star. So these expressions, whatever you are going to derive here, can contain I, can contain n, and also can contain m here. So let us go for this derivation. So here you can find that I is increasing by 1 and star is decreasing by 2. So that means when the I is there, it must be subtracted from this fixed quantity, so that difference value will be decreasing when the value of I will be increasing. So let us go for the derivation. So what is the logic we are finding? Just consider here. So 6 minus 1, that is a 5. 5 into 2, that is 10, plus 1, that is 11. So I'm going to give you 2 clues. Clue number 1. When I is increasing, star is decreasing. That means the I has to be subtracted from some fixed quantity, so that when the value of I will be increasing, the difference value will be decreasing. That is our point number 1. Point number 2 here is that here you can find that I is increasing by 1 but this star is decreasing by 2, so the difference value has to be multiplied by 2, so that the difference will get decreased by the factor of 2. So 6 minus 1, 5 into 2, 10 plus 1, 11. 6 minus 4 is 2 into 2, 4 plus 1, 5. 6 minus 6 is 0 into 2, 0 plus 1, 1. So here the formula will be 2 star. Here the formula will be 2 star m minus I plus 1. Last in this case, we're having this one, that is this particular case. So if I is 7, star is 2, 3, I is 8, star is 5. So you can see that it is increasing by 1, it is also increasing but increasing by 2. So 2 multiplication factor will be there. So that is our clue. Okay, now see. So 7 minus 6, 1, 2 into 1, 2 plus 1 is 3. 9 minus 6, what is that? 3 into 2, 6 plus 1, 7. So that's why here the logic will be 2 star I minus m. So 2 star I minus m. So we are going to get here plus 1. So we have got the logic. Now how to implement the same. So let me put this one here. There is a code I'm going to put here. I'm going to update the same. See. So here we have got the logic. Now how to implement it. What we can do, that after reading this value of n, we are calculating the middlemost value. So what is that? N plus 1 whole by 2. Okay. Please enter the odd number of layers. Okay. Next. If I greater than m. Now what is the meaning of I greater than m? Upper half or lower half? I greater than m means it is the lower half. So blanks, number of blank will be equal to, in the lower half, n minus I. We got this one from here, this one, and for this star we are having this formula. So that is our star. So here we are writing s is equal to this formula. Else, so we shall be going for this blank, and blank is equal to I minus 1, and the star will be equal to 2 star m minus I. So 2 star m minus I plus 1. So if I greater than m, there is a blank, there is a star, else there is a blank, there is a star. So in this way I've got this logic. So now how many number of blanks will get printed? Dots will get printed, b number of, and how many number of stars will get printed? S number of. So in this way I can easily implement my code. So let me go for a cross check. If I execute this code, if I give the value of 11, then I'm getting this pattern. So here you see we are having this tracing table. This is a tracing table we are having, and there is a respective implementation. You can easily find that how this code has got implemented. So if I give the value say 13, I'm getting the pattern like this. Let me count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, we are getting this 13 number of layers here. Obviously the layer number will be starting from 1 to 13 in this fashion. So let me go for the another execution. If I make this one as 7, we are getting this pattern like this. Okay. So if user gives the event value for this n, then what will happen? The pattern will not have the respective symmetry here. Now I'm going to give you one example, one practice example here, which has to be solved by you. So this is a practice work we are having. A program to display a pattern using loops. So here the pattern is given, and here also I've prepared this tracing table. And here you are supposed to derive the logic, and then the respective logic has to be implemented using Python coding. So I'm giving this particular assignment as a practice work for your better understanding and for your better performance. So please solve this problem. I've made the problem partially done in the planning phase, and now implement it using the Python code, and similar type of code already we have written. So you are supposed to check that one from this example. So in this particular demonstration we have discussed how to use the while loop in our Python code. Thanks for watching this video. The use of if, elif and else block. So let us go for the detailing. If, after if, we will be writing one condition, and then we are
supposed to put one colon, and whenever we are putting a colon, then the next line will be coming with the indentation. That means in this particular indentation we are having 1 2 3 4 blank spaces, and that will indicate that this particular statement, this particular block will be under that conditional if. So when the condition will be true, the control will be coming to this block. Else if, we are talking it as else if, we are calling it as else if, but it is ELIF. So different languages are having different syntax to write this one. So it is ELIF, there is a else if. After else if, we are putting another condition, and then we are having one colon here. The next block will get executed when this particular condition will be true, and control will be coming to the else block if the condition against the if statement is false here. So when this particular condition is false, as well as when the condition was false, then the control will be coming to this elif block. So here we are having two conditions that they are connected with the and then if the both conditions are true, then the control will be coming to this block for execution. Otherwise, the control will come to this block. In this if, elif and else, these blocks are optional. We may or may not give. Else will be the last block. After else, we cannot have the elif. But this if is mandatory. If we write any conditional statement, if is mandatory, but elif and else, they are not mandatory. Here we have used two elif blocks, but we can have multiple such. But else will have a single block here. That means we cannot have another else. So let us go for the execution. You can find that we are asking the age of a person, and then using the input function, we are reading the age from the keyboard, and then we are converting it to the integer, and then it is getting assigned onto the variable age. And then if age is less than 5, then this condition, this particular statement is going to get printed as the condition is becoming true. So let us go for the execution. You can find better. So I'm putting the age like 4 here. You see it is printing too young because 4 is less than 5. This condition is true, so control is coming down here, and rest part will remain unexecuted, unreachable. Next, if I go for the execution, if I put the value say 5 exactly, then kindergarten is getting printed. So kindergarten is getting printed because this line is getting the control. Now we shall put one age in between 5 to 17. So let us go for say 10 here. Say you see go to 5 grade because 10 minus 5 is 5, so that 5 is getting printed. So control came in this block here. Now we are going for the next one. So if we put the age say 20 here, if you put the age say 20, then it is going for go to college. It is going for go to college. So in this way you are getting this idea that how these conditional statements are getting executed. So let us go for another example where you will be using the nested if. That means one if block within another outer if. In this program, we will input a number and check if the number is positive or negative or 0, and display an appropriate message. This time we will use the nested if. So at first we are asking the user to input a number, and the number will be converted to the float type, and then that will be assigned to the num. If num is greater than equal to 0, that means if the num is greater than equal to 0, then we are going for this operation. So when the number is greater than equal to 0, so we are coming down to this block, and here we are checking whether the number is 0 or not. If the number is 0, we are printing this message 0, otherwise we are printing the message negative number. So if the condition is false, then control will be coming directly to this else block, and here the negative number will get printed. Here you can find that this if else block is within this indentation of the outer one. So that means when this condition is true, then control will be coming to this if else nested one. So this is our nested if. So you are getting this idea that indentation is playing a very vital role in our Python coding. So let me go for the execution. Here we are putting the value say 0. So as a result of that, num greater than equal to 0 is getting true. So now it will control will come to this line, number is equal to 0 is true here because I put the value 0, and then print 0. So 0 has got printed. Rest code has remained unreachable, unexecuted. Let us go for another time execution with the values of 5. We can find that 5 is greater than equal to 0, the condition is true. 5 is equal to 0, the condition is false. So it is coming to this positive number here. So that's why the positive number string has got printed. So now if I go for this minus 10,
you can find that negative number is getting printed because minus 10 greater than equal to 0, the condition is false. So control will come directly to the else part and the negative number will get printed. So in this way, we have demonstrated that how to use the if, elif and else block and what is nested if and how to write that one with the proper indentation. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python matrix implementation. And this Python matrix implementation will be demonstrated using some sample code. We shall run them, we shall execute them, we shall show you the outputs, and also from there you'll be getting the idea how to write the code. So here is the demonstration.
A matrix is a two-dimensional data structure. In the real world, we often have to define one rectangular data table to store our data, and obviously in this particular data table we'll be having multiple number of rows and multiple number of columns. So let us discuss in our Python how we can define a two-dimensional matrix. So here you see, here we are defining a two-dimensional matrix. Here we are defining one list, and the list is having 3 elements, and each element individually is another list and consisting of say 1 string and 5 integer data. So this is known as a two-dimensional matrix with integers and obviously with some strings here also. So B is another nested list, but it cannot be treated as a matrix because they are having different number of elements in this nested lists. Here you can find we are having the 6 elements are there, we are having 6 elements are there, but we are having 4 elements have got listed here. So now let us go for the printing. We can see that how the outputs are coming. So it is known as a two-dimensional matrix with integers and along with the strings. But the next one is not a matrix here because they are not having the same number of rows and columns. So each and every data items are having different number of elements inside it. So here we are having 6 elements, here we are having 4 elements, here we are having 6 elements back again. So it is not a matrix, it is a nested list, but it can be considered as a matrix. So having 3 rows and 6 columns, we can consider it. So now let us go on creating one dynamic matrix using the loop in Python here. So how to create that one? So n is equal to 3, m is equal to 4, and a is equal to 0, that is one single element in this particular list, star n, that means it will be repeated for n number of times, that means it will be repeated for 3 number of times. So if you print this a, we are getting the outcome like this one. So now for I in range n, so n is having the value 3, so this I will be ranging from 0, 1 and 2. AI is equal to 0 star m. So for each and every location of this AI, that is the ith location, ith index will have 0 for m number of times. So m is having the value 4. So for 4 number of times 0 will be there for each and every index of a. So ultimately if I print, then I'm getting a matrix which is having 3 rows and 4 columns, and all the members of this list and the nested list are zeros. So now how to access our elements there? So now let me go for this. So if we print a 0, that means the 0th element will get printed, and that is another list. So this particular outcome will be obtained. If you go for this A01, so that means we are printing this very element because the 0th location is having one list and its index number 1, that means this 0 will get printed here. So A1 comma 2, so that means we are having this A1 2, that means we are having this 0 index, this is a 1 index, and 2 means it is at the 0 index, it is at the 1 index, and it is at the 0th index. So this particular 0 will get printed here. So also you can go for the negative indexing. So you can find here, so A has got printed. Now we are going to print this -1. So -1 means this particular list will get printed here. So -1, -2. So from this -1 we are having this -2 means this very element will get printed here. So -2, -3. So -1, this is my -2, and its -3 means this is our -1, this is my -2, and this is my -3. So this particular element has got printed. So in this way, in case of matrix also we can use the indexing, we can do the slicing accordingly. Using index we can extract the required data items from this matrix. So change elements of a matrix in Python. So print a, so we are having this one. So print a, we are having this respective matrix. So B is equal to A0, that means this will be assigned to B, and whenever we are printing B, we are getting these values here. And now we are going for this B1 is equal to 75. So B1 is equal to 75 means, so this very location will have the value 75, and here you see we have written B is equal to A0. That means here the respective values, that means here we have done the copy of this A, that is the 0th element will be copied to B. So B and A both will be referring to the same memory addresses. So whenever you are printing this value of A, I'm finding that the 75 has got updated here also. The 75 has got updated here also. So to have the better clarity on this concept, please watch the video on the shallow copy and the deep copy we have done separately. So now B1 is equal to 75. So print B, so it has got the updated content of the B. But if you go for the print A, we are finding that the 0th element is having this 75 has got updated in this list also. A2 is equal to this. That means we are having this 0, 1, 2. So in the second index, the list has got updated with this new list content. So in this way, we have shown you that how to do some changes of elements of a matrix in Python. So in our discussion, we have discussed what is a matrix and how to implement it and how to do operations on this matrix. Thanks for watching this video.
Python regular expressions. So this is a very important concept, the very important feature in our Python programming. So let us go through some practical examples to show you that how these regular expressions can get embedded using our Python coding. So watch the demonstration now.
Regular expression in Python is a very powerful tool, and regular expressions allows us to locate and change strings in a very powerful ways, and they work in almost exactly the same way in every programming language as well. So regular expressions, that is the regex, are used to search for a specific string in a large amount of data, verify that a string has the proper format. In case of email format checking, phone number format checking, we can use this regular expression, and find a string and replace it with another string, format data into the proper format, and for importing, for example. So there are different cases where this regular expression can be used. So import the regex module. So for that one, we'll be using import re. And let us suppose we want to find this for a particular match. So search for APE in the string. So if re.search APE, so here we are having the string app, and the respective string in which we'll be doing the searching is the app was at the apex. So now if we do this searching, we are finding that there is an app. So when this particular re.search will return a true, then this respective message will get printed. So let me go for the execution. You can find that it is getting printed accordingly. If I go for this one, say APEB, in that case, then obviously the message will not get printed because it is returning false here. So that is re.search, that is the search for a certain string into another given string. Next we are going for this one. So we are going for the find all. This function returns a list of matches. So dot is used to match any one character or a space. So dot is nothing but one wildcard character which will be denoting any single character or a space. So all apps is equal to re.find all. So ap dot, that means here we can have any character, any one character or a space. The app was at the apex. So if it is the main string, so for I in all apps, if we go for print I can get this one as ape blank space and apex. So in this way I'm getting the respective matches. That is find all returns all the list of matches, and here this dot is being used as a wildcard character denoting a single character or a space. Next we are going for this find iter, which returns an iterator of matching objects, and you can use span to get the location. So now here you see this is the main string given, the app was at the apex, and then we're having this I in re.find iter. So now it is returning one iterator. So that's why we're having this ap dot means any character, the str. So this is the main string. So here we are having some matches, and we can get it the respective value, that is I dot span. So from which character to which character it is getting extended. So there is a lock tuple, and then print lock tuple. You see they are getting printed as the tuple here. So now you are also printing the substring from the str. So there is a lock tuple 0 colon lock tuple 1. So in this way you are just going for the printing. Lock tuple 0 means the first index, and the lock tuple 1 means the second index, and the second index is always exclusive and the first index is inclusive. So let us go for further explanation once again. So let me execute my code here. You are getting the output like this. So now you see when you are printing this lock tuple, so first time I'm getting this match ranging from character number 4 to character number 8. So just come to here. So it is my character number 0, 1, 2, 3. So 4, 5, 6, 7. So 8 is exclusive. So here we are having the search string, that is the APE dot. So that's why I'm including this blank space here. So that is my 7. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So now we are having this 19, 20, 21, 22. So 23 is exclusive. So that's why I'm getting this one. So whenever you are going for this lock tuple 0, I'm just retrieving 4 colon lock tuple 1. I'm retrieving 8 here. So 4 to 8, that means all the characters ranging from location number 4 to 7 will be printed, will be retrieved as a substring. Now match one or several letters. Square brackets will match any one of the characters between the brackets, not including upper and the lower varieties unless they are listed. So now here having one string, that is the animal str. So all animals is equal to re dot find all. So now you can see here we are having list of characters. So any one of them can be picked up. So CRMFP. So the strings actually, the substrings for the matching actually are passed as CAT, RAT, MAT, FAT and PAT. So that will be searched in the main string, that is the animal str. So for I in animals, all animals I'll be getting, I shall go on printing this I. So you see we're getting this one as RAT because RAT is there, and RAT is the substring to be searched. MAT, FAT and PAT, we have got this one, but capital CAT is not coming because capital C is a different character from the small c. So in this way we are getting this idea that how we can enclose multiple characters within third brackets, which will indicate that any one of the characters can be taken from these characters enclosed within the third bracket. We can also allow for characters in a range. Remember to include upper and the lowercase letters as required. So animal str is equal to this, and some animals is equal to re dot find all. So C to M, that means C, D, E up to M lowercase, and C to M in the uppercase, and CAT. So now 80. So now we are having this 80. So CAT will have the match here, and then we are having this MAT will have the match here, and FAT will have the match here. So but PAT is not having the match because P is not included in this ranges. So now in this way, if you go on printing, I'm getting this CAT, MAT and FAT are getting printed. I'm just executing my code, you are getting my output. Use this upper caret to denote any character but whatever characters are between the brackets. So that means any character but whatever the characters between the brackets. So now here you see we are having this C and R within the third bracket, and this not symbol is there. So other than C and R, so rest of the patterns will be searched here. So as a result of that, CAT will not be coming and RAT will not be coming in the output, but MAT, FAT and PAT can have their matches. So for I in some animals, so if you go for print I, I'm getting this output, that is MAT, FAT and PAT. So I'm executing my code, you are getting the output. Replace all matches. So replace matching items in a string. So all food is this, that is a rat, cat, mat and pat. You can compile a regex into pattern objects which provide additional methods. So that is a re.compile CRAT. So actually we are having this CAT and RAT. So now we are having this sub, that is actually substitute. So sub replaces items that match the regex in the string with the first attribute string passed to the sub. So now you see in case of owl food, the regex.sub, that is a substitute. So this owl food, actually this owl food is the main string here, and owl will be the replacing one, and regex has got initialized with this, has got compiled with this CAT and RAT. So this CAT and RAT will be replaced by OWL, but MAT and PAT will remain as it is. So now when you are printing this owl food, I'm getting this owl, mat and pat. I think you are getting my idea. Next one is about solving backslash problems. So regex use the backslash to designate the special characters, and the Python does the same inside strings, which causes issues. So let us try to get this / stuff out of a string. So now here you see this is my string to be searched. There is a / stuff, the string to be searched. So random str is equal to, here is / stuff. But if you go for this rd.search, there is a / stuff into rand str. If you go on searching, it will find nothing here. I can show you. So it is find nothing, because here this / stuff is not the same whatever we are thinking about. So in that case, what you can do, that to have a slash in my pattern, I should use double slash. So to have double slashes in my pattern, I should use 4 slashes. So you see 4 / characters we have included, and then stuff. Now we are going to get our output here. So now we are getting a match here, and the span is 8 to 14. So this thing can also be written using this one, where R stands for the raw string. So you can get around this by using the raw string, and which don't treat backslashes as a special character. So now you see here R stands for the raw string. So now when you are putting this, you are getting the same output as we had in case of 4 times slash before stuff in the search string. So matching any character, we saw that dot matches any character, but if we want to match a period, there is a backslash period will be used there. So just consider this one. We're having this f.b.i.r.s. and cia. So now we are going for this match. That is, the dot means any character and / dot means a dot. So then dot is any character, and the / dot means a dot, and slash means any character. So this is a pattern I've given. This is a regular expression I've given. So I'll be searching in this random str. So rand str. So here we'll be searching, and here we'll getting 2 matches, and they're nothing but f.b.i and i.r.s. So obviously cia, they are not having the dots in between, so that's why that is not getting a perfect match. So the first dot is indicating any character, so as a result of that, f is getting matched here, and then / dot is actually denoting a dot here, so this dot is there, and then another dot is denoting any character, so b is having a match there, and / dot denotes another dot, so this dot is getting matched here, and here we are having this dot, and that is denoting, that can be matched with this I here. So that's why f.b.i and i.r.s, 2 matches I'm getting here. So now going for this matching white space. So we can match any white space character. So here we are having this rand str is equal to this. So we have gone for this multi-line here. So print rand str. So it will print the respective string here. You can find that it will print the respective string. So let us go for this. Yes, the string has got printed. Now what we are doing here, that means we are going for this re.compile/n. So there is a new line character, and then regex.substitute. This particular, the /n will be replaced by this single space here. So as a result of that, when I shall print this rand str, the total line will get printed in the same line, in the same row, with the blank space as a separator. So you see the same row, the full line has got printed with a blank space as a separator. So here you see in between long and string there was a /n. Now it is being replaced by a blank space, and then between the goes and on we had one /n here, but it has been replaced by a single blank space. So now let us go for the next one, that is match any single number, So /d can be used instead of 0 to 9, and /D is same as not 0 to 9. So here we are having this rand str 1 2 3 4 5. So if you want to have a perfect match here, then I can go for this re.findAll /d. That means we are searching for this any digit here, any digit in this random str. So I'll be getting here match for the 5 times. I'll be getting match here for the 5 times. So now you see, if I print this one again without this len, so if I go on the executing this, I can find that I'm getting this match for 5 times, for 5 different digits. Matching multiple numbers, so you can match multiple digits by following this /d with the number of values. So here you see we are having the match 5 numbers only, so we can go for this /d 5 and then 1 2 3 4 5. So now if you go for the execution, you can find that it is a zip code. That means here we are having this particular match here. We are having this particular match here. So that's why re.search is returning a true. Here /d denotes any digit and 5 denotes the 5 number of digits. So here we are having 5 number of digits are there. So that's why here we are going to get a match here. If you put a character here, so if you go for the execution, you see it is a zip code. That text is not getting printed. So because that is not a perfect match, you are having one alphabet in between. So you can also match within the range. So the match values that are between this 5 to 7 digits. So here we are having the main string here. So now we can go for this find all, that is a /d, that is any digit. The range will be 5 or 7. So as a result of that, here we are having this 5 digits. So now let me go for this match. So in between this 5 and 7, that means in between 5 6 7 we're having 3 lengths are feasible. So that's why I'm getting this match of 3. So here you see we're having this is a perfect match, this is a perfect match, and this is also a perfect match. It has got a length of 5, it has got a length of 6, it has got a length of 7. So 5,7 means 5 to 7. That means all the numbers consisting of digits only and having 5 to 7 digits, that means 5 digits or 6 digits or 7 digits will have the match here. Matching any single letter or number, in that case we can go for a /w, that is the same as A to Z small letters, A to Z in capital letters, and 0 to 9. So that is any letter or a number, but /W denotes a not of them. That is a not we are having here. Okay, so we are having also the underscore is included here, also the underscore. So now we are having this phone number, that is 412-555-1212. So check if it is a phone number or not. So we can go for this /w, that means the any letter or number along with the underscore and having the length of 3, then 1 hyphen, then any number or letter we are having this with the width of 3, that means the 3 number of such, then hyphen, and then /w4, and then phone number I have given. So it is a valid phone number, so it is a phone number, so that will get printed. So now we can have this check for first name between 2 and 20 characters. So first name must be in between 2 and 20 characters. So any name which is having 2 letters or say to 20 letters, not only letters, we are having this letters or numbers or digits will be treated as a valid one. So if re.search /w denotes small a to small z, capital A to capital Z, and 0 to 9, and also the underscore. So the length will be ranging from 2 to 20 inclusive of them, and then Alterman. So now it is a valid name. Yes, it has got a valid name because it is having a length which is in between 2 to 20. So now here we are having this white space. So /s is same as this, and /S is same as not of this. So you can go for this. So re.search, there is any letter or any digit inclusive of underscore, having the length in between from 2 to 20, and then /s, that means any one of them we can have, and then 2 to 20 will be the next number of letters or the digits or underscore. Now here this is the name we are giving. So now I shall have to print whether it is a valid full name or not. Yes, it is a valid full name because it is having the length in between 2 to 20. It is also having the length in between 2 to 20, and there is a blank space is there. So there is a white space we are having here. So that's why we are having a match, and that's why it is a valid full name. The respective message is getting printed. So next one is this one. So now plus matches for one or more characters. Okay, so now we are going for this A plus. That means a single letter A or more than that. So here we are having this A, AS, APE, BUG. So obviously BUG is not starting with this A. So now if you go for this re.findAll, if you go for this re.findAll, you can go for this. You can have the 3 matches for A, for AS, for APE, and you can print matches like this. So because they are having the first letter A and next it may or may not have the one or more characters. So here we are having this import RE. Now here we are going for the email address checking. So that is very important in our most of the projects. We might be requiring these regular expressions. So let me discuss them into some rules. So create a regex that matches email addresses from a list, and the first criteria will be that 1 to 20 lowercase and uppercase letters, numbers, plus, and then dot, underscore. We are having this percentage, plus and minus. So it will be represented in this way. So that is a /w, then dot, underscore. We are having this one as your percentage, plus and minus. So that is a first one. Next we'll be having this at the rate of symbol. So at the rate of symbol is this one. So that means this one is for the rule number 1, as it has been mentioned that it can contain lowercase and uppercase letters, numbers, plus it can have this dot, then underscore, then percentage, then plus, then minus. So everything has got listed, and it can be of 1 to 20 characters such. So we are having this 1 to 20, it has been written, and then we are having this at the rate of symbol. So at the rate of symbol is there. Next we are having this 2 to 20 lowercase, uppercase letters, numbers, plus, dot, and our this minus here. So now similarly we have written this one. So here we are having this any letters, and then there is the alphabets and lowercase and uppercase alphabets and the digits, and then dot and the minus is there. So dot and minus, and it will be having the length of 2 to 20 here. Then we will be having one period. So that is a full stop is there, and then 2 to 3 lowercase and uppercase letters. So A to Z in the uppercase and A to Z in the lowercase, 2 to 3 number of, and that will be starts in the email list. So according to this particular constraint, whatever they have mentioned, only this db@aol.com will be the valid email address, but they are not the valid email address, because here you see after this @ symbol there is no character. Here it is not a valid email address because before this @ symbol there is no character, and here also it is not a valid email address in the same reason that after this @ symbol there is no character. We are having directly dot here. So how many matches we are getting here? We are getting this matches 1. So that's why length is actually printing 1 here, and here it is printing the respective valid email address in this email list. So in this way we have discussed that how this regular expression can play its powerful role in our Python programming. In most of the projects will be using Python related projects will be using these regular expressions. And regular expressions are there for different purposes, as I mentioned earlier. So here is the code. I'm just scrolling up so that you can have a revision here. So search for a specific string, verify the string whether it is in the proper format or not, find a string and replace it with another string, and format data into the proper form for importing, for example. So these are the different uses of this regular expression in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
In this session, we are discussing Python list comprehension. We shall give you a demonstration to discuss on this very topic and also to share a clear idea on this Python list comprehension. So here is the demonstration.
In this session, we are discussing list with comprehensions. So we are discussing multiple different examples to clear your doubts and conception. So iterating a string through a for loop and adding the letters to a list. So initially we are defining one empty list for letter in human. So human is nothing but one string. So for each and every iteration it will pick up one character from this human string, and that will be assigned to this letter, and that letter will get appended with this empty list. So this h underscore letters dot append letter, so it will go on appending the characters picked up from this string human. So let us go for the outcome. So this is our respective output. So here we are having this human. So that means this particular for loop has executed for 5 times, and each and every time it is just going on adding our respective characters picked up from this list. So I can also put this print within the for loop itself. So it will print the output something like this. You can find that at first h has got included, then hu has got included, then m has got included, then a has got included, and last n has got included. So in this way you are getting this outcome. We are getting this one in stepwise, that how this h letters has got populated ultimately. So there is a final outcome. So now we are using the comprehension. So letter for letter in human. So you see letter in human, again this particular letter will be picking up human, the separate characters one at a time, and that letter will be constitute this very list, that is h underscore letter. So let us go for the execution. You can find the same output is coming when you are printing this h underscore letters list. So list comprehension versus lambda function. So you know that lambda function is known as anonymous function. The function will not have any name. So what we are writing here is that x will be picking up the characters from this particular string human, and this x will be mapped to form this list item. So now you can go for the execution. You can find that this h letters is nothing but constructing one list. So here we are doing the typecasting using the method list here, which will map this particular lambda function, and this lambda function will be getting this x, and where this x will be picking up characters from the string human, and as a result of that, when we are doing this typecasting list, this h underscore letters, this list variable, this list object will get populated with this characters, that is human accordingly. So now we are going for if with the list comprehension. So now what we are doing, so number list is equal to x. So x will be the member of this number list for x in range 20. You know that range 20 means the x will be ranging from 0 to 19, because 20 will be the terminating range. So that is exclusive. So x will be ranging from 0 to 19, but only those x will be considered if x percentage 2 is equal to 0. That means all the even numbers in between 0 to 19 will be considered here. So print number list. So you can find that print number list, it will print the respective number list here. So if you go on printing, so I'm getting here 0 to 4 up to 18. So that is the way in which the list has got populated. There is a list comprehension. So nested if with the list comprehension. So what we are doing, so y will be the elements for this num list for y in the range 100. That means that y will be ranging from 0 to 99, and those y will be considered which is divisible by 2 and also divisible by 5 at the same time. Because y percentage 2 is equal to 0, so the remainder of the division will be 0, means y will be divisible by 2. Similarly, y will be divisible by 5. That means y should be divisible by 10 here. So now if you go on executing this code, we are getting the output, that is 0, 10, 20, 30 up to 90 here, because 100 is the range maximum limit. So that means the y will be ranging from 0 to 99, but those y will be coming into the consideration to form the num list members, num list elements, which will satisfy both the conditions, that is y percentage 2 is equal to 0 and also y percentage 5 is equal to 0 here. So now we are going for the if else with the list comprehension. So what we are doing, so object is equal to even if I percentage 2 is equal to 0, else odd. So either even string or odd string will be the member of this object list, and where the I will be in the range 10. That means I will be ranging from 0 to 9. So for 0, I percentage 2 is equal to 0 will be true, so even will be coming. But for 1, I percentage 2 is equal to 0 will be false, so else odd. So odd will be coming for the as a member of this, as an element of this list. So in this way you are getting this even odd alternatively for I ranging from 0 to 9 here. So now let us go for another very interesting example, that is the transpose of a matrix using the least comprehension. So how to do that one? So matrix, we are having this one, so 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7 8. So here we are having the matrix which is having we can consider it as a two-dimensional array, and it is having 4 rows and 2 columns accordingly. So now if I do the transpose of it, we'll be having 2 rows and 4 columns accordingly. So how we are doing so? So I in range 2 means I will have the value 0 and 1. I will be having the value 0 and 1 only. So row I, so for first time, so I will be having the value 0. So row 0 will be populated with the value that is a row in matrix. That is a row in matrix. So what will happen? This row 0 will get filled up with the row in matrix. So that means this is a matrix we are having. Here we are having this row I, and I is ranging from 0 to 1. So initially for the first iteration I will have the value 0. So this 1 3 5 and 7, there is a 0th element of each and every row will be taken into consideration, and that will constitute the first row of this transpose. And when the value of I will be 1, then row 1, that means it will picking up the that is the second element from each and every row there. So that means 2, 4, 6 and 8 will be retrieved from this matrix, and that will be the second row content of this transpose. So whenever we are printing this transpose, I'm getting the 0th element of each list elements, that is 1 3 5 7 will be coming in the first row, and in the second row, that means the row index number 1, because the first row is having the index value 0 there. So it will be picking up the second elements of all these lists. So 2, 4, 6 and 8 will be picked up, and that will be forming the second row of this transpose two-dimensional array. So in this way you have shown you that how the least comprehensions can be done in multiple different ways, and we have given some examples to clear your concept. Thanks for watching this video.
Python supports recursion. So how to write the recursive code in Python we shall be discussing here. What is recursion? So let me explain that one at first. The process in which a function calls itself directly or indirectly will be known as the recursion, and the corresponding function will be known as the recursive function. So direct calling means what? Within the function body, the function will be called itself. So that is a direct calling. And what about the indirect calling? From the function, another function will be called, but that very function in turn will be calling the calling function. So that is known as the indirect recursion. So whatever the case, the recursion is there, and the respective function is called a recursive function. Using recursive algorithms, certain problems can be solved quite easily and with a fewer number of codes. In recursion, there will be a base case. So what is a base case? That means in base cases, for certain inputs, outputs are known to us, and that is known as the base case. Just consider in case of factorial calculation, the base case is that if the input number is 0 or if the input number is 1, then the factorial value will be 1. So that is the base case. So in case of GCD calculation of two numbers, the base case is that if the two numbers are equal, then GCD is any one of the number itself. So that is known as a base case. That means for certain inputs, outputs are known to us. So Python supports recursion. So advantages of recursion. Recursive functions make the code look clean and elegant. We know that in our data structure, we had two algorithms for your towers of Hanoi problem, and we know that in case of recursive algorithm, we wrote only 4 to 5 statements are there, but in case of non-recursive algorithm, we had to write one page full of codes. So that means the recursive algorithm are very easy to write. The fewer codes are there, so obviously the programmers will feel comfortable environment to write a function in a recursive version. So a complex task can be broken down into simpler subprograms using recursion here. So sequence generation is easier with recursion than using some nested iterations. So now what are the disadvantages of recursion? Sometimes the logic behind recursion is hard to follow through. So that is a very important one. So while writing the recursive algorithm, you must be having a good grip over the programming logic. Otherwise, sometimes the recursive algorithm will become too much tricky for you to understand the logic. Recursive calls are expensive, inefficient, as they take up a lots of memory and time. When the depth of recursion is too big, in that case obviously it will go on keeping the instances of the previous coding. So that's why the huge memory requirement will be there, and that's why there is one of the disadvantages of using a one recursive algorithm. And recursive functions are hard to debug. So these are the different advantages and disadvantages of recursion. So let us go for one practical demonstration where we will be showing you that how this recursion can be implemented using Python coding. So here is the demonstration for you.
In this particular demonstration, we are going to discuss recursion, how to implement recursion. Here we have defined one method. The name of the method is fact, which is taking this n as input parameter. If n is less than equal to 1, return 1. We know that in case of recursion there will be some base case. That means for certain inputs, outputs will be known to us. We know that if the value of n is equal to 0 or the value of n is equal to 1, then factorial of n will be 1 here. Otherwise what will happen, return n star factorial n minus 1. So let us suppose we have passed this value 5 here. So n will be assigned to 5. 5 is less than equal to 1 is false. So it will go for 5 into factorial 4. Now factorial 4, so 4 will be assigned to n. 4 is less than equal to 1, the condition is false. So it will go for 4 into factorial 3. So again in this case we will be having 3 into factorial 2. Again 2 is less than equal to 1, condition is false. So it will go for 2 into factorial 1. And n is less than equal to 1 will be true. So it will be returning the value 1 here. So that is my factorial 1, that will get multiplied with 2. So I'll be getting 2 here. So that will get multiplied with 3. So now the this particular recursive call will retrace back to the through the callers, and ultimately I'm going to get this one, that is 5 into factorial 4. So factorial 4 will be obtained as 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. So that will be our 24 into 5. So 120 will be the outcome. So let us go for the execution. You can find that the factorial of 5 is 120. So in this way, the recursive function can be written in Python. Thanks for watching this video.
Python input, output and import. We know that each and every programming language, we are supposed to have some input statements to take data from the environment, from the keyboard, from the users who are interacting with the application, and we should produce some output. After processing the input, we should produce some output in some representable form. So how to get this input from the keyboard and produce output for the visualization to the users in Python, we are going to discuss that one in our respective video. So what about import? Sometimes we believe on the reusability of our programming code. We shall divide our program, a large program, into smaller modules, and those modules will be reused by the other Python codes by importing those modules in their respective code there. So let us go for the discussion. So some of the functions like our input function and print functions are widely used for standard input and output operations respectively. When our program goes bigger, it is a good idea to break it into different modules for the easy understanding, for the easy debugging and for the easy handling of our code. For the ease of program development, definitions inside a module can be imported to another module or the interactive interpreter in Python. And we use the import keyword to import that external module to the current code. So to have a better idea, let us go for one practical demonstration where we shall be showing you that how to take inputs, how to put the outputs on the screen, and how we are going to import our modules in our current code. So here is the demonstration for you.
We are going to discuss the print function and its usage. To print a sentence or to print a variable value on the screen, we use the method print. So print this sentence is output to the screen here. So if I go for the execution, you can find that this sentence is output to the screen. A is equal to 5, and here we are writing the value of A is equal to A. So now this 5 has got printed. And if you go for this print 1, 2, 3, 4, so print is producing the outcome as 1, 2, 3, 4 in this way. Now see, if I go on writing this one as A this value of a is plus a, it will produce one error message because a is of the type of integer, it is not of string. So it can be done in this way, that is a str a, that means we are converting this a to the string type, and then we are going to print that one as this. So that is another way to print the same. Otherwise the simple syntax is this one. This is a simple syntax. You can find that this print and this print, they are coming, and the outcome is coming in the two separate rows. But if I want to print this one in the same row in which it got printed, in that case I shall have to write here is equal to end is equal to this. That means the string which is having one default /n, that is a new line character as the trailing new line character by default. So I'm just replacing that one using null. So now what will happen, these two lines will get printed in the same row. So now if I put this one as this, so you can find that the outcome is coming something like this one. Otherwise, if you don't mention any end here, then they will get printed in separate lines. Now print 1 2 3 4 and separated here is star. So print 1 2 3 4 separated here is star, so it will print as 1 start 2 start 3 start 4 and this way. So here we have given the separator. If you give the separator as comma, you see that they will get separated by this comma and blank space if it is so they will get separated in this way. So separated is actually indicating that what character you are supposed to get within the variables or the values going to get printed using the print statement. Here we are having this hash as the separator and end with this ampersand. So here this hash, as we saw before, that this is a separator and this ampersand is coming as the respective end one. So that's why it is getting printed in this way. Okay, next one. I love, this is my placeholder and the placeholder number is 0 and the placeholder number is 1. Here this bread will be the will be at the 0th place, will be replacing the 0th placeholder, and this butter will be replaced as the 1 placeholder. So you can find that it is coming, it is producing the output something like this. So I love 1 and 0. So here we are having the same. So I love butter and bread in this way. It is by default, it will be taking this one. Need not to mention any kind of placeholder here. So you can find that both the strings are getting printed accordingly. Here we have passed this bread at first, then butter. So bread is coming down here and butter is coming down here. So now here you see, this is my bread. So this bread is at the 0th place, so it will be coming down here, and butter is the first. So if it is at the 0th place, it is at the index 1. So this here, the butter will be coming here accordingly. So you can find that how these respective placeholders and the respective values are getting related in this way. So we can get the idea that without mentioning any placeholder number, if you can just mention them, so both these two lines will produce the same output as well. Both these two lines will produce the same output, but in this case, bread will be at the 0th index. So here the placeholder 0 will be taking this bread, and this butter is at the index number 1. So that's why it will be taking at the placeholder 1. It will be replacing the placeholder 1. So in this way, the outcome is getting deferred. Next, how to take input from the keyboard. In that case, we can use the input method. We can use the input method here. So using this input, and there is a prompt we are having, and using this input, we are getting the value from the keyboard as input, and that will be assigned to X, and input returns the value in the terms of a string. So let us go for this. So I'm just putting this one 100. So you can find that enter any number. So this prompt has come. I put this 100. So print X is printing this one as 100. This X is actually getting this one in the type of string. So input returns string here. So now we can go for this. If you go for this Y, if I want to convert it to this integer, I can do that one. In that case, the typecasting is required. The respective method, conversion method from string to integer will be required here. So I'm making this one as 100. I'm giving this one as 200. You can find that this 100 and 200 will get printed. I'm just replacing it by Y. So the 100 is nothing but here string, and this 200 is nothing but here integer because we have done the typecasting accordingly using the method int. So now if we go for the addition, if you go for the print, if you go for this x plus y, then obviously it will produce some error message because we are trying to do string plus integer. So that is a type error. So I want to convert it. I should be converting this one to integer. So now if I go for the addition, you can find that I'm getting here 300 as usual. Otherwise, if I convert it to the string, the other integer one, if you convert it to the string, then algebraic addition will not take place, but string concatenation will take place. You see the string concatenation has taken place. So in this way, you can use the input function to take the values from the input from the keyboard, and default output argument for this input function will be string. Next one, we are having this import. So import math. So mainly done at the top of the program. So this math module we have imported, and later if you want to access this pow, so pow means power. So math.pow we can access, and that is intx, 2. So in this way it will make this one as to the that is x to the power of 2 in this case. So if I make this x is equal to say 100, if I make this one, so here I'm getting this 100 to the power of 2, that is a 1000. We are getting this one as 10,000. So that is my math.pow. So this math is nothing but one module, and the module will be imported by the keyword import, and later this pow method, which is defined in this module math, can be accessed using that is a math.pow, and this is my respective first argument, it is the second argument, and it is working as first argument to the power of second argument. So as the value of x here is 100, so I'm getting the 10,000 as output. And also you can find that this pow is returning a value of the type of float. So pow is returning a value of the type of float. So if you give 10 here, I'm getting 100 as outcome. So here we have discussed a lot on this print, on this input, and also on this import. Thanks for watching this video.
File read and write operations. So what is a data file? File is a logical unit of related information stored on a named location on disk. It is used to permanently store data in a non-volatile memory, as example hard disk. We can keep our data in different data types. So like the numbers, like your tuples, lists, sets, dictionaries, and so on. But all of them are occupying space in the volatile memory, that is RAM. So when the program will get terminated, when my machine will be shut down, in that case the data will be lost. So we are supposed to have some mechanism with the help of which we can store our data onto a secondary storage, that is a non-volatile storage, let it be hard disk. So the best means to do that one is through our data files. So file is a logical unit of related information stored on a named location on a disk, and it is used to permanently store data onto a non-volatile memory. Here it is our hard disk as example. So since random access memory, that is RAM, is volatile, so it cannot be treated for permanent storage of data. When we want to read from or write to a file, we need to open it at first, then we are done, and when this one is done, then it needs to be closed so that the resources that are tied with the file are getting free. So before reading or writing on the data file, at first we are supposed to open the file in the respective mode. Then whatever the operations we are supposed to do, and we shall let it done, and then we shall close the file so that the allocated resources will be declared as a free. So hence in Python, a file operation takes place in the following sequence, that is open a file, read or write, that is perform the respective operation, and then close the file. So there are 3 steps with the help of which the file handling can be done in Python. So these are the Python file modes. So first one is the R, open a file for the reading, that is by default. If you don't mention R, it will get open in the R mode, that is a read mode. W, open a file for writing, creates a new file if it does not exist, or truncates a file if it is existing. Next one is X, open a file for exclusive creation. If the file already exists, the operation fails. So that is the X mode. In case of A mode, open a file, that is for appending at the end of the file, and without truncating it creates a new file if it does not exist. So that means in case of append mode, if the file is pre-existing, then the pre-existent file version will get opened and the new content will be appended back. If the file is not pre-existing, then against the given name, the file will get created and that will be opened. Next one is the T, open the file in the text mode. B, open the file in the binary mode, and plus means open a file for updating, that is reading and writing mode. So let us go through some examples here. So F1 is equal to open employee.dat. Here you see we didn't mention any mode here. So by default this R mode will be there. So equivalent to R or RT. What is RT? There is a read text mode. You can find this one. This is RT. F2 is equal to open pic.jpg R plus B. So what is the R? R stands for this. This is my read operation. And what is the B? B is, that is a binary mode, that is read and write in the binary mode. Next one is the F3, that is the open, that is a score.txt in W mode, that is a write in the text mode. So in this way we have given some sample codes to show you that how these modes can be used while opening one file. Closing a file in Python. So here see, when we are done with the operations to the file, we need to properly close the file. And closing a file will free up the resources that were tied with the file, and this is done using Python close method. So using this close method, the file will be closed and the allocated memory space which was allocated for these files will be declared as a free space. Python has a garbage collector to clean up the unreferenced objects, but we must not rely on it to close the file. So that's why we should close the file ourselves. In the coding, we should not consider the garbage collector will come and it will make all the unreferenced resources to make them free. We should not rely on that. It is our common practice. It is a good practice for the programmers. Open the file, do the operations and close it. So here we are having some examples. So F is equal to open employee.dat, encoding is equal to UTF-8, and then perform some operations, file operations, and then f.close to close the file so that the allocated resources will be declared as free. So in this particular video, we have discussed that how to perform the read and write operations on file in case of Python. Thanks for watching this video. In this video, we are discussing different looping techniques in Python. So loops in Python with condition at the top. So here you see in this particular flowchart, the condition is at the top and then we are having the body of the loop here after this condition which will be at the top of the loop. So this can be implemented using normal while loop without break statements. The condition of the while loop will be at the top and the loop terminates when the condition is getting false. So test expression of the loop: when the condition is true, then the body of the loop will get executed. When the condition is false, then it will come out from this loop, that is the exit loop. So here you see the placement of the condition is at the top of the loop body. Loop in Python with condition in the middle. Just look at here. This is our condition which is at the middle, and here we are having the body of the loop prior to that. We are having the body of the loop after to that. But when you see in the entering into the loop, the body of the loop at least for the first time will get executed. Then the condition will be checked. If it is break is there, if there is some break, then it will come out, and if there is no break, then it will continue with the loop, and then again the content will come here, and in this way the loop will get executed. There is a loop in the Python with condition in the middle. Loop in Python with the condition at the bottom. So now here you see we are having this condition at the bottom. So this kind of loop ensures that the body of the loop is executed at least once, and it can be implemented using infinite loop along with the conditional break at the end. This is similar to do while loop in C. But in Python we don't have the do while loop. So that's why it can be simulated in Python in this respective way. So control will come down here, then loop, body of the loop is there. If the break is there, then it will come out, that is the exit loop, otherwise the condition will be continued. Infinite loop in Python. So we can create an infinite loop using while statement. If the condition of the loop, while loop, is always true, we get an infinite looping. So while true, just I'm showing you that how to write and one infinite looping while true. So just see here, this true will remain true forever. So it will go on executing because the condition is not going to get false. So n is equal to int input and integer. So I'm prompting user through the input function that please enter some value from the keyboard as input, but input returns string. So I'm doing the typecasting here. I'm converting it to integer. So if n percentage 2 is equal to 0, print even number else odd number. And here you see the indentation is there. That means all these statements are under the while construct. So what will happen? It will go on executing, and it will be asking values from the keyboard as input, and it will just tell whether the number whatever you have provided is even or odd. So this is a good example of this infinite looping in Python. So in this article we have discussed the different looping techniques, that is the putting the condition at the top, putting the condition in the middle, putting the condition in the bottom, how to write this infinite looping. We have discussed that one into details. Thanks for watching this video. In our tutorial on Python, we have used this term shallow copy and deep copy for multiple number of times. So in this video, we are going to discuss what is shallow copy and what is a deep copy. So let us go for one practical demonstration to show you the differences between the shallow and the deep copy. So here is the demonstration.
In Python, we use the equal to operator to create a copy of an object. And we may think that that will create a new object, but it is not so. It only creates a new variable that shares the reference of the original object. Let us consider this example here. So here you have defined one list1 and list2 is equal to list1. Here you see we have used the equal to operator. So now what is happening, you can find that if you print this list1, if you print this list2, we are getting the output like this. So here is the respective output. We are having this output like this. Also, we are going to print the ID of list1 and ID of list2. You can find that both these two IDs are same. So that means here we are actually creating a new variable that will share the reference of the original object. So here the new variable is list2 and original object is our list1. So now let us go for this list1.append. So now here you see we are appending some new elements here. So now we are going to print this list1 and list2 both. We are finding that the new variables, whatever new values, whatever we are going to append is getting reflected, is getting accessed from both list1 and list2 here. So this is that is a copy using our equal to operator. So now we are going to discuss another two kinds of copy. So there are two ways to create the copies. One is the shallow copy, another one is the deep copy. We'll be going to discuss on this very aspect now. And to make this copy work, we use the copy module. So that's why we have done the import copy here. So here we are using this copy module. And we use the copy module of Python for shallow and the deep copy operations. And suppose we need to copy the compound, say if we need to copy a compound list, so in that case it will be done in this way. There is a copy.copy old list, and that will be assigned to the new list, or later I can show you that we'll be using copy.deep copy old list, and that will be assigned to the new list. So let us discuss one by one. So at first we are going to discuss what is a shallow copy. A shallow copy actually creates a new object which stores the reference of the original elements, and so a shallow copy does not create a copy of the nested objects. Instead, it just copies the reference of the nested objects. That means that a copy process does not recurse or create copies of the nested objects itself. If the things are not getting clear, so let us go for one example here. So here you have imported the copy module, and old list is having the respective values. New list is equal to copy.copy old list. So now here you see new list is equal to copy.copy old list. So here we are creating the shallow copy. we are printing this old list and new list as well. So here is the respective output for us. Now oldList.append, so here we are appending some new values to these new elements to this old list. So now we are printing this old list and the new list. You can easily find that these new values are getting accessed, are getting referred by this old list, but the new list is only holding the references of the old values when the copy.copy was issued. So the new values are not getting accessed, are not getting referred from this new list. So now let us do some adding the new nested objects using the shallow copy. Here we are just doing some update on this item number 11 with the value AA. So that means there is a 0, there is a 1, so 1, that is a 0 element, that is a 1 element. So 1 means this very element here, so this very element in the list, so it is getting updated by this AA, and now in the new list I'm getting this particular value AA here. So now you can find that how these values are getting updated. So I'm just copying this one to show you that if we do the update at this particular place, say 31 with the value say BB, then obviously if you print it, you can find that we're getting this BB here, but here we're not getting this BB here. And here you see we are going for this append once again. So this value has got appended once again, but this BB has been updated in this old list, but it is not there in the new list, so no question of updation will take place. So in this way we have discussed what is a shallow copy. So actually a shallow copy does not create a copy of the nested objects. Instead it just copies the reference of the nested objects. Only the reference of the nested objects will be copied. So what is happening whenever you are doing some updates in this AA place, you are getting the respective update in the old list also. So now let us go for the deep copy. Now question is coming in mind, what is a deep copy? So in case of deep copy, what happens, I'm going to discuss into details. A deep copy creates a new object and recursively adds the copies of the nested objects present in the original elements. So it's very important that in case of deep copy, we're creating a new object. So obviously in that case, if we print the respective IDs, the IDs will be different here. So let us go for the ID print here. So I'm just going for this, taking this copy. So here you see we are having this old list having some set of elements. There is a new list, copy.deep copy old list. So in this way I'm just going for this, I'm just printing it. You can find that the new lists are getting printed. So now I'm going for this ID of this new list and also the old list. So if I go for the print, you can find that these two, old list and new list, they are having the different IDs. So that means it has created a new object for it. So a deep copy creates a new object and recursively adds the copies of the nested objects present in the original elements. And let us go for some updates here. So now here you see old list 10 is getting updated by the value BB. So now you can find that we're having this update here, but as in the new list we're creating a new object, so I should not expect any update in this particular new list here. So I think now the conception of shallow copy and the respective deep copy. Remember, in case of shallow copy, we're just calling the method that is a copy.copy, and in case of deep copy, we're calling this method that is a copy.deep copy. And here in this particular demonstration, we have demonstrated that how this shallow copy and deep copy works in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Python assert. Assertions can be implemented in Python. Assertions are statements that assert or state a fact confidently in our program. So for example, while writing a division function, we are confident that the divisor should not be 0. We know that division by 0 is illegal. And we assert divisor is not equal to 0. Assertions are simply Boolean expressions that checks if the condition returns is true or not. So if it is true, the program does nothing and move to the next line of the code. However, if it is false, the program stops and throws an error. So that is the basic principle of assertion. So let me repeat once again for the clarity. Assertions are simply Boolean expressions, so it will return true and false. That checks if the condition returned is true or not. If it is the true, the program does nothing and moves to the next line of the code if the condition is true. However, if it is false, the program stops and throws an error. So that is known as the assertion in Python. So it is also a debugging tool, as it brings the program on halt as soon as any error is occurred and shows on which point of the program the error has occurred. So that is the special features of assertion. So previous code is there. Now we are having the assertion condition. If the assertion condition is true, then the program continue to run. If the assertion condition is false, then the assertion stops the program and gives the assertion error and also the respective point where that particular error has occurred. So that will be mentioned in the assertion error, assertion produced error. So for the better clarity, let us go for one practical demonstration. We will be showing you that how this assertion can be implemented in Python.
We know that assertions are statements that assert or state a fact confidently in our program. For example, while writing a division function, you are confident that the divisor should not be 0. In that case, we can insert one assert divisor is not equal to 0 accordingly. So assertions are nothing but simply Boolean expressions that checks if the condition returns true or not. If it is returning true, the program does nothing and move to the next line of code. And if it returns false, the program stops and throws an error known as the assertion error. So as an example, consider this one. We have defined one function. The name of the function is avg, which will take this marks the least as input argument. So assert len marks is not equal to 0. If the condition is true, that means if the length of this list is not equal to 0, that means the list is not empty. If the condition is true, then it will go for this sum of marks by len of the marks. So it will calculate the average and that will be returned. So, but if the length of marks is not equal to 0, if the condition is false, then it will produce the assertion error. So for the first run, we are making one list available which is non-empty, and we are trying to calculate the average of them, and we are going for the next one where the list is empty, and let us see what is the outcome we are going to have. So just see, in the first case we are having this 11 plus 22 plus 33 whole by 3, so I'll be reaching with the value 22 here. So average of mark 1 is equal to 22. So average of mark 1 is equal to 22 is getting executed, is getting printed. And now in the second case, we are passing this, we are initializing this mark 1 with the null list that is containing no element. So the length of this mark 1 will be 0. So length of mark 1 is not equal to 0, the condition will be false. So it will produce one error known as the assertion error. So that is known as the assertion error. So not only the throwing the assertion error, also you can put some error message also. So let us go for that. So here you see, if the assert length of the marks is not equal to 0, then list is empty. So when the condition is true, that means the length of marks is not equal to 0, that means the list is not empty. In that case, it will produce true and it will go to the next line without any interruption. Otherwise, the assertion error will be obtained and it will be having this message to get printed. So now let me go for the execution. Mark 2 is not null, it is having some values there, so the average will get calculated. And in case of mark 1, it is a null list, so I think that here the assertion error will be thrown. So just see here, so average marks of mark 2 is 78. So 78 is the average marks of marks 2. But in the case, in the next one, as the mark 1 was having the empty list, so this particular assertion error has taken place, and here you see the message has got printed, that is the list is empty. So there is a message we have given this one. So this giving this message is optional, you may or may not give, as here we have given, and but in the previous example we didn't give any such error message. So I think now that what is assertion in Python, the concept is now getting clear to you. Thanks for watching this video.
Another very interesting feature of Python, that is the Python at property. So what is at property? How to use it in Python coding? So let us give you one demonstration, one sample code, its execution, its explanation to describe what is the at property of Python.
The use of property in our Python programming has made the object-oriented programming more easy in case of Python. So now let us go into the demonstration of the use of the property. So here we have defined one class. The name of the class is temperature Celsius. So that is a temp Celsius. It is having one constructor here, and we are passing one parameter temperature with the default argument is equal to 0. And here we are having this self dot underscore temperature is equal to temperature. So this instance variable underscore temperature underscore indicates that this temperature is under the private scope and is getting initialized with this input argument, input parameter, that is the temperature. And here we are having one method, that is a convert to Fahrenheit, which will convert this respective centigrade temperature to the Fahrenheit. Here we are having two methods. One is the getter method, that is a get temperature. Another one is a setter method, that is a set temperature. Getter method will print this text and it will return the respective value in the temperature. And this setter method will check whether the value which will be passed as input argument is less than minus 273 or not. If it is so, it will raise one error, that is a value error, with this respective message. Otherwise, it will print this message and initialize this temperature with this new value which will be passed as input argument. So now here we are going to have our property. Property is nothing but one built-in function which creates and returns a property object. The basic method signature is our fget is equal to null, and then fset is equal to none, and then fdel is equal to none, and doc is equal to none. Now what is the fget? Fget is nothing but a function to get the value of the attribute. Fset is a function to set the value of the attribute. So that is a fset. So fget is a function to get the value of the attribute. That is a getter method. Fset is nothing but a function to set the value of the attribute. That is a setter method. Fdel is a function to delete the attribute, and doc is nothing but one string which is like a comment here. So now this particular property has got three methods, that is a getter, setter, and delete. So three methods are there. So here we are defining one make empty property. So there is a temperature is equal to property, and then assign the fget. So temperature is equal to temperature dot getter get temperature. So get temperature means this particular method name, we are passing this one as get temperature. Then assign fset. So temperature is equal to temperature dot setter set temperature. So this method will be set as a set temperature. So now we are going for C is equal to temp Celsius 5. So C is the new object of the class, that is a temp Celsius 5. So this 5 will be assigned to this temperature. This particular message will get printed on the screen, and then we are having this one self dot underscore temperature, that is a private scope temperature is equal to temperature. So now let me go for the execution. You can find that assigning temperature value, that means this constructor has got executed. So the next one is that print C dot temperature. So whenever we are trying to print the value of the temperature, so actually we are executing the getter method. So getting temperature value, so this particular message should be printed, and then it will return the temperature value. So as a result of that, as we have called this one from this print method, so this 5 will get printed. Before that, getting temperature value is also got printed. So now C dot temperature is equal to 100. So now this 100 will be assigned. So we are calling actually the set temperature, because we are setting this temperature. So set temperature method will be called by default automatically, because it has been set through the property, that is a built-in function, and this value will be passed. And here we have passed the value, that is 100. So that's why if the value is less than minus 273, this condition is not getting true. So the print setting temperature value, this message will be printed. Yes, it has got printed here, and now the value will be assigned to the temperature. So now when you are again printing this C dot temperature, so you are getting the we are getting this particular get temperature method is getting called. So getting temperature value and the self dot underscore temperature will be returned, and as a result of that we are getting this 100. So now you see we are making this one as minus 300. So now what will happen? In this case, the value error will be raised because it is lesser than minus 273. So minus 300 is lesser than 273. So that's why it is producing that that value error. So there is a temperature below minus 273 is not possible. So that message is getting printed here. So in this way, we have shown that how this property is getting used here. Okay. Instead of writing this respective statements, I'm just making them under comment. I can do the same, just writing a single statement here. So there is a temperature is equal to property. So the first argument will be fget. I'm passing that one as a get parameter. The second argument is our fset. So we are passing this parameter, that is our set temperature. So now these are the getter method, this is the setter method. Now if I execute, I'm going to get the same output here. Now see, if I go on printing, print c dot underscore underscore dict this underscore underscore. So if you go on printing, I'm finding that I'm finding one tuple is getting printed, where this all the instance variable defined in this class is getting printed with the respective value. So it is a key value pair. So just if I go for defining another one, another instance variable, say temp, with the value say 500. If I execute the code here, you can find that we're having temperature with the value 100 and temp with the value 500. So whenever we print some member variable from this object, actually we're accessing, that is the object name dot underscore underscore dict underscore underscore. So if I do not want to print all of them, I can print only the temperature here. So I shall go for this temperature. So I can print only the temperature here. You can find that it will print only the value 100. So if I go on printing only the temp, so that can also be done. So I think that will print 500 here. Okay, so that has printed the 500. Okay, now let us concentrate on this property. So we are having two ways to have this built-in function. So that is the one is the temperature is equal to property get temperature, there is a getter method, and the set temperature, there is a setter method you can pass. Otherwise we can make one empty property object, and then we can go for this temperature dot getter and temperature for setter to give the name of the, to pass the name of the getter method and the setter method respectively. So let us come to the next example here. So here you see, here we are having this init, that is the constructor here. The name of the class is Celsius. To Fahrenheit, it is converting the Celsius temperature to the Fahrenheit. Here we are having this at the rate of property. This is the at the rate, and then we are having this property. So obviously this particular after writing this one, we are writing only the temperature. You see the method name is temperature. We are not going for the respective getter set temperature or get temperature methods. So whenever you are writing this at the rate of property, that means it is known as the getter method, and whenever you are writing this at the rate of temperature dot setter, that means it is the setter method. So I need not to bother for this set temperature or get temperature. We will be having the method name as temperature here. You see, I didn't do any kind of changes in the respective function bodies. So now C is equal to Celsius 5. So print C dot temperature. So I'm just executing this code here. So here see, here the method, that is a getting value, is getting printed. So now you see the C dot temperature, that means this particular method is getting printed, that is a getter method. And here see, I didn't write anything that is a get underscore or something. I've given the function name as the temperature only at the rate of property will be the annotation given at the first. And next we are having this C dot temperature is equal to 100. So what will happen here, it is a setting value is getting called, and then whenever we are printing this print C dot temperature, then this 100 is getting printed after printing this message getting value. So here you see, here we are not calling the property method, we are just using this at the rate of property and at the rate of temperature dot setter. So using this particular at the rate of property and at the rate of temperature dot setter, we are just defining that which is the setter method and which is the getter method. So as a result of that, in our object oriented coding, I need not to call the respective functions by their names. I can easily use, that is a C dot temperature for the printing, or C dot temperature is equal to 100 for the assigning. So accordingly the getter and setter methods are getting called. So there is a nice usage of this property method in our Python coding to make the object oriented programming much simpler. Thanks for watching this video.
We are going to discuss Python closures. So in this session, at first we shall define what is a Python closure. Then we shall explain it with one demonstration for the understanding. So here is the definition of Python closure. A closure is a function object that remembers values in enclosing scopes even if they are not present in the memory. I think to have the better clarity, let us explain it with one practical demonstration to implement these closures in Python.
Before getting the detailed idea what is a closure, we must be having a crystal clear idea regarding that what is the nested function and what is non-local variable. So we should have the understanding that what is the nested function and what is a non-local variable before going for these closure functions. A function will be defined if it is defined inside another function, then obviously that function will be called as a nested function. Nested functions can access variables of the enclosing scope. We'll be discussing all these things using this example. So now here you see this is our one method is there, and within this method body we have defined another method. So this method will be called as the nested method, nested function, and this nested function can access the variables which is within the scope, that is within the enclosing scope. In Python, these non-local variables are read-only by default, and we must declare them explicitly as non-local, and in order to modify them, in order to update with some new value. So let us go for one example here. So here you have defined one method, that is a print message, which takes this message as input parameter. And we have defined one nested method, that is a print message inner. Intentionally I have given this name of this method as print message inner, and which prints this message. You see this message is defined in this enclosing scope, so that's why this message can be accessed from this inner method. So now return print message inner. So this inner function has been returned here. So now how to access it? So here you see we are calling this method, that is a outer method, that is the print message, and passing this string, there is a hello, this string we are passing, which will be assigned to this message. And now its output will be taken into a variable, say let it be another. So this another is actually containing the reference of this inner method, that is a print message inner. So from there, if you call that is another method, then this hello is getting printed, and that is a feature of this closure has got implemented in this example. So let us go for another example for the better understanding. So here you see, here we have defined one method, there is a multiplier outer having this n as the input parameter, and that is one nested method is there, nested function is there, that is a multiplier underscore inner. So this method requires one input argument, that is our x, and this outer variable, that is a non-local variable, that is our n, can be accessed from this multiplier inner function. So return x star n, and it returns this nested method as output. So now we are calling this outer multiplier outer function with this parameter 3. This parameter 3 will be assigned to this n here. So it has been assigned to times 3, it has been assigned to times 5 when the 5 has been passed as the input parameter. So now you see the inner method, that is a multiplier, requires one parameter for its execution. So here we are calling this one as times 3 9. So here you can find that n has got initialized with 3 and this x has got initialized with this 9. So whenever I'm just executing this one, it should print 27. So now let me execute the code here. So you can see that it is printing 27 here. It is printing 27 because it is actually multiplying 3 and 9. So in this particular call, you can find that this 5 is getting assigned to this n. So that is now there is a times 5. So times 5 3. So this 3 will be assigned to x. So 3 into 5. So that's why it will return the respective 15. 3 into 5, it will return the respective 15. So now consider this one. So now here you see times 3. So n has got the value 3 and here we are passing this 2 here. So then what is the value here? So 2 into 3 is 6. So 6 will be the input argument for this times 5. So 5 has got assigned to this n already because times 5 we pass this 5 for this multiplier outer method, so that's why the 5 has got assigned to n already. And here we are having this 6, and this 6 will be assigned to this x, and then x into n, so that means 6 into 5, so 30 will be the required outcome. So in this way, in this particular example, we have defined that how these closure functions can be used in our Python coding. Thanks for watching this video.
Tutorial, we would talk about Django. So Django is a Python based web framework. So in this tutorial we will learn about what requirements we need to have on our machine to run Django. So what tools and code editors we require to have so that we can run Django on your local machine. So before I start, I would like to show the content we are going to be covering in this video. So first we will discuss about Django by the official documentation of the Django. Then we will talk about the tools and code editors, what we require them and why we need them. And then we will talk about how the steps to install Django. So these are the steps how we can install Django and how we can start or create a Django project and a Django app on our local machine. So Django is a high-level Python web framework that encourages rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. So it was built by experienced developers. It takes care of much of the hassle of web development, so you can focus on writing your app without needing to reinvent the wheel. It's free and open source. In that Django is usually based on MVT pattern, model, view, template. So this I'm referring to the official documentation of the Django. So it says there is a model layer. So model layer is used for structuring and manipulating the data of your web application. So the M stands for model, and this model layer is used for structuring and manipulating the data of your web application. The next we have is the view layer, and the view is responsible to encapsulate the logic responsible for processing a user's request and for returning the response. So all the business logic is encapsulated inside the view layer, and it is responsible for building the logic and how the user can request and how you respond to that particular request. So this is all about in the view layer. So next we have is the template layer. So template layer provides a designer friendly syntax for rendering the information, how you want to present the data to the user. So all the front end part, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript is there in the template layer. So how you can design your front end parts, how you can want to show that data or you show that design your page to the user is all defined inside the template layer. Before we create a Django server on our local machine and we run it on our local machine, you can go to the official website of the Python. You can move to downloads, and according to your operating system you can download Python. And please make sure one thing here, that when you have downloaded the Python and when you run the installer, what you have to do is you will get a window like this on your screen, and it says like install Python 3.6.2 a 64-bit version. What you need to do is make sure to enable this option, that add Python 3.6 to path. So because this would add Python 3 any version you are using, that is type Python 3.x, the x could be 3.5, 3.6, 3.7, 3.8 to the path, and you can access Python via command line. I will show this you. Yeah, I would open the command line. Yeah, this looks better with a good font size. So what I want you to do is, now when you have installed Python on your local machine, you just need to type Python. It says Python 3.8.1. After downloading and installing Python to your path and running Python from the command line, you can move to SQLite Studio. And the SQLite Studio used to interact with the SQLite database. Initially you are going to work with SQLite database in Django. So you can, this provides you a graphical user interface. So you can click on this link, download Windows binary, open in link. So I'm opening this link in the new tab. So what you can do, according to your operating system, you can download the file from here and install it on your machine. Next, what you can do is install Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code is the code editor we are going to use. For this series, we are going to use Visual Code Studio, because the best part of this is that it has an integrated terminal inside it. So I can show you this thing. Like this is the Visual Studio Code, and like we are doing some projects, so we can interact with the Visual Studio Code as well. Now in third part, like we have covered the A and the B part, and in the third part we are going to see steps to install Django. So what you can do is open your command line. I would recommend you to run this command pip. Pip is a Python based package manager. so it helps you to install packages and libraries externally via command line. So what you need to type is pip install Django. So this will install Django on your machine, but like I have already installed Django on my machine, so it might tell me that requirement already satisfied because I've already installed Django on my local machine. So to check this, what you can do, I would recommend you to type Python. So Python has been run via command line, and now type import Django. Now then next you can type Django dot version. So this will return me the Django version which has been installed successfully on my machine. So that this looks great that Django has been installed on my machine. So first what you need to do is pip install Django, and you need to run this command. So next time we are going to work with Visual Studio Code with the integrated terminal. So after opening your terminal, what you need to do is move to desktop, then move to that folder cd programming knowledge. So I am inside this folder, and now I'm going to run directory command. So it shows me that a hello.py file has been and a folder called notes has been there. So what I need to do is Django admin start project. This could be any project name you want to give, my project. Now I would run the directory command. So this says my project there is a folder called my project which has been installed in the current directory, and this is due to this command Django admin start project my project. So you can here see that my project has been installed successfully. Now the Django project has been created, and if you want to start a app, so as I mentioned earlier, that inside this there is a manage.py file. So you can run this file via command line if you specify Python as a prefix to this file name. So in the same way we can run this manage.py file via command line if you use Python as a prefix. So what I'm trying to say is, like, you move to the inside the Django project folder, which is my project named here cd my project. Now what you need to do is run the directory command. So there is a file called manage.py. You can run this file if python manage.py. So you are able to run this file, but in addition to this, I'm also specifying something start app, and it could be my app. So let me clear one thing here. Yeah, so it's a bit so first I created I was inside my programming knowledge directory, then I created a folder called my project. So this is a Django project. So inside a Django project I created an app which I am specifying like this, python manage.py. Inside the project folder I'm trying to create an app with the name my app. I want to tell you one thing, that inside a Django project there can be multiple apps. So, or we can say like there can be multiple apps inside a single Django project. Okay, so like by using this command we are going to create an app. So I would say python manage.py start app my app. So when I move to my folder I would say my app. So the my app has been created inside my project folder. In the same way I can do one thing extra. I can do my app too. Oh, so this also works. So like what I told you, that inside my Django project, single Django project, I have created two apps. One is my app and another is my app too. So what I wanted to tell you, that inside a single Django project you can create multiple apps. So far we have moved to this. Now in the last one, what you are going to run, if you want to run the Django server on our local machine, what you need to do is you should be inside your project folder and type python manage.py run server. So this says Django version 3.0.1 using settings my project.settings starting developer server at this, and this is 127.0.0.1, and this is the 8000 is the port number. So I want to tell you that this is your local host address till 127.0.0.1 and 8000 is your port number. So either you can copy this address or you can simply do one thing, Since 127.0.0.01 is your local host address, what you can type is simply type local host and specify the port number, and port number was 8000. So this would, okay, now you can see this page is being loaded here. So what we can do, we can quit the server with the control break command. I think there seems any issue with this. I would again run this command. Okay, so this shows that this has been, now it has been started on my machine. So now this has, so this is the, so you have to use this command, python manage.py run server. So this has started the server on my local machine with the address 127.0.0.1:8000. So this means that that address was localhost and the port number was 8000. I had simply typed localhost colon 8000. So the server is running successfully. So the install worked successfully. Congratulations. So from here you can refer to Django documentation, tutorial, a polling app, Django community. So till now we made a Django server on a machine and we were able to run that Django server on our machine. So next tutorial we will cover with the request and the response part. So thank you so much, guys. First tutorial, I showed you how you can install Django on your local machine, how you can initialize a Django project as well as Django app on your local machine. So I wanted to tell you that in the previous tutorial I told you like we were going to move with the request and the response part, but before this I wanted to show you that I want to discuss a very important topic with you, and that was about virtual environment. So I only want to focus on this topic only in this lecture, because this topic has its own unique importance and value, because it has a good concept in itself, and you need to have a good knowledge about virtual environments, how you can work with virtual environment variables. So because this would really help you. Like suppose you can have two cases here. I'm just giving you two scenarios why you need to learn about virtual environment. Suppose you have made your Django project and you want to deploy this Django project online. So in order to deploy this Django project online, you're on a server, you need to have a record of all the external libraries, dependencies and packages you have used in this project in a file called requirements.txt, so that the server can install those dependencies, packages and libraries on the server, on the cloud. I mean, the server can install that dependencies, packages and libraries on the cloud. Then the server will install your application on the cloud, and with the help of both the things, when both the things get installed, then you are only able to run this application. Or second case, you can have that when you are working in a team, and there might be a possibility you want to share this code with someone else, you want to share this whole project with someone else, and they want to run this project on their machine or server as well. But if they want to run this project or on their machine or the server, they need to have the list of those external libraries, packages and dependencies you have mentioned in your project, so that they can get those dependencies installed on either on their machine or on the server in order to run this particular application. So without any further delay, I again welcome you all to Programming Knowledge. And my first step would be, I have created a folder on my desktop with the name Programming Knowledge, and the very first step I am going to do is create a Django project, Django admin start project, my first project. So when I run this command, so I'm able to create a project inside this directory. Here you can see this. You can even run the directory command as well. So this would make sure that you have created the project. Now when you have made the project, you would move into the project folder with the command cd my first project. So I'm inside the my project directory now. So now I would create a simple, I would say that I would initialize an app inside this project folder. So you can get familiar with these command lines in my previous tutorial with the name python manage.py start app, and you can name anything with your first app. I would name this as my first app. So this looks good. So this has created a app inside my project directory. So to ensure this, I would again run the directory command, and it says my first app been installed. So I'm going slow with this because this has a very important concept now. Now I would run Python manage.py run server. Now I hope the server gets started. Okay, now it's running. So either you can copy this address, or you can say local host is same as 127.0.1. I mean 127.0.0.1. Now it's with the port number 8000. So the localhost colon 8000 is same as this address. So this is the same as localhost colon 8000. Now I would want you to terminate this, kill this server. So I would cross this, and now I would open the command line again. Now I want to tell you why I'm going to show this. I'm going slow with this because this is a very important concept. So now I would move to my desktop. I would move to the programming knowledge folder. Then I would go to the my project folder. Okay, so now I'm inside my project folder. So you can have a graphical view of it also. So this is the app being created. I'm inside my project folder. So now, so I started the server and it was running fine. So I will refresh this page. So the server won't run now, I guess. So it's not running. So because I had terminated the process. So okay, now it looks fine. So now what I want to tell you is you can open your command line and type pip install virtualenv. This package is particularly needed to create a virtual environment. So this says requirement already satisfied because I already installed this. And now I would move to my project directory and create a virtual environment variable with virtualenv. Now you can give any name to this. It could be my environment, my first environment, Django environment variable. It could be any name. So you can have a name of your own. So I would give it my env. So this process takes a minute or so. So this would create a virtual environment variable. So by the time it gets installed, I would like to tell you something. Like till now we have created our environment variable name. Now we need to, in order to use this environment variable name, we need to activate this. And why we are doing so? Because this would help us to keep track record of all those dependencies and packages required in order to be mentioned in requirements.txt file, so we can use them. So this is a good process. So now, this environment has been installed. Now I would activate. So I would type. So before this, I would like to show you that I'm in the folder programming knowledge. Now I'm in the project directory. This my env variable has been initialized with the folder. So you can have a look at this folder, my env scripts. Then there is activate. In order to activate this variable, so what I need to do is I would go. So this is the same as I would go my env / scripts / activate. Activate. Please make sure the direction of slash sign. So you should please make a note of it. So this would activate the virtual environment inside my project. Yeah, this looks pretty good. So my env
is now working here as a virtual environment variable, which will help us to keep a track record of our things. So what I want you to do is, the first thing I want to do, that earlier we ran the command python manage.py run server, and the server had started on our machine. So that looked pretty simple. Now I would type the same command again, python, sorry for this, python manage.py run server. So now you see this process doesn't get started. So it says couldn't import Django. Are you sure it's installed and available on your Python environment variable? So the environment variable, did you forget to activate a virtual environment? But I'm pretty sure the virtual environment is activated, and this time I wanted to show you this because I would again run this command and it would give me the same error, because I want to tell you that the Django has been installed on my machine. So I want to tell you one thing, that Django has installed on my machine, but not inside my virtual environment. So I would repeat this, the Django earlier had installed inside my local machine, but not inside my virtual environment. So this is the same case where you might want to work with when you work in a team, and you might share the code with someone, and somebody might add an external dependency. So how you can keep track that external dependency has been added on your project? So how will you keep a track record of those things? So you will keep a track record of those things via environment variable and requirement.txt. The very next command I would tell you, to install Django inside my virtual environment, I would simply type pip install Django. So this would install Django inside my virtual environment. So I would want to repeat, so this would install Django on my inside my virtual environment. So yeah, great. So Django has been installed on a machine. Then the first thing you need to type is, so I would like to tell you that I'm inside my project directory. So Django has been installed. So in order to make sure this, I would type this command pip freeze requirement.txt. So I would run the directory command. Now you can see a file called requirement.txt has been created, and I would open that file. Now this is the point I want to show you, that in order to run this project, I need Django as an external, because Django is a Python based web framework. So it is an external package, or you can say dependency, which Python uses to make web applications. So this Python package Django is needed with the version 3.0.2 in order to run this application. So suppose I want to tell you, so this is now I will run the command, because now I have made sure that inside my requirement.txt Django has been installed inside my virtual environment. I specified those environment variables, packages, dependency inside the file requirement.txt. Now I made sure that Django has been installed inside my virtual environment. Now I would run the command python manage.py run server. So this would start the server. Now you can see that inside my environment variable, I ran this command and this worked. So I would go to this, I would refresh this page. Now the server has started successfully. So until now we have covered till this part. Sorry for this. So what I mean with this command, suppose I want to tell you that, suppose we are working on a project, and someone, like I want to show you an example of this. So these are the, suppose you are working on a data science project and you are working on a platform like Django, and someone might have come with must have added these 3 dependencies. So what you can do is, you can add those dependencies suppose I'm just for an example, someone was working with an and had added those dependencies on your project as well. So you can utilize this by you can install these dependencies or packages or by running a command. I would tell you. So I would first terminate this process. So I would open my command line. So I would go to the desktop folder, then programming knowledge. So now I will run the directory command. So yes, requirement.txt is here, and I can read this file. So I would type the command pip install -r requirements.txt. So this line means that install all those dependencies which are present inside the file requirements.txt in order to get working with this project. So this would install all those dependencies. So this might happen that already few of those dependencies might be already satisfied. Like I said, this dependency is already satisfied, and this might be upgraded to something. So this is requirement already satisfied. Now, when I came to matplotlib, so it started with the process of installing those library. So what I mentioned you, so there might be a case that someone might come and add a new package or dependency to it. So you might need this in order to run the full application, whole application. So to keep a track record of the dependencies required, you need to specify them in a file called requirement.txt, and the server does the very same thing when you deploy your application. And the server, in order to run the application on cloud, you need to define those dependencies which are needed to run the application. So this is a very important concept, and to install those you can run this command pip install -r requirements.txt in order to run all those applications. So thank you. So like in the previous two tutorials, I showed you how you can install Django on your local machine, as well as how you can initialize the Django project as well as the Django app. So if you have any doubt regarding that, you can please refer to those two videos. And in the second video, I showed you how you can initialize the virtual environment in your project, what was the importance of virtual environment as well, and how you can create a requirements.txt file as well. So that was very important. So like I would like to show you one thing, that from now we are going to work on VS Code, and this is my project structure, and I would like to show you a graphical view of my project as well. So this is my project with the name my first project. I have an app named my first app, and I have created my env, and here you can see I have activated my virtual environment variable, and I have created a requirements.txt file as well. So if you have any doubts regarding this, and if this thing seems new to you, so you can refer to my previous two videos. So what I'm going to show you, so this is going to be very interesting tutorial. From now we are going to be learning this is going to be very hands-on tutorial, so and it's going to be very interesting also. So what I'm going to show is that first we would define a URL scheme, and then we will generate a response to it. So what we need to do is, I would like to have a brief overview of my structure as well. So this is, I'm inside my first project folder. So there are various files with the extension .py files. So one of the important files here is url.py file. So like in this tutorial we are going to be working with this file. So before, and the second file is settings.py file. So first thing you need to do is move to your settings.py file, and inside the installed apps you have to mention the app you have created with the name. Like this is the app which I made, so you have to mention your app name inside settings.py file, my first app. Okay, and now what I'm telling you, the second thing you need to do is like there is a urls.py file in this directory. So what you need to do is create another url.py file. So like this is, there are two directories, my first project. So there is an already urls.py file inside my project directory, because I told you that inside a single Django project there can be multiple apps. So you need to create a urls.py file for this app as well. So what you need to do, click here, new file, urls.py. So I have created this file. And now what I'm going to tell you, that there are now two urls.py file. One is inside my directory my first app, and one is inside my directory my first project. So I would also have a graphical view to it. So I'm inside my first project folder, and there is already a url.py file inside it, and now there is a url.py file in this folder as well. Okay, so you can see that now there are two url.py file. One is inside this folder and one is inside this folder. So what I need to mention my Django project, that you need to include url.py file which is inside my folder called my first app. So first you need to include this. You would type here include, and second path include, and you have to mention here my first app.url. So this is the that I mentioned that under the root directory you have to include my first app.urls. So this looks pretty fine. Now I would define the URLs here. So from there you can use the first line. You need to add this from Django.urls import path. So I would move to here from Django.urls import path, and then you need to define a list of URL patterns. Okay, so this looks pretty same as this also, because here you can see they have included this from Django.urls import path as well, and URL patterns is the list. So this looks pretty fine here. Now I would define the first path to be this, but before I want to tell you that the URL will only work when there is a function call defined to that particular URL. So for that, what you need to do is, for you, what I'm going to tell you, you need to add this line, because this url.py is present here. So you would type from current directory import views. So what is the importance of these two lines is that you have to create your views here. So what they mean by is that for this particular URL you have to mention a function call. So I would do one thing, that I would mention this path and call views dot my function call. Okay, and I would name this as index. So index is used to refer the path name. So I would tell you the importance of index. I would tell you the importance of name, why we mention names, and when they are used, when we and how can we use them in a blade, how can we use them in the templates. Okay, so what I'm telling you, that this path to call views.myFunctionCall, this could be any function name with the name, and I have given this name URL as a specific name called index. Okay, so now you would move to views.py file and define a function myFunctionCall, and this takes a request as a parameter. So this you have to define this because you are making a request to this function call. And now to generate a response, what you need to type is you need to import there are two types of responses. One is HTTP response and other is JSON response. So what you need to type is from Django.http import HTTP response as well as JSON response. So I think now it should work pretty fine, and I would generate a response, return HTTP response of hello world. So now I would first have a quick recap of this, that I have first included url.py file. First thing I did is include my app inside this. Then I have included my first app.url inside my url.py file of my first project. Then I mentioned this path and I made a function call to this path using the views file, because in the views file, views.py file, you mentioned your function call. So I meant my function call, and I named this particular URL as index, and inside my first function call I generated a HTTP response. So I think this should work fine now. So I would say python manage.py run server. So this should work fine. Okay, the server has started. So I would okay, yeah, this looks pretty good. So you can see because I didn't mention I didn't mention any word here, so it mentioned as a root directory. So when I passed on this URL, when I called my URL, this particular URL, the root directory, so it called my function call inside my views.py file, and when I went to the views.py file, so it had a request as a parameter and it generated a HTTP response of this hello world. So this was the first thing. Now what you can do, you can pass parameters as well. So what you need to do, I will show you one thing for sure. Another thing, what you can do is you can copy this line and you can name this as about, and you can call this my function about, and you can give this as about. Okay, and now I'm making a path call about and views.myFunction about. So it says my first app.views has no attribute my function about, so I need to define that. So I would define this as well. Okay, for a quick overview, I would copy this and I would generate about response. Okay, and I would now call this function my function about. So what I did here is I made a request to /about from my root directory, and it called my function about, and I gave this URL a particular name about, and it went to views.py file and called this particular function, and I would go back to my server. So right now on the root it is generating hello world, but as soon as I made a request to the about page, so it says about response. So this is pretty good. So now you can understand the theory. So you can also do one thing. Now what you can do is copy this line as well and name this as add my function, or you can add int, or you can send this simply as views.add. Now I am telling this route what I can mention showed you, like you can also pass parameters as well. So to pass the integer, I would type like this. So I would move back to this and type int, like you have to mention the int, then a colon, then age. So this is going to be int a, then int b. Okay, and now I have to define the views.add. So I would go to def add. Now the first parameter is going to be request. The second parameter is going to the integer which I'm taking, which was suppose I'm here naming as x, or you can for simplicity use a, then b. So what you need to do is return HTTP response of a plus b. So I think it should work now. Now what I'm telling you, to add two integers, the first one is going to be 1 and second one is going to be 2. So it should work. Yeah, now it has given me two integers of 1 and 2, and it returned an HTTP response with an output 3. The one thing I wanted to show you, will this work if I change this a comma b to x comma y? X plus y. So this is all a part of learning process. So I should make sure the server is running. Yes, the server is running. The first thing is I will move to this. Yeah, it's working. Now I would move to this. About, yes, working. Now I would move to add part. Add 4, 5. So this doesn't work. Okay. So why this didn't work? Because I had mentioned here in the urls.py file that I'm going to get a as a parameter, then b as a parameter. So what I need to mention here that inside my views.py file, I had to strictly mention this as a comma b. So make sure you be careful about this. Now I will restart the server and then refresh this page. Now this works. Because I wanted to make sure, because this that inside I mentioned here as a and inside mentioned here as b, so the input parameters to my request part would be a comma b as well. So then I generated HTTP response of a plus b. Okay, so this was look good. Now the second thing you need to do, you create a function URL. So I would quickly create this path intro. The first matter is going to string name, and the second one is going to be an int with an age, and I would call views.intro with the particular name to this URL as intro. So this looks good. So this would throw, because I have not defined intro in my views.py file, so I would move back to my. So this time I'm going to show you a JSON response. Define intro as a function, taking first parameter as request, the second as name. So let me check what I have defined first. So I have defined name as first, then age as second. So the name is going to be first and age is going to be second. Now I would return a JSON response. So to generate a JSON response, I need to define a dictionary. So dictionaries are basically key value pairs. So could be my dictionary is going to be a variable. So with this name is going to be name here, and age, age is going to be an age here, and I would return a JSON response here. So I wanted to show you the difference between the JSON response. So throw me the error, because I think it's an because I had defined views.intro. Now it should work particularly fine. Now it has started. So what I'm showing you, I would move to intro, name as Jack, and the age as 25. So will this work? So yeah, here you can see that now it returned me a JSON response, and I'm showing you particular like here it shows that this is a JSON response with the name and age, and for the you can show the raw data as well. So this shows you how a JSON object looks like, and in the JSON format you have just for you can hear it that the name is Jack and the age is 25, and this is a JSON object. So like in this way you can create more URLs. So basically here I covered the HTTP response as well as the JSON response. So to generate if we generate a request via a URL, so we generate a response to it as well. So like this is a thank you guys, thank you so much.
So this is our fourth tutorial of our Django series. So like in the previous 3 tutorials, I showed you how you can create a Django project, how you can work with the how you can initialize the Django app, how you can work with the request and response part. So if you have any doubts regarding to that tutorial, or you have missed anyone, so you can refer to my previous 3 tutorials. So I again welcome you all to Programming Knowledge. So like in this tutorial, we are going to basically work with templates. And In this tutorial we are going to work with templates, and basically I told you that Django is based on MVT pattern, model, view and templates. So models are based with your database and views are based on your business logic part, and templates are based on on front end. So models are based on your database, views on business logic, and templates for front end part. So what you can I want to tell you that for front end part, basically we are going to use Bootstrap. So Bootstrap is an world's most popular framework for building responsive mobile first sites. So I would show you the responsive nature of Bootstrap as well, because if you are making a web application and what you want to target an audience. So what you want to do is that if someone is using a web application on a desktop, then some another day someone might use on a laptop as well, tablet, mobile phone, and like there are various screen sizes. So you want your application to adapt that screen size. So that to adapt that screen size, Bootstrap is used. So this would make your content responsive in nature, and it would adapt to the particular screen size of the user, and this would help you to for a faster development as well. So it has all the predefined CSS, HTML, JavaScript libraries, and we will be using these templates, and I will show you how you can use Chrome developer tools to edit your pages, and you can be sure about how you can create your pages as well. So the first thing you need to do, like this as I mentioned, how you can go with the repository. And the second thing you need to do, you need to move into your settings.py file, and before this you need to create a two folder, one with the name templates, another with the name static. So templates and static are the two folders you need to do. So first I would move to my project directory. So this directory is same as the GitHub repository. So I would create a new folder named templates. So this is the first folder I have created, templates, and the second one which I am going to create is the static. So static basically is working with your static file. It could be any static file. So basically, just for an example, you have an image which is a raw image, and you need to use it multiple times. So you can store a raw image in your static folder, so in order to display in your web page as well. So two folder, templates will be having your HTML files, and static is going to have your raw files. It could be in any form. So after creating these two folders, what you need to do is to add them in your directory. So the first thing you need to do is you need to move to your settings.py file, and one shortcut I would show you, that inside VS Code you can type Ctrl+P and move to any file. Suppose I have to move to this urls.py file or models.py file, let this be file. So I would type models.py, and it would give me some recommendation about, and I would click on it and I would move to this file. So in this way I will again move to settings.py file. So this is a very interesting shortcut. So under the installed apps, I have mentioned my app, and under the directories templates, what I need to do, I have to mention my current path where my templates are stored, because all this list is basically associated with the templates directory. So I would type os.path.join base directory, templates. So this would join my folder that I am telling that it could be any OS environment. I would join this from base directory to the templates. So this would connect with this folder. So my project is now connected with this folder. The second thing I need to do is the same thing I need to do for the static files, but this is a little different. So I have to first mention the list static files underscore directories. So this is the list, and I would be using this, so you can see that these are almost same thing, os.path.join base directory underscore templates, and another is os.path.join base directory comma static. So what I can do is os.path.join base directory comma static. Okay, so this looks good. So I will run my server. So till the time I would show you one thing, that my servers were working fine, and I had made some URLs, like in the previous tutorial I showed you how you can make the request and the response part. So just for to be sure about this, I would move to localhost colon 8000. Okay, so it says hello world, and I showed you like you can create an URLs as well. So like in this we are going to create a URL. So first thing you need to do is move to your templates folder. So these are the two folders which I made, templates and static. So inside your templates folder you will create a new file and name it as index.html, and you will make this file and open this file. And what you are going to do this inside your index.html file, you are basically create your first HTML page. And what you are going to do is you would move the Bootstrap website, and you would go to the getting started, then introduction, and now you would first pick the starter template, because this would be very helpful. You can copy this and paste this inside the index.html. So like you can see that it has the whole HTML structure, and it has all the JavaScript libraries predefined, as well as the CSS libraries as well. And you can note one thing, that these CSS files as well as the JavaScript files has been kept online, so anyone can use this CSS and JavaScript files, because these are predefined in Bootstrap, and anyone can use Bootstrap to make your web application responsive. Okay, I would change this title to Learn Django, and basically I would save this file, and basically the title is this. What you can see above here, the introduction, Bootstrap, GitHub, Pro Software Developer, that this is your title. So Learn Django, and I would say change this hello world Django project. Okay, so what you can do is you can move to your urls.py file, and you can define a URL to render your page. So just for example, I would define path my first page, and I would call views dot my first page, and I would give this a name, my first page. So I have created a path called my first page view, and I would call the function my first page from views, and I have this given a short name to this URL as my first page. So this is throwing me an error, and why is it? Because I have not defined my first page function inside the views. So I would move to my views.py file. So there, my first page, it is taking a request as a parameter, and this time, like in the previous tutorials, I showed you that there can be various types of responses. One is HTTP response, JSON response, but this time I'm going to render a HTML page. So I would say return render request comma index.html. So this would render the HTML page, and when I would move to this URL, so this would show me that page. So I'm inside my localhost and I would say slash my first page. Okay, so yeah, it's fantastic. So what you can see that it has rendered the first page. Now I'm showing you two shortcuts. The first one is Control plus U. So this would show me the whole front end code. So this is the first shortcut you can use. I will repeat, Control plus U. Okay, and the second one is you can use inspect element. Okay, and you can see now the responsive nature of this. I can show you that this is like Chrome developers tool, and you can use this to work with the front end part of your project. It is very good. Okay, Galaxy S5, iPhone 5. Okay, this shows the responsive nature, laptop screen. So this will be laptop. So what I can do is move to Galaxy S5 and I would inspect this, and I would element.styles, I would change color is equal to red. So this changes the color of this heading to red, but this is only to have a view of your project. But as soon as I refresh it, because this is temporary, you do this, you can do some temporary changes to have a look. But as soon as I refresh this page, this is vanished. So you can use Chrome developer tools to have a change look at your front end part. So I would continue with the lecture, and I will tell you how you can work with the backend logic and integrate it into the front end part as well. So thank you everyone. So
this is our 5th tutorial on our Django series. Like in the previous 4 tutorials, I showed you how to create a Django project and a Django app. Then how you can work with the request and the response part via URLs. And in the previous tutorial, that was the 4th one, I told you how you can connect your front end part with your back end part, how you can create a template folder as well as a static folder. And one thing I showed you, then how you can render an HTML page, then how you can work with the Chrome developer tools, how you can work with the responsive design of Bootstrap and why we use it. And one thing you can do here is, now we are going to work with templates. So basically templates are our HTML files, and we can reuse them to render the backend logic into the front end part. So first thing I'm going to show you that in previous tutorial we created a page. So this is the page we created in the previous tutorial. So I would type Control U, and this is a shortcut to see the front end code. So this is the whole front end code, and what noticeable we can notice from this is that this front end code will always like the same HTML structure. We are going to use it in a different file as well. So we are going to, like, suppose in order, like, I'll give you a practical example. Like this is a navbar, and like this navbar is going to be common in all the pages. So when we move to another page, so this navbar will remain common, and this HTML structure will also remain common. So what can be different? The content of that page might be different from the another page, and it will be different, and the title can be different as well, but the basic HTML structure and the navbar and the footer will always remain common to every page, because navbar is something you will help your application to navigate from one page to another, and you won't copy the navbar every time you make a new page. So that front end code will always be common to all the pages, and we can make this with the help of these things, which are extends, block title, block content, end block. I will give you a practical example how you can use it and what is the importance of it. So first, inside my templates folder, I would create a new file. That is, the first one is index.html is already there. Then I would create second.html. Okay, now I have created second.html. I have to provide a URL to access this page as well. So I would copy this path and paste it here, and instead of this first page, I would do this as second page. This is my second page, and I would also second page, and this is, I would also change this second page. So to be just quick, I did this. So I have provided a new path, my second page, views.my second page, and have named this URL as my second page. So it is throwing me an error. Because why is it throwing me an error? Because till now I have not defined my second page inside my views. So I would go back to my views.py. So like the previous, there was one of my first page which used to render an index.html. I would create a second page as well, my second page which would take request as an input parameter and would return render request comma second dot html. So I told you, like, this would I have created a second.html page in my template folder, then I provided a URL, then a view function to that URL as well. So when I move to my page, my second page, okay, so I'm to my page, but till now it's blank, so nothing is there in that page. But what I wanted to tell you, if you view the source code of the front end part, it's still now blank. So this shortcut was by Ctrl+U, and this is the source code of the first page. So you want all this thing to be common in that page as well. Okay, before I do this, I would show you one thing as well. I would copy this navbar. Okay, I've copied this navbar and I would paste this in my index.html. Okay, please make sure this is index.html. Okay, this is index.html. And when I move to my first page, okay, I will move to my first page, So this is the source code of my first page, and this has been updated because it has a navbar in it as well. And when I move to this page, okay, now this looks pretty cool. Okay, so what I told you, that inside my first page I have given a navbar, and what I will do, one thing also, I would change the title as well to make sure there is no confusion. My first page. Okay, so this looks pretty fine and pretty cool till now. Okay, and this is my first page, and what I need to do, this is my first page. Now I would move to the second.html file as well, and inside my second.html file, what I will do, I would type %extends index.html, and I would give this as a % command. Okay, so this would, when I move to the second page, so yeah, this is my second page as well, and you can see this has cloned all the things which were there in the first page as well. But I need to take care about one thing, that my title should be different. So I would move back to my index.html, and inside this I have to mention the title in this way, block title. And because when I might move to another page, so I would type %block title and %end block. Okay, and inside my second.html, I would repeat this as well. So just to be quick, I would copy this, I would copy this. Okay, this looks pretty fine. So I would open both the pages. This is my second page. Okay, and I will open the first page as well. So this is my first page and this is my second page. So you can feel the difference here that within 2 lines of code, I cloned all the HTML structure as well as the navbar from index.html to second.html, and I provided 2 routes to them. One was my first page with the name, with the title my first page, and another one with the title my second page. So this looks pretty good. And what you can do now is you want to change the content. So inside index.html, I would move this h1 directory inside a content. So I would name that first page as well. So I would type %block content and %end block. So when I reload my page, so this is my first page. So it says hello world Django project first page, and when I refresh this page, this is also says hello world Django project first page. But I want to change this content, this particular content, block content. So I would do one thing. I would move back to the second.html and I would type %block content and again end block, and I would type this given head h1 heading, second page extends first page with a common nav bar. This should work fine. So see the magic. Now the second page extends first page with a common navbar, and this is my first page. Okay, and this is my second page. So you can feel the difference. Like inside my first index.html, but the only thing was the driving force. I would open this and show you that the content of this page is here. This is the h1 line, and this was the content of the first page, and inside the second page this was the content. Okay, but you can see that all other things are common, with the title being different and the content being different. Everything is common. So what I wanted to show you that when you use the extend functionality of the template with the 3 or 4 lines of code, you can clone the first page, all the HTML navbar from the first page to another page, and this will reduce your HTML code as well, and this will help you to make dynamic HTML pages in future. So what you need to do is you need to create index.html, then you need to define a dynamic block title to it. So okay, this looks fine. Then you need a dynamic block content to it as well, and you need to extend this in the second page as well with the help of this line. Okay, so with the help of only 4 to 5 lines of code, we were able to extend the first page to a second page. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to work with Django templates as well. I'm going to show you more functionality of it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And in the previous tutorial, I showed you how you can use extend as a function to extend your basic template to the other pages as well. So I even showed you, and in that previous tutorial to that one, I showed you how you can render an HTML page. and this is going to be continuation to the Django templates as well. And in this we are going to work with how you can work with Django templates in order to render more things on your front-end application part. But this time we are going to use two things. One is going to be the for loop and one is going to be the if-else part. And before this, I would show you how you can pass variables to your front-end part of your application using the context function, and how you render your variables using a dictionary. So you will get to know all this in this tutorial. So let's get started with it. So first thing I'm going to do is going to define a path. So basically I'm going to define a URL, my third page, and I would call a function views dot my third page, and I would name this as my third page as well. So I am using this naming convention so that in order you get a brief overview, like this is the third page we are working on. So first I will run my server on my machine. So this is throwing me an error. Why is it so? Because till now I have not defined my third page function in my views. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move to my views.py file and define my third page, which take request as a parameter, and basically it is going to return and render request and third.html. So basically till now I have not defined third.html yet. So what I'm going to do is going to my templates folder, and inside I'll go to second.html. So I would quickly copy this and create a new file. I'll paste this and I'll change this as third, and even I'll change this also as third. Now I'll save this as third.html, and I hope this will work. And I'll move to my localhost. Okay, this server has started my third page. So you can here see the title is my third page. So third page extends first page with a common navbar. So I told you how you can quickly extend one page to another using an extend function. So now I would tell you how you can extend variables. Actually you are going to extend variables to the front-end application using the context function. This is going to be very pretty good and pretty easy also. So what you can do, you can simply create a variable. I'll create a variable of a data type string with the name hello world. Now what I am going to do, I am going to define my dictionary, and what variable you want to pass. Okay, just to be on an easy way, this is a key value pair. So basically you are passing the variable var with the name also as var. So what I'm going to do, you have a quick overview of this. So you will type context is equal to my dictionary. Now you are passing on variable var. So this is your variable. Basically this has a data on the right side value, and on the key side you are naming the name which is going to be rendered on the front end part. And now what I am going to do, I am going to declare h1 heading, and to initialize the value of the variable I am going to type var. Okay, this looks good. Now I will refresh this page. Now it says hello world. So this is pretty cool. Now what I can do also, I'll have another variable greeting, and I'm saying hey, how are you? So this would greet the user, but this time I'm going to pass with the name message. So this would help you to understand. So this can be so what I'm telling, greeting is a variable of data type string. So this is the value greeting, and what name I'm going to pass it with the message name. So when I move to the third.html, what I'm going to do, I'm going to use message here, and now this message basically has the greeting variable inside it. So this would print the value on the front-end application part. So say it says, hey, how are you? Oh, this looks pretty cool. Now I'm going to define a list of fruits, basically apple, mango and banana, and I'm going to pass these fruits using a key value pair. So basically I'm going to pass it with the name my fruits. So this would pass these fruits which have a data type of list or array, you can say, and I am going to pass it with the name my fruits on the front end part. And when I move here, I'll create an unordered list using a simple for loop. So I would type, okay, before this I would type for each fruit in my fruits I'll simply end this loop using this template and for, and I am going to type the list parameter, and basically each fruit is the value I'm going to print. And you can see the magic here. You can see apple, mango, banana is here, and simply maybe sometime you have a large list in your backend part and you want to print it, you can simply print it using a for loop. So even this you could do this like this. Most of we do it like for I in my fruits, you can simply print I as well. So this would also work. Okay, so you can see here even this also works. So this looks pretty cool. We are done with the for loop as well. Now we are going to work with the if else part. So in the views.py you can see I'll declare a variable. It could be of any type, and basically it could be of any type. What you can do is like I can have a brief overview. This is how we use like if, elif, else and if. So in order to end anything you need to type if, elif, else and if. So what we can do, okay, we are going to take two numbers, num1 comma num2 is equal to 3 and 5. So what we are going to do, and we are going to take a variable answer, and that answer is going to be, what we can do is answer is going to be num1 is greater than num2. So before this I would print the answer on my console. So what I'm going to do is going to refresh this page. This URL will call that views.py and it says false. So you can here see it says false because num1 has the value 3 and the num2 has the value 5, and is 3 greater than 5? No. So this gets the value as false, and this prints the answer on my console. So I would comment this out and I would render answer as answer and num1 as num1. Okay, and also num2 as num2. So this should work. I'll see. Okay, now you can see, so okay, this is going to be rendered. So num1 is being passed as num1, num2 answer. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use an if condition. If answer, and I'm going to use an else part as well, else, and if. Okay, so you can see this is the same syntax I'm using. So this time I'm only using an if, else, and if only. If answer, if an answer is right, this means what I meant in my views.py file, that if this is true, then num1 is greater. If else it's false, then num2 is greater. Then you will type num1 is greater than, okay, we can even do this like this also. What we can do, we'll use curly braces. Num1 is greater than num2. So this looks good. Or and the else part, we are going to the reciprocal of it. I'll change this as num2 is greater than num1. Okay, so this is my if else part, and I'll move to my page, and if this says 5 is greater than 3, because I had mentioned in the views.py file, okay, if I change these two numbers as any random numbers, I'll take this as to 10 and I'll take this as 7. So this will work. Maybe this should work. And okay, yeah, it says 10 is greater than 7. Because I have created a backend logic, and I'm using that backend logic in my frontend part as well. So in the previous I showed you 5 is greater than 3. Now I'm showed you 10 is greater than 7. So you can use this backend logic on the views.py part to render it and show it in your frontend part. So thank you so much, guys. I'll catch up you in the next lecture. So thank you, guys. 7 tutorial of our Django series. So like in the previous tutorial, I showed you how you can work with the front end part of your application, how you can use Django template engine. So this tutorial is going to be very interesting. We are going to work with images on this tutorial. So I will tell you how you can work with images within Django. So this is going to be a very interesting tutorial. So let's get started with this. So first thing I need to do, you need to move to your settings.py file. So I'll move to settings.py file, and inside my settings.py file, what you need to do, you need to define a static URL which is going to be static, and you need to define static files directory is equal to os.path.join base directory with the static folder. So what here I'm actually mentioning that I've made a static folder, and here it is. And inside my static folder, I have two images, django.png and python.png. So I would be using these two images. And what I'm going to show you, what you need to do. So this is the static folder which I'm referring, which I also showed you into VS Code. I'm showing here for a better experience, for view for it. And inside my static folder, I have two images. One is Django and another is Python. So I'm referring to this particular static folder, and to refer this particular static folder, you need to move into your settings.py file, and you need to define this heading, sorry, this piece of code.
Okay, so first I'll create a route. So I'll move to my urls.py file, and I am going to define path my image page. Okay, and I'm going to define a views dot my image page, and I'll give this a name is equal to my image page. So this is going to be interesting. Okay, now my image page, I've defined my image page here. Okay, and I'll define a function inside my views, my image page, and I have given a name here. It is on my image page also. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a view. Okay, I'll define a view, define my image page, which takes request as a parameter. Good. And it will return and render an HTML page request, and that's name is going to be image page dot html. So this is pretty fine. Okay, the server has been reloaded. Okay, so this looks pretty fine till now. And inside my templates folder, I'll create a new template. I'll click here, new file, image page dot html. Okay, this is fine now. Okay, now to create an image page.html, what I'm going to do, I'm going to take any of the pages here. Okay, and I'll copy this quickly. Okay, now what you need to do, I'll define this as okay, sorry for this. I'll define this as, you can define any name, image page. Okay, so and what you need to do, I'll open this text file. So this is the syntax how you can load an static image. So what you need to define, you need to define %load static inside your build template. So below this line, I'll define %load static, %load static, and I'll refer to this image. Okay, I'll remove this. Okay, from here what I'm going to tell you that this is a Bootstrap, and here what you need to do, you will learn about images. So here I'll type images. So this is the responsive class of Bootstrap we are going to use, which will help us to make our image responsive. So this is going to be very interesting. So what you can do, you can define div class is equal to container fluid. Okay, and what I'm going to do next, I'll define a row. We will be learning Bootstrap in the upcoming lectures as well. So this I'll give a short idea how you can create a responsive page. So this is going to be interesting. Div class is equal to row, and inside a row I have a container, then a row inside my container, then inside my row I have a column. Div class is equal to call md6. Okay, now I'm going to quickly copy this. So how you can use this class, so this class image fluid refers to the responsive CSS which has been already written inside the Bootstrap to make our image responsive on multiple devices. And to define the image source, I'll use a curly brace, then %sign, then again a %sign, and inside my %sign I'll give space static, and I'll define the image name using single quotes. So let me define Django.png. So this looks pretty fine here, Django.png, and you can give any name here. Okay, so I'll just close the server, then restart my server. Okay, the server has started and I have no issue here. So I'll go to my local host. Yeah, it's running, and I'll give my image page. Okay, so this is throwing me an error which says the current path. Okay, let me check my URL. Oh, I didn't save this. Okay, yes, now okay, now it's working. Yeah, here you can see. So you can see the image has been successfully loaded. So this looks pretty good. You can also use in your HTML page, what you can do, you can also use python.png. So this also works. So this looks pretty fine. And now what I'm going to show you, Django.png. So I'll move to Django.png, and so I'll give you a brief intro. So now you'll right click on this and click inspect, and when you click on inspect, so this is a container fluid, then this is a row. Inside there is a column of width medium 6, that on the on the medium devices it will have a width of 6. The Bootstrap has a total width of 12, so we're going to learn that. And this image source is this particular image. So we can play with the inspector tools. What we can do, we can use background is equal to red. Let me sorry for this. Okay, like this is our row, so I'll type background is equal to red. Now you can see a row which was also equivalent to the container fluid has a background red. And what we can do, this is a column, we'll align this image in the center and type margin 0 auto. Okay, so now you can see the image has been aligned to the center. So let me check. Okay, there might be some not exactly, but might be some issue, but we'll rectify this in the upcoming lecture how we can resolve this. So now the point is, when I move to a different devices, since I had used image fluid as a class, I move to Galaxy S5. You can see the navbar collapses itself and the image is being responsive. I can move to iPhone X, image being responsive. So this is going to be very helpful in the responsive design than iPhone 5. And I close this, and the best part is when I refresh this page, it's all gone. So because that was temporary, to make this permanent, you need to define the CSS in your HTML page, and I'll define as margin 0 auto. Okay, so when I go to this page, refresh, now this is permanent. So this is pretty cool. So in the next tutorial, I'm going to work with the images, so that would really help you. So guys, thank you so much. So you can go to our repository, have a look at the source code, and next tutorial we are also going to work with the images. Then we will also try in the next tutorial how we can work. First I will let you know about the Bootstrap, how we can work with the Bootstrap and using images. Then we are going to use the if-else logic, how we can render multiple images on a single page using an if-else logic. So that's going to be very interesting, guys. I'll catch you up in the next lecture. Thank you guys, thank you so much. In the previous tutorial we were working with images, so in this tutorial we are also going to continue working with images, and we will I will tell you how you can show images on the front end part of our application in as well. So today we are going to work with images. So in the previous tutorial I showed you how to show an image, and I applied some Bootstrap classes to show that image on the HTML page. So today before we start, we are going to basically have an overview of the Bootstrap grid system. So in this grid system, I will show you that there are some predefined classes with extra small, small, medium, large and extra large, and this is the syntax for them: call sm, call md, call lg and call xl for the respective classes. And for extra small, we don't need to define anything. With the practical implementation we'll get to know. One thing you need to observe in this, that the Bootstrap container has a column width of total 12 columns. So what you need to do, you can define columns either in the multiple, you need to define them in the multiple of 12. Like either you can define, for an example, a column of width 4, then again 4, then again 4, or then 6 and again 6, because 4 plus 4 plus 4 is equal to 12, and again 6 plus 6 is equal to 12 also. Or if you want to define any other ratio, you can define a column of the width 10 and the next with the 2, because 10 plus 2 is equal to 12. And this way you can define a column width of 12 columns by defining them and giving a proportion with your desire what you want to give to your front-end application. So this is a syntax how you can have make columns plus rows. So we will have some idea. Yeah, this was what I was explaining, that the total width of the column is 12. So what you can do, like here it has been mentioned, the first is of column 8 and another is of column 4. So this was total about 12, and this was a total width of 12, and this would help you. And Bootstrap manages you to help have responsive design of your application. Like in the previous tutorial I showed you how you can render an image using Bootstrap, and with how you can render an image with Django. Then with the help of Bootstrap classes, how you can make it responsive. So let's get started with this tutorial. So I would tell you, first I would go to my VS Code editor, then I would run my server with the command python manage.py run server. So this would start the server on my local machine. And what we can do till the time I can show you one thing. So this is our template which we had made it yesterday. So I would move to the localhost server. So what you can do, this is my local server. So I would move to a route with the name I had defined in the previous tutorial. So I would move to my uls.py file, and my image page I had defined. So I would move to that route, my image page. Okay, you can see an image had been already uploaded on this route and on this page. So basically I showed you how you can see the responsive design. You can press Ctrl Shift I, or you can right click and go to inspect. So this will lead you to Chrome Developer Tools, and from here you can see the responsive design of your application. Like iPhone X shows this way, and iPhone 6, then Pixel 2 XL, then Galaxy S5. So this shows the responsive design. So one thing you notice, as soon as I was on a big screen, the nav bar used to had expanded view, but as soon as I moved to a small screen, so you can see that the nav bar had been collapsed. So this is the beautiful nature of Bootstrap. So this would help you in designing your front-end application. So today what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a path, my image page 2, and in views.py file I'll also define views.myImage page 2 with the name is equal to my image page 2. Okay, so this looks pretty fine. So inside my views.py file I'll quickly copy this and I'll paste it here. And one changes I need to make, my image page 2, and it will have image page2.html as well. So inside my templates I need to define image page2.html. Okay, I will move to my templates folder. Okay, so this is my image.html. I'll quickly copy this, I'll paste it here, and image page 2. Okay, this looks pretty fine. Okay, so till the time what I'll do, I'll remove this code and I'll save it as my image page 2.html. So this looks pretty fine, and I will move to my image page 2. Okay, so it says my image page 2.html does not exist. Oh, I made a mistake here. So I'll rename it as image page 2. Sorry for the error. Now I'll quickly refresh this page. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is image page 2. So what I'm going to show you the beautiful nature of Bootstrap here. So this is a container fluid which you'll always mention. Then inside this container fluid I have a row. Then now I'm telling my Bootstrap to divide this row into two columns, div class, okay, and div class is equal to call md6, and I'm also defining another column of width 6 because I told you that Bootstrap will have 6 plus 6 is equal to 12 as a column width. So I'll also define another column, div class is equal to call md6, and this would, now this you can see, now I have a column of 6 width each, and this would sum up to 12. Now I told you yesterday that this is the syntax you are going to use, because I told you that I have a static folder. Inside there are two images. So in order to load images from the static folder, first you will define person load static, and then you need to define the syntax with the person static side, person static with the image name, and person again with the curly brace. So I'll quickly copy this, and this image fluid is a Bootstrap class which helps you to make a responsive page. Okay, in this first line I would put this image. Okay, so this is the image I'm going to put, and one shortcut you can see, I can right click here and click format document with HTML language feature. So what will it do? It will format my source code, and it will help you to better maintain the indentation of the code. And in the next I'll copy this. So since I'm showing you a demo, we had done this in the previous tutorial, how to load and static image. So let me give another image that was python.png. So I'll give this a name as a python.png, and I will move to my page and refresh this page. So you can see now I'll quickly I'll click inspect and I'll show you. Let me do this. Uh, okay, so you can see here I'll have an expansion view. This is my row, or okay, this is not you. This would pretty help you to have a clear understanding how Bootstrap works. This is my container, and this is my navbar. Okay, this is the navbar, this is the container. I go inside a row, so this was my row, then a column of width 6. You can, the left portion is my column of 6, then this is the image. Okay, this is the column of width 6. Okay, then I move to the second column of width 6. Here it is. This was the second column of width 6, and this is the first column of width 6. First, second, and that was the image. But now as soon as I change my display, I move to a Galaxy S5. See the magic? Yeah, it automatically collapses the image, and it helps you to make design much responsive. So you need to inspect element in order to learn about this. So this is again call md6 6 width, and this is the 6 of call md6 in the another. So we are going to continue with this in the next lecture as well. I'll tell you how you can render images and what would be the responsive design of your application. So I'll catch you up in the next lecture. So thank you guys, thank you so much, and yeah, thank you guys. Ninth tutorial, and we're going to work with images. So this is going to be very interesting tutorial and going to be very a quick one. So I will tell you that in this tutorial I've already defined a path with my image page 3, and already defined a function in views.py file, and already defined an HTML page. So I would directly operate on this, so you can check out the code on the GitHub repository as well. So what we are going to do, yeah, you can see here, you can see my this is my views.py file, and I've already defined my image page 2, page 3, page 4. So what we are going to do, we are going to start our local server, which is already started, and inside my local server I would move to this route, my image page 3. So I'll show you some interesting fact about this. So this is our image page, and here you can see that I have defined a row, Okay, I have defined a row, and above that I have defined a container fluid with the heading image page 3, and inside the row there are 4 columns of width medium 3 each. So here you can see 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3 is equal to 12, and this satisfies our basic requirement of the Bootstrap column query. So here it shows 12 columns. So here you can see 3 3 3 3 is equal to 12, and as soon as I press Ctrl Shift I, you can see okay, and here you can see that this is the source code. Okay, and let me right click and click inspect. Yeah, here it is. Row, column width of 3 3 3 3, and this is on medium device. As soon as I click on Galaxy S5, it will all collapse and will move up to a scroll view, and this would bring the responsive nature. Okay, let me move to the image page 4.html. This is where going to be very interesting. Here you can see the key difference. You need to observe a key difference here, that here I had defined medium 3 MD. I had defined a class inside the Bootstrap which was defined in the grid system as well. I'll show you in the grid system. Yeah, here it is. This was small SM MD LG XL. When I have not defined any class, whether it is medium MD SM small XL extra large, I have all I'll move to this. Here you can see I have defined medium in this my image page 3.html, but now when I move to my image page 4.html, I have not defined any class. So here you can see the gap. So there I have not defined any class here. So you can have a view for it. So this is called MD3, and this is only called 4. You can make it as 3 as well. This is called 4. Or okay, so when here 4 plus 4 plus 4 is equal to 12, and now when I move to my image page 4, okay, this is my image page 4. Here you can see this is 4. I'll click on inspect. Okay, okay, I'll show you one thing. This is row 4 4 4. Okay, but I told you that I have not defined any class here, whether it is a medium, small, extra large. Now when I move to Galaxy S5, here you can see the magic. Now here it also stays as 4 4 and 4. So this weighs out up to 12, and this was the difference I wanted to show you in my image page 4.html, that here I have not defined, like this is page 3, I have not defined any class here. Sorry, in this I have defined a class. In my image page 3.html I have defined a class, but image page 4.html I have not defined any class. And when I move to my uh, uh, image page 4.html, this is 4 plus 4 plus 4, but as soon as I move to a smaller device, it still remains 4 4 4. It does not collapse. So this says that if for every device you want this structure, then you don't define a class, then Bootstrap will automatically maintain this structure. Okay, now we are going to do one small exercise. This is going to be quick. Okay, I'll define my image page 5. Okay, I'll be quick with this. Image page 5. Okay, now I'll move to my templates. Okay, I'll move to my templates. This is my template. I'll quickly copy this, paste it here. Image page 5.html. This is image page 5.html. I'll quickly wrap up this content inside the row. I'm already okay, and I'm already left with the row, and inside my views.py file. Okay, now inside my views.py file, I'll define my image page 5. I'll copy this, and here you can see, and this is going to be 5, and this is 4. Okay, and this is going to be 5, and I'll change the heading here. So this here you can see, this is the benefit of using Blade template engine. You can quickly define your templates. Okay, now I'll move to 5. Okay, now this looks fine. This is an empty page. Okay, but now inside my urls.py file, I will be taking a string parameter with the image name. Okay, I'll be taking a string parameter with the image name, and inside my views.py file, if you have any doubt regarding how you take parameter inside a URL, you can refer to my previous tutorial. So image name is going to be my new parameter. Okay, and what I'm going to do, I'll define a variable image name will take this parameter image name. Okay, let me define this as my image name. Okay, and if and I'll perform another operation, my image name. This is a simple Python function I'm using. My image name dot first what I'll do I'm going to typecast this as a string parameter, and I'll use my image name dot lower, and I'll first print this my image name. Okay, this is pretty fine. Okay, this looks pretty fine. Okay, now I'll move to my image page 5 and I'll type Django. Okay, so here you can see I have printed Django on my local machine. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to define a dictionary. Okay, before this, or maybe what we can do, okay, I'll take a variable var and I'll give it a default value, or we can do one thing. If my image name is equal to Django, then var is equal to true. Elif my image name is equal to Python var is equal to false. Okay, or you can do or maybe or let me you can do one thing, var is equal to false. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to create my dictionary, and I'll pass var as var. Okay, now context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, this looks pretty fine till here, and I'll save this. So my server is running. Okay, now when I'll move to my image page 5.html, so what I'm going to do is I'll quickly copy the image syntax here. What I'm going to trying to do, I'll show you that this is you can copy this. Okay, yeah, this is fine, and I'll define as 12. Okay, for your convenience you can use it as for md12, and in another one, but before this I'll type %if var. I'll use this block, else I'll use this block, and I'll end this with the end if. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll copy this and quickly paste it here. Okay, first I need to check my backend part. What was it? I'll move to my use.py file. If var is equal to true, then I need to be true, then I need to get the Django image. If var is equal to false, I need to get a Python image. Okay, so this is fine, and this would be python.png. Okay, so this looks pretty fine and looks interesting as well. Okay, now I would type Django. So here you can see I got the Django image, and Python, yeah, I got a Python image. So this looks pretty fine. And here what I'm going to show you, that this is the magic I want to tell you, that I can render two images on a single route. Maybe I'll type Django with the capital letters. Okay, here it is come, because I had used the functions lower. I'll move to my push.py file. Okay, I'll close other things and open my views.py file. Okay, I had used the lower function. Okay, if my image name is equal to Django, var is equal to true, else it's false. Okay, so maybe when I type Python with capital letters, I'll get this. So this looks pretty awesome. You can maybe I can do also type this as capital D small Django and capital G and small o Django. This also works, so this is great. So here I told you that with simple backend logic you can render multiple images on your front-end application. So guys, I'll catch up you in the next lecture. So thank you guys, and once again welcome to Programming Knowledge. So today we are going to work with the forms. So this is a 10 tutorial. If you have any doubt regarding the architecture structure of Django, you can refer to our previous tutorials as well. So first thing, now let's get started with this. So forms are made for the user input. So forms are usually made according to your demand and requirement. Today we'll create a form, and then we'll use forms, and then what we are going to do, we are going to integrate the front end part of our form. Today we'll create a responsive form layout, and then we'll integrate the backend part of our logic with the front end part. So we are going to create we'll see how we can integrate forms, then we'll see how we can submit forms using the one with the request method and one with the post method. Then we will figure out the difference between the two. So let's get started with this. So this is my project. So first I will run my server. So I'll type python manage.py run server, and I will move to my local host. So I'll refresh this page. So the server will get started. So here you can see the server has started. So what we are going to do today, first I'll create a path, the URL path. I'll create my form. Okay, and I'll create a view with the name views.myForm, and I'll give this URL a name is equal to my form as well. Okay, that looks pretty fine. So first I will create a form, and so I'll move to my views.py file. Okay, so here's my views.py file. So what I'm going to do, I'll define a view, define my form, and it'll take a request as a parameter, and I'll render an HTML page. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to type return, okay, return render request, and I'll make an HTML page, my form.html. So this looks pretty fine. So what I need to do, so I need to define my form.html inside my template page. Okay, I'll move to my templates. So I'll create a new file. my form .html. So this looks pretty fine. So what we are going to do today, so this is my form.html page. So I have defined a few links. We can move to this link, and what we can do, we'll move to this link, and what we can do, we'll look how we can create responsive forms using Bootstrap. So this is going to be very good. So we can see how we can create responsive forms using Bootstrap. And what we are going to do, so this is like a box container with an email address, then a password, then check me out, submit. We can create a form like this only. And this is another one, email address, example, select. So this is a select option with the drop down behavior. So this is a text area, and this is a form with an input type is equal to file. So here you can see this is input type is equal to file. So why I'm telling you all this, because this will make you habitual with what kind of widgets we have to work with the form. Then this is all about sizing, and this is this is select, and this is read only. You can read this only, not edit allowed here. Then read only plain text. So this is how we do. So this is one of the range inputs. This is works with the slider behavior. Then others are checkbox, and this is disable checkbox, then default radio, second default radio, disable radio, and inline. So we have very much decent type amount of parameters to work with. And then this is a form group. So this is form grid, this form row. I'll explain all this how you can make a form, and we'll start this from scratch, because this is going to be one of the important parts. And let's get started with designing our front end part. So first I'll simply pick any template, and I'll paste this, because I have to extend my index.html to my form page. So I'll change this name, my form. Okay, now I'll remove this line. Okay, and I'll give a heading h1. Let me give a heading my form, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my localhost and type /my form. Okay, so this is my form. So I've defined the heading to make sure that the template is working. So what I can do next is I'll move to this page, and what you can do, you can have a simple layout. Okay, you can have any of the simplest layout. Let's start with the simple one. So we'll pick this. Okay, or if you want me to, we'll make this from scratch. Okay, first what you need to define a form group. So we'll define a form group. So for first we will define a div class is equal to container fluid. Okay, this is a container. Then inside this we need to define a row. Then I'll define a column called medium of size 6, or you can say width 6. Then I need to define a form. Okay, so this will pretty fine. Now what do you need to define inside of, you need to define a div class is equal to form group. So I'll use this div class is equal to form group. Okay, so what do you need to do? So I'll use another. Okay, let's proceed with this. So you can see that for two inputs there are one div class is equal to form group, and another is also div class is equal to form group. So suppose you are having two inputs, div class is equal to form group. So here you can see I have a container, then a row, then a column of medium width 6, then a form, then I have two form groups. This means I'm going to define two inputs. So one is input type is equal to text. I'll give this ID as my text, and name is equal to my text as well. And I'll define what you can see. They have defined input type is equal to email, class is equal to form control. So I'll define this class to this because this class is necessary. Form control. Okay, so this looks pretty fine, and I define a label for my form. So here you can see they must define a label for. So I'll define a label, my text, okay, this looks pretty fine. And what we can do, I'll go to this page. Okay, so here it is a form. So but right now there's no such alignment, so I'll go to inspect. Okay, when I move to my inspect, I'll go to div class with call md6, and I'll try some CSS out here. So I'll do margin 0 auto. So this looks pretty fine. My form gets to the center. Okay, I'll do this. Style is equal to margin 0 auto, and with the same I'll do with the heading as well. So I'll try the CSS on this as well. This is my heading. So let's do something. Text align is equal to center. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll give a little bit of a margin. Sorry, I'll give margin top, and I'll use a relative unit, and this is in terms of rem. So you can simply you can copy the CSS, and this is a key shortcut. You can work with this, and I'll put a style tag here, and I'll paste the CSS here. So this looks pretty fine. So, and I'll right click here, and I'll say format document. Okay, this format document. Oh, this isn't working. I'll check if something is okay. And I have defined a heading, and I'll do some changes. Okay, I'm having some issue with this. Okay, now this is fine, right? Yes. So I have a heading. Okay, now this looks pretty fine, and you can see I have a form with my text, and I'll do the same. Okay, I'll copy this quickly. Okay, I will define a text area. So this is a text area. So what we can do, so this is a text area, and we have defined rows for it, for how much rows we want. So we'll quickly do this. Okay, let's do this. Text area class is equal to form control. Okay, rows is equal to 3. Okay, before this I'll give an ID to it. ID my text area, and as well as a name to it. Name is equal to I'll give this a name as well, my text area. Okay, this looks pretty fine, and I'll close this text area, so it automatically closes it, and I'll define a label for my text area, and this was going to be my text. Okay, I'll use a capital M and a capital T. So this looks pretty fine, and when I move to my page, okay, this looks pretty fine. So this is a form we have made, and we'll now test the responsiveness of this form. So what we are going to do, we are going to press Ctrl+Shift+I, or you can simply press inspect, right click inspect, then we'll use a layout. Okay, now you can see the beauty of Bootstrap. So you can see iPhone 5, a responsive form is here, iPhone 6, iPad, Okay, this Galaxy S5. So this is the responsive nature of a form. So, and this is, you can see pixel 2, and here you can see that this is our form being responsive. So this is a beautiful nature of Bootstrap. So thank you guys, thank you so much. So I'll catch up in the next tutorial. We will integrate this front end part of our form with the backend part. So thank you guys. Front end part using Bootstrap. Now I'm today going to work with the back end part. So today I'm going to show you how you can integrate your form with the back end part. So today we are going to basically work with the forms using two methods. One is the request method and a local machine, and try out the things. So I'll move to my server here. So I had defined a form using my form. So this is the form we had made in the previous lecture. So today what I'm going to do, so this is I'll create a button in this form first. So I'll type div class is equal to form group. Here you can see I've defined a form group for each input element. So form group. Okay, now I'll define a button. So this button should be type is equal to submit, because I'm going to submit this form, and what I'll define a class is equal to button primary, and this would give me the default color of the button, and I'll type this submit as the button value to be shown on the front end part. So I'll move to this page, and so this is my button. I'll right click here, quickly do inspect what changes I can do to make this more responsive and better. So I'll do margin 0 auto. So this is the margin 0 auto is done to center the element. So this doesn't work. I'll try display block. Yeah, this works. So I'll copy the CSS quickly, and I'll create a style element here, style, and I'll quickly copy this and paste it here, and this looks pretty fine. So I'll refresh this page. Yeah, now the button, okay, now now the button is in the center. And now till now I've only defined the form, and two things I'm missing in this form is, one is the method and another is the action. So how you can work with these two things, so we are going to cover in this tutorial. First I'll go to my views.py file and then yours.py. So I'll define a path here, path submit my form, and what I'm going to do, submit my form is going to be URL where I'm going to submit the form, and views dot submit my form, and name is equal to submit my form. Okay, now this looks pretty fine. So I have not defined I'll define a submit my form in method in my view file. So I'll go to quickly go here, def submit request. I'll take request as a parameter, and first I'll do return HTTP response, or let me do one thing. Okay, I'll define my dictionary here, and var1, I'll define a var1, var2, var3. What I'll do, request dot method. This would be the value of my var3. Okay, and okay, I'll do one thing. I'll keep this as method, and this would be request.method. Okay, so, and I'll define a JSON response of my dictionary. I'll quickly cover all this thing. So what I'm going to do, this was my form. So I'll define first a action. I'll define a method here, and that method first we will work with the get method and then the post method. Okay guys, so this is the get method here, and get method and post method have a difference. So we'll get this in our tutorial, what's the difference between the two. First is the get, and I'll define an action. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use the shorthand property to how to specify a URL. I'll define person URL, okay, person URL, and then a person sign. So you can be a little bit familiar with this. So I've defined a shorthand notation, curly braces, person URL. Then I'll define a name between these single quotes. This is person sign, then the curly braces. Okay, I need to define the name where I have to submit and pass this form, and the name should be this. Name is equal to submit my form, and I need to submit my form to this route which has having the name submit my form. Okay, so I'll go here. So now I think this is pretty fine. So I have defined a URL to submit my form, and this form will be submitted to that, okay, that route. Now I have method defined, the method as get, and action is this. Okay, now what I'm having an error, and that is I've not defined the value of my keys in my dictionary. So what you can do, okay, first what I'll do, I'll comment this out and comment this out. Okay, so first I'll show you one thing. Okay, line, I'm having an error, viewers.py line 2. Okay, I'm having some error. Let me check. Okay, no, okay, now it's pretty fine. Sorry. So okay, now it's fine. Okay, so my form is ready to being submitted. So what I'm going to do, first I've only made a request on method. So what I'm going to do, I'll make a test. Okay, I'll make a different value, test debug. Now I'll submit my form. Now what you can see here, okay, let me, I'm having some issue in my form. Okay, dev submit my URL has been defined and method has been get. Okay, I defined a URL. Okay, submit my form, and I'll refresh this page, test debug. Yeah, now this is pretty fine. Okay, so now this is fine, totally fine. Okay, I had some issues, so I restarted my server. Now it's pretty fine. Okay, so what I'm going to tell you that I'll quickly cover up the things. I defined a URL, submit my form, then this is my URL, and now I have defined the action to this URL, so I'm referring here, and method was get. So as soon as I went to this URL, a views.submit my form was called. So when I went here, what I saw, I returned a dictionary, a JSON response only mentioning the method. So this method was basically get method. So what I got here, the method is get. Okay, so how you can derive the values? So this is the var1 and var2. So what okay, so the main important thing, what I'm going to do, so what you can see in the get method, you can see the name of the response. Okay, sorry, the parameters which are being passed here. So I had my text, which I had put the data as test, and I had my text area, which I had put the data as debug. Okay, so here you can see the name of the variables. So these variables are being separated by a question mark, and the route is being submit my form. Okay, so what I'm going to do, how you can use these values, request dot get, and the first is my text. Okay, and this is the variable I'm being referred, and another is my text area. Okay, now I'll do one thing. So I'm missing a comma sign, so that's why it's throwing me an error. Now this is pretty fine. Okay, request dot okay, I'm also missing a comma sign here. Okay, now it's fine. Okay, Now I'll move to my form, and I'll type new data, new debug. Now here you can see var1 is not defined. var1 is not defined. Okay, why is it throwing me an error? Okay. So this is okay. Okay, I'll define new data and new debug, and I'll submit this form. Yeah, now this is pretty fine. Okay, so I apologize for all the errors. Okay, now this is pretty fine. So here you can see I move to this route, submit my form, and the parameters being my text, which has this data, new data. You can see here. Okay, this is cool. And then I had another parameter, my text area. Here you can see with the values new debug. Now here you can see this is new debug. Okay, and the method is get. Okay, so this is the difference. Here you can see the parameters on the upper hand. So here you can see on the route the parameters are being visible to you. So this is the first property of the get method. So now another thing we are going to do, we are going to change this method to post. Okay, so this is post. Okay, now what I'm going to do, request dot post. So this would be post request dot post. Okay, so this is the another change I'm going to do. Now the difference between the two, first the method gets changed, and now the variables on this route won't be visible on the post method. Okay, so I go my form. Okay, I'll type some Python here, Python Django framework. Now I'll submit this form. Okay, now it says CRF verification failed because when you submit a form with the post method, you need to define a CRF token. So I'll quickly type %CRF underscore token, and this is fine. Okay, so I'll make a submission here. Okay, I'm using an error. Okay, %CRF token. Okay, I made a mistake. Sorry, I made a mistake with the 2 curly braces. Sorry, I'm really sorry for this. So now this looks pretty fine. So I'll go back to my form. This is Python Django framework. Okay, now this is still throwing me an error. Okay, I'll refresh this. Python Django, and now I'll submit this. Okay, now this is fine. Sorry, so here you can see now the variables are being not there on the route. So the variable parameters are not there, so that's being hidden in the post method. Plus you have a CRF token here. Okay, so I had some issues. I restarted my server. This is var1 with the Python, var2 with the Python Django. So these are some what we call them as hidden characters. So I'll tell you how you can clean this data, and this method is post. So basically we work with the get method and the post method in this tutorial, and next in the next upcoming tutorials we are going to work with the database. So thank you guys, thank you so much. But today we are going to create a different instance of form, how we can create a separate file, forms.py file, and we can store all the forms in that file, and we can render the form whenever required without writing the repetition of the HTML code. So that brings some kind of an alternative solution how we can create a form and how we can submit them. So let's get started with this. So I have few links, so you can have a look at these links. So I've opened these links on my browser as well. So first one is this. So today we are basically going to work in something this kind. We are going to create a form in this such way, and I've defined below how we can fetch the clean data from the form. This will remove the special characters and special characters, and this is the widgets in the form. So basically there are different types of widgets. One is the text input, number input, email, URL, password, hidden input, date, time input, text area. Then some other also checkbox, radio select. So there are file input. So these are some like many options in the form, and how you can render the form on your front end part using today we are going to work with a different alternative solution. So let's get started with this. So what we'll do first, I'll have a quick recap of the last lecture. First I'll open my file, urls.py file. So like in the previous tutorial I showed you that we created two URLs, one to render the form, that was my form, and another was the URL to submit the form. So I used to render a form using my form, then I used to submit that form, and we used to move to this URL. Then we had a backend logic. Then we can process the form data at this URL. Okay. So today what we are going to do, we are only going to create only one URL, and we'll only create one URL and work with in such a way that it will help us out to do both the things. So first what I'll do, I'll create a URL path. I'll define my form 2, and I'll call a view function views.myform2, and I'll define a name to it. Name is equal to myform2. Okay, so I've defined this in such a way that you don't get confused with the previous one. So today we are going to work with myform2. Okay, now what I'm going to do, okay, this is my app file, and inside my app I'll create a new file with the name forms.py. okay, so this looks pretty fine. And what we are going to do, so I'm inside my forms.py file, and I'll move to this link. Okay, so today the very first line you need to type is from Django import forms. Okay, so what you need to do, from Django import forms. Okay, so why I'm doing this, this will help. And first I would run my server, python manage.py run server. So this would help me to know if there's any such error. Okay, the server will tell me. Okay, so from Django import forms, and now you'll create a class for your form which will define. Okay, I'll create a class. Class is equal to feedback with feedback form. Okay, I'll have a small b. Sorry, feedback form. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to do forms.form. Okay, so this is the syntax you need to follow. Okay, now we are done with this. Okay, now I'll define two fields here. One is the title, okay, and another one is subject. Okay, so I'm going to define, and what I'm going to do, I'll create a char field, since forms.char field, okay, and forms.char field. So this looks pretty fine. Okay, I've defined two char fields here. So I'll give a name, sorry, I'll give a label with the max length. I define label is equal to title. Okay, now this is fine. Label is equal to we can call it as subject description, subject description, and I'll define a max underscore length is equal to 50 for this. And in the same way I'll define max underscore length is equal to 200 for this. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm also going to add a different attribute here. Here you can see that I can also define widget is equal to forms.text input. Okay, so I'll copy this, and in this way you are going to text input here for this. And for this one, what I'll do, I'll change this to as text area. Okay, so if I'm not wrong, I'm correct with the spelling. Okay, this is text area, right? So here you can see this is text area, this is text input. Okay, so I have created the form successfully. So this is the form. What you need to do, from Django import forms, class feedback form, forms.form, then title, with both of them having a label of title, subject description, max length, and the widget being the text input and the text area respectively. Now I'll move to my views.py file, and I'll define my form 2 will take a request as a parameter. And before using this, what I'll do, I'll type from .forms. So basically I'm referring to this file from forms.py, import star. So you can import every form you want. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'll put an if condition, if request dot method is equal to post, okay, Elif, just for the basic understanding I'm doing this, request.method is equal to get. So for the same route, we are going to check if the request method was get or post, okay. So if it was a get method, so what I'll do, I'll create a form, and that form was, this was the name of my form, feedback form, okay. So I have a feedback form, and okay, so basically this is equivalent to this, okay. So this is just for having this is equivalent to this. And what I'm going to do now, I'll execute a pass statement here. I'm keeping a pass statement till the now that it doesn't show me an error, and I'll have a form. And what I'll do, I'll return render request, and I'll first define my dictionary is equal to form, okay, and I'll pass this form, and I'll then request, and I'll make up my form 2.html, okay, and context is equal to my dictionary, okay. Sorry, I'm wrong with the syntax. Now this is fine, but right now I have not defined my form2.html, okay. So I'll go to my templates folder, and I'll create a new file, my form2.html, okay. Now what I'll do, I'll extend my template, so I'll have any page. Suppose I'll have this is a second.html, okay. I'll have this page. So basically right now what I'm doing, okay, so I'll change the title, my form 2, okay. What I'll do, I'll create a form. Now that's it, I'll create a form. And now what I'm going to do, basically I had rendered the form, so what I'm doing, I'll define the logic when I get to the post method. So define my form 2. So if the request method is equal to post, till now I've defined a pass statement, we'll define the logic. But if the method is get, we'll create the form, okay. We will get the form from that class, and then we will render that form to my form2.html using the dictionary. And now simply we'll move to my form and simply type form.as_p, okay. So I'll restart my server, okay. Now this looks pretty fine, so this should work now. Now I'll go to my local host, so the server has started, and I'll go to my form 2. Oh, now you can see like the form has been made. So I didn't write the HTML code. So what I did, I'll move to my forms.py file. I defined the title and subject. I've already defined the text input as well as the text area. Then I went to my views.py file. If the request method was get, so I had initialized the form, then I had rendered on the page, okay. And then when I went to my HTML page, then I had without writing the HTML, I was able to successfully add the form using the HTML. Using this by rendering the form, okay. So what you can see, so as_p means as paragraphs, okay. So when I move to my page, so I simply click on Ctrl+U, so this will give me a source code. So what here you can see, here the form has paragraph tags P, okay. So this means form was rendered using the paragraphs, okay. Now what you can do, I will type form as table. So when I move to my page, now here you can see the form has been rendered using a table. So table row, table heading, table data, then table row respectively, okay. So this is fine, right? Okay, I'll zoom this, okay. This is here you can see this had been rendered using a table, okay. And when I did form_as p, so this means it was paragraph. So I'll also do this, I'll refresh this page, then Ctrl+U. So here you can see this was paragraph, okay. Here you can see P for paragraph, and another. Now also one you can undo, you can say form as ul. So this would give unordered list. So I'll refresh this page. So you can here bullet marks. This represents an unordered list. So I simply Ctrl+U now, and you can see here you can see here's the form. Yes, yeah, here's the form. You can see list has been declared, list item, and the form has been rendered using a list. So in the next tutorial, we are going to continue with this, and then I will tell you the basic part where if the request method had been the post. So what I'm going to tell you, if the form will be submitted on, so what will happen. So next we will try to style up this form, as well as how we can render the errors, and how we can fetch the clean data, and how we can check the validity of the form. So this would help us really. Previous tutorial we were working on forms, so we had made a form using a form template engine in Django. So I had made a file named forms.py, and then I had made a form. So this is the look of our form. Then in views.py file, I defined two methods. One was a request.method is equal to post, and one was the get. So basically, I'll give a quick overview of what we were going to do. So like when I refresh this page, so basically on this URL, I'm making a get request, and on having the get request, so basically this block of code gets executed, and this block of code gets executed, and this tells that I had imported the form on the top of the file from .forms import star. You can import any form. So when you use star symbol, so I use form is equal to feedback form. So this was the feedback form which I was referring to, and then I was able to render this form on the front end part of my application. Okay, so basically what we are going to do, first thing we are going to do is add Bootstrap class to this form. So what you are going to do, wherever your input is defined inside forms.py file, so you need to define a dictionary which has key value pairs. So basically this dictionary is defined by attributes. So Iterators is equal to, this is a symbol for dictionary, so it has a key pair. Okay, basically at the left it will have a key, and then on the right it will have a value. So basically these attributes could be anything, which could be name, ID, class, which refers to the basic HTML syntax we follow. So what I'll do, I'll define an attribute class, and I'll give it a value of form control. So most of us would be thinking, why only form control as a class? Because this is the default class present in the Bootstrap. So this will make a form responsive. And for the another text area, I'll do the same. Okay, I'll basically quickly copy this. Yes, and yeah, now that's fine. So when I move to my page, I would see Bootstrap has been added to my form. Yeah, here you can see the Bootstrap has been added to a form, but this isn't responsive. So what we are going to do, I'll go to my form.html, and I'll add a div. Class is equal to call medium 6, and I'll put this form inside a div. Okay, and what I'm going to do, okay, to get the form on the middle of the page, I'll define a style. Style is equal to margin 0 auto. Okay, now this is fine. Okay, yeah, now this form is in the center of the page. Now this is good. To check the responsiveness, I'll press Ctrl+Shift+I, and yeah, now this looks good. Okay, there is some issue. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay, now this is form is responsive. Okay, so this was to the front end part. Now for the back end part, what if I want to submit this form? To submit this form, the method should be post method. Okay, and I'll generate a token for this, which says %crf_token. So a token is necessary when you submit the form via post method. Okay, and this is a form which I had rendered, and additionally I need a button also. Button type is equal to submit, class is equal to btn. So this is a short form, button primary. This is the default Bootstrap class, and I'll give the submit. Okay, now this is fine, and I'll when okay, so here comes the button. So I'll give a little bit of style to this button. Style is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes, okay. Okay, it is not in the center, so I'll add display block. Okay, and what I can do, okay, margin 0 auto and 0 for the bottom. So what I'm going to do, so this is the full hand notation, which says on the top I'll give 1 rem, and on the left and the right auto, and on the bottom I'll give 0. So this will give, yeah, so it gives a margin top of 1 rem, and on the left and right it was auto, and the bottom it was 0. Okay, left and right auto, top is 1 rem and the bottom is 0. So this is pretty fine now. So I'll make now I'll move to the backend part, and what I told you, when I refresh this page, okay, so I was making a get request on this route. So when I made a get request on this route, or you can say on get request on this URL, so the form had rendered. But what if I make a post request? When I would be making a post request, basically I would be submitting the form. Okay, so when I'm going to submit the form, so what I'm going to do, I'll make form is equal to feedback form request dot post. Okay, sorry, request dot post. So I'll get all the values when the form has been submitted using the post method. Okay, okay, but still I'll make an if condition to check form dot is underscore valid to make sure the form is valid, and I'll make title is equal to request dot post and title, okay, and subject. So I'll make again a same request for the subject. Subject is equal to request dot post and subject. Okay, now this is fine, and I would print title here and print subject here. Okay, and I'll return an HTTP response. Okay, but still I'll make a var is equal to str form submitted, and I'll give plus str request dot method. Okay, so this is fine till here. Yeah, now I'll return an HTTP response of var. Okay, if this form is not valid, what I'm going to do, I'm going to render the form again, but okay, and I'll define my dictionary is equal to this dictionary is going to be same as this one. Here you can see form and form. Okay, and this is this I quickly copy this. Okay, else. Okay, now this looks fine. This code I'll quickly give a quick overview. If the request or method was get, so this block of code gets executed, in which it says I'll render the form on the front end part. Okay, when I submit this form, so this block of code gets executed, which says request dot method is equal to post. So form is equal to feedback form. I'll get all the values using request dot post. If the form is valid, then I'll get the two values, that is subject and title. Then I'll print the title, print the subject, and I have given a named variable which says form submitted by request dot method, and I will return the HTTP response of var. Else, if the form was not valid, so you need to check that if the form was not valid, so I would render the form on the front end part again. Okay, if the form was not valid, so what I'm going to do, it says I'll test app debug. Okay, but okay, before this I'll restart my server. Okay, yeah, now it's fine. Okay, I'll refresh this page. Okay, now when I refresh this page, I made a get request. So I rendered the form on the front end part. So test, I'll give a title and say app debug, and I'll make now submit this form. Okay, so I've submitted the form. Yeah, now it says form submitted post. So this was the method which I had defined. So when I submitted the form, so this block of code gets executed, and here you can see that I had executed two print statement here. One was a title and one was a subject. So title corresponds to test, and this here you can see test was title and app debug was there in my subject part. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next tutorial. So you need to be very careful by writing this code. You need to be very careful about writing which if condition is comes inside which if, then else, then elif part. So you need to have a quick you need to have a good overview on this. So in the next tutorial we are going to work what happens if the user if the form is not valid or something is wrong, then how we can show errors related to that form on the front end part. Okay, so thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. In this tutorial we are going to work with the alerts in Django form. So basically alert handling in forms. So in this tutorial we are going to handle alerts in Django. There are two types of alert. One is for error and another is for success. So we will fill the form. Validate and check form for both the cases. Use Bootstrap on the front end to render and display messages. So let's get started with this. So till now we had made a form. So this was our form. Okay, on the request method and basically here you can see on the get request we used to render the form, and the post request we used to submit the form. So we would apply the error handling on the post method part. So basically before this I will show you some process. The process here is about that we have alerts in Bootstrap. So what we can see, alerts provide contextual feedback messages for typical user actions with a handful of available and flexible alert messages. So there are basically many types of alert. So this is a primary alert, secondary, success. So here you can see the primary alert is in blue color, success is in green color, danger is in red color, and a warning is in yellow color. So another type of alert here you can see is like which are dismissible in nature. So here you can see that alerts which are dismissible in nature have a cross button on the right hand side which can be clicked, and on the refreshment when I refresh this page, so here you can see this alert message comes up again. So basically you can cross the button and dismiss the message for that purpose only. So let's get started with this. So first we will try to keep it simple. So if the form is valid, title is equal to request.post title, subject is equal to request.post subject. What I'll do, I'll create my dictionary, and irrespective of the result, my dictionary is going to have the form, feedback form. Okay, irrespective of the result, I'll make a condition. Okay, then my dictionary of success is equal to true, and in the same way my dictionary of success message is equal to form submitted. Okay, and then what am I going to do? I'm going to return this page. So I take request as a parameter. My form.to.html context is equal to my dictionary, and here you can see now I have returned the my form2.html and context equal to my dictionary. So basically, I would move to this part. We would use this, and here you can see it's alert warning. So I told you can have a quick remember that warning is for yellow, danger is for red, and green is for success. Okay, what you can do, alert success, and this would, okay, and I will display the success message here, but only I would display the success message only on one condition, that is %if success is equal to true, then only I will display this. So I would this is the end of the div block, and I would end the condition %end if, okay, there's a slight error here, and I hope now it's right. So I would python manage.py run server. Okay, so I will move to my form. On the get request, I render the form, and but on the post I will check the error handling. So what we can do here, I will type test title test subject, and here you can see it says form submitted. Okay, so there was a slight error because I missed the single S here, alert success, so it could not display the background color. But I would refresh this page, it says form resubmission. Okay, now it's pretty fine, it says form submitted. So we can add a margin top to this. So basically this would help us out. That is equal to margin top is equal to 1 rem. Now it's pretty fine. We have a margin top, and on the cross button it is dissipate. So this is pretty cool. With this, for the same part we can do for the error also. Okay, but for this what we can do, you would move our views.py file. This would be an else condition. So first we will check the error. I did this first because I wanted to have a quick idea of how this works. Okay, but if title is not, okay, what we can do, this is our form. Okay, and we can here add p class is equal to text muted note title should be capital. Okay, so this says note title should be capital. Okay, so when we move to our form, okay, now okay, I'll save it here. Then no, this time I would make a get request and render the form. Okay, I think it is throwing me an error. Okay, let me, for the time being, if one pass. Okay, now I would render the form on get request. Now this is fine. Okay, so it says title should be capital. Okay, this was just for the case I'm taking here. Okay, now if title is not is equal to title dot upper, so this is a string class in Python which can be checked. If title is not equal to title upper, then we can what we can do, we would do the same thing. My dictionary of error is equal to true. My dictionary of error message is equal to title title should be in capital letters. Okay, title should be in capital. Okay, I hope this is fine. We can have a capital C here. Title should be in capital, and then I would render the page on the same part. Okay, my form.html. Okay, but I would only show the error only on one condition. That would be if error should be true, and this, then I would show an error message. Okay, and this should be my danger class. Okay, so I hope now you have a clear idea what's happening. So I would make a get request test title test subject. Okay, now it says title should be in capital. Okay, and if I make a I'll make a test title here like in capital, test subject, or we can have this in small letters, no issue, test subject. Okay, so it says form submitted. Now I hope guys this is very clear to you. So in next tutorial we are going to work with the more on error and exception handling with the routes, URL and pages, and even in the forms also. So thank you guys, thank you so much. Basically, in the 14 tutorial, we used to request we used to make a get request to render form, then we used to make a post request to submit the form. Then on the basis of that, we used to have alerts, either it is a success or error. Okay, basically in this one, what we are going to do, we are going to that there can be multiple errors in the form. So like suppose I'll add a new entry to this, and the entry would be email. Okay, so here I'll give it as a title as email. Yeah, so email is a new title to my form. Email is a new field added to my form. Okay, now in use.py file, I'll also request email is equal to request dot post, and I'll take email as a parameter. So here you can see that in my forms.py I added a new field email, forms.char field is equal to email, and in the very same way it was a text input. Okay, then I requested for email. Okay, now what I'll do, here we were trying to see that there can be multiple errors on the page. So what we are going to do, I'll define an error flag which should be false in the beginning. So what we are going to do, so first, if title is not equal to title.upper, so I'll quickly remove all this. So what we are trying basically try to convey the idea that there can be multiple errors. So if title is not equal to title.upper, then error flag is equal to true, that error is there. Okay, and error message is equal to title should be in capital. But this time, one thing I'm going to change, that errors is an array, or what you say a list dot append error message. Okay, so this is fine. In the same way, what I'm going to try to do that, so here you can see that this is an extension to the previous tutorial. So what I'm trying to define here, I'll define a regular expression regex. Okay, and so basically this regex is used to define the email address. So here you can see a dot symbol with the @ symbols. So what I'm going to do, regex. Okay, so basically I have my email. If not, so before this I need to define an import re. So this is a default library in Python to use regular expression. So what I'm going to do, I have I have imported the library, regex is there, email is there. So if not regex, re dot search. So search is used to determine the match the regex pattern, regex comma email. Okay, if this happens, then what I'm going to do, yes, error flag will remain true, and errors dot append error message will come, but this time the error message will change. The error message would be error message is equal to not a valid email address. Okay, so basically I'm trying to convey the idea that there's an error. So I'll remove this line, if not re. Okay, so basically I'm trying to convey that idea that if title is not equal to title or upper, that error flag remains true. Error message would be this, and this would be dependent. This would be appended in the errors list. Okay, yeah, good. Then I made a logical. I made a if condition which state logically that if this is not a match or a search, then error flag will remain true, correct, and error message will be not a valid email address, and this would be appended in the errors list. Okay, okay. New condition would be, next condition, if error flag is not equal to true. If error flag is not equal to true, so this is the third if condition, but this all if else condition depends on your logic part, how you can make them. To be on easy, I'm making in such a way, if error flag is not equal to true, that there was no error, means error flag is not equal to true, then success is equal to true and success message is equal to form submitted. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, I would render this to my form2.html. Okay, but I'll give a quick overview. If title is not equal to title.upper, then if not regex.search. If error flag is not equal to true, then this return render request my form.to.html context is equal to my dictionary. So this would help me out in this. So but before this, I need to update my dictionary. My dictionary is equal to, I'll update my dictionary. My dictionary of error is equal to error flag, and my dictionary of errors is equal to errors. Okay, so this is fine. So So I would make a so now this would render my dictionary to my form2.html. Okay, before this, what we can do now, I would move to my form.2.html. So basically, in advance I've done this. If error is equal to true, yes, for error in errors you need to print this error, this for loop would end and this if condition would end. Okay, so I would restart my server. Python manage.py run server. So when I make a get request to my form, so here you can see an email has been added. Okay, I'll make a title test. Okay, I'll keep this in lowercase, test title, test subject, test mail, but this is not a valid email address. So here you can see title should be in capital and not a valid email address. Okay, I'll make this test title. I'll make this in capital, test title, test subject, and test mail. So this time the title is valid but the email is not valid, so it should return me only this error. Let's submit this form. Yes, it says not a valid email address only. So test title, test subject, test user @mail.com. So it says form submitted. So I have gone through all the test cases. My form has passed. So with this, you can see that how the logic works. So basically, in the template part, what I'm trying to do was if error is equal to true for error in errors. So basically, I'll move to my views.py file. Here you can see my errors was this error arrays which I had made, and this was the error flag. So basically, even what you can do also print my dictionary. So this would help you to get a better idea. Test title, test, and test mail. So it says not a valid email address. Okay, and what it says, yeah, here you can see the dictionary is like this. The errors has not a valid email error, not a valid email address, and error is true. So this is how you can work with this. Thank you guys, thank you so much. So you can test with multiple test cases and it will help you to understand the logic part. So thank you guys, I'll catch up in the next lecture. Thank you guys, thank you so much. So basically in this tutorial we are going to learn about 404 error handling page. So in this tutorial we are going to learn about 404 error page. 404 error page would be created and it will be only rendered on an invalid route. So basically what we mean by the term that invalid route, or due to exception handling, that if a user goes to an invalid route, invalid URL pattern, invalid path, invalid directory, whatever we say, like a 404 error page would be displayed. Either the access would not be allowed, it would be invalid URL or an invalid operation as well. Okay, so I'll give a use case where we can see this. So our server is running. So I'll move to my server, I'll make a request. Okay, now we can see that on request our server has started. Okay, so I'll move to the urls.py file. I'll go to this about page. Yes, so it says about response, absolutely working fine. Now in the same way I'll move to my form. Now I can see that on making a get request to this route, a valid page should render. So a valid page should render, and it says, yeah, here you can see, yeah, my form. Okay, now I'll again make a request to an my form 2. Okay, I'll simply type 2. Okay, yeah, now here we can see a page has come. Okay, so till now I've been making a request to an valid route, so there was no issue. But as soon as I make an invalid route, let me type something, my any page. So it says page not found because this URL never existed. My any page, new page, even this not existed. Okay, let me type something like some random characters. Even this random character URL does not existed. So, but we can simply see here, you are seeing this error because you have debug is equal to true in your Django settings file. Change that to false, and Django will display a standard 404 page. So basically what I mentioned here, so we will be seeing how we are able to integrate our own 404 page on debug is equal to false. So basically, again, I'll give you a use case which will help us to have a better understanding. So what we can do, debug is equal to false. So here you can see, don't run with debug turned on in production. So like if we are changing debug is equal to false, this means that we are going to be in deployment mode. So our application is in deployment mode. So like it clearly says don't run with debug turned on in production. So debug is not turned on, so debug is false. So it says, so we are actually trying to be in deployment mode. So if you are in deployment mode, you have to define the host. So right now I'm defining star, which works on all the hosts. Okay, so I'll run my server. Now this is fine. I'll make a request to my server. Yeah, this is hello world, absolutely working fine. In the same way, about, absolutely working fine. My first page, yeah, or my home to any of the pages, yeah, absolutely working fine. But now, if I type some random characters and move to a URL, it says not found, the request resource was not found in this server. Let me type something as my any page, new page, something like this, even not found. So now our application was in deployment mode. But as soon, so what we can do, we can create our own 404 page. So basically, what we're going to do, we're going to move this side, Bootstrap. We're going to work with a Jumbotron this time. So like we are going to go to templates, quickly create a 404.html. Okay, absolutely fine. And what I can do, I'll copy this, paste it here, change the setting to 404 error page. Okay, absolutely fine. I'll remove this heading, good. I'll copy this code, good. I'll paste it here, good. Yes. So as page not found, so I'll give a heading that the page is not found, and I'll give a URL which says, okay, so what I'll do, this page, something I'll give a message, page does not, something we can give any message, this page is missing or does not exist, something like we can give it as sorry, this page is missing or does not exist. Okay, so this is absolutely fine. Exists. Okay, this page is missing or does not exist, and what we are going to do, go to our home page. Yeah, this is fine, and I should define %URL single quotes %sign. So basically we have to define in this single quotes which route we want to move, and we'll move to URL.py file, and the name would be index. Okay, okay, so this is fine. Okay, and how we would render this page, so basically this is the URL.py file of your my first app. Now I'll move to URL.py file of first project. Okay, so please don't confuse yourself with these two files. This is my first project, this is my first app, and you need to define a 404 handler here. So handler 404 says, I'll quickly copy this, or even you can type handler 404, which says you have to define my app name. So basically our app name is here my first app dot views. So basically I'm referring to the views.py file, and I've defined the function error underscore 40 underscore view. Okay, error underscore 404 underscore view. So this is working fine. So it says that my first app dot views dot error underscore 404 underscore view does not exist because I have not defined it. So I'll move to views.py file, and I define error underscore 404 underscore view, which takes request as a parameter and even new parameter as exception. Here you can see, okay, exception, and it will return render 404.html. okay, so this is working fine. Okay, now here you can see, let me have a quick check. Handler 404, this is fine, and my first app dot views dot error underscores under view, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, absolutely fine. Okay, now what I'll do, I'll move to my page. Yeah, this is my server, absolutely working fine. I'll move to an about page, absolutely working fine. Now let me move to a random URL. Okay, it says server error for 500. Something is missing. Okay, something is missing. Request. Okay, I'm really sorry for this. I had missed the request parameter here. Okay, this is absolutely normal. You return render request then HTML page. So you return render request and HTML page. Okay, I'll then restart my server. This is working fine. Now I'll make a random URL request. So yeah, now this is absolutely working fine. So it says page not found. Sorry, this page is missing or does not exist, and go to our home page. So yeah, we go to our home page, and you can see this time settings.py file debug is equal to false, and here that's how we can render our own 404 page. So guys, thank you so much. In the next tutorial, we're going to try to build some basic applications, we would be working on some features as well also. So I'll catch up in the next lecture. We're going to start with the calculator app of our Django. So we're going to make a calculator app. So I'll go to my repository. So I'm inside my repository. So I'll click on new terminal. So what we need to do, so the very first command we are going to type is Django admin start project Django projects So in the end, you define your project's name. So I've defined the Django project as my projects. So here you can see the Django project folder has been created. So I'll move inside my Django projects. Okay, fine. So I'll have a manage.py file inside this. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely fine. So I'll do okay, one thing we can do, what I can do I'll type Python manage.py. Okay, run server. I'll do first run server. So this should start the server on my local machine. Yes, the server has started. So I'll type localhost colon local. Okay, so sorry for the mistake. So localhost colon 8000. Okay, yeah, here you can see the server has started. Localhost colon 8000. Or you can move to this as well. 127.0.0.1 colon 8000. Okay, so yeah, now I'll type Python manage.py start app calculator app later app. Okay, I hope I'm correct with the spelling. Yes, calculator app. Okay, so the calculator app is created. Okay, so what you can do, okay, Django projects, here you can see that our app is at the same directory level with the manage.py file. Okay, now one thing you can do, I'll create a virtual environment here. So you need to you might have to install a virtual environment package as well. Yeah, so I'll type virtual env my env. So this would create an environment variable inside the project. So yes, I hope the environment variable has been created. Okay, for this virtual env, I would in case it throws an error, so you might have to install a virtual environment package using pip. I guess it's pip install virtual env. It's simple. Or maybe I'll update this in next video. Okay, if it throws an error. Okay, so you can check out on the documentation as well. Okay, so I've created a virtual env. So what I need to do, so now I'll have to activate my virtual environment, my env / scripts / activate. Okay, you please make sure of the direction in the slash symbol is defined. Okay, now you can see the virtual env has been activated. Now I'll type Python manage.py. Sorry. Okay, I'm really sorry for this. What you need to do now, if I start my server, it won't start. So I need to define. Even I can try this out. Python manage.py start out. Okay, now start app. Run server. So what you can see, it could not import Django because inside my environment Django is not installed. So I'll just quickly install the Django inside my environment variable. Pip install Django. Okay. So the Django will be installed in the like it will be installed in the environment variable. So by the time I'll give you a brief overview. So like basically we are going to define the template directory, static files. Like now we have created the project, we have created the app. Now we are going to create a requirements.txt file as well. So this will be all about development environment. Then like in the upcoming, we are going to work with front end part, then backend part, then error handling. So basically some new designs as well to how we can make our app beautiful, like in the front end part responsive. So we're going to cover them as well. Okay, so let's move to this. Okay, yeah, it's getting installed. Okay, so basically what we are going to do, we'll take the input from the user. It will help us to we will take input from the user, then we'll even the mathematical inputs can have some error. We'll check errors as like division by 0 error. We'll check some error handling and this at that level as well. Okay, so yeah, now here you can see your environment has been installed, and I'll type pip freeze requirements.txt. Okay, yeah, here you can see the requirement.txt has been created. So I move to requirement.txt. Now here you can see, like now if you want to do, you can also do one thing, you can type Control F and you can simply type quick equal to. I have tried this thing, like you can replace with this with greater than equal to sign. Like this would help you, like if in any any other like in upcoming if there's any another version like 3.0.4. So like 3.0.4. So like in any future, if you have a new version, so this would update to that version because it has a greater than equal to sign. So any version greater than equal to 3.0.4 will be updated. So you can apply this to your requirements.txt file to get updated, or if it might throw error, you can revert back to this with the equal to sign. Okay, you can simply do greater than equal to, then replace with equal to sign. Okay, you can try this out. Okay, so because I have tried this once. Okay, so now the requirement.txt file has been created. Now we will move to our settings.py file quickly. Okay, this is the settings.py file. Okay, so one thing you need to define, os.path.join. Okay, I'll define base directory. Yeah, good. And templates. Okay, yeah, good. And I'll define a static URL is equal to URL, and you need to define static file directory as os.path.join base directory and static folder. I quickly copy this. Yes, good. Yes, so I'll do this. I'll move into my Django projects. Okay, so what you need to do, so at this level you need to define two folders. One is templates, good. Another is static. Okay, so this is good. Okay, and what we are going to do now, what you can do, like we are going to move to our urls.py file. Okay, so so this is include path comma include. Okay, and you can define a path to here as calculator app include calculator data. Okay, calculator app dot urls. Okay, so I'll run my server, but okay, now I'm inside my calculator app, so I'll create a new file, urls.py file here. So basically, okay, I'll do one thing. Yes, new file, urls.py, fine, absolutely fine. And from here, what I can do, I'll quickly copy this, paste it here, good. And I'll define URL patterns as well. Okay, I'll define from dot import views. So this would bind my urls.py file to views, and I'll give views dot index name is equal to index. Yes, okay, but I have to go to my views.py file as well. Yes, that's why I'll define def index request. Okay, and I'll define from Django dot http import http response at least response. Yes, good. And return http response server started. Okay, so this should work now. Python man.py run server. I hope there's no error. Yes. Okay, and I'll move to calculator. Yeah, good, absolutely fine. So we are right now, I've created the development environment. So like just for the last few seconds, I was like while I was doing something, I was implementing it. So like I'll give quick overview. Settings.py file, you're done. You are good. So what I try to do that on the calculator app. Okay, so basically I used to like in the previous tutorial I used to keep it as a blank, but right now I've done this as localhost calculator app because there might be a possibility that we might be creating many apps into this single project. Okay, so like on this calculator app route, like if I go to this route, like here you can see calculator app server started, but if I move to this, so this is the slash admin. Okay, we'll be discussing about Django admin as well, so I'll try to fix this error in the next tutorial. Till then you can move to localhost 8000 calculator app. So like here you can see the server has started. So like in this it included the calculator app.urls, and now like in this path views.index was called, and I return an HTTP response of server started. Okay, so thank you guys. I'll catch up in the next lecture, and even I'll try to look at that error as well. So thank you guys. Let's get started. So like in the previous lecture, what we did, I will run my server python man.py run server. So basically I'll move to localhost 8000. Yeah, good. So I was now what I'm trying to show that our project has multiple apps. So this is the root app of our project. So I'll clarify this. Like as soon as I move to calculator app, it says the calculator app is running. So like in the end of the last video, I was having error at this point. Like when I used to do localhost 8000, it used to throw me an error that it could not find the path. Okay, something like 404 error page. So like now, how did I solve this? I like localhost 8000 shows me the server has started, and calculator app shows the calculator app is running. At this route, we're going to make an app. So what I did, so I'll move to my urls.py file of the Django projects. Good. So like in this, you can see what I did. I created like this is my calculator app. Okay, good. Now I created a new app with the name root app and I linked the default path to the root app.urls, and I'll open the root app.urls. So it says path like views.root, name is equal to root, and I'll move and it return an HTTP response. The server has started. So this is basically this corresponds to a root app. So I made a root app to make sure that it doesn't throw me an error on the main route. Okay, so basically why I did this, because we are going to get multiple apps on this single project. So when I move to my app calculator app, so it says calculator app is running. So absolutely fine. Okay, now one thing we're going to do, so what we can do, I'll close close to the right. Yeah, good. Okay, I'll close this as well and close this as well. Okay, now I'm inside my settings.py file. So I did os.part.join page directly in templates. Basically, we are going to refer to the calculator app template. So I give a slash calculator app. Okay, so this is fine now. Calculator app is a folder which I'm going to define in templates. Okay, so yeah, here you can see what what I was talking about, that I created a root app and then a calculator app. So this is absolutely fine now. Okay, now I'll move inside my templates and create a new folder with the name calculator app. Yeah, good. And I'll create, okay, so I moved inside my calculator app templates. Now I'll move to that folder, templates. Oh, what I'm going to do, I'll move to the templates folder. Okay, templates, yeah, here it is. Yeah, templates. Okay, and now I'll move inside the templates. Okay, good. And I'll create new file and type index.html. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, okay, so I'm inside my templates calculator app index.html. Yeah, good. So what I can do now is what I'll do, I'll go to the Bootstrap website. Okay, I'll go to the documentation, getting started. So I'll copy the base template here. I'll quickly copy this, paste it in my index.html. I'll save this file as well. Okay, now the server has restarted. So I'll go to my page and okay, but I forgot to do one thing. What I need to do, I'll move to views.py file of the calculator app, and instead of this, I'll return a page. Return render request and then index.html. Okay, so I'll refresh this page. Okay, is there any error? Okay. I'll refresh this page. Yeah, it says hello world. So basically it's all working fine. Now what we have to do, like we have to create a footer, like navbar. We have to do a responsive design as well. So we'll quickly now do the work. So what we can do, let's quickly search out for navbar. Okay, yeah, here's the navbar. Okay, I can copy this. I'll move to my index.html and remove the heading. Okay, first I'll give a title as Django calculator later app. So this is going to be a single page application. So okay, so this is going to be a single page application. I can copy this, so we don't need a form. I'll cut this. Even I don't this. Okay, okay. So basically I don't need the nav down also, so I can cut this. Okay, this okay, first I'll type Django calculator app. Good. And basically when I don't need this also. Not even okay, Django calculator app. Okay, I can save this, then refresh my page to see what's happening. Yeah, now it's absolutely fine. Instead of this, I'll give an about. Okay, and I'll give this an about. Now I check on pressing Control Shift I. Yes, this is absolutely working fine. Okay, so yeah, we'll try to improve on this as well. So basically for footer, what we can do. Okay, so okay, I went to cards. Okay, we'll do one thing. Okay, what we can do, div class is good, card body. Yeah, good. So we are inside. Okay, now we'll move to that as well. So we are inside our body, div class is equal to card. Okay, so before this I need to define a container as well. Div class is equal to container fluid. Good. And div class is equal to row. Div class is equal to call md6, and then a div class is equal to card, then a card body would do. Yes, card body as well. Okay, and I'll go to the page. Yes, it absolutely working fine. And I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto. Okay, so this is absolutely fine. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 and auto. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto. So the style is would be in the middle. And here you can see I'll define a form inside it. And in this I quickly define the forms. Okay, div class is equal to form group. So basically we have to define a div class is equal to form group. Good. Now we have to define inside the and label. Okay, so a class of form control has to be defined here. So input, basically I'm going to type input type is equal to search, because our class is equal to okay, sorry for this, class is equal to form control, name is equal to, I'll define this as query, id is equal to query as well. Okay, and I hope this is and I have to define a method here. Method is equal to get, action is equal to, I'll define the action as well. Okay, so until the time you can keep a hash here. Okay, I refresh the page, and yeah, so even I have to define a margin top as well. So this is 1 rem, then auto, then bottom is 0. So this is a full hand notation. Top, this go then top left is the bottom, then again to right. Yeah, now this is fine. Okay, so I have to define two input. So basically in this I'm going to define button group. So basically the button group would work in this way, or we can do what we can do. I'm inside my form card body. So what I can do input type is equal to submit class is equal to form button primary. Okay, and I have to define as new input also, because if the user input type is equal to reset. Okay, class is equal to button primary. What we can do, refresh the page. Okay, yeah, this is absolutely working fine. We'll try to give different colors to the button. Okay, and now we'll add the footer. Okay, the footer would be in the same way we are going to do this. Div class is equal to container fluid. Div class is equal to row. Div class is equal to row. Then I'll do div class is equal to call md12. Okay, and I'll give this as, I'll define this as, okay, let me do one thing. I'll define this as footer class is equal to fixed bottom, because I want this to be remain at the bottom of the screen. Okay, and I'll define as a p. Okay, footer. Yes. Okay, here you can see the footer is being displayed, but what I can do, background light, will this work? Okay, let me check one thing. Nav is equal to background light. Yes, navbar light. I'm trying to give the same color to the footer as navbar. Okay, I'll check this out, but like we have made a raw structure to our application. So like in the next tutorial we are going to enhance this, and I'll even check this how I'll try to give, like we have made a raw structure to our header, then the block and the footer as well. So like in this in the next we're going to give some different color to this button, and we'll give a background color as well. So I'll catch up in the next lecture. Thank you guys, thank you so much. Like in the previous tutorial we made the front end, raw front end of our project. So now we would be completing it. So like the first thing I would like to show you is about the footer. We had some issues in the footer like in the last tutorial. So like I'll right click here, click on inspect, and try to do something like this is our footer. So what I can do, I can add a background of black. Oh no, sorry, black. Yeah, no, it's absolutely working fine. The text color should be white. Yeah, it's good. And text align should be center. Yeah, absolutely working fine. So we'll commit the changes here. So I add a style here. Background is equal to black. Good. And we'll make color is equal to white. Here color represent text color white. Good. And the text align should be center. Good. So what I want to do, we have this class is equal to container fluid, and I'll give a margin bottom here, margin bottom of at least 20 rem to be to give like this would help me out, like to have a scrollable view downside. Okay, so like now it's working fine. So I'll move to the container fluid. Okay, this is the container fluid. Yes. So like here you can see I've given a margin of 20 rem, 22 rem, 24 rem. So like okay, I'll look into this. Okay, so next thing we can do, what we can do is we have a about. So like we want an image here. So we'll add image. Class is equal to image fluid. Okay. Now I define a source fluid. Source is equal to percent static. Okay, and then a percent sign and end symbol. Then logo dot jpg. I think this should be fine. Okay, it is throwing an error. Okay, yeah. At the top of the template, you need to define percent load static, percent load static. Yeah. So it is throwing. Okay. Let me see. Like I'm in my templates, static folder. Oh, the name is main.jpg. Sorry. Okay, I'll move to the link, and this is main.jpg. Okay. So we have an image here also. Good. So like it's fine. So what we can do, I'll align this button to the center, and what we can do, this is button primary. So I'll give success as button success, and this is as button danger. Okay, and I'll give a style is equal to display block. Okay, so this would I'll try to margin 0 auto, and I'll apply the same setting to the another button as well. Okay, so I'll refresh this page. Yeah. Okay. Okay, what we can do. Okay. I'll give this as another row. Div class is equal to row. Good, and div class is equal to call md6. And what I'll do, I'll press Ctrl X, Ctrl V, and div class is equal to call md6. Okay, so I tried to give a row to it. No, this isn't working. Div class is equal to call 6. Call 6. Okay, what we can do here is we will inspect it here. Okay, see that this is a row which is showing. Okay, good. Okay, the problem was that my call wasn't inside the row. Okay, so this now this is fine. Okay, my call wasn't inside the row, so now it is inside the row. Yeah, now it's absolutely working fine. Okay, so we have two buttons, submit and reset. Okay, what why was the use of the reset? Okay, if I type any equation 2 + 3 + 5, okay, something, so the reset button would reset the text. Okay, so this is absolutely working fine. Okay, what we can do here, we can provide what we can provide some text at the footer. Thanks for using our app. Okay, we can provide this, and in the same way, what we can do, we'll move to the body part. We can right click here. So this is looks good, and here we can see for the front-end part, you need to do some like inspect and do something, because you might not be accurate at the first time. Okay, so okay, what you can do, I'll give a class inside my body. So I'll give here I'm inside my body. I'll give a whole class a background light. This should work. So this would, yeah, here you can see my body has the same color as the nav bar. Okay, so this gives me a glossy interference. Okay, it might be just I want to tell you that you can give any color you want. You can right click here. So here you can see the background color right with this. You can do color inspector and try to give any color of your choice. Okay, what you want, you can give any color. So this is what I'm trying to keep things basic. It's up to you. You want to make any changes. Okay, and now what we can do? I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. So what we can do? So we have basically done with this. So I'll try to give one thing I had mentioned about the margin bottom here. So let me check with this. Okay, yes, this is the margin bottom. Yeah, I have increased. Yeah, that's why I was saying I was trying to increase the margin bottom. Like it would give you a flexible view down there as well, because next we are going to create the about part. So like we'll give a about block. And if class is called md6, again I was inside my form, then inside my This is the row, end of the row. Okay, then I'll again have the row div class is equal to row, and div class is equal to call md6. I'll give a style is equal to margin 0 auto, and something good, like we'll use some typography here, typography. So we can have various things. That is one thing you can use here is a display 4, or maybe LED as well, what kind you want to use. So like maybe you can use what I can do, use p class is equal to display. We can use display 4. This is about. Then we can give an hr tag, it will create a line, and then we can use p class is equal to LED. Our calculator app can perform mathematical operations. Okay, now I'll refresh this page. Yeah, now okay, it's like it's fine. What we can do, I'll give a margin top of 1 rem, then auto 0, then auto. Okay, maybe or 2 rem also. And one thing I wanted to show you here, that I'll give this row, or maybe you can say column id is equal to about, or maybe name is equal to about as well. Name is equal to about. And when at the top of my navbar, if I come here, I'll give it as hash about, because hash represents to the ID. Okay, so basically even the VS Code says, like I click on here, I get to this ID. Okay, so this is absolutely working fine. Okay, and when I'm here, I click on about, I get down to here. So basically this was an example how you can use ID with the reference tag. Okay, now if I come to Control Shift I, and I click on about, I get to the about part. Okay, it can be in lengthy paragraph as well. Okay, it's up to you. And I'll give as a style is equal to text align is equal to center. Okay, even to the heading also, text align is equal to center. Yeah, good. So like we are like almost done with the front end, so it looks good. So like in the next lecture, we are going to be quickly coming up with the backend part. So I'll catch up in the next lecture. So thank you guys, thank you so much. And we are working on Django project repository. So basically we were working on a calculator app. So this was the layout of our app. So this was responsive. You can press Control Shift I, or you can simply right click and click inspect. So this is the responsive nature of our app. So basically we can type anything 2 + 3, and we are going to reset. So this, we are able to implement this functionality. The next part we are going to do, basically we are going to add instructions block as well as define a form submission URL to the page, and then we will build a backend logic with exception handling as well. Okay, so let's get started with this tutorial. So basically what we can do, so this we can define a list li class is equal to nav item. Okay, then same way a anchor tag which is represented by a nav link. Good. And href is equal to hash instructions. Okay, and instructions. Yeah, good. So this works fine. So we can we can move to the page and see this. Okay, yes, we can see here instruction has come, but as soon as I click, because I have not defined instructions ID, so what we can do, we can move to this and we can see this row which represents the about block. So I'll copy this row, Control C, and then I press Control V. So I'll do this as instructions. Okay, good. And I have to define an instruction ID here as well, because hash instructions. Yeah, good. So I have defined the hash instructions. So I can so we can define some instructions. So how we can define them, what we can do, we can move to Bootstrap and use list group. So in this way we can learn a new thing also. This is a list group which also has list group item in it. So here are many, you can choose any style of you. So I'll use this one. Okay, so what I can do, I'll move this hr tag, paragraph, and put this list group, and I'll move to the page. And yeah, here you can see here the instructions I'll define. So when I click on instructions, okay, so there might be some issues. Hash instructions. Okay, there is an issue. Hash. Okay, you don't need to define a hash inside, because when I was referring here, okay, let me go over. Yeah, hash instructions. When I click on this, I'll move to this because this ID is only instructions. So there was by mistake an hash instructions. So okay, I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. Now I click on instructions, I move to this block. Okay, this is now this is working fine. So we can define some instructions here, like plus sign. We can define we can define some instructions. Plus for addition. Okay, and simply something like star for multiplication. Okay, something like and we can define this for division. Okay, and basically we're working in Python, so we might be using Python, and this is for floor division. Floor division, yeah, and we can try also like this for minus. Okay, so basically we have defined some instructions like plus for addition, minus, multiplication, division, floor division. We can another define like something like this also. Parenthesis also we can define. Okay, we can define, or we can define as brackets. Okay, or we can simply type parenthesis. I think parenthesis. Okay, so basically parentheses are used to define a priority, like if you want to evaluate first that parenthesis, then next. So we would move to the page and I'll refresh this page. Okay, so this looks good. Plus for addition, minus, multiplication, division, floor division, and parenthesis. Okay, so this looks fine. So what we can do for define, we can define a new URL here. So we'll move to some backend part. So I'll move to urls.py file. So I'll define a path is equal to submit query. Okay, and views.submit query, and I'll give this a name as equal to submit query. Okay, so I'll define some single quotes here, submit query. Okay, now this is fine. Now I'm referring to the submit query in views folder, so I'll go to views. So this is showing an error because since I've not defined a submit query in my views. So define submit query. Okay, and I'll take a request as a parameter, and what I can do till now I will define pass statement here. Okay, so this looks fine. And now in my HTML page, I will move to my HTML page, and what I can do, I have an action here. Yes, percent URL is equal to submit query. Yes, this looks fine. Okay, so this looks fine. Yeah, this is submit query, fine. Now I would move to my submit query block. Use.submit query. Yes. Okay, and I'll return. What I can do, I'll take q as a parameter, and request dot get query, because I would show one thing, that inside my form I can move to the form. Yeah, here you can see that input type is equal to text form control, and here the name is query, so you should have the same name for the get parameter as well. So in my views.py file, that's why I'm type request.query, because this refers to the same name in the form we were referring to. So what we can do, so I will return an HTTP response of q. Okay, so this would this should work fine. Now I'll move to the page and I'll refresh this. Okay, this is still now fine. 2 plus 3 star 5. So I should submit this. Yeah, now this is working fine. Here you can see that I went to the route. So I'll quickly give a overview of this, what I did. So here you can see that first I defined inside my navbar, I gave hash instructions and defined an instructions block. So basically you can these are instructions: plus or addition, minus, multiplication, division, floor division, parenthesis. Okay, now then I went to urls.py file, then I defined a path submit query, which calls the function views.submit query. The name is equal to submit query. Then I went to the views.py file, then I did request.get query, and q is equal to this. Okay, so return HTTP response of q. Okay, so this is fine. What can do also in the same way, we can return a JSON response as well. For this you have to import JSON response, and you can do JSON response of q. So I'll make a get request. Okay, what you need to do, you need to define a JSON dictionary, and here you can define q is equal to q, and then I have to return a JSON dictionary. Yeah, here you can see now this is working as a JSON object which says q parameter and then 2 plus 3 star 5. Okay, so for a JSON response you have to define a dictionary, because then it works like a JSON object. Okay, so in this way we can define an HTTP response as well. So yeah, now this is fine. So I'll quickly do this. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay, so I'll move to the page. Okay, I'll type something else, -2, then reset button. I'll copy this, reset button works fine. I'll paste it here and submit. Yeah, now this is working fine. So in the next video, what we can do, I would be adding exception handling and how we can evaluate this result. So evaluating the result would be very easy as Python is very powerful in mathematical operations. So, and we would be adding try and except statement as well. If the calculation has in some error, what we can do. So exception handling will be also added. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. With this, so basically what we are going to do, we would in this tutorial, what we are going to do, evaluation of query and adding a try except block. In this tutorial is continuation of tutorial number 20. In this we would evaluate query as well as add try except block. So we will implement evaluation, try except block, and render to front end part. So this is going to be an interesting tutorial. So let's get started with this. So basically till now we had defined a submit query route and we were taking request.request query and queue, then we returned an HTTP response of queue. So basically what we can do, I can type any mathematical equation that is 2 plus 3. So I would submit this and it returns me 2 plus 3. So this looks good. So we can move to the back page, home page, index page. So basically this we are making a application. So basically about, then instructions. So you can check the responsive nature as well. Control-Shift-I. Okay, and this is the navbar and then instruction and this. So what we can also try, like if you scroll down the page, what you see the navbar is navbar. We cannot see the navbar on the top if we scroll down the page. Like we are on the top of the page. As soon as we scroll down the page, we don't see the navbar on the top. So this is like what you can do on the navbar class. We can move to the navbar class and try type fixed top. So what would it do? Like I'll refresh this page. So like I'll refresh this page and you can see here's a navbar. Okay, and when you press Control-Shift-I, so when you scroll down the page, you see the navbar is fixed on the top. So this is an additional utility to your front end part. If you want to carry on with this, then it's absolutely fine. So I just showed you like you can fix the navbar on top when you scroll down the page. So as soon as I remove this fixed top, so what I observe when I refresh this, okay, so the navbar is looking on the top, but as soon as I scroll, it disappears. So you can choose the functionality to your part if you want to use a fixed top additional utility of navbar. Okay, so now we'll move to use.py file. So we would add a try except block. Try if this is successful and accept. Okay, so this is fine. So what we are going to do, we are taking an answer is equal to eval. Eval is an inbuilt function in Python which takes a string as a mathematical equation, then evaluates it and returns an answer to that mathematical equation. Okay, so what you can do, answer is equal to eval q. Then I would define my dictionary. So basically the q would remain the q. Okay, and the answer would be the answer. And if this operation is successfully, if this try block gets executed, so I would say error is false. Okay, so this should work fine till now. And if what I can do, if this is true, like what I mean to say, that if this operation is successful, then I would return render request, then index.html, and then I would context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, if this is true, then till the time being, I would say pass is equal to I would add a pass statement to the except block because it was showing an error. Because so this should work fine. Okay, now what I can do, if this is true, then this should work fine. Okay, then like I'll move to my index.html. This is a navbar. Okay, fine. Yeah. So this is a container fluid. So div class is equal to row. Then div class is equal to call md6. Style would be margin auto 0. Style would be margin 0 auto. Okay. So if this, okay, what I can do, %if error. So basically, %if error, because I'm trying to say if error means if error was true, so it would show the error. Okay. So if true, then I would do something else. If it error is false, then I mean there is no error, then I would use else part to show the result. Then I would end this if else equation with end if tag. Okay, this is this looks good. Okay, so %end if error %else. Okay, good. So what I can do, alert. I'll move to the alert and I'll copy this. And if this is an error, okay, so what I can do, I'll quickly, if error, sorry, there is an error, or you can simply type sorry, error is fine, strong. And to do this, you would use alert warning, not alert danger. Okay, and in the else part, you need to show that if that result was successfully. So I'll copy this. Okay, and I'll use alert success. So first we are going to test our application. So we'll move to the page. I'll refresh this. Okay, so first, okay, so there's some issue here with the, okay, div class is equal to alert. Okay, div class is equal to call md6. Okay, I need to check this, like if error, yes, yes. Okay, I'll move this equation to here. Okay, there div class will call md6, yes, and here is the row, yes. Yeah, now this is absolutely working fine. And error is showing me in green color. Let me check this. Okay, yeah, okay, because this was answer. Okay, yeah, okay, okay. So let me go with this 2 plus 3. Yeah, 2 plus 3 is 5. So this looks fine. Okay, so yes, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So let me perform some mathematical equation. 2 plus 3 star 4, 14. Okay, yeah, this is good. Good. And let me define some equation. Let me do 2 plus 3 divided by 2. Like this would be valid to 5, then 5 divided by 2, 2.5. This should return 2.5. Yes, but if I do the same equation with floor division, that is 2. Okay, we can try some more mathematical operations like 2 to the power 3. Yeah, this is 8. So what you can do, so like 8, you can add this like double star for exponential. Like you can add this double star for exponential. Okay, and in the same way you can add modulus as well. Mod. So this would like this for the mod operation. Okay, so basically mod operation is to get a you can I'll quickly perform mod operation. Like this is 10 modulus 3. So it should give 1, I guess. Yes, this is 1. So absolutely correct. So like I will quickly explain this. Like we added exponential operator as well. So I quickly explain 5 double star 5. So and then minus 2. So this is 25. Okay, I'll quickly put basis here. So this is 25 minus 23. There might be some error. 5. Okay, I made a mistake. I'm really sorry for that. That was 5 to the power 5, if I'm not wrong. That is 5 to the power 5, then minus 2. Okay, so the 5 to the power 5 was 3125, then minus 2 return 3123. Basically, what I meant was 5 square. So that was 5 to the double star 2 minus 2. That is 5 square is 25, minus 2 is 23. So basically, we are testing with the application. And one thing I would show, then as soon as I type 1 divided by 0, this is an error. So it should return me an error. So it didn't return an HTTP response object. So we'll go to the use.py file. So we'll continue this. My dictionary of error is equal to true. Okay, and in the same way, my dictionary of error is equal to true. So what you can do, or you can define a new dictionary here. Error is true, and I should return the same page with the context is equal to my dictionary. Yes. So I now I will go back to the page. Now 1 divided by 0. Yeah, now this works absolutely fine. But 1 divided by 0 was an error. So it threw me an error. Okay, then again there is an issue with the front end part. So let me check. Div class is equal to yes. Div class if error. Okay, if error, there's an error on this front end part. So let me check. Okay, then I will show this is a div. Okay, so this div to call MD and the div to ends to row. Okay, if this error, then you display this row. Else on the else part, what we can do? Div class is equal to row. Okay, good. Then again I'll define. Sorry. Div class is equal to call MD6. Yes. Now I would close this div. Okay, this is a div. Now this is a div to the call and another div to the row, and this is the container. This should not be to the container fluid. Yes, now we'll move to the page. Yeah, now this is absolutely working fine. Now 1 divided by 0, so we'll quickly test the application. 1 divided by 0, error. Yeah, down the front end is good. And quickly 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. Yeah, 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. And this is on the left. Okay, let me check. This is a call MD6. If error. Okay. Let me move this. Okay, let me click on inspect. I am in this call MD6. Margin 0 auto. Okay, and let me change the view. Edit. I'll add a laptop screen. Yeah, this is working fine. I'm inside the row. Call is equal to MD6. So style is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes. Okay. Yes. Style is equal to margin 0 auto. So yes. Now this should work. Okay, we'll quickly 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. Or we'll type 2 plus 3 is 4. 14. Yeah, good. Now 1 divided by 0. Error. So basically you need to tackle errors because now we are completely done with the application. Here you can see like we get an error on evaluating on when we put 0 as an input. Let me type 1 minus 1. This should return 0. Now absolutely fine. So let me try some random words like something as random, and what does it show? So that shows an error as well. Okay, on random input. So basically you can put numbers like you can quickly put numbers, then reset it. Okay, then again put numbers, then submit here, then 14, then 10. It will show error. Yeah, on random text. On random text, it would also show error. So guys, we're completely done with our application. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch you up in the next lecture. So basically the error on the front end part, how I resolved it, I'll quickly, if there was an error, so I made a new particular row for that. Okay, so it and the call MD6 was on margin 0 auto or center, and if there is no error, so I would return the answer. And in the same way, what you can do, you can simply add q is equal to this. So basically this would return the query as well. So we can do 2 plus 3. Yes, so here it says 2 plus 3 is equal to 5. So this is absolutely correct. So yeah, now application looks pretty good. So you can try out the front end part. So just try to we'll also try the responsive nature of this app as well. So I have now Control Shift I. Okay, so basically I'll try something. 2 double star 3. Okay. So 2 double star is equal to 8. Yeah. So guys, this is absolutely fine. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. So I have added some exponentialized modulus operator. You can try out some modulus operator that 10 mod 5. 10 mod 5. So this should be 0. Yes. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. So thank you so much. Hello everyone. So hello everyone. I saw an error in this application. Like when we go to the index page without any query submission, I see an equal to sign. So actually this equal to sign is basically to do to this else part. So we need to get just a little bit different logic. So what we can do, we'll move to use.py file, and here we can do result is equal to true. Okay. Yes, and I'll quickly copy this, and in this part I would do result. If the error is false, then result is should true. If error is true, then result should be false. Okay, good. Now I would move to my index.html page. So I would if this condition with an end if %end if, and I would give this else part as if result. Okay, so this looks good, and this would avoid our error. So I'll quickly test my application. When I move to the index page, yes, now the equal to sign has gone. Now I would query 2 plus 3 is equal to submit. Yes, 5 is good. Then 1 plus 0, then error should be there. Yeah, but when I move to the index page, so there is no equal to sign. So that was a little bit of logical error, but I have now corrected it. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. Okay. So basically in this, we are going to design a Django voting app. So in this app, we have a list of programming languages, which the user in that we will provide real-time suggestions under the search. Like suppose any user types a letter J, then we would provide them suggestions, the programming languages starting with the letter J, such as Java or JavaScript. Or same if we type P, then we would have P is like Perl programming language, Python. So in this, like C stand for C and C++. So we would be providing suggestions. Like in the P, we could also define a suggestion under PHP as well. So like in this tutorial, we're going to create a voting app. We're going to start with this, and we vote for each programming language. Then we use a progress bar, that how many votes they have got, and we then would return or render a progress bar on the front end part, and we would update the vote for each language if you vote for more. Okay, so let's get started with this. So basically this is my server. So the server has started. Okay, because so basically I would define some few changes. Like this is my settings.py file. So earlier it was template/calculator app, but now it is voting app, because we would be referring to the templates folder, so I would move to the templates folder. Yeah, this is the templates folder. So it has two folders. The one is for calculator app and another is for voting app. So we are referring to the voting app folder inside the templates. So for the earlier app, we used to refer calculator app. So you need to define a change calculator app if you're using calculator app, and then if you're using voting app, you need to define voting app. So basically what we did, we created the same HTML page. Okay, now then for calculator app, if you want to use, then we need to define template / calculator app if we are going to run the calculator app. Okay, and if you want to run the voting app, we need to define template / voting app. Okay, so this is the main change we need to define. So please take care about it, and I will define this in the repository instructions as well. Okay, and the next, okay, now we'll move to urls.py file. Okay, let me do one thing. urls.py file of Django projects. Okay, so basically when I do, okay, this is calculator app, so include calculator app.urls. So for voting app, we will do voting app include voting app.urls. This is very simple. Okay, so basically in the same way, I'll give a quick overview. For templates, we have templates folder. Let me again show you the templates folder. Yes, templates for calculator app, templates for voting app, then urls.py file for calculator app as well and voting app as well. Okay, now we'll move to urls.py file. So basically I'm clicking on urls.py file or voting app. Okay, so this is very similar. We have done this earlier as well. So like we have like URL pattern path views.index, name is equal to index. Now if I go to views.py file, so I'll move to the views.py file of voting app. Okay, so this is a backend logic we'll be also working on. Okay, so before this, what we can do, so this is the index. So we can what we can do, we need to generate let me do one thing, or we can do what we can do. I'll run the server. Okay, and then I'll move to voting app. Yeah, here you can see like this is Django voting app. Okay, and like I've defined few changes. I'll move to index.html file. So basically when I'm moving to index.html file, I'm moving to the voting app. Okay, so this looks fine. Okay, so I changed the title Django voting app. I'll define as Django voting app. Django voting app. Django voting app, good. About instructions, I'll move to the about and instructions. So pick your favorite language. Okay, so you need to define in this, pick your favorite language and vote. Okay, and vote. Okay, this is very simple. Then select your language and see result. This is the basic instructions. Okay, in the navbar, I defined some changes. You can see like in the nav class, navbar dark and background is dark. So here you can see this navbar dark refers to this and background dark refers to this color. So here you can see the navbar has been dark in color. So to see the responsive nature, we can press Ctrl+Shift+I. Okay. Okay, so here you can see it's good. Okay, we have the navbar, so it's working fine. So in the about, pick your favorite language, select your language and see results. Okay, so in this next so basically we are going to define and one thing we need to make sure that that in the form I had defined the image, like I'm referring to the static folder. Okay, let me go to the static folder. This is main.jpg. Okay, and this is main2.jpg. Okay, so so basically in main.jpg, this was referring to the calculator app, and this is main2.jpg, and this is referring to this coding background structure. Okay, so basically, so like and the good part is that index.html still exists. So this is the index.html of calculator app. So this is the index.html of calculator app, and this is the all logic we had written: if error, if end result. Okay, and here you can see the navbar is equal to I can show you one thing. The navbar light and navbar background is light. That this is for the calculator app. Okay, and like in this even the image we had made also, that was main.jpg. So here I can trying to show the similarities between that. Under the same Django project, we are making two apps, and basically I wanted to show you one thing, that we are using the same template for both the apps without writing the code as much and just making the modification necessaries we need. Okay, so this is also good. So basically, I'll just a quick hint, like if you want to use calculator app, you need to define template/calculator app here. Okay, so very quick overview: the templates calculator app is there, and the same way templates voting app is there. Then both of them has index.html. One has a different image, one has another image, and background dark and background light for different respective navbars. What I've defined. So in order to run the respective app, what you need to do, you need to define template/calculator app when you are going to run the calculator app, and template/voting app when you are going to run the voting app. So let me be very clear with this, so it doesn't create an issue. Okay, so basically what I wanted to do, I want you to solve get further move on with the backend part also, because we are going to use this ready-made template which will help us in the front end time. I want you to solve one coding problem here, because this will help you to make a backend logic. So I'll type Control-N. Like you have an array, okay, and it has all the elements. Like it can be any elements, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, or something like mixed numbers as well, or like 4, 4, 4. Okay, it might not be necessary. It is sorted. I'll give this 7, 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. What I can do, this is an array. Okay, I'll copy this. Okay, I'll open the page. Okay, sorry. I'll open the ideally. Yes. Okay. So this is the array. So what I want you to do, like I want you to get the frequency of each element. Okay. So like what I want to tell you that if I do array dot count 1, okay, so it returns 3. Like 1 is 3 times. This is a 1. This is a 1. This is a 1. So 3 times 3. So like, but I want you to do like what I want you to do, like basically I want you to design a data structure in such a way, because this is very necessary, which stores the frequency of each element in, like a frequency of each element of the array it stores in itself. So you want to design a data structure. So I would give you a hint. Like in this tutorial, what you can do, you can define a dictionary as a data structure in which a key will be element of array. Okay, good. And the value will be frequency. Okay, so it might not be necessary that array should be sorted or unsorted. It could be anything, random numbers, sorted, unsorted. That is not the case of. And if a new element is added to the array, you should update the frequency. Okay, then update the frequency. Okay, so you need to define, like when you traverse the array, or till the time you can do one thing, you can be like familiar with this. This is your array. You need to define a data structure, which I'm giving you a hint that you need to define a dictionary. Okay, dictionary. Okay, so dictionary is the data structure you are going to use. So basically key will be the element of the array and value will be the frequency. So you need to define it in such a way. Okay, so you can think on this problem, because this problem is very necessary for us to think on the backend part. Okay, until time what we have seen, like images being changed, about changed, and information. Okay, I'll update the information part here. Okay, like when I click on instructions part, I move to this and about. Okay, working fine. Okay, and I've changed the image as well as the number. So one important instruction, in order to use a calculator app, you need to change here template / calculator app and template / calculator app for calculator app and template / voting app for the voting app. Okay, in order to run the respective apps. Okay, so till now we are working on voting app, so we have defined template / voting app. So I'll catch up you in the next tutorial. So we will solve this problem, because it's a very good problem. This is basically related to data structures and algorithms, but it will help you out to solve this backend part. So thank you guys. I'll catch up in the next lecture. We were going to make a voting app. So basically I gave a coding problem in the end. So basically in this we are going to solve a coding problem and adding list of programming languages and batches to our front end. So we will check this out. So just let's get started with this. So basically I told you that you can work with the basically I gave you a coding problem in which I told you that you can create in which I told you that you can find the frequency of each element in the array. So let's solve that problem, because I told you that's very necessary to solve the problem, because it will help you to create a backend logic. So basically let's start with this. So basically I have an array. So what you can do, I have elements in it, like let it be random elements: 56, 89, 1, 2, 7, 9, 6, 6, 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 9, 9, then 5, 54, then again 56, then again 89. Let it be a wrong array, because it will help you to get the logic clear. Then 7, then 1, again 2. Okay, so this is fine. So what I need to define, I need to find the, like in the key part, I told you that we will be designing a data structure such that the key would be having the element. The key should be element and the value should be frequency of element. So basically what I mean by frequency of element, that in this you need to find the frequency of each element. Okay, so the key should be element and value should be frequency of element present in that array. Okay, so I'll define a dictionary first. So my dictionary, so I can initialize the dictionary with this constructor. You can initialize any data structure. Let it be a list, set, str. You can define any data structure like this. So this is very helpful. So this is the dictionary, my dictionary. Okay, then I would traverse the array for element in array. Okay, if element not in my dictionary, okay, dictionary, then you would initialize that frequency of like you have found that element, and now that is not in dictionary. Then you need to initialize the first frequency, that the very first frequency you get that element. Okay, then if element not in my dictionary, then my dictionary, then here the key would be the, I told you as earlier, the key would be element is equal to 1, else now as soon as you keep on getting the element, you need to update the frequency. My dictionary, this will be plus equal to 1. Okay, this is absolutely fine. For element in an array, if element not in my dictionary, if you find the first occurrence of that element, you need to initialize the frequency with 1. else my dictionary of element plus is equal to 1. In this, I would add a comment. Okay, first occurrence, initialize frequency with 1. Okay, else for every next occurrence update frequency. I hope this is very clear. For every next occurrence update frequency. Okay, so this is good. Now what you need to define, then I will define print star array. So this is a very short notation. By print star array, you can print the elements of the array space separated. Okay, and then I'll do one thing. To have a better view. I'll print array dot sort as well. Array dot sort. Okay, good. And print my dictionary. I hope there is no error, so I can run this. Okay, now this is awesome. Okay, let me do one thing. I'll check. Let me do one thing. I'll print the array again, but this time I'll do array dot sort. Okay, so what you can do? So I'll press F5. So here you can see. So I have my array here. Okay, and now, oh, sorry for the interruption. Okay, there's some issue. Yeah, now it's fine. Okay, so this was our array. So then when I sorted the array, it looked this. So like here you can see the 1 has frequency 3. So here you can see the 1 has frequency 3. Okay, good. Okay, now this is fine. 1 has frequency 3. Then 2 has frequency 3 times. So let me check. 2, where is the 2? 2 has frequency 3. Good. Let me take a very random element. So here it is 9. So let me check the frequency of 9. 9, 1 time. Then second time, third time, fourth time. Okay, I hope 9 is 4 times. Okay, now when I see the sorted list, because I have defined a sorted list in order that you grab easily 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, the 9 is 4 times. So 9 is occurring 4 times. So this is fine. Okay, so this was a very good backend logic. This is the very same backend logic we are going to do when we are working on the backend part. So basically I told you that here you can take any array, okay, and you can define the frequency. Like 5 is occurring 2 times. Yes, 5 is occurring 2 times. Here 1 is this time 5 and 5. Let me check in sorted array. Yes, 5 is occurring 2 times. Yeah, 5 is 2 times. So this was our data structure we made to in which the frequency is updated and we store the frequency. So like here this time we have used the array of integer, next time we are using an array of programming languages. Okay, so this would help us to make a backend part for logic. So what we can do, so I have moved to my server. So we are done with the coding problem. I hope you all have got this. So basically I hope you can change any values in the array, okay, and try this out. Okay, this will basically help you out. Okay, so good. So then again we can see any answer. Then suppose like we can look for 89, which is occurring twice. Yeah, 89, here it is twice occurring twice, and we can see in the original array is 89 and 89. So absolutely works fine. So let's get to our server. So I'll do python manage.py run server. Yes. Okay, so I'll move to my voting app. I'll refresh this page. Okay, so what we can do, we can add batches here. So here you can see there are basically different kind of batches. So one is batch primary. One you can use any batches. So let me do this one, batch success. Okay, so I'll move to the about section index.html. So basically I close the okay, index.html earlier was a calculator app. Now this was the voting app. So let me be very clear with this. So we can define, and here what you can do, instead of class display 4 you can paste this and go to our, yeah, here you can see this is working fine. And let me do some editing here. Let me do the text is equal to margin 0 auto. Yes, okay, margin 0 auto display block. Yeah, good. So here you can see the about has been I will try to make it more intuitive. So here you can what I'll do, I'll move to style part and display is equal to block. Okay, and I'll add some font size. Font size is equal to 2 rem. I think this should be good enough. Yes, good. Yeah, here I've added about. So here you can see, even in our app you can see about. Okay, in the same way I can use the like something very good, any batch and any color batch I can use danger. Good. Okay, but what I need to do, I define p class is equal to, okay, select your language and see results. So basically I will display what I can do, I'll quickly copy this instead, and yeah, good. Batch danger. Okay, this just for the instructions I'm doing. This was instruction parts. So let me go to the page. Yeah, awesome, pretty good. So this is like about instructions. So we are giving some more intuitive UI design to our app. So basically, and one thing you can do, one that I have created a list of programming languages. I'll give it a name as any. This is a list till now. So I've declared this list, and next time what you can do, I'll find this as array. Okay, good. So this is a very long list of programming languages, and I'll render them. Okay, so I'll quickly show you how you can render them. My dictionary, and this is array. Sorry, array, good, and context is equal to my dictionary, good. Dictionary, absolutely, spelling is right. So what I'll do, on the top of the page, just below the body, I'll print this array. Okay, so I'll move to my page, desktop view, Control Shift R. Okay, let me check some. Yeah, here you can see on the top of the page, here you can see the array is there. So next time we'll, so just I wanted to show you that we can render this array, and next we would be working on the suggestions, or also how we can provide real-time suggestions. So we will be either we are going to provide on the front end part or on the back end part. So we'll try to we'll figure it out how we can provide suggestions. So I'll catch up in the next lecture. Till the time, I've defined you how you can add badges to it. So thank you guys, thank you so much. In the next I will be also showing how you can use cards as well, because I'm trying to make more intuitive UI this time. So thank you guys, thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. Now, today in today's tutorial, what we are going to learn. So basically, we are going to adding suggestions during the search bar. Okay, in this tutorial, we will add list of programming language as suggestions, a list of programming languages. Okay, as suggestions to a search bar. We will implement this both statically and dynamically. So in today's tutorial, we are going to first do it statically. Then we'll also do it dynamically also. So I'll show you the difference why we need to do this. Okay, so this is the views.py file. Make sure you get this line from Django.http import JSON response or HTTP response. Okay, so let me define function get query. Define get query, which takes request as a parameter. Request as a parameter. Then q is equal to request dot get request dot get, yes. Then return HTTP response of q. So I have left this blank. Okay. So what you need to do, you can move to the urs.py file and define path is equal to get query, then views.get query, and the name is equal to get query. So basically you will define get query. Okay, good. So now this is our form. Okay, so we have not defined the action. We can define the action. %url get query. So this looks good. So yes, good. So yeah, now this is our form. So basically we need to define suggestions during the search. So we'll define a list. First we'll do it statically. So I tell you how this works, what is the function. Then we will implement this dynamically. So I'll tell you the difference of why we should what is the difference of doing it statically and dynamically. So yeah, here you can define a data list. Okay, and you can give id is equal to languages. I hope this is fine. So you can define option value is equal to Python. Okay, okay, you can have a option for the simplicity. I'll have a right now I'll do this way. Option value is equal to Python. Then what we can do, option value is equal to Python. We can do PHP as well. Good, right? Then we can do option value is equal to PHP. Then option value is equal to Perl. Good. Then option value is equal to Perl. Then option value is equal to, let me have a programming. Okay, good. Then I'll do one thing. Option value is equal to C. Good. Then in the same way I'll do C++. Okay. Then you can click on format document. So you can right click on format document to get the HTML page on the right track. Okay. Then so this is the option value is equal to C++. And then I'll show you one thing. Let me type one more option as well. JavaScript. Yeah, good. And one more option I'll do, that is Java. Yeah, good. So format document. Yeah, good. So basically this is the data list we have to define, but we need to track this data list to an input. So we'll define input list is equal to languages. Okay. So basically, yeah, and we can define class is equal to form control. So this is a Bootstrap class. Okay, and I'll refresh this page. Yeah, good. So this is good, and we can do what we can do. Let me try this style. the style works on this. Let me do margin bottom equal to 1 rem. Let me check if the style bottom 1 rem. Good. Yes, the style tags works on the input. Okay, so we have a list here. Let me type J here. So as soon as I type J, I get JavaScript and Java. Then I'll let the caps lock on. Let me have a caps lock. Then yeah, this works fine. JAVA S. Okay, as I type JAVA S, JavaScript is there, but Java isn't there. Okay, so actually this data list works in all the ways, like a prefix, suffix, or substring match. So let me type P here. Here I have got Python, PHP, Perl programming, but you must be thinking why I've got a JavaScript. This makes a substring match. Okay, so let me type PR, I get programming, PH, PHP, PY, Python. Okay, because there was a single P in the end, so it makes a substring match. Okay, so to make this clear, what I can do, I'll show you one example. Okay, let me do with C. Okay, let me do with this with the small c. A small c matches both the C, C++. Okay, JavaScript as well. Okay, so this looks good. Okay, so if the user want to select, if they don't write anything, they can simply click on this drop down arrow. They'll get all the options here. Okay, so let me give you one example. Option value is equal to Django, Python, yes. Okay, and one option I would give you, machine learning. Okay, so this is using Python as well. So I format the document and I'll refresh this page. So I'll type Python. So okay, you can see here the Python is in starting and here it is in the end. So it matches the substring, prefix or suffix. So yeah, here you can see the Python, Django, Python, machine learning, Python. Okay, so I click on Python, I'll click submit. Okay, I have not defined a get query, voting app get query. So okay, good. So here you need to define name is equal to languages. Okay, so I'll do Python. Yes, language is equal to Python. Then I'll define languages here. So this should work. Now this should work, I hope. Yes, now it works perfectly fine. So I have returned an HTTP response. So but now here you can see we did all this statically. So we can't keep on typing this option value. Maybe there might be a point we have changed this list. There might be updation. So we need to change this. We'll do this dynamically in the next tutorial. So I'll catch you in the next tutorial. Thank you guys. Okay, so let's get started with the today's tutorial. So like till the previous tutorial, we made a list of languages, but that was static. But now we are going to make it dynamic. So very first thing we are going to do, we'll move to our views.py file. And here you can see I have made this array global so that this array can be rendered at any context. So we will also do that. So first what we are trying to do, that we have an array of languages and index functions renders the array with the name array as well. Okay, so we'll move to our index.html, and there we see that when we move to our index.html, we have an input list is equal to languages and data list id is equal to languages. So that's perfectly fine. So what we are going to do, we are going to use Jinja template. So I'll show you one thing. For each language in array. Okay, then we would end this for loop and for okay, what we are going to define a option value is equal to each language. Yeah, good. So I told you that we take only a single option tag. Okay, then we'll move to our use.py file, and then here we would return an HTTP response of Q. Good. So let me check. Now we move to our page, then we type Ctrl+Shift+R. Okay, we would move to the index page. Yeah, this is the index page. So yeah, here we can see that we have a list of programming languages. Good, and we take anyone. Let's suppose we take Python, and then we submit it. We get a HTTP response of Python. So that's perfectly fine. So what we can do, so this works pretty fine. So we can test for any one more language. Let me see. Okay, let me see. C++. Okay, good. So C++ also works fine. Okay, and let me do one thing. When I type P, I get PHP, Perl, Delphi. We already discussed how the search engine works. So PHP, good. So this even works. Okay. So till now we were trying to get the HTTP response, but now we can do one thing. What we can do, we can make a we want to store each count of the vote we do. So what we can do, we can make a global count then we can render that global count dictionary. That global count is a data structure. Already we discussed that part in the coding question also as well. So I would quickly give an overview how this would work. So let me define global count. This was going to be a dictionary data structure. Okay, so what I'm trying to do, so this works perfectly fine. Okay, one thing I would like to show you before I proceed, that if I press Control U, so here you can see, so that when we use input list is equal to languages, data list ID is equal to languages. So this was the for loop we had used here. For each language in array, option value is equal to each language and for. So here you can see with the help of dynamic template, basically we used Django template. So what we used, we got a list of option values. So this is perfectly fine. So here you can see that with the help of a single for loop, we were able to generate a much more better way of generating the option values. Okay, so this way we could generate them dynamically. Okay, so what we can do now, we move to a views.py file. So global count is equal to dictionary. So if we'll make if condition, if q in global count, then global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1. Okay, else if the q is already in global count, then global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1, else for the first occurrence. Okay, so we already also discussed this in the coding question, the way we solved it first occurrence. Okay, so this is for the first occurrence, then global count of q should be initialized with 1. Good. So if it's already there, then we plus increment the value of the vote. Else what we do, we initialize for the first time, we initialize it for 1. Okay, so this is very good. So let me do one thing. I move to the index.html, and here what we can do, we can print this till now. Okay, but we need to do one thing. Okay, what we need to do for q in global count of q is equal to global count of q plus 1. Else for the first occurrence, global count of q is equal to 1. Okay, so here you knew that we are working for the first occurrence, and if already exists, then increment the value. If already exists, then increment the value. Okay, and this was the first occurrence. Okay, so what we can do, we'll create a my dictionary. So array would be the array, and global count would be the global count. Okay, good. So then return, we're going to render this way in the same way. So I'll quickly what we're going to do, return render request index.html. So this is the index.html we are going to render, and the context is equal to my dictionary. Okay, and here now we have already rendered this global count. So I hope this should work now fine, pretty fine. So I would refresh this page. So let me do a single vote. So let me choose PHP. So here you can see the dictionary has a 1 count of PHP. So let me vote for PHP again. So we're going to test this. Yes, the vote count is 2. Okay, let me check any other languages. So Python is there. Yes, Python. Now PHP is 2, Python 1. So let me do another Ruby. Yes, PHP 2, Python 1, Ruby 1. So in the same way, C++. Yes, good, absolutely fine. Then C. Yes, good. So here you can let me do then again PHP. So it should be 3 now. Yeah, now it's absolutely 3. Okay. So this is, but this we are I'll quickly give an overview of this. So for the first occurrence, we used to initialize with 1, then we would increment the value. Okay. So this works perfectly fine. But we are noticing that we are only printing the raw dictionary here. But next time we would try to add progress bar with the table, and we are going to, if possible, I'll give you a very good question on this. Like if we but okay, till now let's try to do we're going to put a progress bar in the next video. So I'll catch up in the next tutorial. Thank you guys, thank you so much on the instruction. So let's get started with this tutorial. So I would open my project. So till now we had made the search bar with suggestions dynamically. Then we used to submit the option value, and then we used to store the results in the global dictionary. So this is the global dictionary we have defined here, and I can have a quick overview of this. So here you can see this is a navbar. So what we can do, I'll define a global dictionary here, global count. Yes, so here it is, global count. So when I run my project, I'll refresh this page, and let me check. So my server isn't running. I'll start my server. Python manage.py run server. I'll refresh this page. So here you can see my C language has 1 vote. Then Perl, like PHP, yeah, it has 1 vote. Then Python, 1 vote. Okay. In the same way, I'll give SQL 1 vote. Then I'll give vote to an SQL another vote. So here it is 2 votes. So in the same way, we can keep on going with the server. So this is Python. I'll submit with the. So here it is 2 votes. So this works absolutely fine. So the next part we are going to do is add tables with progress bar. So basically what we are going to cover in this tutorial, I show you here. So we are going to adding a table with progress bar. Now we are going to render the backend data to the front end with a table and a progress bar. For every language, we will add a progress bar as a measure of count of vote. So the progress bar is going to show the measure of count of vote. So the key, we'll have a table. So then the key of the dictionary would be the like the name of the language, and the value would be in terms of the progress bar. So let's get started with this. So in the nav bar, the first thing we are going to do is we are going to put a li class is equal to nav item. Okay, and here anchor class is equal to nav link, and what are we going to define? Result. Okay, and we are going to define href tag refresh tag to the with hash result. Okay, so we'll define result block below. So this is the about tag, and here you can see you can also add the hr tag here, which was missing. Okay, now what we are going to do, this is a row. Okay, so we have to define in the same way. We have to define, and this is a call md6. Okay, so in the same way we have to define this. So what we can do, so we can do in the same way, div class is equal to row, and then div class is equal to call md. This time I would, since it is a table, so I would define call md12. And now what you can do, so we have a div of class call md12. So other things can be same. So I'll copy this and quickly paste it here, and id will be result and name will be result. So, and this would be result. Okay, and okay, so what we can type here, we can type here result in terms of progress bar. Okay, so result table. So so let me check. Let's first check this, if this so here you can see, here we have a result table. So okay, and we'll give it a different color, and this is batch success, so we'll define batch warning. Okay, so yeah, now it absolutely works fine. And we would give a style is equal to we can give style is equal to margin top of 1 rem. So we can give a margin top of 1 rem. So yeah, now this looks perfectly fine. So basically what I wanted to show you, that result table is going to be a big one. So we will add a responsive table. So we would also work on this, or maybe okay, we can do one thing. Let this be of 6 column, and we have to define this in the center. And if I copy this settings, so that would work fine. So this would give a margin top rem, and this would align in the center as well. Okay, then there is some issue. Okay, style. Okay, this should be in the column. Okay, sorry, this should be in the column. Then I would fit. Now this looks absolutely works fine. So what we are going to do, so first we are going to render the dictionary to the front end part. So I'll show you how you can do this. So this is the dictionary. So what we can do, I would use a for loop for key comma value in global count dot items. So basically I'm referring to both the items, that is key and the value, and then I would end this for loop by percent sign, and again a percent sign, and now I would end the for loop and for okay a percent sign. Then I'll do like suppose this is the key, then value, and then I would give a break. So here you can see in this way I can print the dictionary. So here you can see this is my key dash value, then key dash value, then key dash value. So here I've got the key value pairs. So we are going to work on this. So I'll give you a first. Then these are the tables. These are the tables which work in the Bootstrap. So we have a responsive table. So I'll show you responsive. Yeah. So here it is, responsive tables. So these are the responsive tables. So we have this class, div class is equal table responsive. Then this is a table class is equal table. So this gives us a responsive table. So I'll add a table. Let me check one. We will add the simplest one. So this is the simplest table we can have. Okay, so let me check where we have to add this. So this is the result table. Okay, now what we can do, okay, we can define div class is equal to row, then div class is equal to call md12. So I'm defining another grid for the table to keep it responsive. So I've copy pasted the table. Now I'll go back to my page and I'll refresh this. So here you can see I've added the table, and one class I have to add in the responsive table is this one. That is, this should be above the table class is equal to table. So I'll move to the page. So this is the table class is equal to table, and I have to add div class is equal to table responsive. Table responsive. Okay. So this one I have to add, and I have to add this div after the table tag. So I have now what we can do format document. Yeah, this looks absolutely fine. So I would refresh this page. Okay, so here you can see the table is responsive when I press Ctrl Shift I. So here you can see we can scroll the table. So if a table gets big, so we can scroll the table. So here we can see the scroll bar. Okay, so I'll catch up in the next tutorial. In the next one, we would add the like these are the static rows, but next time we are going to define them dynamically. So I'll catch up in the next tutorial. So thank you guys, thank you so much. So let's get started with the tutorial. So we basically first what we are going to do. So first I'll clear this. Okay, so first I'll run my server python manage.py run server. Okay, so basically we were working on progress bar, and we were supposed to add progress bar. So in this tutorial today we are going to add a dynamic progress bar. Like till the previous tutorial we had added a responsive table. Now we are going to add a progress bar. So in this tutorial we are going to add a dynamic progress bar and see how we generate count of votes using progress bar. So this is what we are going to do in this tutorial. So let's get started with it. So basically, so I'll move to my server. I'll run my server. Okay, so to navigate to the voting app, I'll type /voting app. Okay, so here's our app. So we have a result table. So what we can do, we will make first let's complete our table, then we'll move to the progress bar quickly. So this is a table. Okay, so we have to add a scope. So basically we have added a table, so we have to add a scope. So we shall do table header. So basically we are first going to define the table header. So this is the table header we are going to define. Then we are going to define the table body. Okay, so this all is the header part, and this all is the body part. Okay, so let's get started. So we have to add a class called in the scope. Then we'll make the header. Okay, so make sure this is here you can see there is a single row. So I'll quickly explain this. This is table, then header, then a row. Now we have to define so this is table header is scope is equal to call, then id, or you can say anything, hash id number. So let it be this. Then again table head scope is equal to call, then language. Okay, language. Then what we are going to define, table header scope is equal to call, then count of words. Okay, simply I'll type count here, and so now I'll refresh the page here. So here you can see I have a language, number, language, and count. So I press Ctrl Shift I. So here you can see it is responsive in nature. Okay, so I have a number, language, and count. Okay, so this works fine. So what we are going to do, so first now next we are going to do is add data. Okay, so we are going to add data row wise. So particularly what we are going to do, this is the table row. Okay, so first is the table data, this again a table data. So this corresponds to the first number, then language, then this is going to be progress bar. Okay, so for this what you can do, so basically we have to add all this dynamically. So what I'm going to do, and for, so basically I'm going to add a for loop here. So for loop percent for, okay, so basically I'll move to my use.py file. So we are rendering a index.html using global count. Okay, so global count here is a dictionary type data structure. So basically what we have to do, for key comma value, this could be any variable name, for key comma value in global count dot items. Okay, so this would iterate in this way that first we are going to have the key, then the value in global count dot items. So this would do. Okay, and now I'll do key, then for this one value. Okay, and for this I'll say for loop dot counter. So this, so I'll add for loop dot counter. So I'll refresh the page. Okay, so this works fine. So let me test this. I'll make a language PHP. So here you can see number one, language count 1. Okay, so let me do Java, and I have, okay, I have some issue here. The row is not coming properly. Okay, I had to put all this inside a table row. Okay, so now this should work fine. When I refresh this page, so I hit this URL Java, so the count should become 2. Okay, yeah, now it's perfectly fine. Now I have language PHP count 1, Java lang count 2. Let me add Python here. Okay, so here you can see even the dictionary is updated here. I'll hit the route again. Python is 3. Here you can see 3, then 4. So here you can see here the Python is 4. So this looks good. So we'll now add the progress bar. So for the progress bar, what we need to do? Okay, so we can, like, these are the progress bar. So we can I'll quickly give an overview on the progress bar. So here you can see there's a background, multiple bars, striped bars, animated. So you can use use any. So even here you can see toggle animation. Okay, so here it is moving, little bit of moving stripes. Okay, here you can see this is again a class of striped colors in which you have blue, green, warning, danger. So here you can see, like, we added the same classes on the button as well, danger, warning, info, corresponding to the colors. Okay, so let's add a progress bar here. So let's take this one. Okay, so to basically in the part of value we are going to add a progress bar. So I'll split this td table data. Now I'll paste the code here. Yeah, so now basically I'll refresh the page, but right now there is no such dynamic count, so everything is full. So I'll make it dynamic. So what you need to do, so to so basically here you can see I have a div class to progress. I'll quickly show you one thing. I'll press Ctrl U, so it would show how I rendered the code. So this was where is the table bar? Yes, here it is a table bar. So here the data is being coming dynamically. Table data is 1, then language PHP, table data PHP, then progress bar, and like this is the again coming dynamically. So I would show you one thing. If I inspect element, okay, and let me show you another view, laptop. Okay, so here you can see div visible, style visible. Can you see the difference? If I reduce the width 60%, the width has been reduced. Okay, specifically I'm referring to where my cursor is pointer. So when I reduce to 50, it almost becomes half. Yes, it is half now. Then again, the way I'm reducing the width, the progress also reduces itself. Okay, so this is good. So now what we can do? So basically what I want to tell you, that style should have the value here, value. Okay, and even here you can type value. So this will show the value in numbers at the progress bar. Okay, so let me refresh this page. So here you can see I have 1 count, 2 count, 6. Okay, so let me add few more in PHP. Okay, so basically now you can see 2. Okay, and now I'll repeatedly hit this URL. Okay, so here you can see this has become 3. Okay, now 5, 6, then again, right, then just 7. Yeah, same in the same way. Okay, the same goes for the Python. I'll make a submission. Yeah, here you can see the Python has 7 now. Okay, so now 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so this looks pretty good. So even next functionality we'll try to add that. If you now you are seeing like these are the count of words, and if there are so many languages, let me add some other, the C. So C will have 1 count of word. Okay, then again let me do Python again, or Java, PHP, C++. Okay, if you want to compare these languages and if you want to sort them according to the count, like if you want to see among there are 10 languages and if you want to see top 3, so how we can sort them. So I'll tell you how we can sort them. So in the next tutorial, I'll catch you in the next tutorial. So thank you guys, thank you so much. Knowledge. So let's get started with this tutorial. So basically, in today's tutorial, what we are going to learn, we are going to sorting the data by count of votes. In this tutorial, we are going to sort the data by values in order to see the data from highest number of votes to lowest number of votes. Okay. Basically, we are going to see we are going to sort the data by values in order to see data from highest number of votes to lowest number of votes. So basically, we will implement our algorithm and we will learn how we can apply this on a Django project. So basically, we will before this, we can learn something on this. So suppose we take a random string hello world Python programming. I hope this is fine. Okay, so we would create a data structure dictionary which would store the frequency. Okay, frequency of characters. I hope this is fine. So what we can do for ch and s. I hope this is fine. If ch and d, if the character is already in dictionary, then I would do d of ch is equal to d of ch plus 1. So I would increase the frequency. Increase frequency. Okay, else d of ch is equal to 1. Okay, initialize for first occurrence. Okay, we have done this before. Okay, so this was pretty easy. So let me do one thing. Let me create a function define print data d. So here I will be key, is key, and d of I is value. Okay, and I will do for I in d print I comma d of I, and here's the end. Okay, so this is a separate function, and let me here print d. I hope this is fine. Okay, here you can see I made a mistake. Let me do print data here. So I made a function for this purpose only. Yes, here you can see I have different characters. So I have different characters. Okay, h has a frequency 2, e 1, but this data seems to be very unsorted data, so we will sort the data. Okay, so how do we do that? So we will carry on this. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me remove this. I have created variable a. Okay, so a to sort by key in ascending order. Okay, so a is equal to sorted d dot items key is equal to lambda. We have to make a comparator function lambda x and x of 0. So here I mean to say that I would sort by key. Okay, and I have to typecast this as dictionary. Okay, sorry for this. I have to typecast this back to dictionary and do print data a. I hope this should work. So yeah, now here you can see that I had sort. This is for a what we call empty space. Okay, so this is in ascending order by keys. Please check, this is by keys. A is a key, D is a key, E is a key, G is a key, H is a key, I is equal to a key, L is equal to key, M, N, O, P, Q, R, and W, Y. All here are keys. It is sorted by keys. Okay, I hope this is fine. Okay, let me do another thing. Let me do sort by key in descending. Okay, so this is going to be very much same. I would comment this out. So what I can do, I can copy this and do this as V and print data V. So any change I have to make here, yes, this is a reverse is equal to true. I hope this is fine. Okay, reverse is equal to true. Now here you can see it has sorted by keys in reverse order by key. Y is a key, W is equal to key, T is equal to R, P, O, N, M, L. All are here keys, but has been sorted in reverse order. Okay. Now we'll do the same. What we can do now? Sort by value. Okay. So we would do the same. Okay. Sorry for this. I would do this as C, here as C, and here 2 by values. What we can do? I'll remove this. So here 1 means x of 1 means I'll sort by values here. Okay. So let me run this. Okay, I'll comment this out also. So here you can see that now I have sorted by values 1 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2 3 3 4. This is by values. Okay, this is by values in ascending order. Now the very much same thing in descending order. This was in ascending. Okay, and this is now D. I would copy this, and in the very much same thing, reverse is equal to true, and I'll do print data D. Now here you can see that yes, sorted by values in reverse order. So this is what same thing we are going to implement on Django service, Django server. Okay, so what we can do, we'll move to our page. Okay, this is the result table, and what we can do, href, okay, class is equal to button primary, any button you can choose, sort data. Okay, we are going to sort data. Okay, so sort data. Okay, let me say descending, sort data in descending order. Okay, now we'll define a URL, path, sort data. I'll implement a function use dot sort data, and name is equal to sort data. Okay, so I hope this is fine. And I'll have to define a URL here, %URL sort data. I hope this is fine, and then again a %URL and a close the bracket. Okay, so I hope this is fine, and let me check it on my server. But this won't work right now. Actually, this is throwing an error. Def sort data request is a parameter, and return pass. Okay, let me check it till now, is it working or not. Okay, so I hope this should work now. Okay, return. Okay, I made a mistake, sorry. This should be pass. Okay, so now what I can do, okay, I'll move to the link, local host :8000. Okay, and now to the voting app /voting app. Okay, so here you can see sort data in descending order. I hope this is fine. So what you can do, so we are going to implement this very much same logic. Okay, to the rendering part, this should be same, I guess. Okay, this should be same. So I will copy the code. Okay, I hope this is fine. And global count is equal to global count. I hope this is fine now. Okay, but we need to implement the so access the global count. Since don't confuse yourself. I'm defining keyword global. So this is a keyword global count. So I'm accessing a variable that is global. Okay, so global count. So what I will do, I'll do global count is equal to dictionary, then again sorted. Okay, global count dot items. Okay, and then we are going to sort by value. Key is equal to lambda x of 1, then reverse is equal to true. I hope this is fine. Okay, we will test now. We will test this application. This is Python. I'll submit here. So Python has 1 mode, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 11, 12. Okay, here you can see the Python is 11 modes. Let me do C. Okay, till now what we have not clicked on this button. Okay, C is 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, some Java. Let me submit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, Java has 10 modes. So we might soon JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript has 9 modes. Okay, now I'll click sort data in descending orders. Okay, now you can see the magic. The data has been sorted in descending order 12, 10, 9, 7. Okay, so because we were able to implement the logic on the server side and get it rendered on the front end part, the data has been sorted by values. Okay, so you can try out more in such a way. Okay, we can do anything. Suppose I'll do Java here. Okay, Java has 11 modes. Okay, let me introduce a new language, SQL. Okay, SQL has 1 mode. Now SQL has 4, 5, 6, 12. Okay, 15, 17. Now SQL has more modes than Python. So I'll do sort data in descending order. Again, you can see the SQL is now on top since it has 17 modes. So you can implement your logics on your server side and get it them on front end. So that's a good part of the application. So in the next tutorial, what we are going to do, you can try out any of the applications. So let me do another check. Python here has 13. So 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So Python has 23 modes. So I'll do sort data in descending order again. Python is back on top. See? So I'll catch up in the next tutorial. We start on database connectivity, how we can connect our application to the database. We'll start a new application and implement how the basic database logics we can build. So thank you guys. Thank you so much. I'll catch up in the next lecture. Thank you guys.